In this video, I'm going to show you exactly what I've learned in the last 2 years of earning this award in white labeling high level to local business owners to make about $23,000 per month. You can see here's my Stripe. You can see it is April 22nd right now. So from April 1st to April 22nd, I've made $21,000 in recurring revenue from local business owners, just helping local business owners get Google reviews. You can see the spike here. We have a really big billing day where everybody gets billed on one day. So if I change this to year to date, you can see year to date so far, not even 4 months in, we're at $92,000. That's about $70,000 more than I made from January 1st to April 22nd last year. So you can see these things can change quick. I won that award last year in October, and I literally put everything that I know about white labeling high level and selling it to local business owners into a 7-day course where I go step by step showing you how to set up every single thing from scratch. So like if you already know high level, you already have a business, you'll be able to skip day one. But then from there, you go through and I go through every single step: website, setting up Stripe, how to get phone numbers approved, how to sell clients, how to onboard clients. I go through every single thing. So save or like this video so that you can come back to it later and use this as your roadmap for growth. I'm giving everything away here in terms of the training. And if you want access to the templates, the snapshots, the website templates, all of the coaching calls we do, we have 4 coaching calls a week. 3 of them are with me. 1 of them was the Facebook ads expert. We have a community of 650 people doing the same exact thing. And we have a plethora of training on how to use WhatsApp, how to use Facebook ads, all the previous coaching calls. All this is in here. So you sign up with my link to High Level down below in the description. You can get an extended 30-day trial, or you can upgrade your plan. You'll get access to this community totally for free. If you want to sign up to the community directly, you can. The link will be down below in the description. I hope you love this video. I've probably invested 1,000 hours into this community and this training, so I hope that it's decent at least. Welcome to the Reputation Management A to Z course. I've broken everything down from step 1 to step 150 on how to get things set up. And I've broken it down into 7 days. So day 1, we're going to establish your goal, and we're going to help you learn the basics of high level. If you already have a business or you already know high level, this day is going to be a breeze for you. You could probably do it in a lot less than a day and move on to day 2. Day 2, we're going to set up your own website, and we're going to set up your sub account. And so you can use the sleek website template that I have to launch your own custom website in less than an hour. So let me show you what that website looks like. So I'll show you how to copy this website, put your logo, your branding, your brand colors, and add it here. Take all these custom image templates and adjust them with your niche or your branding or whatever. And so it's super simple. That's what you'll learn on day 2. On day 3, we'll learn how to white label high level so it looks like your own custom software, how to change the logo, how to change the domain, how to change all that stuff. On day 4, we're going to book your first sales call. So day 4, we're going to start doing outreach, and we're going to make sure you get your first sales call booked by following my strategies of reaching out to your network in your local area. Day 5, you're going to learn my sales process. I'll show you how I prepare for calls, my exact sales scripts, and how I overcome sales objections on the call to help you close. And then also you'll get 6 onboarding calls. On day 6, you'll learn to onboard new clients. And so I'll show you my onboarding checklist, and then I break down every single step on that onboarding checklist into 2 to 3 minute videos to show you exactly how it's done, to make it really bite-sized and to make it very searchable, so that in the future, if you forget how to do something, you can just search up how to add a client or connecting a Google Business profile, and you'll find it. On day 7, talk about just not quitting. Talk about how you're going into the valley. This is going to be the hard part. This is going to be long days of outreach, onboarding calls, bad sales calls, rejection for months and months and months and months and months. But if you can stay consistent for a year, I guarantee you will change your life. And so what if you get stuck along the way? Number 1, I want you to go up to the search bar right here, and I want you to type it in. If you type it in, there's a good chance you find it. So if we search up text grid or something, we search at the top, you'll see you're going to get answers in the community here, and then you're also going to get results as when it's mentioned in the classroom. And so I haven't published this yet, so you don't see. That's why you don't see it there now. But that is how you search and find something. The second thing is just post something in the community. So if you need help, ask the question in the community. After you've already searched it and you can't find it, then post in the community. Also, it might just be an easy YouTube search or Google search away. And so if it's really specific to us and it's a unique problem, post in the community. There's a good chance that somebody might know the answer and will help you out. And number 3 is just hop on a coaching call. So you can see here, we've got coaching calls 3 days a week. We also have ads coaching calls now on every Tuesday, but coaching calls 3 days a week. So Friday are reserved for paying members and for 497 affiliates, but Wednesday and Monday are open to everybody. So hop on a coaching call. I'll meet you where you are. And then lastly, how do I scale? The biggest thing I want you to think of right now is that if you don't have 15 to 20 clients that set up on reviews, Do not worry about scale whatsoever. I don't care if you are walking people's dogs to get them to do Google reviews with you, because that's not scalable. I don't care. Just get the first 15, 20, because scaling is hard in general, but you cannot scale something you've never done before. You don't even know the process of, right? So learn the process, get 15 to 20 clients on board, and then you can worry about all that. And once you do, we have resources for that as well. We have ad coaching calls every week. We have a Facebook ads course now that we're launching. And we also have, I have some more advanced training on hey, how I went from 0 to 50 users, how I went from 50 to 150. And so we have all that training listed under some advanced sections. So enjoy this by day. All right, so the very first thing that I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and click on this link here to go ahead and make a copy of this goal calculator Google Sheet. So this sheet is going to allow you to put in your goal, set how much you want to make, what your MRR goal is, and then how long you want to take to achieve it. And so just to start off really simply, now that you have this copy of it, it's going to be in your Google Drive and you can edit it. And from here, we can just set the goal at, let's say, $10,000 per month. That's the goal, very common goal. And these rates that are already in here by default are fairly conservative. So you can see when I was just getting started, I was getting booking rate a little bit better than this. What this booking rate means for the outreach, it means out of every 100 messages, you get 2 people to book, right? So that's a 2% booking rate. And so then show rate is out of those amount of people that book, how many of those are actually going to show? And then out of those people that actually show up, what's your close rate? And so you can see here with these numbers of 2% booking rate, 50% show rate, and a 30% close rate, we need to do about 333 outreaches to get 1 client. And so I was getting much better numbers than this when I was reaching out to my warm outreach to get started, and also my local area, because once again, we can say something that no one else can say, which is, hey, can I buy you coffee? Can I meet you at a coffee shop? Whatever, which is immediately going to differentiate ourselves and help provide more trust. And so I was getting much better numbers than this, but I think it's very conservative. I think you should probably keep these like this. But as you go through the document, as you start tracking your numbers down here, you can change these as you get more data. And then here, if you want to go straight to the ads route, I don't necessarily recommend that unless you're good at ads or unless you have a lot more money than you have time. And so when it comes there, this was kind of my average numbers. I was getting about $15 or $16 per lead when I was running ads locally to get started. But once you start running ads nationally, that price can get a little bit more expensive per lead, or the price per lead will get a lot cheaper and your quality of the leads will get a lot lower. And so just on average, when I was running ads locally and nationally, just kind of combining them here, I was getting about $20 per lead. My lead to book rate was 35%. So that means if, out of every 100, leads I would book 35 calls. And then show rate, since these are ads, normally they're getting people to raise their hand saying, yes, I am interested in getting more reviews or whatever you're selling, versus over here where your cold outreach, you're just kind of saying, hey, let me do this. And they haven't really expressed interest besides the fact that they've responded. So you can use that. They responded, something about your offer was appealing to them, but you'll get a little bit higher show rate here usually, as long as you're setting reminders and not booking too far out in advance. And then close rate, once again, slightly higher because these people said, hey, I'm interested. And so you can see our average here, your cost to acquire a customer would be about $272, meaning that you would need to spend in total $18,000 to hit that $10,000 per month run rate. And you can see if you can adjust your average monthly price here. Our pricing's always been from anywhere from $100 to sometimes it was $400 a month. But our average right now is about $180 per client monthly. But when you're getting started, you could keep this lower. I think $150 is a pretty safe bet. If you're doing $100 or $150 or $200 a month on average, you can just change that number there, and that's going to dynamically change all this. So let's say that you were like, no, I'm not working with anybody unless they're paying me $299 a month. Then you can see here, you have to spend a lot less money and do a lot less outreach if all things are the same. But if you do go up to $299 a month, what's probably going to happen is your close rate is going to drop pretty drastically, unless you're really good at sales, right? So if you're really good at sales, it might not. And you can see now these numbers are back kind of more consistent to where they were before. But I think that keeping these at 30% and keeping this at 35% and keeping your average monthly, especially I recommend doing free trials in the beginning, but after you get them signed up and stuff, keeping your average monthly at 150, I think that's a safe bet. And so then down here, we have kind of your progress tracker. This is a sheet that you want to save and you want to come back to every day, and you want to say, how many outreach attempts did I make today? And so you can see if I put 60 here, you see it highlights red. And so the reason it highlights red is because you are below your outreach per day target. So if I do 62 or 61, it's going to go green because you hit your target. Same thing with the ad spend. This can technically be a blended progress bar right here, because let's say you do 61 outreaches a day and you also do $50 in ads a day, then now we've made more total progress because we're doing both at the same time. Even though I really do just recommend taking one of these approaches at once and just figuring out one of the processes to make it work. You're going to be a little bit spread thin in the beginning, and so it's hard enough to get one channel to work. It's much easier to get one channel to work than it is to try and figure them both out and make them both semi-profitable. And while you're getting started, if you're just doing free trials, you don't want to stress too much out about the profit and all that stuff. You're just trying to gain experience. You're getting more. Your first 10 customers are going to give you more feedback, and you're going to get more out of it than they are, probably, just because you're getting some reps under your belt. So yeah, that's kind of how it works. And you can see if you keep going through and you do 100 a day, or 60 a day, or whatever it is, 800 a day, you can see this progress bar is really going to go up. So if you just did 800 a day every day, you can see you're making great progress. Just as an example, eventually you'll get to 100% of progress. What we're doing here is I'm just kind of visualizing, hey, you cannot expect to reach this goal until you do the work required, right? Until you spend the money on ads or until you do the outreach, you should not expect to get crazy results. And so this goal calculator is just to help manage expectations and also reward you throughout the process. When you're not hitting your revenue goal yet, you're not hitting your recurring income goal yet, it can be hard to see that progress or to feel like you're on the right track. And this is just to show you that, hey, this is going to take time. Even if you're going to do 800 a day, it's going to take you a decent amount of time until you hit that outreach goal, you hit that progress goal. And so what I really, really encourage you to do is just don't think too much about it. Like, you need to just turn your brain off and just do the work every day. And then once you hit 100% here, if you haven't reached this goal, then come back and say, hey, are these numbers accurate? Am I not getting a high enough close rate or show rate? And then solve that problem and just keep going. The main reason of this, once again, is just to establish and for you to set proper expectations that, hey, this takes work. And so I hope this is valuable. Save it somewhere and keep track of it daily. This read contract here, this is just the next video here. We're going to go over making a contract with yourself, understanding where you might fail, and how to actually stick to something. So you just want to make sure you're reminding yourself of that contract every day to make sure you're not falling into shiny object syndrome. You're not getting distracted. You're actually doing the work required, and you are saying you're going to do something and you're actually doing it. Because once you can build that confidence in yourself, then you will have a lot more power in the sense that the things that you say can become a reality. The second step here is just completing your contract with yourself. And so I know, especially if you already have a business that you've had some success with, this can seem dramatic and this might not be required for you since you might already have some momentum. But if you're just getting started from ground zero, this is going to be really uncomfortable, and there's going to be lots of times you want to quit, you want to get shiny object syndrome and jump ship. And so this is just made to help you become accountable and hopefully come back to this every single day, so you can remind yourself that, hey, this is going to be hard. And basically, if you can establish the fact that, hey, when I say I'm going to do something, I actually do that, that builds so much trust and confidence in yourself. And it's really a hack to help growing your business because you actually do what you're saying you're going to do. So just click here and make a copy of this document, and we'll kind of go through it. What you want to do is you want to fill in the blanks. So your date, name, etc. You're going to choose your goal from what you had over here. So if your goal is $10,000 per month, you want to go ahead and put that in here as your goal, and then mark down a couple milestones. So what are some things that you can celebrate along the way? It's going to be a long journey. It's probably going to take longer than you'd hoped or than you anticipated. And so find a couple milestones that you want to celebrate. Obviously, don't go have a 3-day bender and waste all the money that you have, but maybe go out to dinner or buy a bike, or I don't know, whatever you want to do to reward yourself, and hopefully start to create that feedback loop of, hey, when I work really hard, even though I might not be seeing the results in the meantime, I can see that those results, that work is paying off. And so the second thing here is just timeline for success. Understand that this is going to take time, and that even if it took you 4 years to achieve this goal of $10,000 per month or $20,000 per month, wouldn't it be worth it, right? People spend 4 years in college, graduate with $150K in student loans debt, and then struggle to find a job, right? So if you could just spend 4 years on this, if you actually do the actions required to make this work for 4 years, there's no way you won't hit your goal. And so just realizing that, hey, this might take a long time, but it will be so worth it. Number 3 here is just how to not waste time. I love this quote by Alex Hormozi that the work works on you more than you work on it. And so there's going to be times where you make 100 cold calls or 100 texts or 100 emails, or you spend a bunch of money on ads and you don't see any results from that yet. And through that process of working, through that process of doing something uncomfortable, you are becoming a more capable person, right? Even if you don't book any calls, you are now a more capable, more callous person that is able to do what they say they're going to do. And so you are becoming a better person throughout this. And really, entrepreneurship is one of my favorite ways, and I think one of the greatest ways to kind of pursue personal development. And so just realize that no matter what, you're not wasting time here. You are becoming a more capable person. You are learning great skills of advertising, of marketing, and stuff like that. How to waste time, what to avoid here. I made a whole video about this on YouTube, just kind of about the high-level trap, where people can sit down at their desk all day for 12 hours when they're getting started and feel like they're making progress, but they're not actually letting anybody know they exist. And so it would be unreasonable for you to have 100 clients if there's 1,000 business owners out there that don't know, if there's not even 100 business owners out there that know you exist, right? And so if you want to have 100 recurring clients, you probably need 1,000 or 2,000 business owners out there that know who you are, what you do, the value you provide. And so all this stuff like customizing your CSS in Highlevel, making a new dashboard, creating text and email follow-ups, automating your onboarding process, automating reporting, none of this stuff actually matters until you have maybe at least 10 clients. And so if you're not focusing on something that is setting up a client or getting more clients, you are wasting your time. So remember to avoid this. Number 5 here is just potential failure points. So this is just a strategy to say, hey, if you know yourself, and I know in the beginning, one of the main reasons I failed all my previous business attempts was just shiny object syndrome, right? Spending too much time on YouTube or Instagram trying to find the next greatest thing. And what you get, I'm going to make a whole video about shiny object syndrome, but you get in this way where now you're supposed to make outreaches all day. Let's say you've set up everything, you're supposed to make outreach all day, and you feel bad. And you go to YouTube and you're not feeling very stoked about it anymore because you're in the hard part, you're in that valley of despair. And so you go to YouTube and you just look up business ideas, or you see what's on your suggested, and it gets you all excited again, and you feel good again finally. And so you get reinforced for kind of, going outside the lines and not staying focused on the main thing. And so add the fact that, hey, I might fail because I don't make my outreach every day. I might fail because I get distracted on YouTube and get shiny object syndrome. I might fail because I, lack the ability to troubleshoot and learn new things, and I just want everything handed to me. So just know that your potential failure points are, and then come back and review these every day and take corrective action if needed. Number 6, acknowledgement of non-entitlement. So what I think here, I'm under the impression that we really don't deserve anything. Like all that happens is we do something, and then eventually maybe we get something out of that, whether it's good, whether it's what we wanted or not. And so really put those actions over the outcomes. Who cares about the outcomes? Just do the actions, just do the outreach, just do what is required to try and get where you want to. And fully understand that none of this stuff is guaranteed. Your outcome will solely depend on consistent execution, your ability to learn and adapt to these challenges, and your efforts to kind of put this stuff in place to make this business work. And so that's one of my least favorite things when I see people in the community or see people in the Facebook groups and Highlevel saying, oh, this is ridiculous. I deserve this. I deserve that. No, you don't deserve anything. Just keep doing the actions. And one day you'll look up and say, oh, wow, this actually kind of worked out. Number 7 here is personal accountability. People are pretty quick. I know I was when I was first getting started, pretty quick to point the blame. Well, this person didn't show me how to do this, and this person's not doing this for me, and this, that, or the other, and they don't actually show the whole thing. Guys, here I'm literally showing everything. If somebody can make a bigger reputation management company just using Highlevel, I would love to learn from you. And so just understand that you alone bear the responsibility for your own progress. I'm going to do my best to respond to your community posts and help you on the coaching calls and create trainings that are as step-by-step and as up-to-date as possible. But at the end of the day, when you encounter an obstacle, let's say that you're watching one of my training videos and the dashboard has changed, or it looks a little different for you, or there's kind of an edge case scenario you have a question about, you have to use your second brain cell. And that's what kind of going here. You have to use your second brain cell, as Alex Ramosi says, to try and troubleshoot. Learn how to use Google, learn how to use YouTube, try to figure out your problem, because I'm going to try and help you as much as I can, but no one's going to save you. You have to do it yourself. And that was the other thing here. Just use that second brain cell. One thing really important, school has a great search feature. And so if you have a question about, let's say, phone number verification, search it in the school bar and the school search bar, and you'll see there are hundreds of posts about phone numbers. And you can see in the classroom, there's hundreds of trainings where I mentioned phone numbers. And so go through and try and figure it out. And try and use that second brain cell to figure it out on your own. I think that is probably one of the things when I coach people, or when I hop on coaching calls with people, and when they have the ability to troubleshoot and figure stuff out on themselves, I'm like, okay, yeah, this person's got a good chance to succeed. And so you've got to build that muscle, because it's not all just going to be handed to you, and it's never just going to be step 1, step 2, step 3, boom, success, right? It's just, there's always going to be complexity and variables there. Number 9, write down your push motivation here. So this push is like, if I achieve this goal, what negative things will I be able to avoid now that I have accomplished this goal? So what are you kind of running away from, right? Or what are some things I'll be able to stop doing that I don't want to do? And so some examples, like, when I know for me, when I was just getting started, like when my friends and I go out to eat, I don't have to stress about ordering cheap, right? I don't have to get a water. I mean, I still get a water most of the time, but I don't have to stress about getting a water or getting the cheapest thing on the menu. Maybe it's for you, you'll finally be able to quit your 9 to 5, and you're tired of showing up and working and feeling underappreciated. Maybe you won't have to shop at Walmart now. And I hate going into Walmart, and so we get Walmart delivery, which is actually a lot better. But maybe you can go shop wherever you want to now. My parents won't think I'm a failure. Maybe that's for you. I mean, my parents are pretty chill, so this wasn't one for me, but, whatever it is, what are the things that you're pushing you towards that goal? I've always had a lot more push motivation in terms of like, bad stuff. Like, I don't want to be cheap anymore. I don't want to have to stress about money, whatever. Then I've had pull. Pull is basically like, what is that end state? What is pulling you to that goal state? So if I achieve this goal, what are some things that you can do that you can't do now? And so maybe I'll be able to take Fridays off work and go wherever I want to. I'll be able to finally go on vacation or get a new car. I'm obviously not one of those. If you've watched any of my YouTube videos, you know that I'm not one of those flashy, 20-year-old marketing guru guys that want to drive the Lambo and travel all over the world. Like, not really. I just want to have a decent house, maybe like house one day, and a car that can get me from point A to point B without breaking down. That's all I really want to. And that's why for me, this push motivation was so much more important than the pull. But you might be somebody that's like, you want that lifestyle, And so, write these things down and review this every day to remind yourself why you're doing it. And then the promise here is just saying, hey, I'm going to hold myself accountable to this. I'm going to stay vigilant, and I'm going to push past, the hard stuff that comes up. And so you can go ahead and sign it. It's a little bit of information how to use it. And once again, these are going to be based off of kind of the goals that you created yourself here. So create that, put it in a place where you can save it and review it every day. And you maybe print it out, tape it on your wall, tape it on your computer, whatever. And then down here, you can see every day, just check off the fact that you read your contract. I think it should be a part of your daily actions, just like your outreach attempt. All right, so we're going to go ahead and decide on a business name. So the biggest thing here is don't overthink this. All right, so imperfect action is going to be in action every day. I see people get way too hung up on a business name, and a lot of times it's hard to kind of get the ball rolling and getting stuff set up if you don't have a business name yet, right? And so a couple of things to think of is just like review specific versus broad names. And so if you are marketing reviews as a foot in the door service for your agency, or you are marketing reviews as kind of your main thing, you just do reviews, then I think that a reviewer specific name makes a lot of sense in your marketing, right? When you're running ads and your business name is Review Blast or Review Pilot or Review Rocket or whatever it is, it helps consumers know exactly what you do versus if it's like, media company, just something that's very broad. However, if you do already have an agency, or you're looking to become an agency and just have the reviews as kind of one branch or one leg of your service, it's still totally fine to have a broad name. There's plenty of people in the community already that have names that are not related to reviews whatsoever and are still getting great results. And so I just recommend, Review Harvest came from ChatGPT. So like, I think there's like a business name ChatGPT thing. So go to ChatGPT, name ideas, boom, GPTs. We'll do a startup company name idea. We'll start this chat here. We'll say, hey, I own a, oh my word, I can't type. I own a marketing company that helps local business owners get more reviews. Can you give me 20 business name ideas that are 2 words or less related to reviews? And then you say, feel free to use rhyming or alliteration. Don't know if I spelled that right, but it'll figure it out. So here we go. Here's 20 different business names. You can just keep letting them do this. Keep asking for more until you figure it out. And so obviously after you get these names here, you want to look up and make sure the domain's available. Look up and make sure there's not another business name in another business with the same exact name. And you also want to make sure that you can get a .com domain. So it doesn't have to be reviewwave.com or ravewave.com or boostreviews.com. It could be boostreviews with no S or boost-reviews or whatever. Just you want to get a .com domain just because that helps with email deliverability. But one thing you can also do here is if you are focusing on a certain niche, you can say, I help, let's say, plumbers. Plumbers get more reviews, and you can say, make it plumbing specific. And so if you know that you're going to be in a certain niche or you already are in a certain niche, then that can really niche your name down. You can get a really solid name from there. But just keep doing this till you find one. Once again, pipe praise, that's a great one. Plum praise, these are good. If you know your niche that you're targeting, you can really get very dialed in with this. And so review rents, these are all sync stars. That's pretty good. And so you can get really specific here. So once again, don't overthink this. Don't spend too much time on it. You got to get something going. It makes sense to, spend 30 minutes to an hour figuring out, a good name, but anything over that, you're probably just wasting your time. So just make sure it's short. That's the big thing. Just nobody wants to see a super long business name. All right, so now that you have your business name, you want to go ahead and purchase a domain. And so like I said in the last video, you want to make sure you get a .com domain just for email deliverability. That's going to help out. And so once you decide on your name, let's say you're going with the pipe praise for business, for plumbers or plum perks or something like that, we just want to go ahead and go to GoDaddy.com and go to your search domain feature here. And let's just go ahead and type it in and see what we've got. All right, so we can see that's a premium domain, so we don't want to use that. What about flush feedback? You can if you're willing to fork up $150 or whatever. That's easy. But you see flush feedback, boom, perfect. You can click on make it yours today. You can go ahead and view your cart, and it's going to automatically go to 3 years. You can just do 1 year. It should be about $12, and you can just check out. So the great thing about using GoDaddy or Cloudflare is that they easily integrate with Highlevel, so that when you need to add your DNS records for your white label domain or your API domain or for your sending domains for your email, you literally just click a button and authorize it, and it all should be added to your DNS. It should be super simple. And so that's how you get your domain. Pretty straightforward. What is up? Someone from Taylor Brands reached out and kind of gave us an offer. So if you sign up with my link, you'll get something a little special. The great thing about Taylor Brands, if you are interested in using it, is that they are kind of like an all-in-one place. And so you can do your setup of your LLC. You can do your registered agent there. You can do your logo maker there. They have like graphic design services and like branding and stuff like that. And so it's pretty good. And the pricing is relatively competitive. So I'm pretty sure they have a free plan where you just pay for state taxes. So yeah, if we go back, let's see, pricing. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, they have a free plan, but you have to pay for the straight state fees, which normally are anywhere from like $100 to like $200, whatever. But yeah, so if you want to do that, great. If not, I have another video about setting up LLC, some other services I've used like Zen Business or stuff like that. But I have used Taylor Brands in the past for logo stuff and all that good stuff. So if you want to, feel free to sign up. So you don't necessarily need to set up an LLC, but I would recommend doing it even if you're just getting started. Obviously, if you have an established business, you can just skip this part. But technically, you could verify the phone numbers under your client's information. It's just going to kind of slow you down a bit. So when we're verifying toll free, these 800 or 855, 877, 888, whatever numbers, when you're verifying toll free or local numbers with the A2P now, both of them require an EIN or an LLC to register these phone numbers. And so if you don't get an LLC, you're going to have to get these phone numbers um, under your business, your client's information. So it's going to take a little bit longer. You have to wait to get the client and then verify under their information. You can just look up their LLC info online and stuff like that. But if you, or alternatively, you could go for the My CRM SIM route or go like the in-state route, which I'll have a video going over that here shortly. Don't worry about it too much now. But when we go over phone number providers and kind of how you can work around that, you could just get a SIM card and hook it up to Highlevel, and you don't need the EIN. So, but if you do go ahead and get an LLC, it's going to provide you a little bit of liability protection from a legal standpoint. Once again, not legal advice, but that would be nice to have. And once you get an LLC, you'll be able to verify phone numbers under your information, and so you'll be able to verify phone numbers in advance. You'll be able to go to TextGrid or Highlevel or Twilio or wherever and purchase phone numbers and verify them under your own information and then deploy them to your new clients at will. We'll talk more about that in the phone number video, so don't worry about it too much now. But if you are in the US, when I registered my LLC, I use Zen Business. They're pretty affordable compared to all other places. And I had a super smooth experience with them. They've been great to work with. Support's been pretty good. And if you're outside the US, I've never tried them, but I have heard really good things of Doula, which is basically like if you go to their website, it basically says like, hey, I need a new U.S. company, start your U.S. business from anywhere in the world. So if you're wanting to operate in the U.S. but you're not in the U.S., just so you can target U.S.-based businesses or for the phone number pricing or what have you, then if you're like in a country where SMS and stuff is really expensive, then you can use this. But we'll talk more all about this on the phone number video about how this affects that. One thing I did want to go into is just like separating your LLC and your business and your personal expenses. And so this is something that I'll talk about in setting up the bank account video. But basically, like the LLC is not going to do anything for you if you are just putting all your personal expenses like pizza or whatever, and then Highlevel and your computer and stuff all in the same bank account. Like technically that's called piercing the corporate veil. And you don't really get that same sort of protection because since you've pierced this corporate veil here in the middle, separating your business and your personal, since you've done that, then it kind of undoes what the LLC is supposed to protect you from. And so if you do get an LLC, just make sure you also go ahead and watch the bank account video and stuff, just so you can get a separate bank account for your business, just to keep everything separate, so you actually get your money's worth of protection and stuff. And this is really only in the situation that somebody comes after you and stuff, which I've never had that happen. I know it's pretty rare, but it's still something you want to think about. So hope this helps. All right, the next step is going ahead and creating your logo. So this is another thing you don't want to overthink too much. I mean, you could spend weeks creating this and waste a whole bunch of time. Remember that you can change this down the road and it doesn't have to be perfect. And so some options that I would probably go with is Canva. So if you don't have Canva yet, you might as well go ahead and get it. They have a free plan, and then I think it's like $10 a month. But you can just go to Canva and look up like software logo or something, and they're going to give you a bunch of inspiration on like what you want to do. My main, the main thing that I think is that if you're going to have text in a logo, just make sure it's easy to read. Like, I mean, it's silly, like office chat, high quality software. You can't, I don't, personally, I don't like that, but do whatever you want. I don't know anything about designing, but find one you like. And then once you find one you like, you can edit it to your liking. So you can just customize this template. Let's say this is cool. I'm going to change this to reviews, review lover, whatever the name is. So you can see here, I think that's a little bit like, you can't really see that very well, but you can change this to like a gold color or whatever, and you can just play around with this and make it your own. And then eventually you want to have the option to download it as download it at a high size, at a big size, so it looks good everywhere. And then also you want to be able to download it with a transparent background, which I think you need like the $10 a month plan for Canva or whatever to do that. If you're still struggling and you can't really figure it out from Canva, there is a more done for you option right here called Looka. You basically just put your name, company name in, you put what type of business you are, and they're going to give you like 50 examples, and then you can kind of play around with it, tell you what to change. It's pretty affordable. I don't remember exactly what the last time it was, but I remember it wasn't more than like 20 or 30 bucks or something. But yeah, so they'll try and upsell you like other stuff, whatever, but you probably just need a logo unless you want to go ahead and get business cards and social media templates and stuff like that. They're going to kind of create all your branding and stuff like that in here. So this is a pretty good tool if you're not good at designing or don't have any experience in Canva or anything like that. And then lastly, you could use like Fiverr. You could go to Fiverr and you could just type in like logo design, and then you could find somebody, these seller details. Let's do a top rated seller, or at least level 2. You can put your budget in. We're going to pay 30 to 60 bucks. And then you can, find somebody that can give you a solid logo, has decent reviews on Fiverr, so you don't have to do really anything. Just they'll generate some stuff for you, and then you'll say you like it or you don't, and try and change it. And so that's how you can do that. I also linked to a YouTube video on how to create a logo in Canva from somebody. So, well, it looks like the video is no longer available. So that's crazy. I'll link another video. But it's just a little tutorial on how to edit stuff in Canva. So hope this helps. Don't spend too much time on it. Remember, imperfect action is going to beat inaction every day of the week. All right. So what I recommend doing now that you have your logo, you have your LLC, you've got the domain, your business name, is I recommend setting up a free business bank account. And so free business bank account and a free business credit card is just going to help keep your finances, your personal finances and your business finances completely separate. The main reason being, I talked about it a little bit in the LLC video, is that LLC is going to allow you to kind of limit your liability there, where for some reason you do get sued or something happens, they can't come after your personal assets. But technically the attorney that's suing you, if that is happening, if they look and see that you have been intermingling your business expenses with your personal expenses, that is what they call piercing the corporate veil, which technically means they could come after your personal assets. And so when I got started, what I did, and I still use this now, is Novo. So Novo is a free business bank account, literally totally free. I've never been charged anything from them. And if you sign up and just deposit $100, you get $40 for doing nothing if you just use my link. So feel free to use my link here to sign up with Novo. It's super simple. I mean, it does everything you need it to do. They give you a debit card. It's so easy. A baby could use it. So I love that about Novo. It also integrates with Stripe Boost. So if you're using Stripe for payment processing, and let's say you collect $1,000, instead of waiting 7 days, they will go ahead and push that $1,000 to your account, 2 days, 3 days later, instead of 7 days or 10 days later, which will help with cash flow. And then I don't recommend getting a paid credit card, like a credit card with an annual fee, if you're just getting started. If you are not getting started and you already have an established business, then I use the business gold card from Amex. It just gives you crazy points and crazy perks. It's just a no-brainer. I also started using the Chase Preferred card because some places still don't take Amex, and they both have like crazy points and offers here, where if you're spending 4, 5, 6, 10K a month on ads or any expenses, you can get some crazy points that's going to help with travel and stuff like that. But getting started, I just recommend using the Blue Business Cash Amex card. That's the one that I used. Basically, you get 2% off everything you purchase because they have 2% cash back. I think it's on the first full year or the first $50,000 worth of expenses. And so anything that you purchase, you're going to get 2% of that cash back. So it's essentially like getting 2% off. And once you spend $5,000 in your first 6 months, you'll just get $250 added as a credit to your credit card. So that's $250 for free. So I definitely recommend getting started on that. I love the Blue Amex card. I used it for about a year. Now I use the gold card for most of the stuff, but I don't recommend that if you're just getting started. If you have any questions about this, feel free to post it in the community. This is some fun stuff. I've even thought about making a separate training about how to kind of maximize your credit card points and make sure you're doing stuff efficiently there. But it definitely is a rabbit hole. And so it's definitely not worth your time here in the beginning. But yeah, I just recommend getting your free bank account set up. I use Novo and free credit card. That's just going to help with kind of some lumpy cash flow in the beginning. If you're not making much money, you have a little bit of like a 30-day window. Obviously, you don't want to rack up some credit card debt. So just be responsible there. But that's just what I did when I was getting started. So hope it helps. If you've made it this far in the training and you haven't signed up with Highlevel yet, I don't know how you did that. Maybe you paid directly and you don't have a Highlevel account or whatever. Feel free to sign up using my links. When you click on this link, it's going to take you to this page. If you're on the 297 or the 97, you can upgrade to the next level with my link, and then you'll get free access to this community. So if you are by chance a paid member of this community here, just go ahead and click on that link. Choose whichever plan makes sense to you, whether you want to do the extended trial, the 497 plan, or you want to upgrade. Just choose that, and then you'll get an email invite from us to join this community for free. And just reach out to support@reviewers.com if you did pay, and we will get you off the payment plan and get you on there for free. So if you haven't done that already, what are you doing? Sign up. Something that is incredibly crucial is that when we are talking in the community, we're engaging, we're asking questions and stuff like that, we're on coaching calls or wherever, it's really important that we understand the definitions of the words we're using. The best example of this is how sub account and snapshot just gets changed out constantly. And so I want everyone to go through these vocabulary, go through the list of words. You don't have to memorize all this stuff, but just remember that they're here. And so if you're struggling to understand what a certain word is, or you see a lot of people using it, just search it in the community and it's going to come back up. And so that way we can all be on the same page of like the words that we're using, making sure they mean the same thing. Because if we think the same word means something different, then we'll never be able to be on the same page. And so go through, kind of read through this. Even if you're a high-level pro, you'll probably learn something. I mean, when I was making these and I was like defining, I was like, oh, that's actually kind of not how I would have defined it. But when I look into it, it's like, yeah, that's correct. And so read through these here and remember that they're here. Yo, Extendly hooked us up. And so there are so many different levels and layers and features in Highlevel where I can't make a video diving into every single one. This day 1 through 7 courses going over every single feature that you need to know about, but there might be some kind of foundations, there might be some very basic things that you still need to kind of get freshened up on, or you need to learn for the first time ever. So Extendly has a 101 course that they normally charge $100 for. And so you can see it's normally $97, but if you use the code Clay Lawrence, they create this landing page for me where all my affiliates can go through their 101 course. It's like very basics, learning the foundations of Highlevel to make sure that everything's set up in your Highlevel account properly from day 1, so you can make sure you have a solid foundation to. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create your own sub account. We're going to create it with this website template. So one important thing to note here is that in case you've gone out of order and you've already set up your white label domain, or you had an existing Highlevel account, you want to make sure you're logged in with app.gohighlevel.com and not your white label login. That can throw some errors when you're downloading snapshots, but all good. If you are in your white label domain, just log out, go to app.gohighlevel.com, and you can log in with your same exact information. And so what you want to do is you want to go ahead and click on this snapshot here. It's going to open up an app.gohighlevel. And then from there, you can go ahead and import it into your Highlevel account. So let it load, click on yes, import now, and perfect. And so if you're going in order here, then you should not have a sub-account set up for your business yet. And so that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna set up a specific sub-account for your business. And if you're confused as to what a sub-account is and how that differs from agency view or high level, make sure to go back and refer to the defining terms video so you can see what kind of each one of these terms means. But basically, this is your agency view where you can see all of your global settings, and you can go to sub-accounts and you can see all your clients under here, right? And we basically want to set up our own business as if we were a client here. So we want to have our own sub-account. And so from here, now that we have this snapshot in our high-level account, we want to click on Create a Sub-Account, and you want to do it from your imported snapshots, and you want to do your affiliate website official here. I can title this something differently to make it clearer to y'all, but click on Select and Continue, and then you can just add the information manually. And from here, you can add all of your information. So test, make tester, test at gmail.com. You can add all your business information here. So we said pipe praise or whatever it was. Pipe praise reviews, test. Just add your business name here. You can leave your niche empty. You can add a phone number there. You can add, this address doesn't really matter, but you can just add something in here for now. It is required. City, state, zip. This probably has to be a 5-digit something. And then you have to type in United States here and actually click on it. It's a little finicky there. And time zone can be whatever your time zone is. And you can go ahead and add sub-account. And so that is how you create this sub-account from scratch. But let's imagine that you already have an established business and you already have a sub-account for your agency or for your business. And so you can just go to sub-accounts, right? Go to sub-accounts, go ahead and find your sub-account here. Click on these 3 dots right here. We're going to manage the client. And then you want to go up to the top and we're going to load in the snapshot. So we're going to click on Actions, Load Snapshot, pick a snapshot. You can go ahead and use this imported snapshot in here. I'll probably title this like the Highlevel House affiliate website or something like that, and proceed. And then here you want to keep things really clean. I recommend, like, if you don't have anything in this sub account yet, just create a new sub account and just delete the other one, unless you already have a phone number and stuff. But just go ahead and select all. That's just going to make sure everything that needs to get added gets added. And that's important that everything gets added because there's certain things that are dependent on one another. For example, these 16 different custom values, they make up the website, right? And so the website template relies on these custom values. So if you skip the custom values here and then you say, oh, I just want to keep the website, I don't need the custom values, that messes things up. So you want to make sure you select all, you proceed, and it's going to check for conflicts, and you can just, just shows you. So you can see I already did this, so they're all already in there. But overwrite basically means it's going to overwrite what's already in the sub account, and skip means it's not. And so probably you want to overwrite, and then you can go ahead and proceed. I'm just going to skip because this was just the same exact. This was the same exact sub account before. Snapshot that I used before. And okay, that's complete. So that's how you set up your own personal, your own business sub account and use the affiliate website that I provided to y'all for the review template to set it up. All right, so now we want to go ahead and connect your calendars to this sub account. And so the reason we want to do this is once you have your website set up and it looks something like this, if someone does come to your site and clicks on Start Free somewhere and they book a demo call or they book an onboarding call or something like that, we want to make sure that it's getting added to our calendar so we are reminded, and we also want to make sure these calendars are working properly and the appointment reminders are going out and stuff like that.
So to do that, what you want to do is you want to go to Highlevel. You want to make sure you come to your sub account. So if you're in the agency view, make sure you find your sub account right here, click into it. From there, what you want to do is you want to go to settings down here at the bottom corner. I want to move this over here. And you want to go to calendars. And then you can see we got 2 calendars here. And so you can go ahead and just add connections. So click on connections. And from there, you want to let it load real quick. All right, we want to go ahead and connect a calendar. So click on add new. You can connect your Google Calendar, your iCloud, your Outlook, whatever you use. Connect, it's going to prompt you to then log in with your calendar and get this started. So let's go continue, allow, and then from there it should be connected. So we got that connected, and there is a way when you come into, you see linked calendars and then conflict calendars. So what this is meaning is if somebody's booking on a certain calendar, the linked calendar is where the calendar is going to go, right? And then conflict calendars, what this means is that on your little calendar widget on your site, it's going to look for times that you already have blocked off. So if you already have another appointment, or you don't want to take calls at that time or whatever, the conflict calendar is going to look for that. And so you can adjust these settings here if you need to edit those. And then video conferencing, you can kind of just use Google Meet, or you can use Zoom or whatever. Also, you can come into your calendars and you can kind of adjust that manually. So if we click on edit here and we go to this demo call, you can see you can add yourself as the team member to this calendar and stuff like that. And then from there, and if you don't know how to add yourself as a team member, basically all that means is you are added to the sub account as a user. And I'll show you how to do that right after this. But if you are using Google Meet, what I recommend, Google Meet's pretty much free, I think, and Zoom's free too. But what you can do is you can start, let's see how you do it. New meeting, create a meeting for later, start instant meeting. And they'll give you a link. One second. Yeah, so if you just click on new meeting, you click on create a meeting for later, you can just grab this link. And that's what I did for the longest time before I started paying for the pro plan of Zoom, which I think is definitely worth it because you can do kind of arrows on the screen and controller screen and stuff like that. But you can just copy this link. And then once you add yourself as a user, you can put your link in here. And then now this is going to be the meeting link for all of that and the location or whatever. And I also say, hey, you can put it here too. This is just kind of the default verbiage, but say, here. Ooh. You can just say, here is the meeting link. And obviously, if you're meeting in person, what I would normally do when I was meeting with people in person, I'll say, hey, you're going to get a meeting link, but we'll both just know, hey, it's actually going to, we're actually going to meet at such and such coffee shop or whatever. And I just go ahead and adjust this color so it looks clickable. There you go. And let's go to, we can save that. I go to availability here. This is where you can adjust kind of when you want to take meetings, stuff like that. I don't recommend having look busy on. I mean, people are like, oh, you need to look like you're super packed. Like people can see right through that, especially if you just messaged them and said that, hey, you're just getting started, So maybe somebody smarter than me thinks that's right. So, go for it. But I don't recommend keeping that on. I think 30 minutes for the demo call is fine. And then you see date range here. This is like how far out in advance can somebody book? And so you really don't want this to be too long. I mean, you want to give people like 7 days, 7 to 10 days. When you're just like doing like a lot of hand-to-hand combat and you're just manually outreaching or manually follow up and stuff like that, and you're not spending a bunch of money on ads, because you want people to book, right? And the longer time you give them, the more availability, the more likely they are to book. But once you get past like 3 or 4 days, then like your show up rate is going to plummet. So what I would recommend is like allowing people to book out to 10 days, but trying to move that appointment up after they do book. And so minimum scheduling notice here, this is like, can somebody book for today? Can somebody book for tomorrow, today, or something like that? And you could just do like, I normally just do like hours. So I just do like 4 hours. Never had anybody book in and you not see it, but I pay attention to that stuff. So maybe you need more. Maximum bookings per day. This is like if you don't only want to have 4 meetings a day or something, but I wouldn't recommend that. You need these calls. We need these calls to make money. Pre-buffer time, like how much time do you need before? Post-buffer time, how much time do you need after? I just keep those blank, especially if you're online meetings. But if you're doing a lot of one-on-one, like in-person meetings right now, then you might need to put 20 minutes before and 20 minutes after to give you a chance to get from meeting to meeting and stuff like that. Maximum bookings per slot, this is going to be 1. But if you were to run ads, sometimes people that have a bad show-up rate will do 2. A lot of people book the same time. They either show up and they try and sell them both, or one of them no shows, and at least that salesperson hasn't wasted 30 minutes or whatever. So it's that. Forms and payment, this is just like what information they fill out. So I keep the date and time thing first. They can select the date and time, and then they can put a default form in and stuff like that. And auto confirm new calendar meetings. And so like if you want to manually confirm, you can do that. I recommend just keeping on auto confirm. And then now they have some like native reminders, which is nice. So I recommend having an email appointment confirmed and an email reminder. But then we also have reminders and workflows as well. And definitely make sure you turn on this, allow Google and Outlook to send an invitation so people can just say yes and they have it on their calendar too. So definitely keep that turned on. You can allow rescheduling and cancellation on. That's what I do. And then customizations, you can just change the color. So you could put your brand color in right here. It's going to make the widget look like, you see the brand color here is purple. So it's going to make the widget look purple to keep things consistent. And so that's that. So we can save this, but now I'll actually go ahead and show you. Oh, you can see there's an issue here. Don't know what's going on there. Let's save it. And from here, I'll go ahead and show you how to add somebody as a user. So go to your agency view. So we're going to agency view. We're going to go to settings. So you come to settings, you come to team, you can come and search yourself up here, click on this edit icon, and then you can go ahead and click on roles and permissions, and you can add yourself to that specific sub account. So you want to look up your sub account, make sure you're added as a user, and save. That way now in that calendar, you'll be able to see your own person, and you can add your Google Calendar there. One last thing on the calendars here is that in your sub account with this snapshot that you imported, if we go to automations, you can see this workflow will be covered in the website setup and customization training coming up next. But these 2 workflows here are just generic demo call and onboarding call reminders. And so they're going to be triggered off of this appointment here. You want to go to event type, normal, appointment status, in calendar, and this is the demo call one. So you want to do in calendar and demo. So I don't know why that's not showing up. Let's see. So you can see it's not showing up here because we need to go and make these calendars active. And so if we go to calendars and then calendar settings, we need to go ahead and turn these calendars to activate them. So activate them and activate calendar. There we go. So now that both of these calendars are activated, we can go into automations here and we should be good to go. Click on demo calendars, appointment here, and you can see, yep, demo call is connected there. Perfect. And we can check and make sure onboarding call is good too. Appointment, and yep, onboarding call is good there. And you can see these are just very generic follow-ups and stuff. Just emails, 1-2 text and stuff like that. I do have a no show, no more snapshot that will be available here soon. That's only available for my.
This is super exciting. The website for all my affiliates, the Google review website, is ready. And today we're going to set it up in about 25 minutes. I've got a Google Doc outlining every step of the process and a checklist to make sure you set up correctly. But before we dive in, let's just see what the finished product can look like. So I think yours is actually going to look a little bit better than this because I made a couple more tweaks after this to make it look a little bit better. But you can see super clean website. Doesn't look like it's built on Highlevel. It'll be perfect to get you up and running. There's no reason you can't get your first 50 to 100 clients with this this is way better than the website I had when I got my first 50, 60, 70 clients. So let's dive in. So here's kind of the prerequisites. So you're gonna need a domain, right? And I like to use GoDaddy for that. It integrates with Highlevel super seamlessly, so it's easy to connect. So you're gonna need a domain. You're gonna need a Canva account because we're gonna edit the logos and a couple backgrounds and stuff like that. And I'm gonna give you all the templates for that. But we're going to use Canva for that. So I think it's like $10 a month is their cheapest plan. You probably can get away with the free plan. I don't know for sure if you can remove backgrounds or not, but it's super easy. I literally have the templates made for you. So you literally just click on them and you can just edit them however you'd like to. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible for y'all. So logo, once again, you can use Canva to make a free one. Just look up like logos and just put some stars or whatever. Like, don't overthink this. The goal is just to go ahead and get something set up so we can start reaching out to people. We have some sort of website or something they can check out. And also we can use this to get the toll-free numbers verified. 4, obviously a high-level account. 5, nifty images. This is optional, but we do have basically a pop-up form on the website that says, hey, do you want to send a preview? And we can send them a preview of that personalized image. And so I'll show you how to set that up with your nifty images account. It's like $25 a month. You'll need that for the personalized images for the review requests as well. So you should already have that. And then Stripe account. Stripe account's optional. If you're like just getting started, you don't have a Stripe account or an LLC yet, that's all good. You don't need it. It's just that on our pricing tables, I'm going to show you how to put the payment links in there. But for now, I just have them automatically directing to a calendar where people can book, and then you can worry about payment and stuff later. Most people are going to want to book a call with you anyway before they put their card information in, especially when you're just getting started. All right, so big disclaimer here. I am not a website designer and editor. And so I'm not a professional at this. This is just, I paid somebody to make something look really good. And then I just kind of tweaked it and added the custom values and made it really easy for you to get started with it. This video should show you pretty much everything you need to know about to get your website live. I'm going to go over the basic functions of editing. Once again, I use custom values to make it really easy so you don't have to use the editor, the website editor at all, really. But please direct any questions you have about the website and stuff to the search bar in the community. So if you don't know how to do that, go to the school community and just search up something. You can do it here. And before you ask, just watch the entire video. Watch the entire video because I might answer your question. And then there's this thing called YouTube that's got about 10,000 videos about how to edit websites on Highlevel and stuff like that. So you can figure it out. I trust you. And seriously, if you watch this video, it should answer 99% of your questions. All right, so let's go to the first step, getting access to the website. So I pasted a link here if this little hyperlink doesn't work, but all you have to do is just click on this link right here and redirecting. Cool. So you want to make sure that you're logged in with app.gohighlevel.com and not your white label domain when you're importing the snapshot. Because when you're importing snapshots and you're not logged in, you're logged into your white label domain, it kind of messes things up. And so we're going to go ahead and just click on yes, import now. Make sure we're in app.gohighlevel.com. And boom, there we go. High-level affiliate website official. So this is your affiliate website, and this is the official one. And so now what you can do, you can either create a new sub account. You can either create a new sub account with this snapshot just by going here and creating a sub account, which that's what we're going to do. Or what you can do is you can go to your sub accounts. So let's say this is already your sub account you have right here. You can go to manage client, find it under sub accounts, go find your sub account. You can go to manage client, and then you can load this snapshot in. It's not going to mess anything up. You can just click on actions and you can load the snapshot right here. And then you can choose the snapshot, affiliate website official. And then you want to go ahead and proceed. And you want to make sure you select all and proceed. And then you're going to override, checking for conflicts. You're going to overwrite all. And then you'll be good to go. And that's going to load it into the snapshot. You'll get a notification. That's going to load the snapshot into the sub account. And you'll get a notification right here once it's complete. But what we're going to do now is we're just going to create a new, because I'm going to show you from scratch how to do this. So we're going to create a new account, and we're just going to add it manually. And you can just add your name and your information in here. So and you can go ahead and add the United States. Perfect. And time zone, just go ahead and put in whatever time zone is. And then you can add sub account. So that's going to take a second to load in here. And while that loads in, I'm going to go ahead and show you some of these templates. So all these Canva templates are linked in, all these Canva templates are linked in the document, right? So you can find these in this Google Doc. And when you open them up, it's going to say, oh, Clay shared a template with you. And then all of these are fully customizable. So you see how I'm editing over this, and I can like change the color of this, change the text, change this, change that. Everything is is very easily customizable. I think that's the way you say it. I don't know for sure, but yeah, you can change all this stuff out. You can see there's about 20 in here. Here's an example of the personalized image. You can change the photo if you want to, whatever, change the name, but everything can be edited. And so that's going to allow us to all have these easy templates just to use, but they all look different. So it doesn't look like we all have the same website or everybody's using the same stuff. You can see review request example, just stuff like that. So now that it is loaded into a sub account, we can go ahead and switch to the sub account. And so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to work on the logo. So logo instructions, you'll see, click here, and this is going to pop open with this logo. We're going to have two different versions of the logo. We're going to have a logo for the navigation bar at the top, and we're going to have a logo for the footer down at the bottom. The footer is on a black background, and the navigation bar is on a white background. So you want to make sure that the navigation one looks good on a white background. So that's why I have it here. And you want to make sure that the footer one looks good on a black background. So just change the color of your logo to white, and you can just leave your brand color, whatever it is. And if you're having trouble like figuring out what logo, just go to design and look up like logos. Oh wait, how do you do that? Styles, template, logo. Here, wait, let me show you this. Circle. If you go, let me just pull up Canva from the jump. All right. So if you want to create a logo, just look up like logo. Search for logo. It's going to give you a bunch of examples, a bunch of templates that you can use just to start with. So you could just start with, let's say, this is fine. And we're going to go ahead and customize this template. And you can go ahead and make your logo. So you're going to make one with white that looks good on a white background and one that looks good on a black background. And then I think you need to download something transparent. You just share. You're going to download, and you're going to download with a transparent background. And then you want to make it a little bit bigger so it's more easy to be customized. And I think you need a professional plan, a paid plan of Canva. I think it's like $10 a month to download it. You can cancel it once you get all your transparent backgrounds and stuff. But yeah, so you're going to go and do that, and you're going to download it. And then you're going to come into this template. This template, once again, that's linked right here. And this template already has the proper size. So we want this size to be about 600 width by 100 height. That's just going to make sure it doesn't get squashed. It doesn't get, doesn't look bad on the website. And you're going to go ahead and add the logo here. So once you download it, you can then just upload the logo here, whatever, upload it there, and it's going to load in under your uploads. And then you can see there it is right there. And from there, you just go ahead and add it, and you want to make it big. So you want to make it take up this whole entire space pretty much, right? And then from there, you're going to click on share, and you're going to download. And we're going to download these with a transparent background. And then it's going to download as a zip file. So when it downloads as a zip file, you have to then go ahead and open it up. So you'll go ahead and over here, boom, and then you'll just open up the zip file so that you have both of the see, there you go. And now you have both these files independently right here. And so now once you have these files, what I want you to do is I want you to go to your media storage section of the sub account that you just created. And I want you to upload these files. So let's go here. We're going to go to the logo for website, and we're going to go ahead and upload these files. You can see there's about 600 by 100, 600 width by 100 height. We're going to go ahead and upload them in here. Sweet. So now that we have these uploaded, we're going to go ahead and download this, get this link. So click on the three dots, click on get link, and then you're going to click on settings. And then you're going to come down to the custom values section. And you can see we've got about 15 custom values loaded in here already. And these are supposed to make it really easy for you to just add the value in here and not even really have to deal with the editor at all. So logo for navigation, this is the one with the white background. So let's just go ahead and see what link I downloaded because I forgot. All right, this is the one that's going to look good on a black background. So we want to first go back here. This is going to be the logo in the footer because it's got the white text that's going to look good there. And so we're going to go ahead and enter value, and we're just going to paste that link right there. So boom, now we automatically have that logo on the footer all across the website. Easy peasy, right? Now the next thing, we're going to go back to media storage, and now we're going to download the logo that looks good in the navigation. So you see the black text there. We're going to click on settings again. We're going to click on custom values. And then we're going to go to the logo and the navigation. Looks good on a white background, 600 by 100 height. And we're going to click on edit custom value, and we're going to go ahead and paste that in there. So we're going to paste that link in there. Boom. Now we've got the logo on the navigation across the whole site, and it looks good. Perfect. All right, now we're just going to go add some basic information. So like business name, let's go here, edit business name. We're going to say Review Blast. Hope all y'all don't use the branding Review Blast. But we'll go ahead and update that. Perfect. And then we're going to go ahead and add the business email. So now everywhere that business name is listed on the website, now it's custom to this Review Blast right here. So now we're going to do the same thing with the business email. We're going to say clay@reviewblast.com or whatever your email is. It can be a Gmail. It's not the end of the world. It's not one of those things. It's just a detail. You can change it later. The priority here is just to get set up and get rocking and rolling. Business phone number. So we're going to do the same thing, business phone number. So this is going to look exactly as you put it in there. So you kind of want to make it pretty with like the quotations, the space, and then 3 more digits, then dash, and then 4 more digits right there. And now that's going to be all across the website. Perfect. All right, now we got that set up. That's good. Let's go back. We've done the logo. Sweet. So now what we want to do is we want to do the hero background image. So what this is on the website like that I showed you. Let's just scroll to the beginning here. You see how it has this kind of purple blur? That is through just a background image. So all that is it's a template that I have shared with you here. You can see, click here for the template. That's going to take you to this page right here. And so what you want to do is you want to find your brand color, find whatever color you're using for your logo. So if you're using like this blue color or something, find that. And you want to change this color of the blur to that exact hex code. And so to grab a hex code from Canva, just click on the logo and you can see here, boom, we got that right there. We can hover over this color. We want to do this blue color, and you just want to copy that. And then you want to go back to the review hero image, and you could just like duplicate this, and you don't have to duplicate it, but you can just go here, click on add color, and boom. Now it's that same blue color, so it's going to match your logo. And then for the opacity, you'll see it looks really light here. Once we put it on the website, it'll look a little bit darker, but I think anywhere between like 10 and like 15 is probably good for the transparency and the opacity right here. So you can leave that. But this is the branding I'm using. I'm using the purple one right now for the Review Blast logo to match it. So I'm just going to use this one. And so all you do is just download it. And you want to make sure you download it as a transparent background. And I would go ahead and increase the size to like 2000 or something, just because it's going to be in the background. So you want to make it big. And if you don't want to download a zip file, you just want to download one of these pages or whatever, just click on the one page, download it, and boom, there you go. You're good to go. And you can see the transparency of this is 13. So this will kind of give you an idea of what it is. So sweet, we've got that there. Now we want to go back to the media storage, and we want to go ahead and upload that into here. So let me see if I can just drag and drop it in here. Boom. And then we're going to grab the link. So it's uploaded. Now we're going to get this link by clicking on the 3 dots, then clicking on get link. And then we're going to go to settings, and we're going to go to custom values again. And then we're going to go to this brand color blur background for the hero. The hero, what that means is it's like the top. It's the top of the website. It's like what people land on. It's like above the fold. And the fold is just like people don't have to scroll to see it, right? And so we're going to click on edit custom value, bada bing, bada boom. And there we go. We got that link pasted in there. And so now we have a blur on that background that matches the same color as our logo. So it's looking consistent. It's looking good. All right. So now we're going to get a little bit complicated. Not really. I tried to, once again, trying to make it very simple. But what we're going to do is we're going to grab some codes, some color codes, some hex codes, and some RGB codes. And we're going to add them to the website, because everywhere these colors are on the website, like you can see on this video, you see all the places that the purple is. You see that like places that we have like light purple, like see like light purple, dark purple, whatever. We're going to do that same thing, but for your brand color. And so there's 3 different versions of this color. There's the pure hex code. So that's going to be like the hashtag, it's going to give you 6 digits or something like that. And that's going to be just the color you get from Canva. So that's going to be this color right here. This is the pure hex code that you want for your logo. And then what you're going to do, go to this template, and go to this document. And if you click on brand colors, you can see I've got kind of a guide of what's going on here. So if you use this tool, it's a totally free tool. It's called colorkit.com, I think, or colorkit.co. And if you open this up, what you want to do is you want to go ahead and paste that hex code right there. So boom, this is going to give us the hex code for that. And it's also going to give us the RGB code that we need. And so now we're going to go back to custom values. This brand color hex code is just going to be the hashtag one that I just got from Canva. So we're going to just paste that in there. And then once it's loaded in, you can see perfect. We got it there. And so now the only part where it gets a little bit tricky is you see if you go back to ColorKit, this free website that we're using, you see this RGB code right here. We want to copy this RGB code, copy it, and then we're going to go to the brand color section. You see how it says 5%? This is for the backgrounds of these little blurbs. So see how that background right there is like a light purple, a little bit lighter than the border. What we're going to want to do is we're going to want to paste that in. So we're going to go ahead and paste this RGB code in here. But then what we're going to do is we're going to add one more comma, and we're going to do 0.05 right there. And so what that just did was you can see it added like 5% opacity to it. So it made the RGB, it made the color a lot clearer. And so I already have all the purple colors saved here, but so I'm going to grab them from here. So you can see RGB. Oh, and go ahead and add an A there. I think I did that. Yeah, I think I had some issues there. So go ahead and add an A after the RGB. I don't know if that matters or not, but I think just go ahead and do it. But you can see here, we're going to do the same thing for the slightly darker border colors, and we're going to add this RGB code. You can see 20% opacity, so it's going to be that same thing, but it's going to be the 20%. And now I'm switching back to purple, so don't get confused here. It should be the same code. Let me just go ahead and grab the 5% code that I just put in here. So grab the RGBA 5% code. Put that back here because we're just going to use the purple branding for now. I was just showing you y'all's, and you want to make sure, I need to change that hex code to the purple as well. So now we're going to grab this hex code as well and put it to the purple. So boom, edit custom value, and I'm going to put that there. Once again, we just want to make this consistent. We want to make the colors consistent, and so we're using the hex code to then figure out the RGB codes from this ColorKit site, and then we're just changing the opacity to 5% and 20%. And by adding it to the custom values, instead of having to go find everywhere this color is to change it, you can just add these custom values and you're good to go. And so then we have the Facebook link right here. So we want to go ahead and add the Facebook link. And so I'm just going to add reviewers.com here for now, but you can just add the link to your Facebook page. So all the Facebook buttons in the footer, it's automatically direct them to your Facebook page. And if you don't have one, not a big deal. You just put your website there for now or whatever. And then you want to add your Instagram link as well. Don't worry about getting all this stuff set up perfectly and all the right links and whatever. If you don't have this set up, the goal here is to get a website set up, period. Not very many people are going to click on the Facebook or Instagram link in the beginning because you're not going to have much traffic in the first place. All right. And then we're going to come back to this other stuff here. This is going to be for your forms on your site, and for submitting the toll-free numbers, you need to have the privacy policy linked into those forms and stuff like that. So we're going to come back to that. But let's go ahead and move on to the next step. So we got the brand colors set up. We can go ahead and start to look. Now that we have these in, I can go ahead and show you kind of how the site's coming along. So if you click at sites right here, go to websites, because it's not a funnel, it's a website. We're going to the review site, and let's just go ahead and preview it and see how it's looking. See, look, we got the logo in there automatically. We got the colors in there. We got the blur. That might be a little bit dark. You might want to put it down to 12% opacity on here, but it's looking good. And you can see when I just try to exit out, we have this pop up. And I'll show you how to change this color and stuff too. By default, the colors on the forms and the calendar are black, just because you can't use custom values for that. So black will look good on all of them. But you can see this is basically a pop-up form that we can get some leads from, and we can send them a sample personalized image. And I'll show you how to do that here in a second. But you can see the website's already coming together, already looking really good. We got the purples, the correct shades of purple. We got the icons being purple. So if you put your blue in here, it would be blue all across it, right? You see, boom, we got the text coming in. We got all that coming in. All these links are just going to take you to the sales call page or the demo call page. But yeah, everything's looking good so far. We got the pricing plan set up. So we've made a lot of progress already. So now let's go back. We've got that. Let's go to brand colors. We did that. Custom graphics. Okay. So these custom graphics, they're not through custom values just because you're only editing them in one place. So it's not a big deal. But if you click on here for the templates, you can go here and this is where you download these images, right? So you can download, you can customize them and say, I'm not focusing on repair shops. I'm focusing on dentists. So let's say dentists near me. Or you can say plumbers near me, whatever you're focusing on, plumbers near me. And if you're on like the pro plan of Canva, they should give you like a bunch of stock images. So let's look at plumber, boom, graphics. We can just add this plumber graphic here instead, and we can double click on it. So see how like it's not right where I want it. So we can double click on it to kind of move it around, include his face in there. Or if you want to get the fact that he's working on something there, boom, now it looks more like a plumber. And so then once again, we could just download these. You can download them all. You want to download them with a transparent background, so it looks good. You can download them all, and it's going to come in a zip file, or you can just download one at a time. And then basically from there, we can just download one, transparent background. It's gonna give us the download. And from there, we're going to go back to the media storage, and we're going to just go ahead and upload this custom graphic. And we're going to go ahead and get that link. And so you can also do that through the builder. So let's show you how to add that. So go to sites, go to websites, go to review site. We're going to edit the home page here. So we're going to edit in a new tab just to keep that one open. And you can see when you go to the editor, things are going to look a little bit different because the custom values don't propagate yet. They don't propagate till you go preview. So a lot of this is going to be like gray. And actually, no, it looks like they came through. Sometimes they don't propagate. Like if you just change the custom value, it's not going to propagate. But you can see like if you click on this and then you click on the color that it's choosing from a boom, boom. It's choosing from a custom value here. So that's just where it's set. But to change these custom graphics right here, you just click on the image. And then now you can either click on that photo you just uploaded, boom, and it's there. It's just the same exact image. But you can upload more. You can upload more here, download more from Canva, and just change them out with to your liking. So there's 3 here. Use whatever ones you want to out of the 20 that are added there that are kind of relevant to whatever text you have. The text on the site is good. Like it's good to go. I mean, I would recommend if you have the time, eventually you'll want to change it because everybody's gonna have this text by default. But it's ready to rock. Like you can just get this set up. This is really just so you have something that someone can look at and that you can get phone numbers approved for. And it looks good. I mean, it looks really good. It's gonna convert. Like it's not gonna just be like, oh, what the heck is this? It doesn't look like somebody just took a second and grabbed a high-level template. It looks a lot cleaner than that. And so good, we're making some progress there. You can't publish it yet because it's not attached to a domain. We'll connect a domain here in a second, but then you just want to make sure you save it before you leave and stuff like that. So that's how you do the custom graphics. All right, video sales letter and explainer video. So you can see on this preview, I have basically a placeholder for a video sales letter, or you can really add whatever you want to here. So I put some options here. You can do a compilation of your video testimonials. That's what I have. So on reviewharvest.com, if you go to my website, you can see I have a video of, this is basically just a compilation of all of my video testimonials. So, it's just people raving about Review Harvest. And obviously when you're getting started, you might not have that, right? And that's okay. And so you can do a couple things. You can just remove it. Like you can just come here and you can go edit. Edit, you can just click on this section right here and you can just delete it. And that's fine. That's no big deal at all. You can just add it later once you have it. Or, even if you want to keep it saved, you can click on it and you can click on advanced and you can just click here and here and then it's hidden. Nobody can see it, but it'll still show up under the layers. It'll still show up as a video section here. You see how it's hidden. And then once you have it, you can just, once you do have a video, you can go ahead and just, put it visible on mobile and desktop again, and then people will be able to see it. But you have some other options here. So if you don't have video testimonials, maybe you just have like one client, you've got results. What you can do is just make a little Loom video and just be genuine and just say, hey, here's a client that we helped go from 20 reviews to 65 reviews, and here's how we did it, and here's how it affected their ranking, and whatever. If you have like a little review from them, or like a text they sent you that's positive, you can include that. Or you can go to Fiverr and you can just get a whiteboard explainer video. These are like the videos that say, oh, here's how we get you reviews. And it's like a whiteboard writing out. I think they're like $60, $50, $60 or nothing crazy. This is a little bit more expensive, but you get a professional spokesperson. So these are people that like just literally their job is to make videos for companies. And so they'll put your logo in the background, whatever, and they'll say, you give them a script, they say, and they'll say it. Those are normally, 100 to 500, $600, depending on how good it is and how long you want the video to be. And the fifth thing is like, if you don't have anything yet, you can just like record a Loom, tell your story, say, hey, my name's Clay. I help people get Google reviews. Honestly, just let you know, I'm just getting started, and that's how we're doing it for free. I'd love to help you out. Here's kind of the process, and you show them, and here's the benefits. It's going to save you time, going to make you more money, help you rank higher on Google. So you have options there. You can delete it. You can use any of these things here, but that should help out. All right, so now pricing table links. So right now, by default, all of these links that on the pricing table, like choose starter, choose growth, choose pro, or whatever, all of these are just directing to the sales call, the sales page. And so it's taking a second here to load and make sure it's linked properly, but let's pause this real quick. So you can see it just took you to this page, and the calendar widget will be here once you get that loaded. So all you do to make sure you have that calendar widget in there is just go to the demo call, click on edit. Those calendars should already be in there because it came over with the snapshot, and I just have like some default reminders and stuff set up and some basic info. But yeah, you click here, click on demo call, just switch between demo and onboarding, and it should save. We make sure that the calendar is configured properly. Let's see what's going on with it. All right, so it's not working, and I'm guessing why it's not working is because there's not a user attached to it. And so if we go to calendars, calendar settings, you can see we've got two calendars here. I think the issue that we're running into is that when you click on edit, I think it's the please select team member. So you don't have a team member showing here, and you need at least one showing. So how you go ahead and add a team member to that account is you just add yourself to this sub account as a user. So let's switch back to agency view and then go to settings and then go to team. And let's just go whatever. We're going to edit your user. So just search whatever user you want to do. You can search your name here and just click on edit and then click on roles and permissions and then just go ahead and add the sub account. So under add sub accounts, go here. We're going to do demo website. We're going to add it. We're going to save. All right, now that that's saved, we're going to go back to the demo website. And we're going to go to calendars. We're going to go to calendar settings. We're going to click on edit, these three dots, and then edit. And then right here, when you see select a team member, we're going to go ahead and add Carly. Boom. There we go. Or whatever, whoever you just added, yourself, etc. And we're going to save that. And we're going to do the same thing for the onboarding call. And we're going to see if that fixes it. And you can adjust the name of these calendars and stuff like that. I'll show you how to do more of that later. But so you can see that saved, so we're good. So we're going to go ahead and close it out and do the same thing for the demo, for the onboarding call. So we're going to edit this, three dots, edit, scroll down, select team member, your name there, whoever you added, save. And we're going to close it out. Perfect. All right. So now if we go and refresh this demo page, this demo call page, let's see if it worked now. All right, we're still having some issues here, so let's see. We'll go. So we're in the editor here. Let's go ahead and go to the demo call page, and let's see if it's still giving us an error. Boom. Demo call, onboarding call, demo call. All right, let me troubleshoot this real quick. All right, so I got it fixed here. Very simple solution. All it was in the snapshot. When I go to calendars, the status of these calendars were deactivated. So it says it was in draft mode. So you just want to make sure both of these calendars are activated. I'll go ahead and try and update the snapshot. So just by default, they're activated and they're active, so they're good to go. So now you can see we go to demo call, we're there. We go back to the home page. And you'll see too, like the loading takes a while, especially when you're in the preview mode for some reason. So once you connect the domain and stuff, it should be more intuitive. And these links up here, it should be quicker. I mean, these links up here don't work until you attach your domain. And I'll show you why. Once again, if we go down here to the pricing plans now, choose growth or choose pro, whatever you want to choose, it takes you to the demo call page. So that's good. That's what we want to see. Once again, the only reason was it wasn't working before was because these were not activated. So you make sure they're activated. But what you can do, if you already have payment links set up for subscriptions for your in Stripe, once again, everybody's like, oh, SaaS mode, oh, high level connected, whatever. As long as your Stripe and your high level account are connected, and to do that, you just go to switch to agency view, you go to settings in the agency view, and you go to Stripe and just make sure it's connected. As long as all this is connected, you're good. If you get it in high level, it's going to go to Stripe. If you get it through Stripe, it's going to go to the high level. So I like using Stripe. Stripe does a better job of like automating payment updates, card information updates, and I like just managing stuff in Stripe personally. But you can do it a different way if you'd like to. So let's go back to the demo account. All right. And so if you want to update the payment links to put the proper payment link in there, all you do is just go to sites. You go to websites again. You can see I already have the editor pulled up, but you go to home, you go to edit, you can edit in a new tab, and then it's going to pop up here. We'll scroll down to the pricing section, pricing plans, and then click on the button right here. Just choose the starter, and then scroll down. And instead of the go-to page being demo call, you can do website URL, and then you can paste the payment link in here. And to grab a payment link from Stripe, let's just go to Stripe account. Today I get some big payments from franchise, so today's a good day so far. Good start before 8 a.m. And you can see we can just go to your product catalog, and you just want to generate a subscription. So first you want to just create a product. You want to make it a recurring product, put the amount, no tax, billing monthly, whatever, put all that information in. And then once you've created the product, we can just find my starter product. You can see starter plan, boom. And once you have the plan, you can go ahead and click on plus right here. And, oops, excuse me, that's not what you want to do. You see here as the pricing, stuff like that. And then if we go to, let's see, payment and then payment links, there we go. Payment links, and then you want to create a new payment link with that product you just created. So starter, boom, whatever. And then you just go ahead and create the link. And then from there, you can grab that. One thing I'd recommend is that what you can do is you can redirect. So after the customer purchases, after payment, you can redirect them to a link. So let's say we show a confirmation page, replace default custom message, product subscriptions. This is set up as an invoice right now. Let's see, options, customer address. Include a free trial. You can add the 14-day free trial here. Starter, collect customer address, require phone number, whatever. And after payment, show confirmation page. Don't show confirmation. Don't show confirmation page. Redirect to website. What you can do is you can then, once you publish your domain and stuff, you can grab the onboarding call link and you can direct them to the onboarding call link after they pay. And so all you would do here in Stripe is you would just go ahead and click on create the link once you added that link there. And then to add the payment link there, you can go back to the editor, choose each button. Basically, you want to create a unique payment link for each one. So a payment link for your starter plan, a payment link for your growth plan, a payment link for your pro plan. And then you just paste that website URL there. So when they click on that, it opens in a new tab and it takes them there. But for now, I'm just going to leave it default to the demo call. So yeah, perfect. So that's how you can add your payment links if you want to. Once again, you don't have to do that. Not required whatsoever. I didn't make any edits, so I didn't want to save it there. But if you want to add your pricing table, great, you can. If not, just leave it as default, and it's going to direct it to the demo call. All right, so let's go to domain setup. So this is DNS is not fun. Setting up DNS records is not fun, but if you purchased your domain through GoDaddy, it should be super duper simple. So all you do to set up the domain for it is go to settings, go to domains. We're going to click on connect to domain. I don't recommend you purchasing the domain through Highlevel right now. I don't know, because if you cancel, I think you might lose the domain. I don't know exactly how that works, but click on connect to domain. We're type in your domain here. Reviewharvest.org is what I'm going to use. And we're going to continue. And you want to say, yep, check this. Also want to add that. And if you're not using GoDaddy or something that Highlevel integrates with seamlessly, you might need to look at this later. But just go ahead and click on continue. It's going to load in. It's going to say, you're connected to GoDaddy. Can we authorize your domain in GoDaddy? Go there and just say, yep, that's perfect. I want you to connect. I want you to add the records yourself. Perfect. So now we're going to close this out. And then it's going to say it's going to might take 30 seconds, a minute or two to update the DNS records. So we'll let this authorize real quick. That took about 30 seconds. So now we want to attach this to a website. So click on website there. Find the website. We want to do the review site template. Select the default page. We want it to be home. And the additional options, you can just go ahead and choose the home page or something as the 404 error page. I don't know too much about that stuff, so do whatever you do if you know something more about that than me. But click on proceed to finish. And then from there, you can see, all right, sweet, we got these connected. We got these domains in here. We're going to go back to the sites. We want to click on, sites, website, review, website template. Go to the settings. Make sure it's up here, selected as default. Perfect. And now what we want to do is we want to add this domain to our custom values. So click on settings. We're going to go to custom values. And then we're going to go, you can see some of these might be hiding because it's 50, because there's 15 of them. But see, number 14 is website domain. We're going to click on this right here, edit custom value, and we're going to go ahead and paste in the domain. Perfect, that's good. I don't think you need the HTTPS, I'm pretty sure. We'll see shortly, I guess. And great, so we've got that there. Now what we want to do is we want to grab the privacy policy link and the terms of service link. So how we do that is let's just go ahead and first we have to publish it. We have to publish this website. So we're going to go click on edit. And since we just connected to the domain, now we can finally publish it. So we're going to click on publish. And if you want to change these slugs, I'll show you how to do that here. But now that it's published, we'll go ahead and click on this right here. And you can see now we're on reviewharvest.org. We've got this pop-up. This pop-up's going to come upon exit. So if somebody scrolls their mouse over like they're going to exit or get out, that's when it's going to pop up. But you can see everything's looking good. We're rocking and rolling. We want to go ahead and grab our terms and conditions and privacy policy link. So click on privacy policy. And you can see here's a place where you can go ahead and add your privacy policy. Not legal advice. You can just use ChatGPT to create something. It's not going to be the best bum up legal thing ever, but it's better than nothing. So yeah, eventually you're going to want to get something official there, but you can just use ChatGPT to get a privacy policy. Just basically say, hey, we help people get reviews. We get their contact information. We want to be alleviated of any liability. Make sure do all that stuff. I can make another video about privacy policy and terms and conditions, but I'm kind of scared to, honestly, because I'm not legal counsel here. But go ahead and grab this privacy policy link, and we're going to go ahead and take this back to the custom value, and we're going to paste this in here. What this is doing is on all our forms throughout the site, it's linking the proper thing to it, so you don't have to go into each form and go add it manually. And so now we're going to do the same thing with the terms and conditions or terms of service, kind of same thing. Terms and conditions, copy. And we're going to paste that link into the terms of service here. Perfect. Great. Awesome. And now we're really rocking and rolling. So you can see we've got a website. Congrats. You got a website. You click on this, the logo. It takes you back to the home page. You see we're scrolling through. We got everything set up. The photos are correct. The colors are correct. Pricing plans taking you to the demo page. It's great. And the onboarding, I don't have the onboarding page linked here, but you still have it if you want to send people that direct link, right? And if you click on these features, about us, testimonials, it's going to go back to the homepage, and then it's going to go to that specific section. And so if you click on testimonials, it went back to the homepage and it went to the specific section. The way it did that is I have a custom value for the domain that you added. That's why it doesn't work until you add your domain to the custom values. And then just this section ID takes it to a specific part on the page. And so like how you do that is you just go to the section, and you can see down at the bottom, if you click on advanced, the bottom, here's the section ID. And so you just have to add that to the end. But everything, once again, everything's good out of the box. You don't have to edit anything here, but you can see it's just custom value domain and then section ID is added there. So yeah, everything's looking great. We're plucking along. And so really the last thing to do is just to create the personalized image and just tie up some loose ends. So let's, anytime you save it, just go ahead and publish it as well. But let's go. We're already done with this site. So let's clear that out. All right. So pricing tables set up. All right. Forms and calendar. So if you want to change the forms and calendar to not be black, like the buttons to not be black on it, that's just by default because you can't use the custom values. So I figured black would look the best. But you can go into each form and calendar and add the hex code. So how you do that is you just go out into the sub account. We're going to click on sites, and then we're going to click on forms. And we want to make sure we have that hex code. So earlier I told you the hex code is going to be like your main one. And this is the hex code for the purple one right here. So we're going to go ahead and grab that hex code there. And now we're going to, once again, sites, forms. We're going to go to the pop-up form. We're going to edit this. And we're going to click on this black button right here and click on the background for this. And we're going to go ahead and paste in that hex code here. Boom. Now it's going to be purple. Perfect. That looks great. You see these privacy policy and terms and conditions. It's not linked through your, when you're doing the website, when you're in the form builder, it's not going to be linked, but I'll show you on the site how it's linked. And then if you want to, I guess you could change this color to purple too. I don't know if that's going to look too bad or not. Once again, not a designer. Yeah, I don't like that. We're not going to do that. We're just going to change it back to black. But yeah, you can save that. So now on the website, that's going to be purple. It's going to look better. And then we can do the same thing on the other form, the contact us form. Because you can see here on your website, there's a contact page. And it looks like it's directing to the home page right now. So we need to figure that out. But contact page. Yep, there you go. Take us to the contact us page. Looking good, looking good. And so I'm just going to make sure that that contact page is linking. I'll update this snapshot so it's updated for y'all. We're going to do that to the contact page. Yep, submit. We're going to save and publish that. Perfect. All right, so that's the form. The pop-up form is set. Now we want to change the contact form. So that's saved. Let's go to the contact form, the website form right here. We're going to edit it. And once again, we're just going to add to this button. We're going to make this button purple instead of that black color that it is by default. We're going to save it. So now that'll be present across the website on this contact us form. So that's great. And now we're going to go to the calendars and do the same thing. So click on calendars, click on calendar settings, click on demo call first. We'll do them both. And where it has an option, this is the event color, how it's going to pop up in Google Calendar. So we don't want to change that. We're going to go to customizations, and we're going to change this right here, the primary color. We're just going to change this to that purple. Oh, you got to click on it. That's right. Click on it and then boom. There we go. Now that's purple. Beautiful. Beautimous. Save it. All right. Perfect. And now we're going to do the same thing on the onboarding calendar edit. We're going to go to customizations, and we're going to click on the color here, copy it, delete it, boom, paste in that purple color. Great. Looks amazing. And now if we go to the website, we go to the website, refresh the contact page. It should be purple. Oh, there we go. Purple. Great. Go back to the home page, and we can see this home button or this logo button should take you to the home page. Might just take a second. And see, boom, pop up, boom, purple there. That's great. And now let's check on the start free, going to the demo call. All of these start free buttons go to the demo call, and boom, boom. Now the calendar is purple. Once again, this is just your hex color, so it's going to look good. It's going to be whatever your color is. So don't change it to purple, but change it to whatever your logo looks like, right? All right, so now we've done that. There's the brand colors there. All right, make sure you add the sub account. Yeah, usually the sub account that works there. But the thing I needed to add here is just make sure the calendar is active. Make sure calendar is set to active and not draft. All right, so that's great. And so now the last thing really is just this personalized image for on this pop-up. If we go back to the home page, when this pop-up, if somebody puts their name and phone number in and they want to send you a preview, we need to grab this Nifty Images calendar link. We need to grab this Nifty Image link to do it. So you can see here, Nifty Images, ux.niftyimages.com. You can sign up. It's like $25, I think. They might have a free trial. I don't know. But we can go find one of my old, it's loading here. You can find one of my old photos that I used to use all the time. Actually, that's going to take forever for me to scroll through and grab that. So I'm just going to grab this test one right here. And you want to grab this link. And so if you don't know how to make one, I have plenty of other training on how to do it, but I'll just go ahead and show you really quickly. So we go to dashboard. We're going to click on create an image, personalized image. We're going to go ahead and click select an image. You can upload whatever image you want to. You want to make sure it's under a megabyte. So you're gonna make sure it's under a megabyte. This is just a screenshot I took of somebody else's thumbnail. But once that loads in, kind of the trick here is just adding the merge tag. So if you take a selfie with like a computer or a screen in the background, you can just add a merge tag and just add it on top of there. But if you don't have that, you're gonna want to add a shape just to kind of so you can see the name on it, right? And that's Matt Shields. Say what's up. And you can see how it's kind of hiding right here. It's because over here, the shape was on top of it. So make sure the name's on top. The settings, you just want to make sure that a super long name doesn't mess this up. And so I like to do Oswald and bold. It's just going to be easiest to read. And then you can make it really, really big. And we want to kind of expand it a little bit to fit this box. There we go. That's fine. And I'm going to save it, just testing site. Submit, and once you submit it, you're going to get this little link right here. So we want to grab everything up into the equal sign and before that quotation to grab that link. And now we're going to go back to the settings of our sub account. So we're in the sub account, we're going to go to settings, we're going to go to custom values. And we're going to go down to the personalized image custom value. So it's the 15 one right here, personalized image for pop-up form, edit custom value, and boom, you can see name. And now we're going to do this, curly bracket, contact, I have it added there, contact dot first underscore name and curly bracket. So that's how you automatically add that name to the end of it. And I have it added right here. This is what you do. You just, you add the contact first name at the end afterwards. And now what's going to happen is we go to the automation. I don't have a phone number active in this account, but when somebody fills out that form, what it's going to do, the contact us form or the pop-up form, it's going to create an opportunity in the pipeline. I just made a super simple dummy pipeline for y'all. And then it's going to send an SMS. And this just says, hey, their name, check out this personalized image. Imagine every one of your customers getting a similar image, but for review request. How are you requesting reviews right now? Just trying to start the conversation. Just trying to, you could add like a point wise or close bot on the back end here to kind of nurture them and try and book them into a call. But I'm just trying to start a conversation for y'all. And then you can see the custom value is added right here through the personalized image is added to the custom value right here. So I'll show you how to do that. Click on this tag, go down to custom values, website custom values. We're going to scroll down to this personalized image one and boom, add it. Save the action. It says Twilio is going to throw an error, but it shouldn't. You're good. And once again, I don't have a phone number in this account, so this is not going to work. But when we click on send preview, it's going to give them a sample of like, awesome, a preview is heading your way. I need to change that styling because that looks bad. But let me go to sites. And to do that, you just go to sites, forms. We're going to go to the pop-up form, edit, and we're going to click on the styling options, on submit, message styling, and we're going to do background. We're just going to make the background clear. So turn the opacity all the way down. Perfect. And then make sure it's enter. That's good. And so now it should look better. So if we submit it again, go ahead and refresh this page and submit it again. Oh, there we go. Clay, boom, boom, send preview. Much better. Preview's heading your way. Awesome. And then you'll see that what that did, if we go back to your account, I just have a dummy pipeline set up for you on opportunities. It's going to go ahead and add me as an opportunity there. And then if we go to conversations, it's going to fail because once again, I did not have a phone number in this account, just a demo account, no phone number in here set up yet. If we go to conversations, we go to all, Clay, you see it failed, but if we click on download the file, yada, yada, boom, look, Clay's right there. That's the personalized image it sent out. What's up, Matt, once again. All right, so we got the personalized image set up. That's great. Also, I have, just to tell you, in the automations, I just have very, very basic generic call reminders, follow-up reminders if someone books a demo call or an onboarding call. I have another snapshot coming up called my no show, no more snapshot, kind of the automations and the reminders that we use to make sure that people actually show up to the calls and try and get like a 65, 70% show rate or a little bit better. And if someone books a demo call or an onboarding call, just so you know, if you go to pipelines, it's going to, if you go to opportunities, it's going to automatically update them to demo booked, onboarding, or onboarding call booked. And then you can manually do it from free trial to paying client, or you can connect your Stripe account to where somebody signs up. You can automatically send that email of that contact into the free trial section. I can make a video on that if y'all want it. But wow, we've made a lot of progress. So let's go going live checklist. Make sure we've done all this. So add your logo link to the custom values, proper size for navigation and footer. We did that. Change your brand colors. Boom, we did that. Connect your domain to the account. Did it. Connect your domain to the website. Did that as well. Add domain in the custom values. So that's just adding your domain to the custom value list. Did it. Use the Canva template to change the background image with the blur to your proper proper logo color, your brand color. Add the personalized image pop-up form. You can disable this if you don't have nifty images yet. For some reason you don't want to get it, you can just come into the website builder here, click on pop-up settings, and you can just turn it off. So you can just do like show pop-up, and you can just do none, and then that's going to turn off the nifty images pop-up. So you don't have to do that. Connect that if you don't want to right now. Complete the other custom values. So just adding like your phone number, your email, stuff like that. Edit the verbiage using ChatGPT. If you got the time, I recommend doing that. Just make it a little bit unique. But once again, by default, out of the box, it's going to work great. Add your pricing links to the table if you want to. You don't have to. By default, it's going to direct to the demo call where they can book, and you can figure out the pricing and the payment collection later. But just having that option is nice. And you can grab that payment link, and once again, on the payment link, you can add the redirect. So on submit, we do new. After payment, you can don't show confirmation. You can just direct them to the onboarding call one. And to grab your onboarding call link, you can see right here. Here's the onboarding call. You just go to sites, websites, click on the review site. You'll see the onboarding call link here, and then you'll have this link right here. And then so you just add this link to that don't show in confirmation video right there. Don't show confirmation page and direct there. So then so they'd sign up, you get their card on file, and then boom, directs them to the onboarding call. Perfect. Let's see, remove the video sales letter or add a placeholder. So once again, I showed you how you can just remove that. If you don't have a video yet, that's fine. Or you can add a placeholder or just add one of those like genuine ones or the whiteboard explainer video, whatever you want to do there. Make sure you add your brand colors in the form and calendar. Add your logo favicon. We didn't cover that. So what you can do here is just go to media storage, grab your logo. You might want to edit your logo to make it look a little bit different, to make it look clear. A favicon is like just this up here. When you're seeing at the tab, you're looking at what it is. Go to sites, click on websites, click on review site template, go to settings, and you can see you can just put your favicon in there. Custom values don't work in there. I would have used it, but you can just put that there, and then it's going to pop up at the top. So there's that. And let's go last thing. Publish the site and click publish the site and click all the buttons. So what I mean by that is like once again, just go to make sure if you've connected your domain, you need to go ahead and publish it so it's live. So we go ahead and just publish the site. Boom, great. Mine's already published. And then you can just click on this domain right here, or just type in reviewharvest.org or whatever your domain is, and just click all the buttons. So click on the logo and make sure that it directs to the homepage. See, it took to the homepage there. Click on the start free, make sure it directs you to the demo call. Click on the features, make sure it directs you to the features. Just all that stuff there. Contact page, make sure it directs you to the contact page. Home page down here, make sure it directs you back to the home page. Just do all this clicking around just to make sure everything's working great. And you should be good and ready to rock and roll. So a little bit longer than I expected, but once again, I wanted to be really thorough. I also have some frequently asked questions down here, so you can kind of go over these if you haven't. So like, how do I connect my domain? We walk through that. How do I edit the website to my brand colors? We walk through that. Do I lose my domain if I cancel Highlevel? So I recommend not purchasing your domain in Highlevel and purchasing it through something different like GoDaddy or Namecheap or Squarespace or something like that. And then it won't be affected if you do end up canceling your Highlevel account. But since we're building this website in Highlevel, if you cancel your Highlevel account, you're gonna lose your website, right? How do I use the Highlevel website editor? Well, this video should have showed you everything you need to know. I try to make it as simple as possible. And one thing I didn't really touch on much because it's just by default it's gonna be set up. But you can see here in mobile view, if you change the text and stuff, you might want to come in here and like edit the text. So when you edit the text size, you can see how it has this phone icon right there. That means you're just editing it on the mobile version. And so you can make sure things look good and everything works in the mobile version. And then also if you're on a computer, you can just like right click on inspect, and then change this dimensions to like an iPhone or whatever. And then you can just make sure everything looks good on an iPhone and stuff. It should be mobile optimized just off the jump, but you can see the emojis, the logo stack here. This is where you could like add, I guess I didn't mention this. This is where you can add businesses that you've worked with. And you can just remove that if you want to, but these are like businesses who have trusted you or whatever. Yeah, so you can see out the box, it's working there. So that's good. And yeah, so if you have any other questions about Highlevel, there's about 10,000 Highlevel website editors specifically. There's about 10,000 videos on YouTube covering it. So you can play around in there. Happy to help on the coaching calls or something that really niche that's specific to reviews. Happy to help out if I can. But for the most part, I'm not a high-level website editor whiz. Why is my navigation bar not working? Once again, your navigation bar is not going to work until you add your domain to the custom values. So if we go back and we go to the custom values, until your domain is added under the custom value domain, it is not going to show up. So that navigation bar is not going to work until you do that. But once you do, it'll be good.
So the purpose of actually creating these social media accounts is going to be to nurture the people who we are reaching out to or running ads to so that we look like a legitimate business, right? Let's imagine that we DM somebody on Instagram and then they come to our profile and they see that we have videos and content about reviews or about whatever service you're selling. It looks more legitimate, right? You look like a legit business. And so you can see on my profile here, I only have 280 followers. My bio is super outdated. This was like made forever ago, but I do have just some content going over like, hey, what's going on? Here's Review Harvest. Here's what we do. Here's some information about 1-star reviews, how to get your Google review link, just some really simple reels, not super highly edited or anything, but just some very simple stuff. Some case studies. So you can see like one of the first posts here was like, oh, here's all the case studies we've gotten people. And so, yeah, you can see just to show you're a legit business. I also had like when I first was getting started, I had like 1,500 or 1,600 followers on my personal page. So I was like, well, I'm going to post this on personal page. I've gotten a lot more clients from my personal page than I have from my business page. And so I was cool just posting stuff here as well. I'd have like Google review guy as my bio and just owner at Review Harvest, and had the link there. And so just some basic stuff there. But this is just to show that you're a legit business. My Facebook page, once again, it's not big at all. I just have like posted my reviews. These are like the auto review posts that come from Highlevel that we'll set up for our clients that you can also set up for yourself. You can see I just have a simple background and a logo at the bottom, and then it makes these review posts for me. So they're all automated and it's pretty cool. And then I also have just pinned kind of my testimonial videos up here at the top. And if you look at my personal Facebook page, it's the same situation. On my personal Facebook page, I have information like personal stuff, but I also pin like this video of me talking on a podcast about reviews, post video testimonials about reviews, just stuff like that. And so, yeah, just trying to show that if someone does show up on our account, we are a legit business that does this stuff. And so, really what you need to do is just have some sort of logo, have some sort of bio, make like 3 to 6 or 7 or 8 posts just to look legit, right? And as soon as you get case studies, add some of those case studies to your profiles just to kind of build that social proof and to get that going. But you can see I just would add before and after screenshots. Hey, a huge increase, a huge increase, a huge increase. And so just stuff like that. So when people do come to your page, if you're running ads or whatever, they're going to find you. So now let's dive into actually creating your accounts. All right now I want you to make your first 10 warm outreach attempts. So grab your phone, pull up your contacts, and start texting people. I don't care whether it's the middle of the night. You can use the send later feature. And if you don't have the send later feature, then you can just message some of your Instagram followers or some of your Facebook followers. Go there, click on the DMs, and start talking to people. I just am trying to force you to do this right now because I know when I said that make your first outreach attempts, your body might have tensed up a little bit, right? You'd be like, oh, later, and you made all these excuses and reasons why you shouldn't do it right now. Oh, I'm just getting stuff set up, or oh, I don't know how to do everything yet. Listen to me, just do it. This is going to be why 99% of people fail, because they're not willing to do the advertising. They're not willing to do the outreach. They're not willing to do the calls. They're not willing to run the ads. They're not willing to create enough awareness that it actually takes to grow their business. And so I want you to see that we've been doing all this stuff about setting up your business, setting up your high level account, setting up payments, setting up all that stuff. And all of this is not making you any money. All you're doing is just kind of building the infrastructure of the business. This is going to be the first activity you do that is actually going to generate awareness for your business so that people know you exist. So I'd recommend starting a little bit of a conversation with these people. If you don't want to lose any social capital, just say, hey, how are things going? How's school? How's college? How's work? How's whatever? How's the family? Whatever you have to do. Make a conversation and then acknowledge what they say. Say, oh, that's so awesome. That little Jimmy is great at soccer, whatever. Compliment them on something they said, and go ahead and make sure that, and then go ahead and make your small ask. So it's the ACA framework. Alex Ramosi has a lot about this, and I have more details coming on that on day 4. But just go ahead and say, hey, I just want to let you know I'm doing this thing where I help local businesses get reviews. It helps them get more customers from Google, and I'm looking for some business owners to try it out for free. Who do you know that might be interested in this? So just a simple, short message, and not soliciting them for business, but saying, who do you know? Who do you know? So go ahead and do this to 10 people. Go ahead and make the conversation first, and then once they respond, hit them with a small ask. You'll get a lot higher response rate, and it won't damage any social capital you have with them. All right, do it.
So let's dive into the first method. The first method is set up by default in your account. So the pro is that there's nothing you have to do to set it up. The con is that you're sharing the deliverability and the reputation of everyone else using Highlevel. So this is the mg.messenger.net. This is just going to come out of the box when you sign up with Highlevel if you start sending emails. And really, nobody should be using this. You're not going to get great deliverability. It doesn't look professional for you or for your clients. And when somebody signs up to Highlevel and they start spamming out hundreds of thousands of emails, that's going to affect the deliverability of your own email because you're sharing the reputation of all the other Highlevel users using this sending domain. So once again, the one pro is that it's easy to set up because there's nothing you have to do. But in terms of who should be using this, really nobody. Some of the methods that I'm going to show you take less than 10 minutes to set up and are going to give you exponentially better results. So let's dive into the second method, which is setting up a software-wide sending domain. So you can set this up once, and then anytime you get a new client or you create a new sub-account, that's the domain that sub-account is going to send emails from. So if you want to set this up, you want to go to your agency view, you go to settings, you go to email services right here. And then if you haven't added one yet, this is not going to pop up and it's going to say create a dedicated domain. And so you just click on dedicated domain right here or click on that pop-up. And then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and add a domain. All right, and so after you click on add domain, it's going to prompt you to put your domain in here, and then we're going to add these DNS records into your DNS registrar. So for this video, I'm going to use this branchbid.com. I purchased this domain in GoDaddy, and we're going to go to the DNS settings in GoDaddy right here, and we'll be able to add these records manually, or depending on where you purchased your domain from, like Namecheap, GoDaddy, Cloudflare, sometimes Highlevel will be able to automatically add these DNS records for you. So if you purchase it from GoDaddy and Cloudflare, I'm pretty sure it'll automatically add these DNS records, but I'll also show you how to add them manually so that if your DNS registrar is not supported, you can add them pretty easily. And so one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to put your root domain here in the domain name. You don't want to have reviewharvest.com or branchbid.com as the default sending domain for all your clients. Because let's say somebody gets a hold of your software and they send out 100,000 emails and many of them are marked as spam because they're all going to cold people that have no idea who you are. Then that can affect your main website, your main domain. You can get blacklisted, so you don't want to do that. You want to set this up on a subdomain, meaning something in front of your root domain, so that it doesn't necessarily affect that reputation as much. So one thing you can do is you can just add the first letter, so b.branchbid.com. This kind of blends in. It doesn't really look different. This is something that a lot of people do. It kind of blends into that first letter, so you can barely even tell. Another thing you could do is you could add, say, email.branchbid.com. Once again, we're just doing this to protect your root domain so that if people are marking it as spam, you don't get blacklisted. Because if your root domain gets messed up with a bunch of spam complaints, that can mess up your website and a bunch of other things. And so once you decide the subdomain you want to use, whether it's email or the first letter, you want to click on Add and Verify. And then you'll have an option to add these records manually, or you can click on Continue. And depending on where you purchase that domain, it might automatically add these DNS records for you. So you can see I purchased this on GoDaddy, so it's going to click on Authorize Domain. It's going to take me to GoDaddy and say, do you want Lead Connector to make these changes? Lead Connector is just the gray label version of Highlevel. And so you can click on Connect, and now it's going to automatically add all those DNS records to GoDaddy. But I'm also going to show you how to do this manually. So you can see when it first loads in here, they're probably not all going to be verified right away. It's kind of finicky. You have to play around with it. Normally you have to wait 5 to 10 minutes to make sure they're all verified. But I'll go ahead and show you how to add all these manually just in case your DNS registrar is not supported. So what you want to do is you want to see what type of record it is and you want to copy this host name. So this is going to be a TXT record. We're going to go to your domain provider. We're going to click on Add a New Record. We're going to do a TXT record and we're going to paste that host name right here in the name. And then we're going to grab this value here, copy this, and we're going to go ahead and paste this in the value. And then you can just leave the TTL as half an hour or whatever it is. So the second record is also a TXT record. You can see the host name is just email, and here's the value. So we want to copy this value. We want to add a TXT record. The host name is just email. We're going to paste in this value, and there we go. We're going to add another record now. Now we're going to add a CNAME. It's just email.email. It's a little bit confusing because the subdomain is email, so it adds that there twice. But let's say that you are using just the first letter. It would be b.email or email.b. So we're going to grab this mailgun.org here. We're going to create a CNAME. The name is just email.email. We're going to paste this value in here, and then we're going to go back, and we're going to see the next one. So the next one is an MX record. So it's just going to be email. The priority is going to be 10, and it's going to be MXA. So we want to go ahead and add another record. We're going to choose MX record. It's just going to be email here. The priority is going to be 10, and we're going to paste that value in here. And then we can go ahead and add another value here. It's going to be 10 as well, and this next one's going to be MXB. So just mxb.mailgun.org, paste that in there. So the last one here is just your DMARC record. So this is a TXT record, and it's not necessarily required. So I don't think that the high-level integration with your DNS registrar adds it automatically. So what you want to do is you want to go ahead and add this as well. So we're going to add another one. It's going to be a TXT record. We're going to copy this _dmarc.email. We're going to paste that in the name, and then we're going to grab this value and v equals DMARC P1. We're going to paste that in the value. And honestly, I can't explain to you what DMARC exactly is. I just know how to set it up. But if you ask ChatGPT to explain DMARC to you like you're a golden retriever, here's what it says. Imagine you have a special sticker on your letters that shows this letter is really from me. DMARC is that sticker for emails. It tells the computer that if this email doesn't have my special sticker, it may be fake. So be careful. This way, everyone knows which emails are real and friendly ones, or which ones could be tricked from bad guys. So ChatGPT is talking to us like we're a golden retriever, so that makes it pretty simple to understand. This is just a unique record that says, is this email actually from the person that it's saying it's from? And so I'm going to delete all of these other records because they're added automatically because GoDaddy is supported. But we're going to click on Save here, and then it's going to update. And if we go back and we see we can verify these records to make sure they're good, you can see it takes us back to this page and it says SSL still pending. So you kind of have to play around with it. You might have to go back here and click on Verify Now again, and then we'll see if they're all green and verified now. So you can see it's not. Let's just click on Verify again. And then eventually, after you play around with it for a bit, all these records should be added automatically and you'll be good to go. And so I just refresh the page, click on verify again. Now we can see SSL is issued, so we're good to go. We can also click on here again and you can just verify. You can just make sure that all of these records have this little verified field. Once again, it's a little bit finicky, so we'll click on verify again and we're good to go. Everything is in the green. So now if you want to make this your default sending domain for all your new sub accounts or all your new clients, you just click on this checkbox right here. And anytime you create a new sub account and get a new client, this is going to be the domain that they're sending their emails from. And so the pros of using this method is that now we're not using the default messenger.net and we have our own sending domain, so we don't have to worry about everyone else on Highlevel spamming people and sharing their reputation. Also, it's a super easy one-time setup. You just add this once, you add it as the default, and now all your clients have this default sending domain. One of the cons for this method, though, is that now all of your clients are going to be sharing that same subdomain. And so let's say you have a bad client that adds 100,000 emails for people they don't know. They send out a bunch of emails and they get a bunch of stuff marked as spam. That's going to affect all your other sub accounts and all your other clients, their sending reputation. And so this is a great option to use if you're really the one in their sub accounts controlling all the emails you're sending out and they're not logging in and just spamming a bunch of emails out. And so if we go back to the SMTP service and we click on location settings, you can see a lot of these are just, they don't have any sending domain here because they're just using that default domain. So most of our clients are just using that default domain, the r.reviewhours.com that we use. In terms of what types of businesses should use this software-wide sending domain method, I would recommend probably those lower ticket GoHighLevel SaaS companies that don't want to have to do another step in the onboarding process every time they onboard somebody. And once again, the SaaS companies that don't necessarily have their clients logging in and sending out a bunch of emails. At the beginning of the video, I told you the number one reason why people in my community land in spam. And the reason is they don't have consistency between their from email and the sending domain. And so what I mean by that is if you go into a sub account and you click on settings, and then we go to email services, it's going to show us the dedicated sending domain for this sub account. So you can see in this sub account, it's r.reviewhours.com. So what that means is when you go into a workflow and you're sending an email out or you're doing it in campaigns, when we go to create an email action, we need to make sure that this from email does not contain, clay, test.com. This test.com is not consistent with that r.reviewhours.com. And so when we send out emails for our clients that are using our default sending domain, r.reviewhours.com, you need to make sure that whatever's after the @ symbol here is consistent with the actual sending domain of the sub account. And so when you send this email out, it could show up as spam depending on what the DMARC records are on their apple.com or whatever they're using after that @ sign. And so you can see, here's just an example email that we're sending out for one of our clients. You can see it's Spencer, r.reviewharvest.com. And so we're using his name. The from name is from their business name, but the actual domain that it's sending from is r.reviewharvest.com. So we need to make sure whatever's after the @ symbol here is r.reviewharvest.com and consistent with that sending domain. So 90% of the time I see people landing in spam in my community, or if we're testing emails for our clients and they're landing in spam, 99% of the time that's the issue. So the third option is setting up a unique subdomain for every single client on your main domain. And so if you come into a client sub account, you go to settings, you go to email services right here. You can see now we can add a dedicated domain for this particular client. So let's click on dedicated domain. Let's click on add domain. And we can add, for example, the client's name as the subdomain. So joesplumbing.branchbid.com. And so now we can click on add and verify, and this is setting up a unique subdomain for this client. So what this is going to do is this is kind of silo each one of our clients. So if we have one client that's sending out a bunch of emails and they're getting lots of spam complaints, it's not necessarily going to affect Joe's Plumbing as much because he has his own sending subdomain. And you can see it's the same exact process as before for setting up at the agency view. So if we click on continue, it's going to prompt me to connect GoDaddy or whatever your DNS registrar is. And if it's not supported, you can add those records manually. So let's click on authorize domain. It's going to take me to GoDaddy and say, do you want lead connector to do this? We click on connect, and then it's going to automatically add all these records. Once again, though, it's not going to add the DMARC record automatically. So you want to copy this and you want to add another TXT record to your DNS settings. So we're going to do a TXT record. We're going to paste this underscore DMARC. We're going to copy this value. We're going to paste it here, and we're going to save. And so the process of adding all of these records is the same as before. You just add the specific record to your DNS, and then you just want to click on verify domain until it is propagated. It might take 5 to 10 minutes, but you can see I just tried to verify it. It said SSL is pending. Let's click on verify now and try it again.
and boom, everything's good to go and in the green. So we can verify the domain, and you can see it's a little finicky. So it said domain not verified. So we'll refresh this page and try it again. And so now it's all in the green. We'll verify the domain and you're good to go. So now this client has their own sending subdomain, which is going to silo them and protect them from your other clients messing stuff up. This option can work great for GoHighLevel SaaS companies that don't mind that one extra step on the onboarding. You can see that just took maybe 5 minutes. Or this could work great for maybe lower ticket marketing agencies that don't want to have to get access to their client's domain or the DNS registrar and add the records themselves or get them to do it on an onboarding call. Which leads us to the fourth way, which is setting up your client's domain as a sending domain. And so this is probably the hardest thing to do in terms of onboarding, because you're going to have to either get them to add you to their DNS so you can add the records themselves. You're going to have to do it on an onboarding call. They might not have their login to there. They might forget it. And it's probably going to take 10 to 15 minutes on that call to get it set up properly. The easiest way to do this would just be them adding you to their DNS registrar. But the problem you might run into is that they might not want to do that. They might not want you to have access to their domain and stuff like that. Or even if they do, they might have a two-factor authentication. So most time in my experience, it's just been easiest to do it on the onboarding call and just knock it out. But the pros of this is now they have consistency in their brand and all their emails they're sending out. And this might be a great thing for a client that it's really, really important that these emails get delivered and seen. And if those emails play a major role in their marketing strategy. And now any other emails going out from your high-level account are going to be completely isolated from this client that is using their own domain for their sending domain for their emails. So you can see in the example I showed you earlier, it could be like Spencer and then at pro1painters.com. And then this would be coming from pro1painters.com. So it'd be lots of consistency there. But once again, most of the time people are just looking at the email. They're not actually looking in here, see what it's sending and stuff like that. So once again, if you're a higher ticket marketing agency, this might make sense to take the time to set it up once so they have brand consistency across their emails. So that covers the technical side of the setup to make sure you're getting delivered. But there's also another side of it, which is actually what is the content that is in your email that makes sure it lands in the inbox. It doesn't go to spam or doesn't go to promotions and stuff like that. And a lot of that comes down to the actual words and links and photos and stuff that are in your email. And so the best thing to always do is just use mailmeteor.com, their little spam checker tool, where you can paste your email copy in here and see if they think it's showing up as spam or not. So you can see this is just an example they have. They have like guaranteed, financial, privately owned funds. These are all kind of shady words that they're saying. And so you can go ahead and paste your email copy in here and change it to make sure that like Gmail, Outlook, all those tools aren't detecting this as spam. A great rule of thumb here is just to keep it plain text. Don't include spammy words like free or $signs or guaranteed, stuff like that. And try not to include links unless it's absolutely necessary. Also, if you add a bunch of images to the email copy, there's a good chance that it's going to show up in their promotions folder. But over time, as you specifically send out emails to this list, the people that are opening your emails and engaging with your emails, you'll be able to get away with more, sending more photos, more links and stuff like that, and it not landing in spam. So lastly, I was going to tell you what I use to support my 200 active SaaS customers, and also what I use personally for Review Harvest for our marketing from our sub account to make sure our emails get delivered. So what we do for our SaaS customers is we use r.reviewharvest.com, kind of the default software-wide sending domain. The main reason being is we don't have any clients logging in and uploading hundreds of thousands of emails and sending out a bunch of emails. We're normally the ones managing when the emails go out and who they're going out to. So we have lots of control over that. So we know that there's not going to be one bad apple in our clients that are going to ruin our reputation for all of our other clients. And when it comes to our sub account in Highlevel that we do our marketing from, so like our Review Harvest sub account, we have a separate sending domain for this account so that we are making sure that we're siloed from even our clients to make sure that our marketing emails get delivered and seen. So in this case, we just use email.reviewharvest.com for all of our marketing and all of our promotions inside our internal sub account.
So something that you will need to get your phone numbers approved, whether you're doing A2P, text grid, or anything like that, you're going to need a privacy policy and you're going to need terms and conditions. Now, you can go to ChatGPT and create something, not legal advice, obviously not legal advice. You can do that and spin something up. That's totally fine. You could obviously hire a lawyer to help you out with that stuff. Or what I do is I use a platform called Termly. It's $15 a month. Basically what it does is it gives you like 60 questions for your privacy policy and for your terms and conditions. And you answer those questions. And then based off your answers to those questions, it gives you the updated privacy policy and terms and conditions, and it automatically updates your privacy policy and your terms and conditions as laws change. And so what they do is they embed it. You can embed it onto your site under the privacy policy and terms and conditions. You can see these are my examples for Review Harvest. You can embed it on your site via a widget, And so whenever stuff changes in laws, they can just automatically change it on your site. So you're always up to date, and they have a process where you can announce that you've changed your terms and conditions to everybody that's whatever on your list and just stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely recommend Termly. It's like $15 a month. It's kind of a no-brainer. Or you can just go ChatGPT and use the free version. Not legal advice, but you can do it. And that's what I did when I got started. So just saying. So I've broken them down into 3 main buckets. I'm going to go into each bucket, the pros and cons of each one of them. And then also at the end, I'm going to break down what's going to be the best one for you. If you don't know who I am, my name is Clay Lawrence, owner of ReviewHarvest.com. I make a little bit over $20,000 every month just helping local business owners get Google reviews and white labeling Highlevel to do that. So you can see here, not even 3 months into the year, we've made $68,000 just from automating the process of requesting reviews for local business owners. And if you don't believe me, that's okay. Feel free to check out reviewharvest.com. You can see all of our testimonials, all the proof that we are a real business that does this. So obviously for requesting reviews from customers, text messaging is super important. Email is great, but we get about 3 or 4 times as many reviews from the text than we do as emails. Honestly, depending on the list, sometimes it's 10 times the amount of reviews from the text. So this phone number issue has been a huge issue for us. So before I dive into the 3 buckets and what might be the best option for you, I want to rewind all the way back to the end of 2023 when I was first getting started with this business. Back in 2023, it was like the Wild West. You could purchase a local number or a toll-free number, and you could start sending review requests day 1. You don't have to get verified, no brand registration, no campaign registration, no toll-free verification. You didn't have to do any of that stuff. And then obviously in 2024, they made it to where local numbers and toll-free numbers now, you have to get approved before you can send texts. So really, back in the day, it was like the Wild West, but the good news is that this should keep texting as that dominant channel that we actually are able to reach people and get their attention and get them to take action. Email, you might get 30-40% open rate if you're doing pretty good, but text messaging, people still pay attention to it. So in the long run, it's going to be good that people aren't getting spammed constantly because they're making it harder to get these messages sent out. But in the short term for now, it really sucks. It's hard to adjust the way we do things to get these phone numbers. So how do we do it? So the tricky part with Highlevel is that people use Highlevel for so many different things, right? You might have an agency where you do $3,000 a month retainers. You might have a SaaS where you charge $99 a month for a bunch of features and stuff like that. And so depending on what you're doing, one of these is going to make a lot more sense. But here's kind of the 3 main buckets they fall under. Number 1, the most expensive route is this trend of sending blue messages, right? Sending iMessages. And so there's lots of companies doing this now, SendBlue, HiBlue, all these other blue stuff, Link, whatever. And it is pretty expensive for the most part. And so I'll dive into that here. The second bucket is CRM cards. So the most popular one here is My CRM Sim. They seem to be the best out of all those players there. And basically what you're doing is you're getting an Android phone, you're getting a SIM card and like a cheap phone plan, and then you're plugging it into a Highlevel sub account, and technically you have unlimited messaging. It just depends on what SIM card you have and really like how high volume you're sending. And then the third thing is stuff that requires A2P 10DLC compliance for the local numbers. And then also this goes into toll-free verification as well. Loop these in together because you have to do some sort of verification for these routes. So first, let's dive into the iMessages, the SendBlue, all this little trend going on. So the great thing about it is there's no ATP verification required. So you're doing it on like actual iPhones. A lot of these companies have actual iPhones. Some of them don't really. The bad news is it's pretty expensive. So it's literally like anywhere from $200 to like $1,000 per line. It can be super expensive. And also you'll have a limited number of contacts that you can message per day. Because since you're going through iOS wants the messaging to seem normal as if you were a human, right? Not actually you're blasting automated messages and stuff like that. And so that's really difficult. You have to play by different rules. Like for example, for us, when we're requesting reviews, it wouldn't really work well because we send out the link in the very first message that we send to a contact, right? And so when you do that on iOS, what it does is it really burns the phone number's reputation, and it's not kind of best practice. It kind of would mess up the phone number. And so there's certain things that you kind of have to do differently when you're doing it through iOS because they play by different rules. The great thing about the Apple one is that there's actually no phone purchase necessary. So I haven't heard of any ones that are sending iMessages that require you to purchase an iPhone and plug it into your Highlevel sub account. There might be one, but I haven't heard of one. The really cool thing is that it is kind of incredible. So when it works, it's really cool. So check this out. If we do hey, and we can send this with like confetti or loud or a slam or something like that. So it could really get the attention of, say your leads or something. So if we wait for this to come through here in a second, when it comes through, it's going to say, hey, and it's going to bam. So let's check it out. You see a lot different than just a boring old green message that might have reply stop to opt out and all that stuff, right? It's a lot cooler. And so this really works well. Like the iPhone stuff, I think works well when you're doing like higher retainers, you're doing lots of lead follow-up. These are like higher end clients or expensive stuff. You're not just selling $20, $50, $100 stuff. This might make a lot of sense because you're probably going to deal with a lot of iPhone users if you are selling high ticket stuff. And so you can see you can do confetti, you can do the slam effect. So it's really cool to get the attention of your prospects and kind of stand out from everyone else that's just doing the green iMessage follow-up stuff. And what's even cooler is they have the option to send native voice memos. And so the difficult thing is, once again, iOS is constantly changing stuff. So now if I haven't responded here, if you do try to send a voice memo before you've engaged with the contact, it's going to pop up as like some weird file. It doesn't like look native like a voice memo does. But once you've had a conversation, then you can start sending voice memos natively, which is actually insane. And you can even use AI in 11 Labs to send an AI voice message. So the fifth thing is that it can be a little bit buggy and hard to use. So the integration into Highlevel isn't necessarily complex. I've had some issues getting it connected, but once it's connected, it works fine. But sometimes when you're using it, it just like takes a long time for stuff to send. It's not quite as buttery as working with just the native phone numbers in Highlevel once you get them A2P approved and stuff like that. And I really don't think this is for high volume and lower ticket stuff because, like, for example, for us with review hearts, it really doesn't make sense. When we're sending out these review requests, we want to include the link in that first one. We're going to have to contact a lot of people. We're not charging $500, $1,000, $2,000 a month. So there's no way we can afford $200 per line per client because you cannot share these lines, right? You can't use one line and share it across 10 sub accounts unless technically you're doing the master sending account, which I have another video about that if you want to, but I just don't think it makes a lot of sense to do it that way. So the second thing is these Android phones and the SIM cards and using something like MyCRM SIM or one of these providers that allows you to integrate an Android into one of your Highlevel sub accounts. So the great thing about this is no A2P verification is required. So if I have people in my community that are like, hey, I got a client that signed up, they're ready to get reviews, like I want to get them reviews today. The only really way to do that is like go to Walmart, get a SIM card, get a $100 Android phone, and start sending out text right away. That's really the only way to do it, because you have to, everything else has to be verified. And so that's one thing that's really nice about that. It's quick, you can get it set up pretty fast. It integrates with Highlevel very seamlessly. Difficult thing, same thing with the Apple here, there's no calls. So you can't do the calling in Highlevel. You can do the calls from the phone, the Android phone. I think you might be able to forward the line for if you're using like SendBlue or something like that. I'm not sure, but same thing here, like no calls in Highlevel. The calls aren't gonna come through in your Highlevel dashboard. The thing that is nice is that this is actually pretty affordable. So based on your area, like if you are overseas, if you are not in the US where Twilio is relatively inexpensive and text messaging is inexpensive, if you're overseas in Australia or if you are in, across the world, this might be the best bet for you because you can just go get a local phone plan or whatever, and it's going to be more reasonably priced than like 12 cents per SMS or something ridiculous, right? And so that is something that's very nice about this. The only thing that's kind of not great is you need to get an Android phone. And so if you don't have an Android phone, then you need to go buy one. And then if you do have an Android phone, I don't know what that looks like if you're using it on the same exact phone that you're normally using. I'll talk about this more later, but I think that this Android phone thing makes a lot of sense if you are like an agency that might do higher ticket stuff and you want to get them a verified phone number through Highlevel, like an A2P verified phone number, but you want to start sending messages or review requests or database reactivation right away, like you want to start sending text messages day one to get them some great results, then I think what a lot of people are doing is they're using these SIM cards for MyCRM SIM, or they're using whatever. They're using it as the bridge until they can get a verified phone number. So it's like they might have 5 or 10 phones, and when they're getting new clients, they have their very, very new clients on these plans, and they're sending out review requests right away or database reactivation campaigns right away. And then as soon as the phone number is verified, they can transfer those off to a different sub account to their new client. So kind of using it as the bridge between new client and then a verified phone number. All right, the last one, and this is the doozy, this is the A2P 10DLC, just stands for application to person, 10-digit long code. I think that's what it is. And so I'm gonna kind of group, like I said, I'm gonna group toll-free numbers into here because you have to get them verified, but let's kind of go over your options. So your option number one is like directly through Highlevel. So that's like lead connector is LC Phone is powered by Twilio. It's all in Highlevel native, so it's pretty much all the same thing. And so your option is you can go through here, you can jump through the hoops Highlevel makes you do to get it verified, like go through the process, submit it, whatever. And then you can do SMS and calling through Highlevel natively. So it's very buttery, very smooth. You just have to go through this process of getting it verified, which can be a pain, right? So, I mean, it's really not that bad to get an A2P number approved, a local number approved, when you're an agency that might be charging, $500, $1,000 a month. But the difficult thing is when you're something like me that charges $100 a month or $200 a month or $300 a month, it's really difficult, and we need to start sending review requests right away. And so how are we supposed to have a phone number ready to rock and roll to get them review requests on day one that is also affordable, it also integrates with Highlevel, and it's easy to use? So the second option is you can go outside of Highlevel, so you don't have to use Twilio, you don't have to use LC Phone. The difficult thing with Twilio is that Twilio is like pretty much the most expensive. It's like 0.8 of a cent for an SMS plus the carrier fee. SMS messages are 2 cents. Something like TextGrid and Signal House, you're going to be saving 50%, 60% of your costs just using TextGrid or Signal House because they're so much cheaper than what Twilio is. And so if you bypass kind of all the stuff that Highlevel has you go through, you still have to get verified. Highlevel is honestly just making it pretty easy for you to get it verified. So I say bypass, like they're making you do harder stuff than normal. They're really not. They're just making it natively in there, and you kind of have to deal with Highlevel throughout the process. In my experience, the great thing with TextGrid and Signal House is we're a lot closer to the source. And so these people, when you actually contact support, they know exactly what to say. And and Signal House even has a relationship with the DCAs, which I don't even know what that means. It just means that they're closer to like the SMS aggregators, right? They have a better relationship and stuff. And so actually when you submit your verification, they review it first and they're like, hey, this is going to get approved or not. And then once they're like, hey, it's going to get approved, they kick it off. But if they're like, hey, it's not going to get approved, they kick it back and tell you what to change. And so I think just support here is so much better. If you're struggling to get A2P approved, support here is so much better. And the great thing about TextGrid and why I think it's going to be the best route for a lot of people doing like low ticket SaaS stuff through Highlevel is that one, it natively integrates with Highlevel. And so when I say native integration, like it's a couple clicks and it's pretty easy and it can be your custom SMS provider and it's super simple and it's way cheaper. And the great thing about TextGrid and Signal House is that you can get your branding campaign registered once and then you can get 49 numbers and you can attach those numbers to each number to a different sub account. So the tricky thing about when you're going directly through Highlevel and Twilio is like with LC Phone is that you need to get verified independently in each sub account. So you can't use that brand and campaign registration across multiple sub accounts, right? And so when you're getting brand and campaign registered for like all your clients and you're doing it on your behalf, and so when you do get a brand and a campaign registered under your information, so example like us registering Review Harvest and getting campaign and brand approved there are some different things that you have to comply with. Because if we're sending text on behalf of our clients, but the campaign is registered to Review Harvest, there's certain things you have to do differently to make sure that you're still compliant, like saying powered by Review Harvest or something somewhere, just letting people know. And so that's, you can be as compliant as you want. It's not going to force you to do that, but that's just something to keep in mind. And Signal House doesn't quite have an integration with Highlevel yet, but they're working on it. But once you do get integrated, which the integration process is pretty seamless, then you can do SMS through Highlevel and it's, through the workflows and it's pretty buttery. And so the last way is you can go to like Telnix or Plivo, which are similar to Twilio. They're like aggregators with the carriers. They have the relationships so they can send the messages and stuff like that. And then you can go to them and then you can use something like SMS It that has like a gateway where you can plug in. And basically SMS It is going to be the thing that's going to allow you to integrate your Telnix number or your Plivo number with Highlevel. This is adding an extra layer there, so it's not the best. But if for some reason you want to use one of these carriers or you need to use like one of these business Telnix or Plivo, then that is an option. Don't use Telnix if you do have anything to do with marketing. They're not going to get it approved. Had to learn that the hard way. All right, so now for the meat and potato. Now here's the question, what's the best for you? So I've kind of broken it down into what your business is, right? If you're an agency or if you're like a low ticket SaaS through Highlevel, it's really going to be different. And also it depends on your location, right? I think that if you are in a country where Twilio expenses or like SMS and MMS expenses are crazy high, like 15, 20 cents per message, I think that you really need to go the My CRM Sim route. And so I honestly think that probably the most affordable way would be to go My CRM Sim, have like 10 different master sending accounts. So I have a video on how to create a master sending account. That's basically where you're sending all your text messages from like 20 different sub accounts into one sub account. And so you have like one sub account that has phone numbers and you just send all the information in there. So I think honestly, if you're overseas, you need to do this at a decent cost. Then I would say my CRM sim that's just the best company that I have worked with and talked to, and they seem like kind of the top dog in there. There's a million other a million other SIM cards people that allow you to, I don't even know what that's called, SMS gateway, whatever, I don't know. But they allow you to connect the Android phone to a sub account to do the sending. That's all it is. And so honestly, the best way if you're in a country that's really expensive is to do my CRM sim, get like 10 different master sending accounts, and then you could send 100, 200 clients through those 10 sub accounts if you just split it up properly. Or if you're in a country that's really expensive, you could find another provider that gives you SMS and MMS at a better rate, or you could obviously use WhatsApp. WhatsApp kind of circumvents this whole process if people use WhatsApp in your country. But you could find another provider like a Twilio, TextGrid, Signal House, whatever, that kind of focuses in your area. And then you could use a gateway to, I think it's a gateway, that's what it's called, a gateway. You could use one of these like SMS it, or there's a couple other ones that will allow you to connect it to Highlevel, or will allow you to send that SMS through a webhook in the action. And so you have options there, you're just gonna have to get creative. But if you're in the US, I think that if you need calling, if calling is required, then like you probably could just use like my CRM sim as a bridge until you get verified through Highlevel. And this is once again, this is only if you want to start doing stuff for your clients day one. If you're okay waiting a week to get an A2P number approved for them, that's fine. But if you need to start sending stuff day one and calling is going to be required eventually, I would do my CRM sim, because you can still answer the phone on the Android and stuff. I would do my CRM sim and as the bridge until you get a local number verified through their sub account. And that would kind of make sense, the most sense financially, if you're charging like over $500 a month per client. If you're charging like under $500 a month and you're like a SaaS and like no calling is really required, then I would recommend TextGrid all day long. You can get one campaign, they have an integration into Highlevel, one campaign, and then you can use that campaign for 49 different clients. It's in 49 different numbers. So that means that you get verified once, and then you can use that across multiple different sub accounts. Once again, when you're doing it that way, there's a little bit different legality of like staying compliant and stuff when it's all registered under your campaign. But it still just allows you to send it. You can be as compliant as you want, or as not compliant as you want, right? And then if you are doing, let's say, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month retainers, and you're doing a lot of the lead follow-up, then I think the iPhone route would be sick and probably well worth it. I think that lead follow-up for the next year or two, the iPhone route is still going to make a lot of sense. They are improving like RCS messaging, which is like rich context segments, through Twilio and through these other SMS providers, so that now we're going to be able to have more dynamic messaging, more engaging messaging than just how it is right now, where you just like send SMS. You don't have any options to add like features or stuff like that to it. So yeah, that's a quick breakdown over kind of all your phone number and messaging options through Highlevel. If you live in a WhatsApp dominated country, you can just use WhatsApp. That's great. But if you need to send SMS, these are kind of your options. Spent way too much money and way too much time going into all this stuff. So I hope it saves you a little bit of time understanding how this works.
All right, so for your own sub account in Highlevel, like say your business name here, not your client sub accounts, but for your own sub account, you're going to want to purchase a local number natively through Highlevel using LC Phone and get it approved. It's just the easiest way to make calling work, because TextGrid and a lot of those other SMS services don't have native calling, where when you go to like the inbox, you won't be able to see like the contact history of somebody calling through the inbox settings here. And so you're going to want to probably purchase it just within your Highlevel account. And so if we go to settings of a sub account, and then we go to phone numbers, you just want to go ahead and purchase a local number. So we can click on add number, add phone number. And then you probably just, for your own business, you probably just want to make sure it's a local number and it's in your own area or whatever. So you can just scroll around and find, you can type in your, you can filter here by your area code. And then anyways, you can just purchase it. And from there, you can proceed to buy. And so once we buy this, what we need to do now is we need to get campaign and brand registered. So number of purchase is successful. We need to do A2P registration. So let's click on register for A2P. So it's important to note that there's two types of verifications that we need to start sending messages
through A2P. So we have the brand registration, and then we have the campaign registration. And to be honest, the brand registration is very easy unless you're a brand new business. So if you are a brand new business, what you're probably gonna have to do is reach out to high-level support and submit your SS4 or whatever, your 575, whatever it's called, CP 575 or something. Let me see. CP 575 form. Yeah, just something like this to verify that you're a business, because it's probably not in the IRS database yet, and that's normally where Twilio is trying to find it, right? So yeah, something like this where you can see your business, your EIN, all that stuff. And so if you don't have that yet, you're going to have to reach out to high-level support, and you're going to have to submit that to them. They might charge you a one-time fee for that, but it'll be a lot quicker than having to wait 60 days or 90 days or however long it takes for the IRS to log that you are an officially a business role. So if you click on Start Registering Now, you can see this is going to start taking us through the registration process. And so I think this is the brand. We're about to get to the business details. Then we're going to do brand registration and then campaign registration. So is this business entity you're registering located in the US or Canada? And so if you're trying to serve people in the US or Canada and you want to get a business in America, register a business in America, there's this platform called Doula. Doula is like kind of made for people to create businesses in America without being in America. And so if that's something you're interested in, you can do that. I've got that linked in another video. But anyways, so click on continue. And we'll put in the legal business name. So this is one, you want this to be exactly as listed on your CP 575. So meaning like the casing is the same. If there's an Inc. or LLC, all that stuff needs to be added there as well. So this needs to be exactly as that is. Let's just say ABC Business. This probably kept business LLC, and then business type. If it's an LLC or whatever your business type is here, put that there, and then you want your EIN number. So that's that 9-digit code that's on your CP 575 or whatever. You can find that from whatever you registered your LLC with and get that number. So you add that there. And then business industry, you can just select whatever's closest here. I'd probably do like online is probably the best. And then business email, add your business email here and add your website URL. And you want to make sure this is not a high-level branded URL. You want to make sure it's like your legit US URL. And business email here. If you have your own email, like with your logo, your domain on it at the end, that would be great, but I don't think it's required. All right, next you want to put in your business address. Once again, you want to make sure this matches directly what's on the CP75 form, 575 form. This is important because if it's not going to match, they're just going to immediately deny it. The brand settings and stuff is based off of all your business details. This is a lot quicker turnaround time than the campaign stuff, but you want to make sure that you have all the proper information that's consistent with your business details here. All right, authorized representative. Once again, you want to make sure that this is your name or whatever your authorized representative is. And so if you went through a service like Zen Business or whatever, and you decided to get an authorized representative, that's fine. If not, you should want to make sure that this information is consistent with your information. And so here in this phone number, put your personal phone number. Don't put a Highlevel or Twilio phone number here. Make sure it's like a mobile phone number. Your email address, this is the one that they can contact you at. It's listed on your CP 575 or your business settings. I honestly don't know if the email address is on there, but I just always use the one that I used when I created my LLC. So, and that's been seeming to work for me. And then obviously your name, etc. And you can just do CEO, whatever you want to do here. For 99% of us, the low volume is going to be fine. 6,000 segments a day. I think this is also mixed use as well, meaning that we can use it for promotional or transactional or customer care or whatever. High volume, I mean, if you've got a massive client, maybe you need high volume, but for the most part, 99% of us can just use the low volume. And you can see here, it's going to charge a one-time $24 charge, and an additional $3 for fast track is included, which helps getting the campaign approved and working in 3 days. The campaign fee will be charged in the case of campaign failures. It will also be charged in case of campaign failures and resubmissions. Additional campaign fee of up to $12 per month to apply in accordance with TCR. So you should just keep track of, like, I'll show you how to see how much you're getting charged for this stuff. But that is that's kind of the going rate. So there's not much you can do about it unless you wanted to get off of Highlevel, because once again, TextGrid or all those other places, they're cheaper, but they just don't integrate calling into Highlevel. So that's tough. Okay, and so for use case and description here, once again, this is your phone number, your brand, your campaign. And so what you want to put here is you just want to be very descriptive of, like, hey, be descriptive, your specific use case, and these are this phone number you're using for like lead follow-up, for calling leads and stuff like that. And so some examples of like what that would be is you go to here, they have, see an example, like this campaign sends appointment information, confirmation. Like this is probably fine for most of us when we're doing this on our own account, right? And so you can just copy this and you can paste it in there. In terms of sample message, this is probably something like you can do, honestly, what their examples are here, and maybe you could add some specific ones like, hey, some of your lead follow-up verbiage. If you already have some of that, you can add some of that in here, and then just check whether it's going to include an embeddable link and a phone number and stuff like that. Most of ours don't include phone numbers, like just for me, but if they include a link, you want to make sure you include that there. And also, if you're including a phone number in the sample message, you want to make sure you have that selected there, right? So just whatever these sample message need to be consistent with what we got going on right there. So you can just copy this as an example. You obviously want to replace your domain, your company name in these examples. I'm just going through this and I'm not going to complete it or expect it to get approved, but you just want to replace this with all of your business details, right? And then for a number to use, you can use the number you just purchased, or you can just use your mobile number or anything like that for the sample. But I would recommend trying to make it all unique to your business. And they don't recommend having placeholders of like, hey, first name, ABC business, or whatever. Like make sure it's like legit, like, hey, John or hey, Jane or whatever, which I don't know why they want that, but yeah, just apparently they don't like placeholders. And then you can continue, and we can see how do leads consent to receive messages. All right, so this is kind of like what they see on the website. And so you want to make sure now on your form, if you go to forms, if you're in your if you downloaded the website template and you got the website template up and running, then if you go to your sites and you go to forms, one of the forms that you have is you have this website form, the contact form. And you want to make sure you click on phone number, and you want to make sure it's not required. And so that's kind of a new thing for A2P. And then you want to make sure you have two separate checkboxes. And then I will leave the verbiage for each checkbox in the school, on the school thing right here. I'll have the verbiage here. And so you want to make sure you have two different checkboxes. So when they go to your site, you want to make sure your site is not branded with any high-level links. So you want to make sure you have your own domain attached to this. This is just a preview link, so I'm not looking at anything official. But you just want to make sure that the phone number is not required. So if we refresh this, you can see it's not required. It doesn't have that asterisk, and you have the two checkboxes. And so you just want to go straight to the source, like A2P campaign best practices and stuff like this. I mean, Highlevel is going to keep this stuff updated. The tricky thing about me making these videos, guys, is that like in 3 months, this is probably going to be outdated, right? And so I don't want to come in and make every single video about phone numbers every 3 months. And so that's why I'm including links to like Highlevel and stuff like that, because this is like their main job. Like their job is to make sure we get phone numbers. And so go directly to Highlevel, go to TextGrid for help on getting approved. And also people in the community are helpful. Like people are posting their responses. Like you can see this guy posted what he got approved in TextGrid, all this stuff. Like people are helpful. And so anyways, yeah, so this is just about the two checkboxes here. And so you can see an example. Let's just go ahead and paste this example in here. We can kind of edit it. And you just opt in by visiting, and then you want to put your website link. So you want to put the contact us page here, and filling in their details. Users check a box to receive notifications, and then I would say and a separate box to I would say transactional messages, and a separate box for promotional message to provide their consent. Additionally, users can also text start, and so you add that there. Campaign description here. If I can find it, go back. All right, and then opt-in message. This is just what happens when somebody is opted in. You can just see the example, and then you can adjust it with your business name. And so, guys, I really haven't had too many issues getting approved for campaign and for brand in Highlevel for A2P. It's just been like getting it at scale for all of our clients. Like that's been the tricky part. And that's where TextGrid kind of comes in. But in terms of just getting your own number from Highlevel, this has just been pretty easy for me. So hope this. All right. So let's talk about how to get approved with TextGrid. So first, you're obviously going to need a TextGrid account. So if you can't figure out how to sign up, then that's kind of on you. I'm just kidding. Yeah, you just sign up here and put all your information in and create your account. But then once you log in, you'll be here. And so you probably want to go ahead and add a card on file and just go ahead and add like $10 to your balance or something, just because you will need some money in here to purchase phone numbers and to verify your campaign. And the campaign registration and brand registration is a lot cheaper in TextGrid than it is in Highlevel. So that is nice when you're not using an LC phone and stuff like that. And so you'll see like sub accounts here. This is the GoHighLevel integration. A really important thing to do is like do not purchase phone numbers on the main account level if that's what you're trying to do. If you're trying to do the GoHighLevel integration, right? So if you're using GoHighLevel and you're integrating with GoHighLevel, you do not want to use this phone numbers at the main account level. And so when we go to sub accounts here, you'll just click on attach a GHL sub account and you'll connect one of your sub accounts. But what we're going to do today is we're going to figure out how to get A2P approved. So you can see here, first thing you want to do is you want to get a brand. So you're going to have to get a brand verified to then attach that brand to a campaign. And so if we go to like the brand here, this is very simple. You want to make sure that all this information is consistent with what is listed on your business. So on your SS4 or on your CP575, you just want to make sure that the legal company name is exactly as is with the LLC, with the proper casing, whether it's in all caps or not, probably private profit. You're probably a private profit entity. Select your segment, and then you want to make sure your address is consistent. It's the same thing that's registered on your address on your registration form for your business. And then same thing, make sure you have your website and make sure you have your phone number. You want to make sure this phone number is your phone number, right? So you want to make sure that it's not a Twilio number or a Highlevel number, but it is a mobile number that you have access to that's not connected to Highlevel or Twilio or something like that. And so when you submit that, it should go through very quickly, right? Like the brand thing is actually pretty simple. The only time it wouldn't is if you are a brand new company and your LLC name and your legal company name is not listed in the IRS database yet. And what you have to do, contact TextGrid support for that, and then they will give you a form to fill out to get that done. And so if we go to brand and we do like a new brand, let me see real quick. Add a new brand. Let's just see if they have choose up account registration video. I was just going to see if they have an example of where to do that. Yeah, I don't think they do, but basically just reach out to their support. They have a separate form for you to fill out to make sure that your LLC gets registered in the IRS database so that your brand can get approved. And then once you get your brand approved, you can click on the brand. So once you click on your brand there, you can scroll down and you can see your campaigns, and you can click on register a new campaign. And so you click on register new campaign, and from there, that's going to take you to here. This is going to take you through the campaign registration process. And so when you're doing this, what you want to do is you want to make sure that for 99% of us, the low volume mixed use case is going to be the one we want to choose. And then I think I chose customer care and I chose marketing. So those are the two that I chose. And then in terms of special campaign type, we don't really need any of that. We're just going to be this low mixed volume. And then we're going to go to the carrier, and you can see this is basically just saying, okay, with this campaign, you're only able to send 2,000 messages segments to T-Mobile numbers every day. And then for AT&T, this is throughput per hour. So 75 SMS per minute, throughput per minute. So 75 messages per minute to AT&T numbers. And then Verizon doesn't have theirs listed. But you just say, yes, this throughput is good. And then from here, we have the campaign description. So I broke down exactly what I put in mine. Here, you can just say review harvest sends text messages to users who consent to receive promotional and customer care, because that's what we selected on that previous page there after their transaction. And you can see you can just copy and paste this into your description and change the words, obviously change review harvest and stuff like that. And then the tricky one is this call to action messaging flow, explaining kind of how they got there and how they're opting in. And so you can see I have a very, very in-depth answer here that's going off of, that's linking to my contact page, where it basically has what we have on this contact page. This will load. It has exactly what we have here also in our description here. So I'm not going to read this aloud, but you can just copy this from there and you can paste it into the call to action. Privacy policy, place your privacy policy link in here. You can watch my other video. It's earlier in the course about using Termly. Termly allows you to create a privacy policy. Let me just see if I can go to their main website. Termly just allows you to create a privacy policy. It's like $15 a month or something. But what they do is, as stuff stays up to date, as privacy laws change, they update your privacy policy and your terms and conditions automatically, so you don't have to worry about that. And they make it pretty easy to create your terms and conditions and your privacy policy. Just be ready to answer about 60 questions per, and a lot of the questions you won't know what they mean, and so just answer the best you can, I guess, or consult with a lawyer. Obviously, this is not legal advice, but I use Termly for my terms and conditions and for my privacy policy. So obviously, you go to reviewharvest.com and you can see kind of an example of what we have here. Don't just copy it, because there's going to be stuff that's different. Even though we're all doing reviews, there's going to be stuff that's different. But you can see we've got our privacy policy and our terms and condition. And this is actually just like a widget that you embed a bit of code so they can dynamically change it as stuff changes. And so you want to make sure you paste your terms and conditions and privacy policy here. And then call to action, privacy policy, multimedia upload. I don't think I uploaded anything here. This is just, this is a screenshot. So I did upload something here. This is the screenshot of your contact us page. So just take a screenshot of your contact us page and all this crap on it. And then you can just submit that here. And then sample text messages. Here's the sample text messages that I used. You can just use these 5 here. Just like, hey, John, can you take a second to leave a review for Review Harvest? It only takes a few clicks. Helps out tremendously. Here's the link. And then boom, we just have all that stuff there. And so if we go back to here, sample messages. And then if you want to do like an example of a personalized image, you can. I don't think I did anything there. And then you want to make sure that you have these all selected: help, opt out, opt in, number pooling. No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about direct lending, because unless you're doing loans and stuff. But we will embed a link and we will embed a phone number, because if you have, like you can see in one of these sample messages, I included a phone number. So make sure you have that selected or it'll immediately get rejected. And just put no for affiliate marketing and no for age-gated content, and then submit. And then once it is submitted, you'll be able to go to campaigns and you'll be able to see, boom, carrier status is accepted. And the cool thing is, though, when you have to resubmit it, it's really easy. They save all your information there, and so you'll be good to go. It's pretty easy to resubmit if you need to, and their support is very helpful in terms of making sure it gets approved. And so now you got your campaign and your brand registered. All right, so once your campaign is approved in TextGrid, you can check that by going to campaigns. And then you can see carrier status accepted. Once your campaign is approved, what you want to do is you want to click on sub accounts, and you want to click on attach GHL sub account. and it's going to prompt you to log in. And so you want to make sure you do not, I repeat, do not connect the agency. That's going to not work at all. And so let me just find a demo account real quick. Yeah, cool. So we can just use the demo website one. And you just want to sign in. It's going to be the custom SMS provider, and you want to proceed. All right. And so from there, now you want to purchase a phone number on the sub account level. So you can see here, we want to purchase it on the sub account level. And so if we go to, just to make sure, if we go, except this, we go to sub accounts, you can see where our sub accounts are. So we've got testing email account, testing email domains, these ones I connected earlier, demo website. So you can see there, I was about to purchase the phone number and under the wrong sub account. So make sure you're careful there. But once you're in the sub account, you'll be able to click here and you'll be able to add phone numbers and stuff under this sub account, whatever you titled it, right? Or whatever it's titled. And so from there, what you want to do is you want to go to phone numbers. You want to go to buy a number, and you want to just search an area code, whatever you want. And they're 50 cents a pop, so it's not bad. 50 cents a month, that's not bad at all. Compared to Highlevel's $1.15. And there's a one-time fee of 25 cents to purchase the number. But once you buy the phone number, let it load here. All right, sweet. So we want to configure the number. If you would like to it kind of started loading there forever, but if you click on phone numbers, we can just check and make sure. Active numbers, we can check and make sure that number was added. You see it wasn't added. Let's see, number. All right, so we'll start from, and you can just check your main account and see if your balance was deducted. Mine wasn't. So let's go back. Let's go to sub accounts. Honestly, even the people at TechStreet will tell you that their UI is not the most intuitive. They said that they'll get to it when it's a priority. But yeah, let's see active numbers. Okay, here we go. Now you can see that it loaded into the site there. And you see it's not attached to a campaign. And so what we want to do, we can click on this number and configure the hosting and stuff. Or configure the number so we can add a name to it. I think you have the ability to you do some advanced stuff here with phone numbers and messaging and stuff like that, auto forwarding calls and stuff like that. If that's really important to you, but you can just title this whatever, maybe the name of the client or whatever. But from here, what you want to do is you want to go to the sub account and we want to attach it. We want to go to the sub account's phone number. We want to attach to a campaign. And so you want to choose the campaign that you have approved, attach campaign to this phone number. All right, request sent. You can see that this may take several minutes or up to a few days. And so if you are struggling with this taking a while, one, ask TechSgrid, ask them what's the holdup, what's going on, or whatever. But you can do this in advance, right? So you can create 10 future sub accounts for your clients before you get them, and you can attach 10 phone numbers to them, verified, ready to go. And this is better than even the toll-free thing that I used to do, where I used to purchase toll-free numbers, verify them in advance on a sub account, because you still have to verify each toll-free number every single time. And so now we just verify it once, create a sub account with your snapshot, add it to TechSgrid, and then attach the phone number to it. And so if we go to our ATP registration, go to campaigns, we can see, you see this is accepted. Let's see if we can see phone numbers attached. Yes, you can see phone numbers attached here. And once it is attached to the sub account, what you'll be able to do is go to settings, and you'll be able to go to phone numbers, and you click on advanced settings, and you just want to make sure advanced settings, and you'll make sure that TechSgrid is the default SMS provider. So you just want to save that, make sure that's the case. It's not going to pop up. I don't think your number is going to pop up under here because that's kind of hosted in TechSgrid. But from there, you should be able to text through the workflows, through everything just kind of naturally. So you should be good to go. Yeah, that's the TechSgrid integration. The big thing to remember is just make sure you're purchasing the phone numbers under the sub account, and you're not purchasing the phone numbers up here from the main account level. If you need to see your sub accounts, you just go here, and it should be pretty self-explanatory from there. So hope this is helpful. Thanks.
All right. So now we're going to set up your white label settings to make your Highlevel account look like your own. And so you can see here, here's an example of where you go. So you go to your agency view. So make sure you go here, you click on switch to agency view if it's there. Then you want to go to settings down at the bottom. So I'll show you this real quick. So you're in your agency view, moving this camera out of the way.
You're in your agency view, you click on settings, click on company, and you click on white label. And from there, you can see you're here. So the first thing you want to do is go ahead and add your logo. So this is going to be your logo that's up here at the top corner. You want to make sure it's 350 by 180 and it has a transparent background to make it look good. So if you don't know how to do that, once again, just get a Canva account. I think you can even do this with a free account. Come to your design here. Come to your design. You want to resize it. So click on resize, custom size, and you want to do the 350 by 180 or whatever it is. So 350. Let's make sure 350 by 180. Yep, by 180. There you go. And you're gonna click on copy and resize. So it's going to create another. It's going to create another design for you. You can open it up, and now you have the right logo. You can just edit it to make it bigger, so it takes up the whole thing, so it looks good when you add it. Perfect. And yep. So then you can just download that and you can upload it here. Privacy policy URL and terms and conditions. We went over this in the updating your website video. So creating your privacy policy and your terms and conditions. You want to make sure you add these there. The reason being is because when somebody goes to yourwhitelabeldomain.com, when they log in, excuse me. When they log in, they're agreeing to your terms and conditions. They can click here and it's linked to the terms and conditions on your website. So there's that. Also, if you want to customize this login page, normally your login page is going to look like this. app.GoHighlevel.com. Normally your login page is going to look something like this. But if you use GHL Pro Tools, you can customize your whole login page, make it look totally unique. You can also customize the page once you log in. So if you see, for example, here, when I log in here, send the code real quick. But you can see that my high level looks totally unique. So you can see I have this, my logo up here up top, and it's bigger than it normally looks compared to over here. I have some colors here, and this is just a theme that GHL Pro Tools gives you. So if you go here and you go to Theme Builder, they give you a whole bunch of different options. So you can see they've got like Techno Blue, which is just clean white or whatever. And then they give you the CSS to do that. You can edit the login page. That's what I showed y'all before. And then also, if you go back to the agency view, and then you go to, oh shoot, what just happened there? You go to, oh yeah, control panel. This is added from GHL Pro Tools. You can basically turn stuff on and off from the control panel really easily, but they also allow you to customize this launch pad. So this is why mine, it just has the Google Business Profile thing, because I turned all the other ones off. So they add some, I wish I could just give you all this code and then it would just work for you, but it doesn't. That's not how, we've already tested it out. So you have to be an active member of GHL Pro Tools or whatever, and it's not too bad. I think their lowest plan is like $97 per month, and you get access to all this stuff. You have to scroll through and go through their funnel to actually get to their pricing and stuff. But it's $97 per month for the theme builder, to customize the launch pad, to customize everything like that, and then also that control panel, and then also you get the Zapier action. They have an GHL Pro Tools Zap, which allows you to do some really cool stuff, kind of at the agency level that you can't automate within sub accounts. And then lastly, this CSS you can take. You can see if we go down here, custom JavaScript or whatever, I don't really think there's anything to play around with there. That's just codes and stuff to make sure I think my GHL Pro Tools works. And you can see here, see how it's not custom on here? Because this is the app.gohighlevel.com one, right? But on this one, app.reviewers.com, it is custom and it looks like my branding and stuff like that. And so that's another benefit of the white label domain. But you can see custom CSS here. I just have some stuff that won't work if I share it with y'all because you don't have GHL Pro Tools. But SB reporting, this hides the reporting bar on the side panel. And so let me pull up another sub account here to show you kind of where this would be if it was showing up. So normally there's like an advanced reporting feature side menu down here, but we don't want any of our clients, none of our clients see that or need that or use that, so we just hide that there. And let's go here. So reputation requests. This is like actually within the reputation tab. There's a requests portion. So we don't really use the native feature of like sending out review invites and stuff like that. And so the requests would normally show up as like failed. Even if we had like a dud in the workflow, the request would show up as failed. And so if you were using the native SMS and email review requests in here, then the invites would look right because you're sending out review requests this way. But this lacks just a lot of functionality and flexibility that we need. And so I hid the requests portion up here so it doesn't look like all the invites have failed because we don't have that turned on. I hope that makes sense. Quiz builder, that's just to build quizzes. None of our clients use that. Online listings, that's like the Yext stuff. We just hid that because none of our clients, we don't upsell Yext. Memberships, that's like the memberships side panel that's on here. We just hid that because it's hard to get it removed with just permissions. App Marketplace, hid that because none of our clients download any third-party apps. Yext overview card. This is actually on the reputation management dashboard. Normally right here, there is like a Yext pop-up, and we just hid that because none of our clients use Yext. SP objects, this is like an advanced feature that is down under the settings of a sub-account. So down in the settings of a sub-account, you'll see like objects or something right here sometimes. And so we just hid that. Agency dashboard, that's just, I hide that most of the time because it's just totally inaccurate. It's actually stupid how inaccurate it is because it doesn't take into account certain things. So I just don't want to see it because it just makes me frustrated. And I always feel like, oh, I need to fix this or something. SB WhatsApp, none of our clients use WhatsApp. So we just hide that in the settings of the sub account. There's no like a WhatsApp panel here. AI agent, that's also in the settings here. We hide that. Opportunities pipeline, that is like the pipelines at the setting level of a sub account. Once again, there's like a pipeline in here, a pipeline menu. We don't want them to see that because they just ask questions. It just produces like support requests. Oh, I see I've got AI agent in here. What does that mean? I want to make sure I'm taking advantage of review harvest. Like, well, we just do reviews. I'm trying to hide all the other stuff from you. Undefined, I forget what it was, but something on their selector, like, because how you do this to hide this stuff is you click on inspect, and then you go, let's make it look responsive, and then you go and you like hover over something, and you find it over here. Let me make this bigger. So you find like where it is over here, and you left click on it, and you click on copy and copy selector. And then what that does is it gives you the code that you need to do display as none. So you can see conversation AI settings SB2. That's what we would need to display as none. So you just put that and then display none, that code there. And their little selector thing was undefined. So I forget what it was, but it obviously wasn't important. Conversation providers, that's just additional providers. I forget what that was. Brand boards, none of our clients use that. This is supposed to be manual actions, but actually in the CSS selector, it's manual actions. So yeah, this is a Yext pop-up when people log in. This is also a Yext pop-up when people log in. This is just the business settings at the sub account level. None of our clients really use that or whatever. It's just another like settings bar down here. So we remove that. And labs is like new features. We remove that. URL redirects. None of our clients add URLs or websites or stuff in there. Manage scoring. This is lead scoring. So we turn that off. And then reputation management. This is another reputation management at the settings level that we just don't want them to see. All right, so let's go over how to set up your white label login and your API domain. So what is your white label login domain? This is where you and your clients can go to log in from this domain instead of app.gohighlevel.com. So this is what's really making your solution white labeled. You can see mine is app.reviewharvest.com. And when you go there, it takes me to a login page to log into Review Harvest. Since I'm already signed in, it might just log me in. Yeah, it just logged me in. But that takes me to log in there. What is your API domain? So your API domain is when you send trigger links and you send survey links or calendar links or form links. You just send that default link, they give it to you this is the domain that's going to be included there. So normally it's going to be like, it's going to be your domain with a string of random characters and stuff like that afterwards. So you can see like this is a form that we fill out all the time. You can see it's go.reviewers.com, etc. And so when it comes to your API domain, this is something that's also going to be in those trigger links for the text. So when you use trigger links, it's going to use your API domain to add a unique string and track that. And so you want to make sure that this is something that's very short. You don't want to add something super long because then those trigger links could get lengthy. So I do go.reviewers.com. That's my API domain. So now that you know kind of what both of these are, where do we go to change them? So if you go to your agency view, go to settings, and you go to company, and you go to white label. You can see here so if you go to your agency view, you click on company, and then you click on white label, you can see here we'll go over setting up your logo and stuff like that next. But for now, you can see you have your white label domain and your API domain. So if you purchase this domain on Cloudflare or GoDaddy or something that Highlevel integrates with seamlessly, it's really simple. All you do is you just click on edit here. You type in your domain, whatever you want it to be. So go.reviewharvest.com. And from there, you click on continue, and it's going to give you the records. And so we can walk through what this looks like here under the white label domain. So you add it there, click on add domain. And from there, I'll show you the more in-depth training. I don't want to change this because I'm scared it's going to have some downtime. But it's going to give you these DNS records. So if you use GoDaddy or you use or you use Cloudflare, it's going to automatically add this. But basically all we're doing is we're adding a CNAME, and then the host here is whatever you're putting before your domain. So if you're putting go.reviewers.com or whatever, it's going to be that here. So the host, and then it points to this white label ludicrous.cloud for their servers. TTL can just probably be whatever. And then you just save that and let it update, and eventually you'll be able to go to that white label domain, and you'll be able to log in to Highlevel through that, just like you normally would on app.gohighlevel.com. And then it's actually the same exact process for setting up your API domain. And so same thing you see right here. You're just going to type in what you want, and then you'll click on next, and it's going to prompt you to add those records to your DNS. If you don't know how to add DNS records, watch the email setup video. Watch the setup email sending domains. It's literally the same process. You're just adding different records. So hopefully that helps get both of those things set up. Now we're getting close to white labeling our Highlevel account. And all right, so now we're going to cover creating a Stripe account and then integrating that Stripe account with Highlevel. And so I already have multiple Stripe accounts under my LLC, and I don't want to throw any mysterious at Stripe. So I just linked to a very simple video, updated, what says updated 2025, but it's the same process. I just went through it recently. Going over exactly how to set up a Stripe account. It's pretty simple. You're just going to ask for your business info and stuff like that, and you can get a Stripe account set up. And then once you have it set up, what you do is you just go to your agency view. So if we go back to agency view here, and then so you're in your agency view. If you're not seeing this, just if you're in a sub account, you should just have a button here that says switch to agency view, and then click on settings, and then go to Stripe, and then you can see here I can't disconnect my Stripe account because I have SaaS clients and SaaS plans set up and stuff like that. So that would just mess everything up. But there's literally going to be a button here that says, hey, just connect your Stripe account. It might even be on your dashboard. And so I linked to another video that was posted recently showing you how to connect that. It was only posted 13 days ago. So hopefully it's up to date. But yeah, so just walks you through exactly setting up, just getting verified. It's going to walk you through putting your email address in, verifying the connection, and then you should be connected there. Everything should be good. So I hope this is helpful. Once again, I just can't undo this and redo this in my own account. It would just mess a bunch of stuff up. So hopefully those trainings are helpful.
We're going to cover the value equation by Alex Hormozi. This is from his book, $100 Million Offers. We're going to go over why value doesn't equal price, and you might not want to charge what you're worth in the beginning. And then we're going to cover some of the 4 biggest players in the space and their lowest monthly options and break down why they're priced the way they are. Stay to the end and I'll show you my pricing and hopefully help you decide and calculate yours. So if we break down the value equation here, why will people happily fork up over $10,000 for liposuction to get skinnier, whereas you might have to arm wrestle somebody to give you $50 a month for a gym membership, right? And so the goal for this equation is we want the top side to be large and we want the bottom side to be as small as possible. The reason being is because this is a division equation, right? Anything over 0 is technically undefined, which would be infinitely valuable. If you can get somebody a 6-pack instantly without having to do anything, you would be able to charge a lot of money for that, right? And so let's break down liposuction. The dream outcome of liposuction is to lose weight, right? Just to get skinnier. And so the perceived likelihood of achievement, meaning how likely do they feel like they're going to hit this goal, this dream outcome, it's a doctor. This is all they do. And so it's pretty much guaranteed. In terms of time delay, you're going to go under for the surgery and you're going to wake up skinny within hours. And so it's nearly instant. And the effort and sacrifice, effort is things that you have to start doing that you don't want to do, and sacrifice is things that you have to give up doing that you already are doing. And so the only effort and sacrifice you have here for liposuction is you might be sore for a week, might have to miss work. It's super easy. It's a no-brainer. So now if we go to the gym membership down here and people have to arm wrestle people just to get them to sign up for the gym, the dream outcome's the same. These people want to lose weight. But the perceived likelihood of achievement is so much lower here. And the reason being is because these people have probably tried diets and workout programs and running and walking before, and they have never been able to hit their goal of losing weight, right? So they're like, what's going to make it different this time? And so when you're selling a gym membership, you have to make sure they know that you're going to be responsible for them hitting their goals. And you're going to help them. And you have to increase that perceived likelihood of achievement by showing other case studies, other testimonials, other people that were just like them that have now lost the weight. And so time delay for gym membership, if they're really busting their rump, it's still probably going to be over 6 months before they see any great progress. And so you can see why this is so much less valuable, because 6 months is a long time for these people that want something instantly. And then effort and sacrifice. Once again, effort is stuff they have to start doing. They got to go to the gym. They got to wake up early. They got to start cooking healthy food. Sacrifice, they got to get rid of the candy. They got to get rid of the donuts. They got to get rid of sleeping in. And so when you explain it this way with something super easy to understand like weight loss, you can see why the value of liposuction is so much higher and people are willing to pay so much more, because it's so much easier, because they're selling the same exact thing, losing weight. It's just the fact that it's basically guaranteed and they don't have to do anything. Whereas the gym membership, selling the same thing, they don't know whether they're going to be able to do it or not, and they have to give up and do a lot of work and be very patient to actually get the same result. So now when we're breaking down some of these big review players in the space, these are all their lowest monthly options here. We're going to go over who they're selling to, how much social proof they have, what's their goal, are they just looking for as many users or profit, and also where are they getting their customers. This is going to help you figure out what that price is, because if somebody already knows, likes, and trusts you, and they're pretty warmed up to your brand and your business, you can probably charge more than if they're just cold traffic. So let's break down Bird Eye. So Bird Eye is an massive company, over $100 million in ARR, and their lowest monthly option is $389. And pretty much all they're doing is helping people get reviews and texting customers with a chat widget on their site, and they have listings so you can do like directories and stuff for SEO. And so for their dream outcome, it's very similar to everyone else's. We're just like, we're going to get you reviews, we're going to help you rank higher on Google, we're going to do all those things. Now, in terms of perceived likelihood of achievement, this is where the fact that Bird Eye is a massive brand that's worked with hundreds of thousands of businesses comes into play, right? If I'm just your average Joe Schmo business and I go look on Bird Eye's website and I see they've worked with 100,000 businesses and they have thousands of reviews, what are the thoughts that if I work with them, I'll get results? They're pretty high. You probably agree that, okay, well, I guess if I work with these people, they're going to get me results because they've worked with so many people and they've done it so many times before. So in terms of time delay for Bird Eye, it's a software, right? So you can probably get it set up in a day and start getting reviews. I think they do offer an onboarding call, which some people might just wait for. And so they might not get results in the first day or 2 days or 3 days because they're waiting for that onboarding call. And also I think that Bird Eye has added all these additional services on top that probably get people confused from the main goal of just getting Google reviews, if that's the goal. And it probably makes it a little bit harder for them just to go straight through and get Google reviews instantly. And we'll talk about a software that does a really good job of doing that here in a second. In terms of effort and sacrifice, it sounds like you're probably going to get on an onboarding call. You might have to sacrifice what you already know, right? You're going to have the cost of change. You're going to have to change your operations. Since Bird Eye offers a whole bunch of messaging features, you might have to learn how to use an app or train your employees on how to use an app. So you're going to have that cost to change when it comes to effort and sacrifice. But at the end of the day, where Bird Eye really excels, in my opinion, is this perceived likelihood of achievement. They've got loads of social proof. They're a big dog in the space. And so they're able to charge $389 a month as their lowest monthly price and get that. Who is Bird Eye selling to? Bird Eye is really focused on dentists, they're focused on dealerships, they're focused on lawyers. You can see down here automotive, dental, financial services, healthcare, home services, legal, property management. And they're all over the place, but I know that they do have a lot of automotive, a lot of dental, a lot of financial services, like 6,000 of them. And one thing that comes down to is the dream outcome for a financial services company or for a dealership versus the dream outcome for a local window cleaner is going to be very different, right? If you help a lawyer get 200 more reviews, that might help them make an additional $3 million this year, right? But if you help a window wash cleaner get another 200 reviews, that might make them an extra $200,000 this year, right? And who's willing to pay more for your service? Probably the business that's going to make an additional $3 million because of what you did. You did the same work, you just sold to somebody different, and so they're willing to pay you a lot more. And so that's why who you're selling to is so important, because if you're selling to lawyers and dentists and financial services and dealerships, these big companies that make a lot of money, if you get them 500 reviews, those 500 reviews are going to be a lot more valuable than the 500 reviews for a restaurant or for an ice cream shop, right? And so who you're selling to is going to determine what you can price and what you can charge. If you get a lawyer 500 more reviews and they get one new client, that might be worth getting the local window washer 100 new clients, right? And so you did the same work. They only had to get one client and they made more money than the window washer. So we've already covered how Bird Eye has loads of social proof. They've worked with hundreds of thousands of businesses. And in terms of what their goal is, it's safe to say that now that Bird Eye has over 1,000 employees, they are probably trying to make money and they've been funded. And so I think they did go through this hyper growth stage of get as many users on as possible, but they are probably in the stage of, hey, we're ready to make money. And so since they're in the stage where they're ready to make money, their price to value discrepancy probably is not as big as it used to be, right? They're still providing more value than they're charging, obviously, or people wouldn't sign up, but it's not like they're priced like this and their value is like this to create this massive discrepancy that creates this virality of the product where people are sharing it with all their friends because of how massive the discrepancy is, right? So they probably found the sweet spot in terms of a price where people will pay and pay for a while and also still share with people, and they can make a bunch of money. In terms of where Bird Eye is getting their customers, I'm not 100% certain on this because I think they actually took their Google business profile page down, but I remember reading Bird Eye's Google reviews a while ago when they had a Google business profile, and a lot of their reviews, hundreds and hundreds of their one-star reviews were just from cold calling and people being annoyed about cold calling. So I'd imagine if you have 300 one-star reviews from people because you're cold calling them, you're probably doing a lot of cold calling. So I know they did pretty hard on cold outreach, and now they're also integrated with so many other platforms where they just have all these CRMs sending business their way because they're a seamless integration to help companies using that CRM get reviews. So let's break down Podium. So Podium is very similar to Bird Eye in the sense that they've got hundreds of thousands of people they've worked with, and they're also branched out, and now they're doing a lot more than just reviews, right? Podium's really focused on like reviews, AI employee, which is like basically they say your AI employee that's going to help you book calls and follow up with people, all that stuff. And so the dream outcome for Podium is probably a little bit larger than these other softwares just review focused, because they're going to take over some more aspects of the business to help them make more money, like following up with leads and other stuff in the marketing funnel. But at the same time, that's going to increase a little bit more effort. It's going to make the effort higher because now you're going to have to train your employees on how to do this. You're going to get integrated in every aspect of the system. And I'm sure they figured out a way to make that pretty easy, but you're going to make them change something about their operations of their business. And so that's going to come with a little bit of effort or sacrificing the way they do it right now. Time delay, once again, it's a software. You can get set up pretty quickly. I'm sure Podium offers an onboarding call. But in terms of the value, they have a lot higher dream outcome than a lot of these others just simple review services. And so who they're selling to, Podium's done a good job of, once again, selling to people that have money. So they're selling to rich people. They're selling to lawyers. They're selling to dealerships. They're selling to dentists. They're selling to big HVAC companies or big plumbing companies. They're selling to people who make gobs and gobs of money so that they can charge more money, right? Once again, if we're helping a business that charge a lot higher prices and one client means a lot more to them than just say the restaurant down the road, you can charge a lot more than $99 per month to help them get more reviews because those reviews are so much more valuable to them. Podium has gobs of social proof. They've got 100,000 plus users, so I think they're fine there. Their goal, I would say their goal is very similar to Bird Eye's right now in the sense that they are probably trying to figure out the right price to value discrepancy where their product still grows and people still share it, but they're also trying to make profit and not trying to just grow out the wazoo and just get as many users on as possible. And where they're getting their customers, once again, I think they went pretty heavy on cold calling. But Podium does a whole bunch of marketing now, and so does Bird. They're on all channels. They're running ads. They're running everything, and they have integrations into all these other CRMs where they get some exposure that way as well. So they're omnipresent. In both Podium and Bird Eye spend a decent amount of money on Google ads. So you type in reputation management, Google review software, stuff like that. You're probably going to get a Podium or Bird Eye Google ad. So they're spending a lot of money that way as well. So now let's talk about Nice Job. Nice Job is a great example of how important it is of who you are selling to, right? So Nice Job mainly focuses on home service businesses. So I think the vast majority, they do offer services to other industries and stuff, but for the most part, if you talk to a home service business that uses a review software, they're probably using Nice Job. And so the dream outcome is very simple here. The dream outcome for Nice Job is to help people get more reviews, respond to those reviews, referrals, rebooking, stuff like that. Just very basic SMS and email function features and campaigns on the back half of the customer journey. So very similar to everybody else. Perceived likelihood of treatment is pretty good. They've worked with 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 plus businesses. They've got a decent amount of reviews. And I think that a lot of Nice Job's clients come from word of mouth because in the home service space, this is probably the most popular platform. And so if you're recommended by a friend, then you're going to have a lot higher perceived likelihood of treatment because you said if it works for your friend, I trust my friend, he said I should use it, then it's going to work for me too. Time delay, Nice Job does an awesome job of making the onboarding process very simple where you can get set up yourself and start getting reviews within hours. And so their process is very clean cut, very simple. They take you through one step at a time and they're just focused on getting Google reviews. And they're not like Podium or Bird Eye right now where they're selling you a million different things. They're getting that way. They're offering sites and a bunch of other stuff, but they're not selling you a million different things and they keep it very focused so you can shrink that time delay and you can start getting reviews very quickly. Effort and sacrifice, they do a good job of just integrating with your system in the background so you don't have to learn a new service. You don't have to train your employees on a new service. You don't have to give up anything. This will just work in the background. And so their price to value discrepancy, there's probably a little bit bigger of a gap than Podium or Bird Eye because they're still pretty young and they're probably trying to get as many people on board as possible and see their price is very affordable compared to Podium and Bird Eye. And so I'd imagine they're still trying to grow a lot, but they were just acquired by Paystone in the last couple of years. And so they're probably going to start raising this price as they grow just to maximize profit and stuff like that. And where they get a lot of their customers, once again, they've got integrations with other CRMs that just send business their way. They do a good job with partnerships in like kind of the home service space and the influencers. They do a good job there. And they also get a lot of business from word of mouth. And so Nice Job does run Facebook ads, but they get a lot of business from word of mouth. If you go in any Facebook group about home services and people ask about reviews, they're going to talk about Nice Job. And so they've done a great job there and built a really cool business that way. So now let's talk about GatherUp. GatherUp's another popular one, a wild card. It seems like they're selling to a lot of agencies or larger businesses instead of just the direct to the small business owner. But at the end of the day, they're doing pretty much the same thing, helping people get reviews, manage reviews, respond to reviews, stuff like that. They have a decent amount of social proof. I don't think they do a great job of displaying this across the site. And I think they could do a better job of increasing their perceived likelihood of achievement to let people know that they're doing a great job and they're going to help you get more reviews. Time delay, it's a software. You just get set up. It takes a couple hours. I don't know if they offer an onboarding call, but I think you can do it pretty quickly. And then effort and sacrifice, once again, this is more similar to Nice Job in the sense that it's not really going to change your day-to-day operations. You're not going to be booking clients through this or following up with leads or sending your Facebook leads into the system. And you're not going to have to like train your team or train your operations on this. And it's pretty low on effort and sacrifice. Just get set up and it works in the background. They haven't really focused on a niche, but it does look like if you go read through their site, they're selling more to agencies and large franchises and stuff like that than, say, Nice Job or these other companies. And so since they're selling to agencies or franchises, those people are going to bring them 10, 15, 20, 100 customers at once. And so pricing wise, they want to make it make sense to the middleman. So they're basically adding a middleman to every single one of their transactions, which is going to make them have to charge a little bit less, but also they can get 100 or 200 customers at once. And in terms of where they're getting their customers, they definitely run Google ads. If you look up reputation management, stuff like that, you will see ads from GatherUp. So now what you've been waiting for, my pricing with Review Harvest. So if you can see here, my lowest plan starts at $99 per month. My highest plan is $279 per month. And I'd probably say I've got about 45% of people on this plan,
35% of people on the largest plan, and about 20% of people on the middle plan. So I need to take off this most popular here. But it's broken down based off how many new review requests we're sending out per month. Let me just throw this caveat out here. I don't feel like my pricing is perfect at all. I feel like it'd be a lot better, a lot simpler, a lot easier to understand. But I think right now, since I sell mostly via sales calls, I have the opportunity to explain how the pricing works. And with these 3 tiers, I'm able to give options to the smaller businesses who might think $279 a month for reviews is crazy. And then also for the massive companies who aren't even going to blink at $279 per month, I can charge them and capture that amount of revenue from them as well. And so in terms of my dream outcome from Review Harvest is very simple. We're going to help you get more reviews. We're going to manage those reviews, respond to them, and we're going to post them on your social media accounts, right? So we're going to help request, respond, and repurpose your reviews. And our goal is to make sure that you never have to worry about Google reviews again and everything just works in the background. In terms of perceived likelihood of achievement, we could probably do a better job of showing all the businesses we worked with on our website. But lots of times I'm once again selling on sales calls right now still. And so perceived likelihood of achievement, I can just pull up my spreadsheet of all the clients' results and I can just show them, hey, here's our average, here's whatever. And so that definitely can increase the perceived likelihood of achievement because I can just go through and say, hey, these aren't even just the people we've gotten reviews from. These are just the average. And so that can help increase the perceived likelihood of achievement and increase the top side of this equation. Time delay. This is one thing where we're working on. It's hard when you're white labeling GoHighLevel to get that time delay shrink down very low because there's some things that you can't do. For example, like an integration. If they use Jobber, they can't just automatically get integrated with Jobber. We can pull all their customers, all their previous customers, start sending in the reviews and start sending reviews to their new customers as well, right? Right now, all the clients we work with requires an onboarding call, right? So if they book an onboarding call in 2 or 3 days, we can start getting them reviews by the end of the day after that onboarding call, right? But it requires an onboarding call. So we need to do a lot better here on the time delay of getting people results quicker. Effort and sacrifice. This is where I think we really excel. They don't have to learn how to use a platform. They can just email us. We'll do it for them. They don't have to give up anything or change any of their daily operations. We integrate into their system exactly how it's working. So nobody even has to know what Review Harvest is in terms of they don't have to train their employees on sending review requests or anything like that. They just hop on a call with us, we set it up for them, and they start getting reviews. So that's one area I think we really excel, where it's really easy to work with us. We do a lot of stuff for you, and it's not even like a software. It's more like a service. So we emphasize the service and don't emphasize the fact that it's a software, right? So who are we selling to? We sell a lot to home service business owners right now. And if we were to go say target lawyers, we could probably charge a lot more money. Or if we were to go target dentists, we could probably charge a lot more money. But with any of those things come trade-off. If you're going to target lawyers, they're probably a little bit harder to get in touch with. Might not be, it's probably worth extra money. But when it comes to dentists, you have to worry about HIPAA stuff because of medical, like chiropractors and stuff like that. You have to worry about HIPAA compliance, and that's something we really have tried to stay away from. What is our goal? So the reason why I think we are priced this way right now, I think that we could be priced a lot higher. I think we could start at $197, and since it's a service and we do everything for them, we could start at $197, go up to $397. But our goal right now is not profit. My goal is not to just make as much money as possible with Review Harvest. I want users. I want people to use the software. I want people to get results. I want them to tell their friends about it. I want us to grow. And so in terms of that price to value discrepancy, I want to charge a price where I can still keep the lights on and grow and make money and stuff. But I want this discrepancy, this gap to be so big that people feel like they have to tell their friends about it because we're doing all this stuff for them for just this small price, right? And so just trying to focus on growth right now. I'm not trying to get as much money out of everybody as possible. Also, a frame when it comes to monthly recurring services, one frame to think of is that would you rather somebody pay you for 6 months, $300, or would you rather them pay you $97 for 4 years, right? And so there is some pricing, and I think Nice Job's really locked into this because I talk to people all the time that use Nice Job and have been using it for years, and they basically just forgot that they're using it. And then I tell them like, hey, you haven't gotten reviews in 4 months. What's going on? Like, oh, I use Nice Job. So you've been paying for Nice Job for you've gotten 7 reviews in the last year and a half. What's going on there? There is a kind of a point where you're priced low enough where every month you're not under the top of their expenses and thinking like, oh my gosh, I need to cancel this. So figuring out where that balance is of how long they're going to stick based off your monthly price. One thing to make your clients stick a lot more is to charge a setup fee. When you charge $500, $1,000 or whatever up front, it makes it a lot harder to sell people, right? It's a lot more friction there. But they feel invested into your service, right? They feel like they're bought in. They have a little bit of sunken cost fallacy to where they bought into what you're doing, and now they're more likely to stay longer because they have more skin in the game. And where are we getting our customers right now? Mainly from ads and word of mouth. Let's say you only got customers from referrals.
you could probably charge a lot more money because these leads are going to be a lot warmer, right? But if you're going to a cold audience on ads, it's going to be a lot harder to sell those people at the price of referrals. And so obviously you can't change your price for every single person. I guess you could. It's just not very ethical. But you can't like change your price for every person. So that's why we're priced the way we are right now, to serve ads and referrals. And one thing to, I think, help you understand how you could price, if let's say you are an agency right now and you have 20 clients or whatever, if these people already know and trust you and you say, hey, we're going to get you reviews, you could probably charge $300 a month to help them get more Google reviews because they already know and trust you. And so their perceived likelihood of achievement is a lot higher. You've already done what they said they're going to do, and the dream outcome is to help them get more business or whatever. And so they want it, right? And if you already have access to all their stuff, the time, delay, effort, and sacrifice, all that stuff can be very low. And so you could definitely charge a pretty penny to help them get more reviews.
All right, so I want to quickly walk you through the snapshot. So one key thing about snapshots is that they save you a bunch of time from having to do everything on your own, but they're very hard to use if you don't actually understand what's going on in the snapshot, right? Because then when you want to make one little change, you don't know whether that's going to mess up the whole entire system and everything else. And so this video covers the ins and outs of the snapshot and how everything is connected. And if you watch this video through several times, you'll have a good idea of how this works. So you'll be able to confidently make edits or customizations per client if that's what they're asking for. So what I want to talk about briefly is what's not included in the snapshot. And the reason these things aren't included in the snapshot is because you can't set them on a snapshot level. So what I mean by that is like automated review responses. If you go to reputation, you go to settings, and then you see your reviews AI here, you can see that its auto responses are turned on here, but you have to connect it. So it's not like I can just automatically have all your reviews being responded to just by setting up the snapshot. You have to come in here, connect to Google Business Profile account, and then you have to make sure auto response is on, and you can say respond to however many reviews you want to or whatever. You can include a footer at the bottom of every review response if you'd like, and you can do like 9 minutes. And then you have to actually save this for review responses to be on. And so same thing with if you go to marketing and we go to social planner for social media posts, same situation. I can't just turn on automated social media posting through a snapshot. It has to be connected to, you have to get this sub account connected to social media accounts. And then from there, you can turn it on. It doesn't just come over with the snapshot, right? What's coming over with the snapshots is the workflows, the email templates, trigger links, email, text templates, all that stuff's coming through, not specifically just these features that we just have to come in here and turn on, right? So if we go back up to the top, the first thing you'll see here is the dashboard. And so this dashboard is only going to be, this default Review Harvest dashboard is only going to be available to people that have the $497 plan. The reason being is because when you download the snapshot into your account and you try to use it, it comes with the default snapshot. But if you're not on the $497 plan, then you don't have what they call multiple custom snapshots, right? So if you're on the $297 plan or the $97 plan, every dashboard that you create has to be made from scratch. So you can't basically bring over multiple dashboards from a snapshot. And so you're only going to be able to see this if you have the $497 plan. But if you quickly want to see how to create this, all you do is you add a widget. You're going to add a number widget because you want to do that. And then we do this based off opportunities. And so review requests sent is the number of total opportunities. So this is the opportunity count widget right here. Pending reviewers is the number of open opportunities. So that's pending reviewers here. Review link clicks is the number of won opportunities. And non-reviewers is the number of lost opportunities. So you can see here, if I click on this and like edit, you can see count of opportunity, advanced settings. This is just doing the date range order, but if you go to conditions, you can see status is lost. And if you, for some reason, you have multiple pipelines in here, you could add a condition for pipeline is, and make sure it's selected as the review pipeline if you have multiple pipelines, because that's going to mess it up because we have one pipeline by default in here. And we don't use any other pipelines, which is just for reviews. So same thing with review link clicks. You can see its status is 1. So this is all automatically built in on the back end on the automations. So this is just counting it on the front end. And then you see pending reviewers is edit. We can see conditions, status is open. So this is about how many people are currently in the workflow to request a review and haven't left a review yet. And then here, review requests sent. This is just the total. This is just the total opportunity. So status is nothing here. You don't have to have any status at all because this is just counting the total amount of opportunities. And so once again, if you want to like just build this custom, you just need to click on here. You need to click on opportunities, and then you can just add like the opportunity count and you save it. And from there, you'll be able to like add it here at the bottom. You can see, and then you can title it. You can title it whatever you want to. So like review request sent, pending reviewers, review link clicks, and non-reviewers. And so I know that was a little bit overwhelming, but the thing is you just have to set that up. And then in the automations, I'm tracking all that via the opportunities. So if you just use the snapshot the way it's supposed to be used, that should all be tracked automatically. So you have the dashboard. There's nothing, conversations, there's nothing going on in here. This launchpad is customized with CSS using HL Pro Tools. You can find my link for that somewhere in the community. Once again, this is not a concern. Don't worry about customizing this dashboard to make it super simple, or this launchpad to make it super simple. And also don't even worry about customizing this dashboard. Most of my clients don't even log in. 90% of my clients don't even log in. So it's not really important. But if we click on conversations, there's nothing going over in the snapshot in here. It's just conversations tab. Same thing with calendars, same thing with contacts. Opportunities is just, there's this one pipeline that we use for tracking, nothing in payments. If we go to marketing, we can go check out the trigger links and we can check out the email templates. So the trigger links, we have two trigger links in here. One is for the email review request and one is for the SMS review request. And so we have two separate trigger links. That way we can track where we're getting the most amount of clicks, whether it's the text or whether it's the emails. And you can see in here, this is just dynamically pulling in the custom value of the Google review link. So we'll dive a lot more in depth into custom values here in a bit, but you can see this Google review link key. If I put my Google review link right here, this key is just automatically adding that to the trigger link. So dynamically, the Google review link is right there. So if I change the Google review link in the custom values, it's going to change it in the trigger link as well. And so these are just in the email templates and in the SMS templates in the workflows. And then if we go to Social Planner, I'm sorry, not Social Planner, we go to email templates. You can see we have 5 templates here, or 4 templates. I don't know why this one's here. You can delete this one. But the 4 templates we have are not sending enough review requests, review requests with images. So this is like kind of, it has HTML, looks a little prettier, etc. You can see what it looks like here. Would you recommend us? And request referral with images. So this is just like the same situation, but we're requesting a referral instead of a review. This is just kind of a just a little nudge. There's no super complex, form or automated process for tracking and stuff like that. It's really just a nudge. And then plain text review request, which this is what I'm leaning towards right now and setting my new clients up on, because when you open up an email that has images that's from somebody that's never sent you something before, there's a good chance it's popping up, says, hey, do you trust this? Do you want to display images? Do you trust this email? And so if we just send this plain text over, it looks like the business owner actually sent it over themselves, and it doesn't look like it's spammy or something like that. So this is what we're using in the templates now. So that's the 4 email templates, and these are kind of littered throughout the workflows. So now let's dive into the workflows. But actually, before we go into the workflows, I want to show you kind of the brains of the snapshot. So if we go to custom values here, these custom values are the brains of the snapshot. This is what makes everything tick. Okay. So the Google review link, when you come and onboard a new client, you're going to come and change stuff pretty much only in the custom values. Like my goal is for you to not have to change anything anywhere else. You just come into the custom values, put in their Google business profile, Google review link, you put in their logo link and stuff like that. And so what all of these things are is this Google review link, this is just their link to leave a review. And so once you connect their Google business profile, you can go to reputation, you can go to settings, you can go to review link right here. And then once their Google business profile is connected, you'll be able to click on Google and you'll be able to grab their link right there. And once you copy that, you want to come in here and you want to paste it into the custom values. Okay. So once you do that, you want to grab their logo link. And so when you grab their logo, you want to make sure that it's 400 by 160, so it doesn't look all squashed and weird. So if I go to my Canva account real quick, we can see I probably have something where it's 400 by 160. What you have to do, if you're using Canva, all you have to do is just upload custom size, make it 400 by 160, and create a new design. And then you can just upload the logo or whatever it is. And then what you want to do is you want to remove the background. So you can see this is just an example here. We want to make this kind of big, and then we can just click on this image and remove the background. I wouldn't actually use this. I was just doing a screenshot. So it's a little bit low quality. I'd probably go find it from their Facebook or whatever instead. But anyways, from there you want to download this with a transparent background. So download, make sure you click on transparent background, download this. And then from there, to get their logo link, you can just go to media storage. So go to media storage. You want to add this link there. And then now you can paste that logo link right in there. So custom values, boom. Now you can just add their logo link right here like that, right? So that's pretty easy. Nifty images, personalized image. We'll go over this in another video, but this, like how to create that. But this is basically that personalized image, how we personalize every single review request that sends out in the text. You'll add a link right here. Business owner first name for text and emails. This is basically showing you, it's basically what's the name we're going to send out in the text. So, and a lot of the verbiage we say, hey, this is John with, ABC Plumbing or whatever. And so this is that business owner first name. Sometimes you might want to change this to like a technician or a sales guy or the receptionist name instead of the business owner name if the business owner isn't involved. So business name for text and emails. So this is the actual name of the business. Sometimes when they create their account, it'll be like ABC Business, San Jose, California, be super long, right? And you just want to make it ABC Business, right? So you can just put ABC Business in here. Domain after the @ So what you want to do for this is you want to go to your email services. You want to see what is the sending domain you're using for this account. So for mine, you can see it's r.reviewers.com. And so for the custom values, you want to go ahead and go to this domain and add that there. So this is going to be added in the workflow somewhere. And what we have to do is the emails you're sending from, like the from email in the workflow, has to be consistent with the domain that you're actually sending these review requests from. So in the workflow actions, when we're saying when we're saying where is this email coming from, and we're kind of spoofing it and saying this is from such and such email, it's got to match clay@r.reviewers.com or whatever. It can't be a different domain because it might throw an error and it could go to spam. And so you want to make sure to add that sending domain there. How many review requests should be sent every 14 days? So you should either add 0, 1, 5, or 20 here. And basically what you want to figure out here is for this client, if they don't send X amount of reviews, I want to be notified. And so let's say that you have a custom closets client who probably only gets 5 clients a month. Then honestly, you could just leave this at 1. And if they aren't sending any review requests, or if they send 0 review requests in 14 days, then you want to be notified. And the reason I have it at 14 days is because you don't want to go a whole billing cycle without them sending any review requests or getting any reviews. And so let's say you have like a super high volume client who might have hundreds of customers every month. You probably want to set this to 20 so that if they don't send out 20 review requests in 14 days, there's probably an issue with the integration, or they're not adding contacts like they said they would, and you can come in and check or remind them to do that. And so what happens is you put a number in here, 0, 1, 5, or 20. If they don't hit that number every 14 days, then you and them will get an email saying they're not sending enough review requests. And that's that template that I talked about earlier, and I'll show you that in the workflow. All right, how many times should we follow up for a review? So this is going to be dependent off the business owner and how aggressive they want to be, and then also going to be dependent off of what type of business it is, right? So let's go back to the custom closet example. They might be very low volumes. They might only get 3 or 4 new customers a month. And so they probably want to be a little bit more aggressive, depending on the business owner. You can ask them. They probably want to be a little bit more aggressive with the follow-up process of getting people to leave a review. So you might want to follow up 3 times. And so this follow-up does not include the first message, right? Everybody's going to get 1 text and 1 email, right? But then how many more times do you want to text and email them afterwards? So this just means like, oh, I want to text and email them 1 more time, or 2 more times, or 3 more times. It doesn't put them through the entire workflow again. It just sends that number of more texts and emails, right? Whereas if you're doing like a pest control company who, let's say, services somebody every single week, and every single week they're being added to the workflow, which is like a recurring service, you probably want to do 0. That way, when they're getting added every week, they're not getting 4 texts and emails every 7 days with a request to leave a review. And so for recurring services, you probably just want to do 0. But for maybe a service that's only once a year or once ever, you might want to follow up more based off the business. So you just set the value either 0, 1, 2, or 3, and it's going to go through there. Review requests sent in the last 14 days. This is just a counting metric. You don't want to touch this. And then number 10 here is, does this client want to ask for referrals if the customer has already left a review? And so if this client has customers that keep coming through the workflow, that keep coming into the system, he keeps serving or whatever, or they keep serving, and they've already clicked the link to leave a review, does this client want to ask for a referral? Send that little nudge email and text saying, hey, we mainly grow based off word of mouth. Feel free to if you know any friends or family that would be interested in our services, please share with them. And so do they want to send that or not? I normally keep this off for any clients that are super high volume, like they're sending 300, 400, 500 review requests a month, or even like 200 review requests a month, right? But for my lower volume clients, I normally keep this on because I just don't want to, for my high volume clients, I don't want to inundate them with text and email expenses because it is another cost of an SMS. So it's really just personal preference as to what they want. And so now that you see the custom values, you understand how the brain of the snapshot works. These custom values are going to be littered throughout the workflows, and they're also going to control the routing of the workflows. And so I'll show you what I mean by that. And one thing that I forgot to show was that I haven't shown yet is just the review faces filter page. And so this is basically just a filter page that instead of taking them directly to Google, it takes them to a page where it says, how is your experience with custom value business name? And so you'll see here in the funnel builder, this is all custom valued out. So this is automatically going to pull from that logo image. It's a custom value. You don't have to come into this builder every time. You don't have to come in at all. If you just fill out those custom values, it'll all be filled out automatically for you. And so you can see this is the business name pulling from the custom values. This is the logo pulling from the custom values. If they click on this green smiley face, it's going to the custom value Google review link here. So once again, you don't have to do anything. If they click here, it's taking them to the next step in the funnel, which is to leave internal feedback. And so you can see here, feedback, tell us more. They can put their information in. They can tell us about it. And then we have, so this leave a public review down here is just for compliance. Google says that this is a more compliant way to do it. I mean, using the review filter page isn't super compliant. It's really just, we don't have it on by default in this snapshot. So you have to change it actively. So if you want to use this, if our clients really want to use this, then we allow them to do that. But we don't necessarily recommend it. And if they want us to do it, all you do is you just go to this filter page. You go to the review filtering page. You click on preview right here. And then you just want to copy this link. And so this is actually going to be your API domain that we set up the other day. You just want to copy that preview link, and then you want to go to marketing, trigger links, and then you just replace, instead of having this custom values key here in the trigger link pulling from that, you just want to replace it with the preview link. And so once these trigger links load here, so with that preview link that you just copied, you just click on edit here and you just replace this custom value key with the preview link. So you just paste that in right there and you save. And now when they click on the link, this trigger link in the email, or click on this trigger link in the text, instead of directing them directly to Google to leave a review, it's going to take them to this filter page to say, how was your experience with business name, their logo. Green takes them to Google. These two take them to the internal page to leave internal feedback. So that's how you set up the review filter page if that's something you're interested in. And also you can see once you start getting some data, you can go to analyze, trigger links, analyze, and you'll be able to see how many times the SMS link versus the email link has been clicked. All right, so now let's get into the meat and potatoes of basically the review workflows. So click on number 1 here. Briefly going to just explain each workflow. So in each workflow, you'll see I have sticky notes going over what kind of some more details. So make sure to read those sticky notes. But this number 1 workflow, this is the review reactivation. So this is the first campaign you send out to the client's previous list of customers, right? To get them a bunch of reviews, right? And so you can see here what this workflow is doing is when you're added, we have a drip mode step just in case. So just in case you accidentally add a bunch of people, it's not going to send a bunch of review requests right away. And then in this step right here, we're just waiting 2 minutes just to kind of, once again, give us a little buffer in case we accidentally add a bunch of people here. And then has the customer already left a review? This is just checking to see whether that clicked tag has been added. So there's no way to track exactly who left a review. There's no amazing attribution because Google's not sending the data back as to what email or whatever left a review. We can see the reviewer's name, but that doesn't always match up, right? And so what we do is we just track those trigger link clicks. If they click the link to leave a review, we just assume they left a review and we quit following up. And so what this step here is doing is saying if the tag includes clicked, then we don't want to request another review. If it doesn't include clicked, then we'll go down here and request a review. And so this is just a counting action. This is we're adding this contact to the counting workflow where we count how many review requests we send out. This is adding the update opportunity. So this is tracking it in the dashboard of how many review requests we've sent. This is adding the review reactivation tag. So you can see review reactivation. And then we send out the personalized image with the text. So, hey, first name, this is John. If you love working with ABC Business, would you mind leaving us a review? We really appreciate it. Here's the link. And then the trigger link, the SMS trigger link. So they click on this, it's going to be tracked to the SMS trigger links. And then you can see we have the custom value for the personalized image right here, automatically added. And so you shouldn't have to come into this workflow every time. You should just test it just to make sure it works. But all this stuff is custom valued out. So if you fix the custom values, you're good. And then email here, we just have this plain text email. So if I click on this, you can see we have the plain text template in here. And you can edit this if you want to. You can save it as a new template or you can just save it as whatever. I'm just going to click off of that. But you can see the subject is, would you recommend the business name? And so this is going to pull in their custom value. And you see from name and from email are empty. And the reason being is in the settings of this workflow, we have the from name set as the business owner name, the custom value business name. So if you're working with ABC Business, the emails are going to come from ABC Business. And then you can see here the from email, we have the custom value sending domain. So this is what we did earlier in the custom values. We're saying, hey, what's after the @ sign? That r.reviewhours.com is automatically going to get put here. That way it's actually matching the sender domain of how we're sending these emails. I hope that makes sense. But basically it's like if you were to put clay@apple.com right here in the sending email, but then when I actually go to the settings and go to email services and you see it's not coming from apple.com, then it's going to throw spam. It's going to throw an error. So you have to have consistency between there. So yeah, this is just going to come from like the business owner name at r.reviewhours.com or whatever you put in this custom value right here. So I hope that's pretty clear, this number 6 custom value. And then you can also see some other defaults that we have set. We have a specific time set for 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for the account time zone. So you set the time zone at the account level, business profile, and you can see you can set the time zone here. And so it's going to send from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. just in that specific time zone, all 7 days of the week. So we recommend requesting reviews on Saturday and Sunday as well. It's actually some of our best days. If you want if you have multiple phone numbers in this sub account and you want to select a default number, you can. We don't do that because we don't have multiple phone numbers. But in here, we have allow reentry turned on if you want to add people to this workflow multiple times. And we also have stop on response turned turn on, meaning if they respond to any text or an email, they'll automatically be removed from the workflow and they'll quit getting review requests. And that's just to protect us, just keep us from bugging people, you know. And so we added the tag, we have the SMS, we have the email. Then we're going to wait 2 days, and then we're going to send another text and another email. If you want to come in here and adjust the copy for your clients or whatever, what the actual text says, feel free to, you can. And if you want to add the personalized image again, right here, you can. And then right here in the email, we have another email, info for contact name. This subject line is we're just trying to sell them on the opening it. We just want them to open the email, and then hopefully we can get them to click the link to leave a review once they open it. And then we'll wait 3 more days and send 1 more email. So we send 2 texts and 3 emails over like 6 days. And if at any point they click the link to leave a review, or they respond to the email or text or anything like that, then they will be automatically removed from the workflow and not get anything else. And then what it's going to do here, it's just going to wait for 7 days, because for 7 days they could come back and see this email, or they could leave a review even though they haven't got a text in 3 or 4 days or whatever it is. And then after 7 days, we're like, okay, this person's not leaving us a review, so we add them to the non-reviewers pipeline. So that's review workflow number 1. The second one here is the review requests. So this is just when you reactivate their list. And this is for those old customers that you download the CSV file for. Number 2 here is for your new customers. And so customers are added to this workflow by getting the tag customer. So the tag customer adds them. Where do we normally add the tag customer? We normally add that through the CRM integration, or I'll show you what to do if people are manually uploading contacts. But normally through the CRM integration in Zapier, we just add the customer tag. So if I check out one of our CRM integrations really quickly, I'll show you what that looks like. Let's just see review requester. Here's a good example. You can see new completed job in House Call Pro. We update the contact with the name, last name, phone number, email, and then we add the tag customer. So then that contact that's added from the completed job, you see completed job in House Call Pro, this contact that's added will automatically be added to the review request workflow. From there, we're going to remove them from that review reactivation workflow. If for some reason they're in both workflows at the same time, just like when you're first getting started with that campaign, it's going to check whether they've clicked the link to leave a review. So if they have clicked the link to leave a review, it's going to go to another filter step that says, and once again, this is just that click tag that we talked about before. If they have clicked the link to leave a review, it's going to come here and it's going to say, are we requesting referrals? Yes or no. So if the answer is yes, and we are requesting referrals, so you can see this Google, this is the custom value. If this Google review system custom value asks for referrals contains yes, that you put in the custom value level, then it'll come down here and it's going to wait 22 hours or whatever, and it's going to do drip mode just in case, so you don't accidentally add a bunch of people in here. It's going to add the referral request tag, and then it's going to send just a referral request text and a referral request email. And these are just very simple stuff. You can come in here and edit the verbiage, or if you want to direct them to a certain link, you can add all that stuff in here, and you can see it's going to add the personalized image as well. And so that's what happens if they've already clicked the link to leave a review, and if you want to send referrals. If you don't want to send referral requests, then it's just going to come here. It's going to end the workflow, right? Once again, we got sticky notes all over this, kind of explaining what's going on. If they haven't clicked the link to leave a review before, then it's going to go here. It's going to add them to the review count, the biweekly review count, to track and see how many review requests they're sending. It's going to create an opportunity for the tracking dashboard. If you are doing something based off of a new appointment schedule. So let's say, for example, your trigger in Zapier is something different. Let's say that it is, instead of this, let me duplicate this real quick. Let's say instead of a new completed job, it's a new scheduled job, okay? And so the problem is that for a new completed job, we can just request a review right away, right? The job's been completed, great. But a new scheduled job, this could be scheduled for next week. And so we need to pull over the appointment data as to when it's scheduled for. And so we can pull over some test data here, and we can see, continue. We want to map the first name, the last name like normal, mobile number. I have a more in-depth video of how to create CRM integrations on my YouTube, and also in the course in the school community. But what we want to do, we have customer tag to add them to the workflow, right? What we want to do in this last booking date field, this will automatically be in all your sub accounts because it's just a field we have in the snapshot. In this last booking date field, we want to add the schedule info and end time. So end time or start time, whatever, you can adjust the wait step as needed, but we want to add this booking data because what we're going to do here is, you can see in this workflow, we're automatically using this field to set the event start time. So I'd probably say 80% of my clients I don't have to do this with. Probably 85 or 90% of my clients I don't have to come in here and touch anything for it. But if we are triggering off of a new appointment being scheduled, so we can't request a review right away, and we need to pass along this appointment data, then what you do is you leave this contact last booking date in here. It's automatically going to be in there, and then it's dripping just in case. We're waiting advanced window. We're waiting 2 hours to make sure it's not 10. Make sure it's past 10 a.m. or 6:30 or whatever. We're adding the review request tag, and then we're adding sending the SMS and email review request here with the personalized image and stuff like that. But since we need to pass along that appointment data, instead of just waiting 2 hours, having a time delay of 2 hours, what we want to do is we want to do event appointment time here, and you want to do after. And one thing to note is that most of the time when you pull this data in, Highlevel is smart enough to grab the day, but it's not smart enough to grab the hour. So what's going to happen is when you push this through, it'd say, okay, March 17th, great. And then what would happen is it would send a review request. If let's say I had it set for after and 2 hours after the appointment, it would try to send the review request 2 hours after 3:17 at midnight. And so it wouldn't be able to send it because it's in the middle of the night. But then at 8 a.m. or at 9 a.m., once this advanced window comes up, when you can actually send review requests like during the day, so you can't send anything before 10 a.m. here, you can see. So it just send it at 10 a.m., which is an issue because the appointment's at 3 o'clock. And so since that's the issue, what I recommend, instead of trying to make sure it's all formatted correctly and doing some complex stuff in Zapier or in here to make sure it's formatted correctly, I just recommend setting this wait step to event appointment time, setting it to after, and just do like 1 day after. So then the next day it's going to send the review request. It's not that big a deal. If your client's really nitpicky about it, you can use like the formatter field in Zapier or the date formatter field in Highlevel to do that. But 1 day after, it should be totally fine. It's not really going to hurt conversion rate. But once again, you only do this. You only set this to event appointment time if you are getting the data before you can send a review request, which most of the time we're not doing that, right? That's only if you're getting like new scheduled data and they haven't been served yet. But most of the time we just do it off completed job or something like that, or invoice or something like that. And so we don't have to worry about that. But from there, we send the text and email review request. And then we're once again going to this step right here to see how many times we should follow up. So remember, in the custom values, you have this custom value here where we're saying, hey, how many times should we follow up? And so you can see every time in this workflow, people are getting 1 text and 1 email. Easy peasy, that's happening every time. But this custom value right here is, hey, how many times should we follow up? If it equals 0, if this custom value equals 0, you can see the custom value right here. If it equals 0, then we're not sending any more review requests, and we're adding these people to the non-review tracking pipeline because they're not going to leave us a review. If there is 1 follow-up, then we're going to wait 2 days and we're going to send 1 more text and email. You can see the verbiage on this is a little bit different. It's just kind of a follow-up. It's like, hey, this is Clay again. If you love working, whatever. Email verbiage is exactly the same, but then it's going to wait 7 days and then add them to the non-reviewer pipeline because they're not leaving us review, so we don't update the tracking. If we want to follow up twice, it's going to go down this workflow and follow up with 2 texts and 2 emails. If we want to follow up 3 times, it's going to go in this workflow, 3 texts and 3 emails. And then if that value is just empty, that custom value is just empty, you never filled it out, it's not going to follow up at all. So once again, it's just going to end that there. So that's the second workflow. Those 2 are the biggest workflows. So we'll start zooming through here in a second. All right, review link clicked. So this happens anytime somebody clicks the trigger link, the text or the email trigger link. You can see up here, it's going to go ahead and mark the opportunity as 1. We're just going to assume they left the review. And so it's going to move them to the review linked clicked stage and mark the status as 1. So once again, this is not review. This is not an actual review. It's just the review link click, because there's no great way to track that right now. You can try to use the new review received trigger, like there is the new review received trigger, but this is a contactless trigger, meaning that it doesn't come through with contact data because Highlevel doesn't know, because Google doesn't tell us who left the review. So anyways, it just adds the click tag, and then it automatically removes them from all the other workflows. So if they're in a review request workflow, it's going to remove them from all the other workflows as soon as they click that link to leave a review. So if you're testing it with a contact, or you log into the inbox and you're seeing and making sure the link works, if you click on that link on their behalf, it's going to remove them from the review request workflow. And then let's see, customer responds redirect. So this, you should only have this published if you were only doing review requests for this client and the client does not want to log in and check the inbox and stuff like that. So how we kind of frame like the new number and like not having access to the responses and them not being able to see the conversations window, how we kind of frame that is like, hey, the last thing that you want to do is come in here and have to check another inbox every day, right? You already got enough things to check between Facebook DMs, Instagram DMs, emails, texts, yada yada, whatever. The last thing you want to do is come check another inbox. And so this is just a complex workflow that's saying, all right, did we get a call? Did we get a text? Did we get an email? Is it an SMS or is it an email? We're going to add the tag that they replied. We're going to remove them from all of the workflows just in case they replied something really negative. We don't want to keep following up. If the reply is negative, we have a bunch of filters in here to see, a bunch of negative verbiage. So negative intent, no text, stop, yada, yada. If it includes any of this negative verbiage, it's going to automatically put them on D&D. Same thing with the email side. And then if it doesn't include the negative verbiage, we're going to wait 1.5 minutes, and then we're going to send them a text saying, hey, we don't have access to your reply here, but we still want to serve you. Please get in touch. And it's going to dynamically pull in the location phone number in the location website. So that's pulling in from the business profile. It's pulling in this business phone number, and it's pulling in this business website. So it's dynamically pulling those values in from there. So you want to make sure you have that set up, and then it's also going to send an email saying the same thing. Hey, thank you for your message. We don't have access to your reply, whatever. And if they just email us, then they're just going to email back, not a text as well. So that's the customer responds, kind of redirecting to the client's website or phone number so they don't have to log in here. Number 5 here is contact created to automated review requests. And so you want to have this turned on if your client is adding contacts manually. Say they're just coming to the contacts dashboard and they're uploading contacts every couple of weeks, or they're just uploading one contact at a time. They're just putting in the name of a contact, whatever. What we want to do is we want to have number 5 workflow turned on, because we don't want our client to have to add a tag as well or figure out how to add it to a specific workflow. We want them just to be able to add a contact and they get a review request, easy peasy, And so to make it easy peasy, we have to have this workflow published. And so we only publish this workflow if we have a QuickBooks integration, because QuickBooks creates a contact and it says that you can send a review request. But if you see here, if we go to the integrations, if you are just to click on Connect QuickBooks right here, if you just were to click on this, it'll say Send Review Request. But that is only sending a review request if you are using the native review request feature, which we don't use the native review request features right now because there's some limitations in terms of what you can and can't do. You can't send the personalized image. They just now finally added the ability to adjust follow-up verbiage in the SMS, in the emails and stuff, but you can still only send one SMS, like one template for the SMS. So that QuickBooks is only going to send the review request if you're using the native review request feature. And so what we have to do is we have to have this 5th workflow on so that when QuickBooks creates a contact, it's going to come down here and it's going to say, hey, does this contact have a phone number, or does this contact have an email? And if it does, it's going to add them to the review request workflow. And then it's going to add the customer tag just in case they're not added for some reason. Just in case for some reason they're not added, they're here, we're going to add the customer tag to it so that we make sure they get added. Once again, we only publish this if our contacts are, 1, not using our high level sub account for anything else. Like you don't want to have this turned on if you're doing lead gen and they're adding leads in here, because then every time a lead is created, it's going to send a review request. You don't want to have that on. And then same thing for the before here. If you're doing lead gen in this sub account as well, and they're adding Facebook leads or Google leads or whatever, or contact leads from the website, you don't want to have this on, because as soon as that customer responds, it's going to redirect them to say, hey, we don't have to reply. You only want to have this turned on if you're only doing reviews, and you only want to have this turned on if they are adding contacts manually, or you're using a QuickBooks integration, or let's say you're using an integration that's not going to be able to add the contact automatically. That's not going to be able to add the customer tag. So like through GHL Connector, these contacts are going to come through without GHL Connector. These contacts are going to come through without the customer tag. And so you want to make sure you have this contact created to automated review request turned on for GHL Connector, if that's what the integration is. All right, so the number 6 review workflow here is notify when review requests are low. So what happens here, there's no trigger here. And so you have to add a contact manually at the beginning when you onboard a client. And so it doesn't matter what contact's in here. There just has to be some contact in here to push these actions through. And so you can see these are all internal notifications. So the contact that you put in here isn't going to get any notifications about what's going on in this workflow. It's simply just to make sure, It's simply just to make sure that all these actions fire off. And so once you onboard somebody, just, a step on that checklist of your onboarding checklist can be to add a contact to this workflow, any contact. And then from there, it's going to say, hey, it's going to set the level. Hey, what are we at right now? And then it's going to wait 14 days. And then it's going to do a math operation. It's going to see, hey, how many review requests have we sent? And if you set the review request to 0 and only send 0, no big deal. It's just going to go back up to the top and wait 14 more days and keep looping. But if you set it to 1, and let's say you sent less than 1, so not enough, the review request sent is less than 1, then it's going to notify you and your client to say, hey, the integration is not working. We need to make sure we add more contacts or something. So this is an internal notification to all the users that are added to the sub account. So as long as your client is added as a user to the sub account, they'll get that email. And then this is an internal notification to a specific email. And so you set this when we customize the snapshot, you'll set this here. You'll put your email in here so you're notified, or your virtual assistant's email here so you're notified if they're not sending out enough review requests. And then same thing for 5 and same thing for 20. If you set it to 5, you want to make sure you're sending at least 5 review requests every 14 days, and they don't send at least 5, you're going to get notified. Same thing with 20. And if you don't set it to anything, it's just going to keep looping, and you can see it's just going to go back and it's not going to send any notifications. So that's the notify when review requests are low workflow. The 7th workflow here is just the internal feedback submitted. So if somebody goes to that review filter page and they said they had a bad experience, they click on the red smiley face, the red frowny face, or the yellow straight face, it's going to add the tag that they left internal feedback, and then it's going to send that to the users of the sub account. So if your contact's added as a user, it's going to dynamically pull all this information in. You want to make sure you adjust this with your business name. That'll be in the customizing review snapshot video. And it's going to pull in all the contact details from the person that left the negative review. And it's going to say, hey, we saved a bad review from Google. You'll put your business name in here. Once again, that's in the customizing snapshot video. And then it's just going to update this opportunity as lost because they left a negative review. Updates as lost just for tracking. And the 8th workflow here is just if somebody adds the tag D&D or anything close to D&D, it's just going to turn on do not disturb. And the 9th tag here is just counting. So this is just counting how many review requests. This is just doing pending reviewers to non-reviewers. So if somebody gets to the very end of the workflow, the review request workflows, we're adding them to this workflow here, and we are adding the tag non-reviewer, and we're also updating the pipeline saying, hey, they lost. They're lost. We lost this opportunity. They didn't leave a review. And so at the end of the 1, the 0-1 and the 0-2 workflows are when we add people to this workflow to say, hey, they're a lost cause. They didn't leave us a review. And then this is just the automated counting of counting how many review requests have been sent every 14 days, etc. So that's just right through here. And you don't have to touch this thing, that workflow at all. So those are all the workflows. We went over the workflows, the custom values. So now what we're going to do is we are going to create your own snapshot. So I've given you a snapshot, and what you're going to do is you're going to want to download the snapshot that I've given you. We're going to create a sub account from that snapshot, okay? And then we're going to customize that sub account with your info. So there's a couple places in this snapshot that we want to brand it to your business name and stuff like that, just to make it more personalized. And then from there, you're going to create a new snapshot from your customized sub account, right? And so now you're going to use this new snapshot that's branded for all your name, business info, etc., for your clients. And so if I didn't do this, I would just have to make a very gray labeled snapshot that wouldn't really be great for your clients, because when you're emailing them or whatever, it's not going to be coming from your business name. It would be, something different, and so something gray labeled. And so you want to obviously have your brand showing through that, hey, we saved, your business name saved a bad review from Google, not just some gray labeled name. So we have to do it this way. So what you want to do is you're going to click here and import the snapshot into your account. You're going to make sure that you're on the app.GoHighLevel level. You don't want domain. You want to make sure you're not on your white label domain, because that can throw some errors. And you want to click on yes, import now, and then you'll see this show up in your account snapshots. And so you can see, just imported it here, Google reviews for affiliates, perfect. And so from here, you want to go ahead and create a new account with this snapshot. And so you can add all the test info manually here. You can just title it something along the lines of like my business. So whatever your business name is. So review snapshot. This is going to be for your clients. So you can say for clients, the ones that you use moving forward every time you get somebody. So I'm going to fill out all this test info and create a sub account. So I just went in and put in some dummy data. You could put your own data if you want to. It doesn't really matter too much. This is just what's going to be on the settings of the sub account, which no one's actually going to use the sub account, so it doesn't matter too much. But we're going to go ahead and add this sub account. All right, so once it loads in, we want to switch to the sub account. And then we can go ahead and start looking through. So you can see here, the dashboard is going to be pulled in. It's just not going to be default. And so the default one we want here is this review harvest one. And so to edit this, I don't know why it's not letting me do that. Let's just refresh the page. For a little while, Highlevel did not allow dashboards to come over as default with snapshots, but I believe they updated that. Let's wait for this to load. You can see it loaded in here now. It says that this review harvest dashboard is default. So that's good. You just want to make sure that's the same. But this isn't going over the walkthrough. Watch the previous video to go through the complete walkthrough of how this snapshot works and how everything works together. This is just going over editing the snapshot. So the first thing you want to do is you want to go edit the not sending enough review requests email template. So we want to add your white label domain there. And then if you want to, you can customize your adding contacts video if you'd like to. But we're going to go to email templates. So we're going to go to marketing. We're going to email templates. And then from here, we can go ahead and, I don't know why there's a new template there, but we can go ahead and edit the not sending enough review request templates right here. Click on this edit icon. And now just by default, I have that app.gohighlevel.com link in here, but now you want to put your white label domain. So for me, it'd be like app.reviewharvest.com. For this, it's just going to be whatever white label domain you created previously. And you can save that. And then this adding contacts video I have right here is just kind of a white labeled version of how to add contacts to Highlevel. So you can either keep this the same way, you can just keep this as is, or if you want to create your own version of how to add contacts. Once again, this email is sent out to your customers if they are not sending enough review requests. So from the custom value level of the sub account,
you can set how many review requests you expect them to send out every 14 days. And if they do not hit that threshold that you set for them every 14 days, it's going to send you and them this email to let you know they're not sending enough review requests. So for example, on the custom value level, you can put you expect them to send out 20 review requests every 14 days. If they send out 17 review requests every 14 days, you and them will get this email saying, hey, we noticed you only sent out 17 review requests in the last 14 days. Does this sound right? Yada, yada. So you just want to make sure that they click here to log in. It's taking them to your white label domain, not app.gohighlevel.com, right? And then same thing, if you want to customize the video, you can. So we want to save that. So that's the first thing we have done. The second thing is we want to edit the workflow for notify when review requests are low. And so what we're going to do here, we're going to go to automation. We're going to go to review workflow, notify when review requests are low. This is just same situation. We want to send that internal notification to them. So there's 6 actions we need to edit here. You honestly can just edit them on one and then copy them over to the others. So let's see. We want to click on this internal notification that's going to your client, and you want to put your business name in here. So you put Review Harvest or whatever the name of your business is, you can put that here. And then your email. So you can put, reviewharvest@gmail.com. Whatever the name of your email is, just put your email in right here so it looks like it's coming from there. And you want to make sure that it's matching you want to make sure that this is matching the sending domain. So actually for you, it might be better for you to do like clay@r.reviewharvest.com or whatever your domain is. So as long as that domain's the same, it'll match, it's fine. But if it's completely different than the sending domain, let's say if it was like clay@emailreviewharvest.com, like that's something different. And so clay@reviewharvest.com would work because that is the sending domain from the account is r.reviewharvest.com. But just you want to check and make sure that it's not going to spam or whatever. But you want to change your from email here, change your from name there, and then you're good to go. And then you also want to come to this action right here, and you want to change the from name. So from Review Harvest, there you go. And from email, once again, clay@reviewharvest will work fine because that's the same domain I'm sending from. It's just a subdomain of it. But you want to check and make sure. So if you want to check and test this action, you can just test the workflow and push it through and just make sure, or you can just test the action down here by sending an email this way. But so this one is actually, this internal notification is going to you. So you want to put what email you want to send this to. So let's say we want to send it to support@reviewharvest.com. That's the email you want to send it to. So you're notified as well that, hey, something's up in this account. We need to make sure it's working. And then once you have that done, you can just save this action. And actually what I would do is I would just delete all actions from here. Delete all actions from here. And then I would just copy all actions from here. Paste it here. Oh, didn't work. Copy all actions from here. Paste it here. Same situation. Copy all actions from here. Paste it here. And you can see this workflow is just looping. So every 14 days, it's counting how many did it hit the minimum. If it does, if the minimum is set to 1 and it hits the minimum, it's going to go up and not notify. But I'll have more information on this on the actual walkthrough video. That is the video previous showing you how the snapshot works. But that's the second thing you need to adjust. And the third thing is just this internal feedback submitted workflow. So let's go back. We want to say, hey, your business name saved a bad review from Google. If they're using the Review Faces page or they're using that review filter page or whatever, you want to say your business did. So you want to say, hey, this is from Review Harvest or whatever the name of your business is. And then you want to say it's from clay@reviewharvest.com or whatever. And then you want to replace this and say Review Harvest or Review Blast, or whatever your business name is. Review Harvest saved a bad review from Google. And then down here at the bottom, you also want to replace this. It's just like making it seem like it's from you. So from your business. And so just save all of that, change it. So now it's customized with your info. And that is it. You are good to go now. Everything is customized.
And now what you want to do is you want to create a new snapshot from this sub account. So now let's go switch to agency view. Let's go to account snapshots. It'll load. And you want to create a new snapshot. And now you can title this your business name. So your business name right here. Review snapshot for clients. Review snapshot for clients. Just make sure you know what it is. This is going to be the snapshot you now use when you onboard a new client. And you're going to select the sub account, and the sub account's name was, forget what it was. My business review snapshot for clients. Yeah, so you're going to select that sub account. You're going to go next. You want to make sure you select all. That's what you're doing it from. And now that snapshot is going to load in here slowly. So you can see here it is. Now let's say for some reason you mess something up or you want to change something on that snapshot. All you have to do is go into this sub account, make the edit, and then you just click on this refresh button. So you go to the sub account, link to the snapshot, you make the edit. So say you change a workflow or you add a workflow or you add something, then you can just click on refresh and you can just select all, and you're going to refresh whatever update you made, and it's going to update that snapshot. And then from there, even cooler is that if you want to push that update to any previous linked accounts, you can go here and push to linked accounts, and you can select what sub accounts you want to push it to based off of whatever sub accounts have been created from that. So yeah, it's a really cool way of keeping your clients up to date. If you ever add new processes and stuff like that. One thing that I don't recommend at all is like adding snapshots on top of snapshots gets so messy. This snapshot is built and designed so that it can work, and it will work if you're putting it inside, a snapshot with something else. But this is just for review, so you don't want to put this review snapshot in your actual sub account for your business name or for your business or agency where you're doing your own marketing from. This is only for your clients because it's a very simple snapshot. So hopefully that helps. Now at the end of this video, you should be ready to rock and roll and start onboarding, doing some test onboardings with now your snapshot. So if you aren't on the 497 plan of Highlevel and you're on the 97 plan or the 297 plan, but you want to collect payments on your website, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to create Stripe pricing links. And so you can see like right here, this is on the 497 plan. You can direct to basically a pricing page, checkout form or whatever, that they can put their card information in, whatever, and then they can automatically create their own sub account and stuff like that through the SaaS configurator. But if you don't have that plan yet, it's no big deal. What I did for the longest time, even when I was on the 497 plan, is I just create Stripe pricing links. So if you go to my website right now, you can see I'm still using Stripe pricing links. I think they just look way cleaner than the checkout form. But you can see, start here, we have the Stripe pricing link right here that pulls up. And so how to create that Stripe pricing link is, one, you have to first have a product. So go to products and you can create a product. So if you haven't already done this, you just click on create a product. You can title it, let's just say test starter plan or whatever. And you can do this for all of your plans. So test starter plan. And from here, you can add a description. So test, you can say, such and such reviews, yada, yada, whatever you want to put there for the description. That's what's going to pop up right here under the description. And then from there, you can make the price recurring, obviously, because we're going to do monthly. You can do whatever price you want to do, 97, whatever, and billing period monthly. And then you can include sales tax, yes or no. I would say no for our digital services for most people, and click on add product. And so once you create that product, now you have this product here, and you can click into here and you can actually add additional prices. So let's say you want to add a yearly price, you can do $970, and you can do annually, so billing yearly. So now we have one product, this test starter plan, and we have this price and that price for monthly and annual. Now from there, we can create a payment link. So click on these three dots right here and click on create a payment link. And so from there, you can adjust it to collect tax, make sure they require their phone number. I would definitely say try to get them to put their phone number in there. You can do a custom field. That's what I like to do. Just do business name, so you get their business name as well. So do business name. So they'll have to add that there. You can see, and then the last thing and really important thing is to direct them to your onboarding call page after they check out. So go to your website, and if you have like an onboarding call page, let's see, onboarding or something like that. Let me see. Let me go to it. 1 second. So if you have your onboarding call here, you just want to copy this link, and then after they check out, after payment, you want to direct them to that link. That way, after they do that, after they put their card information in, they'll be prompted to book an onboarding call, so you can set them up and start getting results. And so then you can take this copy link right here, the link that they just gave you. You can go to your homepage of your website, and you can scroll down to the pricing section once it loads. And also, I wouldn't worry too much about the annual versus monthly. Nobody's just going to sign up for just annual. Okay, not nobody, but like it's very, very rare that somebody's just going to sign up, or it'd be crazy if somebody just signed up for the annual plan without, while you're just getting started with stuff like this. What I recommend, just keeping all your monthly prices on the website. And if somebody is going to sign up and get a card on file and stuff like that already, they'll just do the monthly prices, and then you can upsell to the annual plan afterwards. Let me see why this is loading real quick. All right, so after that took forever to load, we can scroll down and you can go to your pricing section, click on this choose starter button, and you can just go to a URL, website URL, and then you can paste that Stripe link. And so basically you'd want to go through the same process I just went through with all 3 of your different products. So you'd want to create another product, create it for like the medium plan, create the payment link, and then add it to the website, and then just save it. And so that way, if we publish this and we go check out the website now when somebody goes to check out for that plan, it's going to take them to the pricing section. And so you see here the payment link. So now went to the Stripe payment link. There's a lot of stuff that you can do in Zapier to automate account creation based off of somebody signing up for this payment link and getting started. That's kind of beyond the scope of just this course of just getting started with the basic stuff, but I will have training on that. I already do have training on that in kind of the more advanced modules of the school community. But yeah, so that's how you do it with each one. The next video, I'm going to show you how to, now that you have your client's payment information in Stripe, in the next video, I'm going to show you how to attach that to their sub account so you can turn on rebilling and that sort of stuff. So if you're not using the SaaS configurator, how do you get your client's card information into Highlevel without asking for it twice? So I'm going to show you how to do that here. So if you have your Stripe account integrated with your Highlevel agency plan, then anytime you get card information or a new customer in Stripe, then you can transfer that over to Highlevel because the two are talking to each other, so they can go back and forth. And so let's just say if you're not using the SaaS configurator plan, you're probably creating these sub accounts manually, going through this process of adding your snapshot, going in and filling in the information and doing that manually, or you're doing it automatically through Zapier, and you probably want to attach card information to it. So all you can do to attach card information, let's just take ABC business as an example. You want to make sure that this business already has a user in it. The business has to have a staff member or a user in it to do this. So let's go ahead and switch to this business real quick and see, just to make sure. Let's go ABC business. Looks like I got multiple ABC businesses, so buckle up. So I think that this one right here already has a user. If you don't know how to add a user, just go to the actual sub account. So come into the sub account and then go to the settings of the sub account. So sub account, settings, and you can see from here, go to my staff, and just you can add yourself or somebody as a user. If you want to add yourself and you're already in there, you probably should go to the agency view and add yourself through there. And so you can go to your agency view, you can go to my staff and just add yourself as a location in there. I'll show you how to do that real quick. go to agent settings, team, and go to I'll go to King, for example, and you can just edit and you can add yourself to another sub account. So we can just add King to ABC business or both ABC businesses right here, just to make sure that there's a user in there so that we can attach card info. But normally, obviously, you want to make sure that this is actually your client's information. So you want to make sure your client's added as a user before, but I'm just showing this as a demo. But anyway, so we go here and we click on switch to SaaS mode. And from there, we can say, I already have customer in Stripe. So if you don't have them in Stripe, you can send them a link via SMS. You can send them a link via email. You can copy this link and just share it with them to put a card on file. Or if you already have them in Stripe, you can just look it up. You can look up Clay or whatever. And let's just look up. I've got a bunch of test accounts in here. Holy moly. Let me see. Anyways, you can just I'll just add myself as a test for now. You just add yourself in here, add their business, their name in there, the one that has a card attached to it in Stripe. And so now you can see we've switched to SaaS mode. It'll take a second to register. So if I click on Manage Client, it probably hasn't registered yet. But now when we come in here, if you want to, you can add a SaaS configurator plan. You can enable rebilling. If you're on the $297 plan, you can turn on rebilling. You just won't be able to mark it up. But if you're on the $497 plan, you can turn on rebilling and you can mark it up. If you're on the $97 plan, you won't be able to do that. But you can see SaaS mode says pending payment information. So that just means that the customer ID that I attached from Stripe is bad. But from here, you'd be able to turn on rebilling and do all that stuff if you connect the proper client to this sub account just by clicking this. All right, so creating your SaaS configurator plans, you're only going to be able to do this if you are on the $497 plan. And so what this allows you to do is somebody can sign up on your website and it automatically creates their sub account with their information and adds them as a user. So it's basically just an automation that allows you to become more like a software company and automate a lot of stuff on the back end. You do not need the $497 plan to get started, okay? You don't need the $497 plan to get this rock and rolling. You can just use Stripe payment links like we've talked about before in the website training video. And so instead of having, when you go to review, when I go to my testing page, instead of when you go down to pricing, clicking here and it's pulling up the SaaS configurator, you can just have them going to either the demo call and you can create the call, you can create the account manually, or you can have this going to a Stripe pricing page where you get their card on file and stuff like that. And then you just manually create their sub account and add them as a user. And I'll show you how to do all of that in the training, but later in the training in school. But for now, if you are on the $497 plan, I'm going to show you how to create your SaaS configurator plans. And the next video will be how to add these to your website. So we'll click on add plan right here. You can title it. You just say basic plan or whatever you want to call it and say starter. So at this point, you should already have your pricing plans. So just say this is the lowest plan, but this is just a little description for you. Just a little description for you so you know what's what. Click on next. Category. You can have different categories now, like what category is this plan under? So that's at the high level if you want to do that. But there's really it's not too important unless you have a bunch of pricing plans and stuff like that. All right, details. You can just do whatever your pricing is. So you can do 97 or 99 or whatever you're going for. And then for annual, I recommend only just doing 10x. So they get 2 free months if they do annual, 2 whole free months. So you just times it by 10. And you can do a user limit or a contact limit. So I don't do anything like this because this is not on a monthly basis. This is I wish the contact limit was only 50 new contacts could be added to the sub account each month, but it's not like that. It's just total. And so I just leave that off. And then user limit is do you want them to be able to add their employees and stuff like that? And so I leave that off as well. All right, and so under features, what you want to do here is you want to make sure you add your snapshot. So you should have already created and customized your snapshot. So you want to click on Add Snapshot, and then you just want to add your snapshot. So whenever you title it, You just want to attach it here. So now when somebody signs up with this SaaS plan, this SaaS configurator plan, it's going to automatically create a sub account from that snapshot. So you already have all those workflows, all those email templates, all that stuff already built out in their account. And now from here, you can decide what features you want to add and take away. So we don't need web chat. We do need two-way text and email. We don't need GMB messaging. We do want reputation management. We don't need GMB call tracking. We don't need Facebook Messenger. We don't need missed call text back or text to pay. We do need the social planner. We do need the CRM for the opportunities and the count and the contacts and stuff like that. We do need the opportunities. We do need email marketing. And when you think about this, this is basically, if you do not include the feature that is required, if you do not include a feature that is required for the snapshot, then it's going to break the snapshot. And so if you don't include trigger links, then the trigger links in the text and emails aren't going to work. And so you want to make sure you include trigger links. You want to make sure you include forms, because we have that form on the website for on the funnel page for a filter page if you're using the review filter page. You want to make sure that you turn on SMS and email templates because we use email templates. You want to make sure funnels is turned on because we use that review funnel. You want to make sure workflows is turned on. Even though we don't necessarily want our clients to come in here and look at our workflows, we do want to keep workflows turned on because we need that. And also, one thing you can do on your snapshot, it might be done by default, but under this folder, under your snapshot, you can adjust the permissions, so manage permissions, and you can make it to where only people on the agency level can see these workflows. So you don't have your clients in here fooling around with it. Should have covered that on the snapshot walkthrough video, but so we don't need websites turned on. We don't need memberships. We don't need triggers. Triggers kind of, I don't really know why they have this separate from workflows if it's the old campaigns function, but we don't really, you can just leave it on. Better safe than sorry. Campaigns doesn't have to be on. Blogs doesn't have to be on. All reporting doesn't have to be on. Affiliate manager doesn't have to be on. Proposals and estimates, communities, certificates, all that stuff can be turned off. So if you look at my pricing page, you can see that I don't separate, this isn't my pricing, but you can see the same situation. I don't separate the pricing by new features. Like I don't add a chat widget on this plan. I don't add any more features. All of my plans have the same exact feature set. The only difference is how many review requests we're sending out per month. And so for all your SaaS configurator plans, you're just going to go through and create the same exact features. So add-ons, we don't add any of these add-ons, so you can go next. Trial credits, this is just if you want to make a 14-day free trial or whatever trial you want to decide on, do that. And then credit when signing up. If you want to add like $10 of text and email expenses or whatever, when they sign up, you can, or you don't have to, it's up to you. And then you can adjust your rebilling here. And so what I do is we just keep all our rebilling marked at the lowest possible. So you have to make sure you go to finish through each one. And I need to go through back and edit that. So let's go edit, go to rebilling. You see it looks a little bit different now that you've already created it, but you want to just make sure that's saved. Save changes, email, just don't mark it up, just 1x. So let's say, for example, if you were using like the master sending account or something, where you're not sending SMS from their client sub account, you might want to mark up the email like 10x if you're sending the emails from it to kind of cover your expenses for the SMS other places. But you can just come in here and leave all these as 1.05 just to cover your Twilio, just to cover your Stripe rebilling charges, or you can mark it up or leave it at whatever you want to. Personally, I'm not trying to make money on this stuff. I just want to make money on the monthly subscription, and I just want to not lose money on the other stuff, So there's that. So that's how you create the plan. And now what you would basically do is you just go and create 3 more plans. So you do the same exact thing. We're going to add a plan. We're going to say medium plan. This is the middle plan, so just a description. And then you go through and you can do the same exact features. You can do the same category. And you can do the pricing. Let's see how we can do 190. That's perfect. 197 and 119.70. Features, you can do the same exact features. So all these are already going to be default because this is all coming from the basic plan, the things that we included last time. and we don't really need to or want to include anything else. So we can just go next, and we're fine there. We don't want any add-ons. You can go through and keep adding all that stuff there. And so once you get done with all this, you can finish. And now you have your SaaS configurators plan. And now you have your SaaS configurator set for your plans. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to add this SaaS configurator plans to your website so somebody can just sign up on your website. All right, so now that you've created your plans, let's talk about how to customize the welcome email. So if you're in your agency view and you're in SaaS configurator, you can see you have all your plans here. If you click on advanced settings, you can configure some stuff here. So if their card fails, you can suspend their account. You can allow the sub-account admins to upgrade their subscription to the next plan if they'd like to. And then you can also turn on whether you want to allow them to cancel their subscription without talking to you or not, just within their dashboard. So all that's personal preference, totally up to you and what you want, how you want to run your business. But you can see right here, customize your welcome email. So you can click on customize now. And here you'll be able to add your own logo. So you can see I've already kind of edited a little bit. It looks a little bit weird. The formatting is, but you have to kind of just play around with it. It should look better on your desktop. I don't know why it's looking like this on mine right now. But by default, I think it'll have the lead connector logo in here. And so you want to come in here and change this logo to your logo. You want to put your business name, your account has been created. You send them their first name, email, and password, and they can click there to log in. So this is the email they're going to get sent once they create their account, when they sign up on your funnel or on your website here, and they go through the SaaS configurator step, which I'm about to show you how to create, how to add those products to your actual website. They'll get that email when they sign up. And a couple other things here too is you can turn it on to where you pause new sub accounts until you've manually reviewed them. That way people can't log in and send a bunch of text or emails or whatever through your sub account or do something nefarious or whatever you want to call it. And then this is just if you want to configure a different payment processor, you can do that here. But anyway, so that's how you adjust your welcome email. You just come to agency view, come to advanced settings, and customize now. All right, so now let's talk about how to actually add these SaaS plans to your website. So you've created the SaaS plans in your agency level, and you have your Stripe account connected to the agency level, so that when you created these agency plans, and when you created these SaaS configurator plans, it's actually creating products in your Stripe. And what you can do from here is you want to come into the sub account that you have your website on. So whatever sub account you have your website hosted on, you want to come in here and you click on payments. You want to click on products, and then from here we want to import from Stripe. And so from here it says you do not have a provided API key. All right, so it looks like I haven't connected my Stripe account into the sub account yet. So I am not practicing what I preach here. So we click on settings, and you just click on integrations, and you just want to connect your Stripe account. Continue. You just want to connect your Stripe account to this sub account. And so you click on connect, and you click on connect with Stripe. And I'm going to pause it real quick. All it's asking you to do is just log in. Come to this process and you'll log in, and it should connect to lead connector, and boom, there you go. You're ready to rock and roll. So now that you have that integrated, now we can go back to products, and we can import from Stripe, and we can select a price. So we'll select our $97 one, import. It'll bring over the trial. It'll bring over all the information, whatever you put in the description. So you can just save that and go back, and then you can import over your annual plan for that same price. So that same, you bring over the annual plan, and it's actually going to kind of it's going to put it in the same product here. So you can see two prices for the same product because we have the annual and we have the monthly, and then we can do the same thing for the medium plan. Import price, and you can keep doing this for 3 plans. Obviously, you can just save it. It's going to bring all the details over. You can add a photo or whatever you want to, but go back. All right, so now that we have these products in the actual sub account, we want to go to sites, and we want to add these products to our website. So you have a couple options here. So if you look and you view the demo website, just the example, by default, I have a pop-up page. So I think that most people aren't just going to, especially when you're getting started, you're not going to have people just sign up and get the cart on file right away, right? And so that can be a challenge in its own. So I just have this pop-up page instead of using the pop-up for an order form. So basically, like, one option we could have is like when someone clicks here, it could take them to a pop-up form on the site for them to check out. But instead, I think for now, it makes more sense to kind of collect those leads. And so you have a couple options. If you really want to keep that home page, the pricing on that home page and not connect to another page, you can just edit this pop-up setting and remove this and add a two-step order form or order form here instead. What I think I would recommend is, instead of that, I would just duplicate your contact page here. So let's clone the contact page, clone the page in this website. And then you want to click on edit. And what I would do is I would just remove this form. You can just say, instead of contact us, you can say, let's get started. And then you could add any copy or text you want to here. And instead of this form here, we'll just add a two-step order form. So we can go ahead and drag the two-step order form here, and we want to adjust this slightly. So you can see we don't want to show shipping stuff. So if we click on this, we go to advanced. We want to turn off shipping. So let me drag this camera out of the way. So we want to remove the shipping. So if you click on the two-step order form, click on advanced, you can scroll down to where it says show shipping, or I guess scroll up, whatever, and you can remove shipping. And so you can do a one-step order form if you'd like to instead. I'd recommend doing the two-step. That way you can do like an abandoned cart sequence. So if somebody doesn't put their cart info in, at least you collect their lead and their phone number and email and stuff before. And so you can keep company name, keep full name, keep email address, keep phone number. That's all important stuff to have. I would recommend turning on your enable terms and conditions, so you can link your terms and conditions right here. So I recommend doing that. And then you can also change this from shipping to like basic info. And you can change this to like business info or something. And then, so that's good for the first page. And we want to enable, you can turn on coupon codes off or on if you want to. That's going to be on the next page. Sticky contact, you can turn that on so that they fill out a form on your site before. It's going to pull their contact information automatically. So we can go to step 2 here, and you could say, we could do like payment info here instead. So payment info, and we could then go to, we could add like payment info here too, or more info, whatever you want to put here underneath it. And edit shipping details, you can just go back to edit business info, I guess. So it says edit shipping details right there, but you can just change this to whatever you want to change it to. And then once again, we can just make sure terms and conditions are on, or you can do it on one or the other. You don't have to do it on both, I guess. And then but what a bump product is a bump product is like if you wanted to add an additional product to try and upsell them on. I've never done that. Feel free to do whatever you want to do. But once you add this here, we want to save this, and you just want to go back to your pricing page, to your home page, and you want to direct them to this. Also, what we want to do is we want to on submit. So after they submit, we want to direct them to the book an onboarding call page. So if we go to general, let's try and find button actions, sale actions, go to page, go to onboarding call page. So this is like after the sale happens, go to the onboarding call page. So they can are prompted to book an onboarding call. And you can like change the text on the onboarding call page to be like, thanks for signing up. If you haven't already, book an onboarding call here, or something like that. And then you can obviously change your color of your thing. So you could change these colors to match your branding and stuff like that on the rest of the website. But if we just go ahead and save this, we want to now go to that pricing page, the home page, and the pricing section on the home page, and we want to direct it to that pricing page that we did. So if we scroll down, we can just go to the pricing section, and now we can just direct people. So you can click on these buttons. You can, instead of having the payment link or having some other going to like the sales call page or something, you can just do the contact clone page, which for you, you can title this. You can title your pricing page or your checkout page, like the checkout page. I just duplicated it. That's why it says contact clone. But you can just change all of these to that. And then from there, you can see on the main website, if we go here and we just click on like the choose starter plan, now we can go ahead and check out. So I'll go ahead and check out here and you can see kind of what happens. So we go there, we agree to terms and conditions, and we can go here. It says no products available. All right, so the reason it says no products available here on this page is because I forgot to add the products to the actual page. And so what you have to do is you have to go back and we have to go to contact clone or the pricing page that you just added the checkout form to, and now we need to add all these products to it. So click on add product, and you can then just add your basic plan. You can choose what price you want to do, and you can add these for all of it. So you can add, let's add the medium plan too. And I'll just show you an example too. So when you do this, since it is a free trial, you can, it's going to show up as $0 and it's going to say 97 later or whatever. Or I'll just show you two examples. So I'll add 197 as the price override for here, and I'll show you what it looks like. All right, and so now that these products are added, if we go back to this checkout page and I refresh, and I go through, agree, and from here, you can see, all right, so look. So if you add the price override, it's going to add whatever you put there. I like just keeping it at $0. Hey, it's $0 today, and then you can see 14-day trial, then $97 after that. I prefer doing that. But from here, they can just click on whatever product they want to purchase or whatever, and we'll just do the basic one for now. And they can put their card info in. So I'm going to go ahead and put my card info in and then show you what happens on the back end. All right, so you can see after I filled out the form and I completed it and put my card info in and stuff, it took me to the book and onboarding call page. So how we did that was, once again, that was just going to our website here, going to our checkout page, whatever we added as our checkout page, and we just made the successful action to direct to the onboarding call. So we go to this checkout, you see down at the bottom, it says sale actions, like what happens when you actually get a sale. We want to go to, and then we want to go to the onboarding call page. That way it directs them to book an onboarding call after they sign up, and we can get these people card on file and then onboarding call booked so that we can set them up. And so now if we go into the actual like demo account, if we go to like the email that I sent. So actually, before we go to the email, you can see what I did was I created this demo account or whatever. And so you can see it automatically created this demo account. We can click on here to review the sub account. And so I'm a little confused as to why it's making me review it. I must have the settings configured to force that. So account is pending verification, email and phone number verified. So we can go ahead and just verify this account. It's going through the approval process, saying, hey, they're good to go. And from there, if we go to your SaaS configurator in advanced settings, you see allow subaccounts to upgrade there. So we don't have suspended sub account till then. For security, we don't have put sub accounts on pause and anything like that. Let me see why that's happening. All right. So after lots of troubleshooting and figuring out why I was not getting this account created email, I figured out because when you click on Customize Now here for the first time, it's going to ask you to configure a location. So it's just been a long time since I'd done that, and I was doing it from my main Review Harvest sub account. But I've been testing all this stuff in the demo account, and so that's why I never got kind of the email, because that email template did not exist in the demo account. Whereas as long as you're doing everything, when you select what location to send this email from, just make sure you're doing it from the location with your website and the location where people are creating their SaaS plan on the website. You know what I'm saying? So if all that is consistent, you should be good, and that email should go out. And then you can see, if we go to sub accounts, you can see the sub account was automatically created. So mine was just demo with lots of O's. We can go ahead and switch to sub account, and you can see that it was automatically created, and it's automatically created with the snapshot and all the stuff already in here. So you can see automatically created with snapshot, and you can also see that my information was added as a user. So you can see now I'm added in here as a user.
But you can also see, since on the kind of plan level under this basic plan that we created, we didn't have calendars turned on. You can see calendars isn't here on the side panel. So that's just not a feature that's enabled in this account. So nothing can, the user can't see that. We can't see that. We can't do anything with calendars, just because it's like a feature that just doesn't even exist for this account, right? But if you see, the weird thing is if you go to My Staff and then you go to Edit Permissions, it's going to look like they can see permissions. I changed this earlier, but when they come in here by default for the first time, it's still going to say calendars is turned on. And so just keep in mind that when you're setting stuff up on the SaaS configurator level, if you don't select it, it is like those features do not exist at all. Even us as the agency admin going into the sub account, we still won't be able to see that. Like I can't come in here and adjust their calendars or anything like that because calendars isn't turned on as a feature. So that's how you actually add your SaaS plans to the website. All right, so if we go back to the Google Review snapshot, making one for your clients, you can see the first step was downloading the snapshot, and then it was creating a sub account with the snapshot, and then it's customizing the sub account with your info, and I show you kind of each place you need to go do that, and then it's creating a new snapshot from the customized sub account, and now you'll use that new snapshot for all of your clients. And so if you're confused, this video is going to walk you through that pretty clearly. But once you have your own snapshot that you're ready to use and ready to rock and roll, what you want to do is you want to create a sub account from scratch just to test it so that you haven't started reaching out to people yet probably, and we just want to make sure that you have the confidence that you know what you're doing. And so let's say you're on an onboarding call with somebody or you're on a sales call with somebody and they want to onboard right away. All you have to do is you have to click on create sub account. What you want to do is you want to click on my snapshots, and you're going to choose the one that you just created for yourself. So you can select and continue the ones that you're going to use for all your clients. And then you can search up their business name. So if you can find something for them, you can search up their business name and try and add it that way. Or you can just add manually, and you can add all their information manually. And we can go through and just say, first and last, you can add the client's name. This isn't creating them as a user. That's super important. This is not creating them as a user. It's really important to know that this is not creating them as a user, okay? This is just putting the information that's on the sub account. This is just like the settings of the sub account, what the business info says. That's really all it is. So you just do... And so we can just go ahead, select the time zone, and we can just go ahead and create this sub account. So now we're creating this sub account with that. So now we've created that sub account with the new snapshot. And so we can switch to the sub account, and boom, we're there. And then we have additional videos as to how to add the user to it. That's everywhere. That's a lot of other places in the course, but I'll just show you right now. Settings, My Staff, and then you can just add them as a user. And the roles and permissions are in the training down here. You can see how to add a client as a user. You can find that right there. But that's just how you create it from scratch. And remember, once you have the card on file, you can watch the other videos on attaching the client's payment info to the sub account to turn on rebilling and stuff like that. And in the next video, we're going to go over kind of a mock onboarding. This is just so you can know that you can do it, right? You can see how simple it is to set somebody up so you can start reaching out and have some confidence. So now I just want to do a really simple mock onboarding with that test sub account you made. If you click on any of these videos, you'll see that it takes you to the exact, if you click on any of these links, it takes you to the exact kind of step-by-step for that step. So add a user, connect to Google's profile, but I'm going to go through here and just going to do it with you one more time just so you can see it. Don't stress out about the details here. We're just kind of walking through the steps so you don't have to be concerned about the fact that it's really difficult, right? I just want you to see it. So once you see it, you're okay, that's not too bad, right? So once we're in our test account here, right? What we want to do is we want to go, let me just move this out of the way. All right. What we want to do is we want to go to settings and we want to go ahead and add My Staff, right? So you click on My Staff. This is going to be adding your client to the account so they can log in and they can onboard. So we click on add user. You add their first name, last name, their email, and their phone. And then you want to just add a temporary password of like, you can do whatever temporary password you want. You can ask them to give you a password, and you can tell them to come in here and change it later, which is pretty simple. But for roles and permissions, here's the permissions that we do. We leave settings on, we turn off account tools, we turn off automation, we turn off blogs, we turn off calendars, we turn off certificates and communities. We leave on contacts, so they need to upload their contacts. We turn off conversations. We don't want them to see all the stops and stuff like that. We turn on just the dashboard. That's fine there. This one doesn't matter too much. Turn off funnels. Turn off GoCollab. You want to allow them to see integrations. We want to turn off marketing, but select social planner. So we just want them to see a social planner. We're going to turn off, keep media on so they can upload personalized images and stuff like that. We want to turn off opportunities, memberships, and turn off payments as well. And then we want to leave reputation on. Obviously, you can turn off online listing if you're not doing the extra stuff like that. And then if you want them to be able to add users or not, you can turn that on or off and turn off WordPress. And so that's just how you add a user. Once you do that, they'll get an invite email saying, hey, you've been invited to join. Or you can just give them your white label login, and they'll be able to log in from there. Then once you've added a user, now what we want to do is we want to connect the Google Business Profile. So all that's doing is going to Launchpad, it's clicking on Connect, and prompting them to log in with their Gmail. It's super simple. There's a more in-depth video on that, just kind of right here. And then uploading their previous contact list. So using GHL Connector is going to be the easiest for this. So I have an example of that. Video listed as well right here. But yeah, uploading the contact list is just clicking on import contacts. It's just you click on the contacts thing there, and then you click on next. You just upload a CSV file right there and map the fields. It's super simple. And then once you have all the contacts loaded into here, the next step is to go ahead and get a photo from their Facebook for personalized images. So for the personalized image review request, if you ask them, hey, go take me a photo of your team, it might take them a week or 2 weeks to get back to you, and they're going to ghost you or whatever. And then we're not going to get them in reviews because we didn't launch their thing. So what you want to do is you want to go to their Facebook, go to their website, find a photo that works, and then take that photo and say, hey, we're going to use this for now. If you want to send us another photo for the personalized image, great. And when it comes to creating that personalized image, there's just a video right here of going to Nifty Images and how to actually create that after you grab it from their Facebook. What I'll do is let's just go to Facebook. Let's go to Region Scoopers Facebook. You can see I'll go find their Facebook page. You can see, we could use this. I wouldn't use the logo. I'd prefer to use this. So this looks great. You can just click on it, save image as, and then you'll be able to use that as the personalized image and just downsize it and make sure it's the right size. You can also ask them or prompt them to upload their photo to media storage if they already have it. So that works good. That works too. Second thing is connect their social media accounts. So all you do to do that is you just go to marketing and you go to social planner right there. And this is going to be, once again, sorry, I didn't clarify this. You're going to get your client to log in. You're going to get them to share their screen on Zoom, and then they're going to walk through all this, right? They're going to connect their Google Business Profile. They're going to import their CSV file. You're going to walk them through it, but it's just easier because they have connection to all this stuff. Because if you're on your screen, you can't click on Connect Facebook and then just automatically be logged into their Facebook, right? But if they're logged into their computer and they're logged on here and they're sharing their screen through your white label domain or whatever, and they click on Connect Facebook, then it's going to say, hey, continue as their name, and they'll be able to attach the thing. And so it's very important to note that how Facebook pages work is that business pages are attached to personal pages. So you have to continue as Clay or continue as the personal person first, and then it's going to prompt you to add the page. So you can see now you'll be able to add a particular page and you'll be good from there. And you do the same thing with Instagram and the same thing with the Google Business Profile. You have to connect the Google Business Profile here again because it's a different sort of access. It's like posting access versus the access that we're given from the Launchpad. So you have to connect it twice. And this will allow us to make updated posts like, hey, just to update. So if we go Region Scoopers, let's see, dog waste removal. We scroll down, you can see they might have update posts from the owner. Wait, hold up. Let's not do it there. Region Scoopers. Good night. Sorry, guys. All right, here we go. Yeah, so you can see like update posts like this. You can see this allows you to post like that because they're obviously active and posting on their Google Business Profile. And so that's what that sort of access gives you there. Next thing we want to do is we want to add card on file. If you don't already have it, we have a video on that right here, getting clients card info in Highlevel. Also, you can watch. Also, you can click on this and you can watch this video on how to charge your clients in rebilling. So very step-by-step right there. Last thing, turn on Reviews AI. So all that is that once their Google Business Profile, oh no, I lost my tab. One second. So once you connect their Google Business Profile, you can click on Reputation, you can click on Settings, and then you see Reviews AI right here. You can just turn on auto responses. Make sure you save it. You see the UI is a little bit buggy right here. It's making it look like you have to upgrade, but like right here, there's actually a save button. Like that's gonna save it. You see how it kind of expands like that. Really tricky. You can contact high-level support about why that is the way it is and how to fix it. But yeah, you can just select Google reviews, whatever. You can do 4 stars and above. That's what we normally do. You can wait 9 minutes. It's really going to be longer than that because it takes forever for reviews to get into Highlevel sometimes. And yeah, there you go. You'll be able to turn on those auto responses. And then last thing is just turn on automated social media posting. So there's a video going over how to do that. Once you've connected the Google Business Profile, once you've connected their social media accounts, here, I'll show you. Once you go to marketing and you've connected their social media accounts, you just click on post reviews and it's going to automate the process of posting reviews. And I go into more depth here. This is really just to show you that, hey, this is not scary, guys. This is easy. It's like 8 steps. Setting up their onboarding, like on the onboarding call is what you'll do. Honestly, turn on Reviews AI and turn on automated social media posting. I do these after the call. So this is part of the post-call onboarding. I was just adding this here because it's a big piece of the puzzle, like afterwards. And I know people would have questions about, how do you do all this? So this is post-call, but you do all these things on the call. So make sure you have a card on file, connect social media accounts. All these things need to be done on the call. And you can do this before the call if you want to. But anyways, hope this video is helpful. This is just to kind of get over the fact that, hey, you can do this. It's not going to take you a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks to learn how to do this stuff. It's pretty simple. Now the next priority is the biggest thing. The reason people fail, you got to start outreach. You got to start reaching out to people and you got to start making people know that you exist. And once you do that, if you can do that consistently, then you'll be good as golden. So here's exactly how I did it. So first and foremost, I want to just throw this little caveat out there that if you have the attention span, of a rat, I'm sorry, you're not going to watch this. You can go back to the Iman Ghazi videos. You can go back to the SMMA, hyping yourself up, whatever you want to do. But if you can focus to this video, you'll have pretty much everything you need to know of getting your first 10 clients, selling Google review services, and hopefully getting to $2,000 or $3,000 per month MRR in the first month or 2 of getting things started. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be simple. We want that clear, simple, scalable way to acquire customers. I know I did, but for me, it has not been like that. It has been scrappy. It has been, it's not been pretty. And so just put the work in. You can still do it. And so this is how I did it to get the first 10. One thing I want to say, when you're getting started and selling these first 10 people, you don't have results. You don't have a website and stuff. So start doing it for free. You don't even have to talk about payment at all if you want to. If you want to say, hey, I'll just do this for 30 days or 60 days for free, and then maybe when down the road we can talk about charging for it, you can. But really, you can just do this for free. Just get the results. You're not going to, the main reason people fail is because they struggle getting clients, right? So I would rather you just do the stuff for free, get clients through the door, get results. And the great thing about reviews is the results are easy to get. You're not going to struggle getting your customers reviews. That's the easy part. You're going to struggle kind of getting customers in the door and getting them set up. So this is going to make it as easy as possible to get your first 10 customers set up and get some results under your belt. And so right now, really, you're not focused on the money. You're not focused on profits. You just want to get those results under your belt because the first 10 customers are going to be the hardest, right? You don't have the results. You don't have the proof of concept. You can't say, I got little Johnny 100 reviews down there. Once you do have, customers in the area that you have helped and that you have to help get more reviews, it's going to be a lot easier to get results because you can reference those people. But for now, got to be scrappy. I would start for free. And so I want to state really quickly what doesn't matter. Don't worry about a website. You're going to be building your own website. you're going to be like getting local business owners. You're going to like working with local business owners in your area. So if you're in Houston, you're going to reach out to people in your area first, so that you can kind of sit down with them at a coffee date or whatever, and just get that focus get that trust from being face to face with them, right? The biggest thing with the internet marketing community right now is that local business owners don't trust us. So if you can sit down with somebody at a coffee shop, you build a certain amount of trust just being face to face and not just some guy behind a screen who might be in whatever all over the world. And so social media accounts and ads don't matter. Don't worry about getting that stuff set up. Don't worry about building out like a custom GHL to make it like colorful and pretty and look different. Like I know people that spend the first 2 weeks of their GoHighLevel SaaS with GoHighLevel doing that. It's a waste of time. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about setting up a million internal automations, like trying to automate booking appointments and stuff like that. Don't worry about that. Like just focus on getting face to face, texting people. That's really all that matters. Just texting business owners and getting in front of them. That's all that matters in the beginning. Don't worry about getting your SaaS configurator set up. So eventually down the line, you can set up your SaaS configurator to where people can go to your website and sign up, and they'll have an account created, all that stuff automatically. Don't worry about that right now. Nobody's going to your website and signing up without you talking to them. So don't worry about that. Get the results first. Don't worry about a DIY onboarding process. Like, oh, they need to be able to onboard themselves. I need to walk them through a funnel, or they need to fill out this big form. No, don't worry about that. You don't even know how to onboard yet. So like, don't worry about setting that up. The only thing that matters is really just texting local business owners, getting in front of them and start getting some reviews, video testimonials from them, getting some results. You need to know roughly how to set up a client. I'll go over that in another video, how to set up a client. But you need to know the value of Google reviews. So like just very quickly here, you can see if someone types in a simple search like Destin Plumber or something like that. This is all paid real estate. These people are paying $30, $40 a click, $50 a call for all this. And then, after the paid real estate, top 3 right here, this is called a map pack. These are the top 3 organic listings. So this is what gets 40 to 50% of the search traffic. This is how businesses can get customers for free all day long while they sleep, because they have a bunch of reviews. And one of the main criteria for ranking here is reviews. And so not only are they going to rank higher if they have reviews, but they're also going to do a better job of converting them, right? So if you're Acme Plumbing here, you're probably not getting as many calls as Emerald Bay Plumbing, because they've got 1,000 more reviews than you and they're 4.9 star rating, right? And so it's not only going to get them more attention having more reviews, but it's also going to help them convert that attention better, because they look more appealing, they look more attractive, they look like the no-brainer offer, right? So those are some things that just don't matter. Don't worry about that. Just send as many texts and emails and calls and Facebook DMs and Instagram DMs as you can to local business owners in your area while you're getting started. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with our network and our phone contacts. You're going to pull up your phone and you're going to go through your contacts and you're going to send them a text, right? They know you, they already like you and trust you, hopefully. So you'll have a little bit of rapport there, and that'll help, and I'll show you the text to send out. Then after you text almost everybody in your contacts, then you want to go ahead and start in your area. So you have that trust. You say, hey, I'm down the road, I'm in this area, areas they know. So you have a little bit of trust there. Once you go ahead and get the results, then you can build out a website and stuff and branch out. That way when you're DMing or emailing random people, they can look you up and they see that you're a legit business, right? So one thing that people always ask me is like, who to reach out to? Who do you start with? And so any business that collects contact information and has a higher volume of customers is normally the best fit, right? And so businesses that have fewer customers, review automation isn't as important, but businesses with fewer customers, each review is more valuable, right? So think about like somebody that builds homes. Like if they've got 60 reviews, that's crazy, because I guarantee no other home builders have 60 reviews, because you got to build 60 homes for that. That's a lot, right? But if you are a window cleaner who might clean 5 windows a day, or you own a boat rental company that might rent to 100 customers every week, each review is less valuable, but the automation is so much more important, because they physically can't text everybody, right? And so for those customers for those business owners that might only have 1 or 2 clients a month, they can just text them themselves. But each review is a lot more valuable. I hope that kind of makes sense. Just kind of figure out who to reach out to. I would also, in the beginning, definitely avoid the health industry just due to HIPAA compliance stuff. Like you're not supposed to have their information, if their medical information, stuff like that. You don't want to catch a case. And so in the beginning, I would probably focus on home service businesses like window cleaning, pressure washing, plumbing, tree service, HVAC. Like think about it. If you're going to have somebody come cut down an 80-foot tree next to your home, they're probably going to look you up on Google to make sure you've done it before. And so it's really important to them. Or you can do like fun-based activities like boat rentals, axe throwing, escape rooms, catering companies, just stuff like that. Anybody that collects their customers' contact information at some point in the process. Like, for example, restaurants, they have very high volume of customers, but they don't collect contact information most of the time. So you can sell them on like a QR code service or like responding to reviews, but it's probably not the best place to focus on right now. So I hope that gives you some guidance as to who to reach out to. home services, businesses that collect contact information is kind of the way to go. And so in some of these scripts, you'll see that we're talking about a bad review they might have. So if they have a bad review on their Google Business Profile, it's a good way to get their attention by mentioning that review when you reach out to them and showing them that you took the time to look into their business. But if they don't have any bad reviews, just compliment their website, compliment a recent Facebook post, compliment them or something, just to show that it's personalized. You're not just copying and pasting this to 100 people. And let me just go ahead and show you proof that this works. Well, this is Adam. I sent this text to Adam, basically the exact script that I'm about to show y'all. And he turned into a customer that has now paid me over $10,000 in just about a year and a half, mainly from reviews. And so it literally works. I just cold texted him. I found his number on his website or his Google Business Profile, said, hey, I'm Clay. I'm from this area, checking out your business. I went ahead and reported that fake review on your account. Hopefully Google will remove it. Anyways, I do marketing. I love companies. I'd love to buy you lunch or coffee sometime. And that kind of start and got the ball rolling. He asked about my website and stuff. And if you don't have a website at the time, that's fine. Just tell him, hey, I'm just getting started. I'd love to do it for free. And some people are gonna say no, but that's fine. Just keep moving forward, right? Just put the volume in, put the reps in. So here's the text to send out to your contacts, in your phone. These are warm reach outs, people that already kind of know, like, and trust you. You can DM your Instagram followers and Facebook followers as well. Basically just say, hey, their name. If you want to be like super duper, if you want to go like, on turbocharge, you can do it, Alex Ramothi does, and just like strike up a conversation first. Like, hey man, how you been? Ask about their family, ask about their kids, ask about their sports, ask about whatever they do. And then kind of transition, when they say that, compliment that, and then kind of transition into the fact like, hey, I'm launching this new service, this new business to help business owners get more Google reviews. This allows them to rank higher on Google so more people can find them. I'm doing it for free so I can get some feedback. Do you know any business owners who may be interested? So don't solicit them for business, ask them if they know anybody. If they'd be a good fit, still say this, and if they're interested, they'll say, yeah, let's set up a time, let's do it. They'll just move forward like you asked them. Or they might recommend you to a business owner they do know. And so this is text. I think I sent out this almost exact same text to about 300 or 400 of my contacts in my phone in like one day, because I was like, I need business, like I need customers right now. And it worked. Like I got 10 or 15 different people to meet with me to get coffee, and I probably got 4, 5, 6 clients from it. And so this is the text to send out first. Just send out as many as you can to your contacts. Next here, this is the text to send out to local business owners who may not know you. So this is cold outreach. This is you going to Google, finding businesses in your area, finding their name, finding their number. A good way to find their name is to go through either go to the About Us page on their website, or you can go through their reviews, and you can see a lot of times they'll mention somebody's name in the reviews. And so if it's a smaller company, they'll mention the name of the business owner. Like you can see James and Nick were my service techs, so you can know that's the name of the service, the technicians, or James, whatever. But you can normally, depending on the size of the business, you can find the name of the business owner. And if you can't, it's no big deal. Just don't include it. It's not the end of the world. And say I live around city area, so you just want to go ahead and increase that trust by saying you're not some random person overseas or whatever. You live in the area, so that's going to give you a little bit of trust. And then say, hey, I saw that bad review from reviewer name. ... People are crazy. This might open up a can of worms where they spew to you about how stupid this was or whatever. That's fine. You want to acknowledge that, empathize with them, and that shows you that they care about their reviews and gives you kind of a leg in, your foot in the door to go ahead and offer your services. Say I reported that for you, so hopefully they will take it down. I'm actually looking for feedback on the system I built to help local business owners get reviews. Can I buy you coffee sometime to set it up for you free of charge? Once again, you're going to send out 100 of these texts. Most people aren't going to respond, but out of 100, you'll probably get a couple people to go to coffee shop near you to go and meet with them and get with them face to face. That's the biggest thing. Just get with these business owners face to face and start getting people reviews. So another thing you can say is just change up the script a little bit. It's like, hey, I'm actually looking for feedback on the system I built that helps local business owners get more reviews. Can I buy you coffee sometimes? And show you how it works. So setting it up free of charge, they might think it kind of seems like a commitment or whatever. I don't know if I want to do that. If you just say hey, I just want feedback, kind of just show you how it works. I'd love to help you out for free. That kind of lowers their guard a little bit, makes it seem like less of a commitment. And so that might get a little bit better conversion rate. Just play around with it. I sent both these texts out. And so if you're in school, the cool thing is like when I was at University of Florida in Gainesville, like I sat down with so many local business owners just by saying, hey, I go to school here. I got a school project. I just want to learn more about your business. I'm interested in this industry. I'm interested in whatever. Just find a way to sit down with these people, really. And so you can say, hey, name, I live in city area. I saw a bad review. If you can report a bad review and tell them, hey, hopefully they'll take it down. Once again, just showing that we took the time to look at their business, not just a copy and paste message we're blasting out to everybody. I'm supposed to help local business owner out for a school project. I think I figured out a way to get more Google reviews. Can I buy you coffee sometime and show you how it works? Once again, low commitment, not you're asking for a first date, not for marriage, right? You're not asking for them to give you $2,000 and sign a contract or anything like that. Just low commitment you want to ask, and don't lie about the school project. I mean, if you're in an entrepreneurship class, great, that works amazing. Or if you have a paper coming up, you can just make your paper about this. Just figure out a way to make it like not a straight up lie. I'd say that's just my morals and ethics, but you can do whatever you want, I guess. And then once you have results, that's great, because now you can include that in the text. So you can basically just say, hey, I actually just helped business name. It's even better if they recognize the name of the business. If it's like a bigger business in the area, go from X reviews to now over X reviews. Go from 40 reviews to now they have 150 reviews. Now they're finally getting new customers from Google. So like business owners care about reviews sort of, but they really care about money. Like they care about making more money. That's what they want to do. They want to see that revenue go up. And so you want to emphasize now they're finally getting new customers from Google, or more clicks or whatever from Google. But try and emphasize customers. And then just say, I'd love to buy you coffee sometime, set it up for you, for your business, free of charge. I'm just looking for more feedback and case studies. Once again, you're showing that it already works. I just want to get more feedback, more case studies, more results, lower commitment. You're not trying to ask them for money, right? And then once you have them for coffee, once they've set up time, you've confirmed. One thing that I used to do is I used to send them a video that morning or that day or whatever before. I would send them a video and say, hey, this is what I look like. I'll be wearing this. Looking forward to seeing you, just to kind of once again, show them what you look like. That when you get there, that they'll be able to find you in the crowd. And one thing that really helped me, I don't remember who told me this or whatever, but it's seriously, don't be nervous, because one person is not going to dictate your success of your business or your success in general. And so don't be nervous. There's hundreds or even thousands of businesses in your area. So if you bomb here, no sweat. You'll be more prepared for next time. It's all about just getting the reps, getting more comfortable. And now when I do this, I don't even think about it, right? But I used to be a little bit nervous in the beginning. So don't be nervous. You'll have plenty at bats as long as you just don't quit and keep going forward. And so when you start, just talk about building a little bit of rapport. This is kind of the framework that I follow, especially in the beginning. You just want to be a person. You want to try to make a friend. If you can build some rapport here, it's going to make the rest of the process so much easier. So, ask them where they're from, what they like. Do they like any sports teams? Did y'all go to the same high school? Who do they know? What church do they go to? How long have they been doing this business? Compliment. If they said, oh, I've been doing this for 15 years, compliment. Say, oh my gosh, dude, I can't even imagine doing something for 15 years. Most people can't stick to something for over a year. Give them some compliments. Try and make a friend. It's going to make everything easier. And then once you kind of get the rapport out of the way, you can dive into more specific questions about their business. So ask them where do you get most of your customers right now? This is a great question to kind of see where their business is at. If they don't get any customers from Google, say, oh, it's a great opportunity to try and start getting some from there. If they do, great, you can make it even better, right? You can use Local Falcon or Local Brand Manager. These are just softwares to run these reports to see how they're ranking. This grid basically means like where they are in the map pack. And so if they're in the top 3 in these areas, if someone types in, it simulates a search. If someone types in the name of this business or this keyword, so CrossFit, in this area, then they're popping up number 1. So that's great. They're getting a lot of traffic. If they're out of the top 3, they're not getting barely any traffic at all, because you have to go here. If they're not in the top 3, you have to go here and click on see more businesses and then scroll down some more and find 4 and 5. Nobody's seeing that, and so you can run this grid to kind of show them where they're at and where you think you could get them. And then you can also ask them, this is an example of that grid right there. You can also ask them what are you doing to get reviews right now? Are they sending out the text manually? If they're sending out the text manually, that's kind of great, because they already know it's important, right? Some business owners just get it and they know reviews are important. Other people, you kind of have to tell them why they're important. They're going to help you rank higher on Google, and more people are going to find you, more people are going to call you because you look more reputable, right? But if they are already using an automation service, that's kind of great too, because now you're already showing they're already spending money on some service to do this, and now we just have to do it better, right? So Is that service texting them? Is that service sending out personalized images? Like we send out the personalized images with the name on it. I have another video going over that on my YouTube channel. Is it fully automated? Like, are they having to add the contacts manually? That's a pain. Is their secretary having to add contacts manually? They're probably forgetting. And so if you can find a way to automate that by using Zapier to integrate into their Java or their CRM or their QuickBooks or whatever, or we can just integrate QuickBooks natively into Highlevel. So that's great. So figure out how you can make it better, right? Because a lot of our clients at Review Harvest already pay for a service like us before, and they just want something better, right? So it's like trying to sell shoes to somebody that's barefoot, right? It makes sense. You're like, oh, I'm selling, they need shoes, right? But if somebody, then you have to sell, you're gonna make two sales. You're gonna have to sell them the fact that one, they need shoes, and then you have to sell them on your pair of shoes, right? But if they already, are using a reputation management service like Request Reviews, they already have shoes. You just have to sell them on the fact that your shoes are better. So sometimes it can be even easier. And the third thing is kind of sell a vacation. So this is kind of, you're gonna get more comfortable with this. I kind of summed it down to three things: we request reviews, we respond to reviews, and we repurpose reviews. And so you just want to say, hey, I'd love to do these things for your business, right? I want to request reviews from all your customers using a personalized image, right? And I want to get integrated with your system to automate that process for you. And so you want to sell this as an add-on service, right? It's just something that you can they don't have to change their day-to-day life. You just add it on, they get more reviews. And then once you get the reviews, we'll respond to all the reviews for you in a personalized manner. One thing I would recommend for me is that when you emphasize the automation and the AI, it makes it seem like a software and less valuable, instead of just emphasizing the service. So if they ask, you can say, yeah, the review responses are automated. We use AI to make it personalized, etc. But if they don't ask, I would just say hey, we'll respond to all your reviews for you. That seems like, hey, we're going to respond to all your reviews for you. Seems a lot more valuable than hey, AI is going to respond to all your reviews for you, right? It just makes it seem like, if somebody's doing it, you just want to kind of suspend their disbelief there. If they ask, don't lie, but it just kind of makes your service seem more valuable. And then we're going to repurpose all your 5-star reviews. We can automatically add them to your website via a widget. So when you get a 5-star review, it goes to your site, and everybody scrolling through your site can see. They'll be more likely to call you or fill out a quote, etc. And then we'll also create social media posts from every single review you get and post them, every single 5-star review you get, and post them to your social media for you. And so that's all done through Highlevel automated, but it's another way to show hey, when you get a 5-star review, boom, social media content, one less thing you have to worry about, right? And so that's kind of selling the vacation, and then kind of hit them with the small ask, hey, the first play in our playbook is to do what we call a review reactivation. And so you can see these are the stuff that I've said, hundreds or thousands of times now. The first play in my playbook I think I want to run with you is just a review reactivation. We'll reach out to all your previous customers via text and email, and I think we can get anywhere from 5 to 15% of your previous customers to leave you a review, right? And so it's important here, I've had clients get 30 or 40% of their customers leave a review, but just set proper expectations, because now if you say 5% and then they get 5 or 7% of their customers leave a review, they're still pretty happy, right? And so you're I'd love to set this up for your business free of charge if you're able to do that. And this is kind of where you make the ask, and you just kind of get the commitment, and then you can kind of go into, okay, let's get you onboarded, right? And it's important here, the sell the vacation, identify reviews and stuff like this. Don't be sitting on GoHighLevel and showing them all the features and all that stuff. Nobody cares. Literally nobody cares. It's just going to overwhelm them. I did that. I made that mistake of sitting down and showing them all the features. They just get overwhelmed and they're oh yeah, I'll think about it, and they never talk to you ever again. And so just don't even show them software. Just talk about the results. You're going to get them, right? And here's a couple of the common objections you can get and kind of how you can overcome them. They might be worried about bad reviews. If they're worried about bad reviews, you can say, hey, we'll take the crazy people off your list. We can go through your list and just tell us the 10, 20 people that are bad. We can take them off. You can also set up that review filter page to catch the bad feedback before it goes to Google. And we have more information about that in the school community. Another thing is they can't find their customer list, right? And so, here you don't want to be getting all into the nitty gritty of how their business runs and all that stuff yet. You kind of want to get the yes first, and then you can kind of figure out the nitty gritty. But if they do ask before you kind of get the yes, yeah, let's get this going, then you just say, hey, what do you use for your booking? What do you use for your CRM? What do your technicians use to dispatch them? What do you use on your what's the website do you use? It might be on your website. What payment processor do you use? Do you use Stripe or Square? You probably have customer list, name, email, phone number in there. QuickBooks, anywhere they have a list of name, email, phone number, you can use those people to request reviews, right? And then if they don't, at the end of the day, if they don't, you can still say, hey, we'll just set this up with new customers, right? If they can't find it, so we'll just use new customers. It's not ideal because you're not gonna be able to get them a bunch of reviews up front, so your service is gonna be a little bit less valuable. You won't be able to get as good of a case study or whatever in the first month. But worst, it's better than nothing, right? And then if they use pen and paper, you're toast most of the time. Like most of the time, if they're that type of business, then they're just like writing stuff down and doing cash and check. Most of the time, it's not going to be a good fit. You could still get them to add the customers manually by like sending them a text every day or every week to add customers, but it's going to be a little less valuable, and that's a little bit harder to overcome. If they're worried about bothering people, you can say, hey, we only text them twice and email them 3 times over like 6 days. If they respond or click the link to leave a review in any of those texts or emails, they don't get messaged again. So most people only get probably 1 text or 1 email. Or you can adjust it. You can adjust the workflow to only text them once if they're really concerned about that. Normally people won't ask about this, but it's just, and then if they're really, really concerned about it, it's like, hey, it's just the price you have to pay if you want reviews. Like if you want, to get 10% of your customer list to give you reviews, like some people are going to say stop or opt out or whatever. And that's just, it is what it is, And so if you just want to sell the fact like, hey, you're going to get more reviews, you're going to get more customers. So there might be some negative, some people might be annoyed, but it's probably going to be worth it, right? And then if they're worried about getting too many reviews at once, you can just say, hey, we drip the reviews requests out over a couple weeks. And you can make it slow. So you only send out 30 or 40 review requests a day. You're not going to get more than a couple of reviews a day. So we're not going to get all these reviews just on one day and kind of freak Google out. And then compliance, like if they're worried about Google, like Google actually recommends requesting reviews, not necessarily in bulk, but when you drip them out, when they want you to request a review right after service, but when you drip it out, it kind of simulates requesting reviews over time, right? And then once you get the yes, you just transition to onboarding. You just transition to the onboarding process. So this is where you're just gonna get the stuff that you need to go ahead and start doing the work. Go ahead and start setting up their account and start getting them reviews. And so if this was a good video, just go ahead and start working on this. And then I do have another video about how we onboard clients. I have our full onboarding calls, like 20 or 30 onboarding calls in the school community. So if you sign up to Go High Level using my link, you'll get a free trial and you'll get access to the school community. The snapshot we use, so you can basically copy that snapshot and use everything we have. So all the email templates, all the automations, all that stuff, you're able to plug in your business, super quickly. You'll get 3 coaching calls with me every single week. You get a bunch of stuff like how we get our first 10 clients, how we get our first 50 clients, how we get our first 150 clients. All that stuff will be included in there, and we'll show you exactly how to onboard clients, all the stuff. So if you are interested in that, sign up with the link down below and go ahead and check out more YouTube videos. I'm trying to post these to help as many people as possible. So I hope you have a great rest of your day. I know High Level changed my life, and I hope it can change yours too. See ya. So let's talk about how to prepare for a sales call. So there's really not much preparation that I do before any sales calls. I probably just spend 3 or 4 minutes just making sure I know the basic details of their business. So obviously their business name, the owner's name, or whoever you're meeting with, their name and stuff like that. Location, the number of reviews, and the recency of the reviews. So if we just do an example right here, let's say I'm meeting with Seminole Plumbing here. What I'll do is I will click on their Google Business profile. It'll load here. So I'll go ahead and click on their Google Business profile. I'll look at the reviews and I'll see what is the newest review. So looks like they're getting 1, 2, 3 reviews a month right now. I'll also check the lowest reviews so I can kind of pull that up and try to insinuate some just like painful circumstances they've gone through because of their reviews not being good or stuff like that. See if they've had any reviews recently that are negative and talking about like getting those reported. So you can say, hey, I just want to let you know I saw that crazy review by Anna. I went ahead and reported that review for you. So hopefully Google will get that taken down. Just doing some stuff like that. And then also what I would do is I would go to their website and see if we can figure out if they're using some sort of booking system or something that we can integrate with easily. So if we click on their website here, you can see text, call now. They're just getting leads that way. Let's see if they have like a booking service page. Services, residential service. So you can see here, I can't really see I can't see like a software or something that they're using. But if we go back, we can probably figure one out. We look at some other businesses here. So let's see. Let's see what Reuter Plumbing is doing here. Mr. Reuter website. This is a massive chain, so they probably have some like special situation going on here. This might be our own custom solution because it's Mr. Reuter's a neighborly company, which is really big. Let's see Cooper's Plumbing and Air. They've got a bunch of reviews, so they probably have something set up already. Let's see. Schedule service. Let's see what they're using. Schedule service. All right.
hard to tell just from that. But you can just go around and play around and see, okay, let's see, we're online, see what softwares they're using. All right, powered by Triple Your Clicks. So you can figure out, okay, what is this? What is this marketing company or chat widget or something they're using? We go back. Let's see if we can find a good example of one. Let's see, Keith Lawson. Let's see if old Keith is using something. Schedule your service. Contact us, send us an email. Anyway, sometimes you'll be able to find it. Let me see if I can find a good. So you can see here, here's just an example of a Christmas tree lighting company. You click on get a quote. Where does it take us? It takes us to client.hub.getjobber. So you can see this is a jobber quote form. So we know they use jobber and we'll be able to easily integrate with them. So you just want to go ahead and grab some of those basic details, figure out how many reviews they're getting a month, stuff like that. If you really want to, you can go ahead and run like a report on their business or like local brand manager. So once again, if we're doing that Seminole Plumbing guy, we just do Google search, Seminole Plumbing. There you go, Tallahassee, search for plumbers. And you can go ahead and use this grid as kind of ammunition in your sale to say, hey, looks like you're not ranking very well in your area. So you can go ahead and have that pulled up. But yeah, you want to, just kind of do a little bit of due diligence, really not much more than a couple minutes of work each time, just so it looks like you prepared, you know a little bit more about your business, and you don't have to ask them questions that you could have answered yourself. So once this loads, you'll be able to see how many reviews they've gotten. I mean, you'll be able to see how they're ranking and stuff like that. So we can see here for this Seminole Plumbing guy, this is a great example of, something that looks like they're ranking really well, but most of their business they're targeting might be in Tallahassee. Like they might want to do a lot more work down here. There might be a lot more people they can service down here. So you could really lean into the fact that, hey, if you had more than 60 reviews, you'd probably be ranking a little bit better moving down into Tallahassee and not kind of out here in the boonies with the country folk where they're probably fixing their own toilets and stuff like that. Or at least you're just not getting as high a search volume as like downtown Tallahassee or something like that. So you can use that as ammunition in the call if you need to kind of say, hey, I think there's a big opportunity for improvement here.
So the first question you should ask is, what's the goal? If you're just getting started, you just started using Highlevel, you don't have any case studies, any results, you just started kind of reaching out to local business owners, what I recommend is I would go the get results and case studies route first. So work for free, get results, get case studies. They're going to be doing you more of a favor than you are because you're going to get reps under the belt. You're going to be learning so much about the process. And so whether you're just trying to get results and case studies and free trials and grow, you sell a little differently than if you're trying to make money now and get them to close. So I've done both. When I've done both. I've closed people for $1,500, $2,000 setup fees to help them get Google reviews and then monthly subscription after that. And then now when I've really started to grow, I just do free trials and go ahead and get them set up and rocking and rolling. Don't even worry about the money. I just want to get you results and prove that this works. And I just want to, review in a case study. And so we're going to start with the get results and case studies. So what this looks like is you generate attention in some way, cold calling, emails, DMs, ads, content, however you do it. And then you get them on a call. So you go meet with them at a coffee shop, you can get them on a Zoom call, whatever it is. But the goal of this call is to qualify them and then onboard them. And then potentially, depending on, if you already have results or not, get a card on file, right? If this is your first 10 people, don't even worry about getting a card on file. Eat the cost for text and email expenses and just rock and just get results, period. But when we're offering a free trial, like for example, I offer a 14-day free trial. So when we're offering a free trial, it's not much of a sale. It's more of a qualify and onboard. But you still want to go through the sales process so they understand why it's important, why they should be doing this, why they should be taking action, why they're putting a card on file, etc. And so, of course, I just follow Hormozi's closer framework. So here's kind of what it looks like. I build a little bit of rapport. So in the beginning, especially if you're just qualifying, onboarding, you're helping out for free, the rapport is not going to matter as much, right? We're just trying to get a card on file. We're just trying to start a free trial. But I try and build a little bit of rapport. This is going to help if they do kind of throw objections out there. You can kind of laugh them off if you have that rapport with them. You made jokes in the beginning, etc. And I'll give you a good example of that later. But when I get them on this call, I just want to clarify why they're here. So, hey, what made you want to book the call? What made you want to respond to the email? What made you want to respond to the DM, etc. So clarify why they're there. And then once they tell you that, you label them with a concern. So you say, hey, what made you want to book the call today? And say, oh yeah, hey, we just had a couple of bad reviews come recently, and we don't really have a good consistent way of getting them. I tell my employees to ask for them, but they never do. And yeah, so we're just trying to figure out how we can get reviews consistently. And then you want to label them with that concern and say, oh, okay, cool. So it sounds like, you're asking employees to get them, they're not doing it, and you've kind of had a bad run in the past couple of weeks with some negative reviews. And so you're looking for a consistent way. So you're looking for a way to consistently get Google reviews without having to rely on your employees. It just works in the background, and then they'll say, yes, sounds good. And that's when you want to go into overview what they've done in the past. So this is where you ask them. So you said that your employees are asking for reviews. What's that process like for them? Say, oh, well, we gave them a QR code, or we gave them a tap card, or we just told them to ask. And then you get them to elaborate on it. What was that like? What do you think went wrong? Whatever. And then you can kind of connect the pieces for them and tell them how close they were. Oh yeah, so you have the QR code. That's great. That's good. It makes it easy for people to leave a review. But what happens is a lot of times people just forget. Like they'll get the QR code and they'll get the link pulled up and they'll say they do it later, but they'll forget. And that's why you need that text or email in place to kind of follow up. And so it's giving you ammunition for once you sell the vacation, you're telling them, hey, we're going to text and email your clients. We're going to follow up if they don't leave a review, et cetera. You can say, yeah, just like how you have the QR code, but you're not being able to follow up, so you're missing a lot of reviews. You can include that as some ammunition to kind of get them to. But when we're getting them to overview what they've done in the past, the processes they've tried, the things that haven't worked, that's going to give us ammunition to kind of tailor that sell the vacation, sell the benefits. So if I hear somebody is really concerned about negative reviews, I can tell them, hey, we have a review filter page. It's going to filter out 99% of the bad reviews, etc. And so the more information you get here, the more ammunition, the more bullets in the chamber you'll have just to close them later. And this is also where I ask qualifying questions, like what CRM are you using? Do you have your previous contacts saved? Like, do you collect name, email, phone number? Are we able to integrate that CRM where I kind of figure out all that stuff so I can figure out how much of a good fit they are and how many reviews we'll be able to get them? Because if they tell me, hey, yeah, we've got 2,000 previous clients, name, email, phone number saved from the last 2 years, then I know we can probably get them another 100 reviews in the first month of working with them. And so asking those qualifying questions, so I know, like, one, we can help you, and they're not just a business that uses cash and check and doesn't collect contact information and just writes everything down. So one, we can help you, and two, how much can we help you, right? I've had clients that have massive businesses that have thousands of customers that I have spent so much time trying to sell, because I'm like, you are sitting on 250 reviews right now, and it will drastically change the way your business ranks on Google and the way people interact with you. And eventually I closed a bunch of them just because I was so persistent with it. But when they have that many previous customers, I just know in my soul we can help them out so much. And so they just stick in my brain. I'm like, oh, we need to get them on because I know it's going to be a great case study. And side note, that's what's so great about reviews. You can sell with complete and total conviction because it just works. It's just easy to get people reviews. All right, so let's get into selling the vacation. So this needs to be very short, like 90 seconds max. And we want to sell the benefits, not the features. And so we can include language like, hey, we use a personalized image, but make sure you tell them what it is. Why do we do that? What's the benefit of the personalized image? Well, it's going to get their attention, and they're going to give you more reviews, and then you're ranking on Google. And so making sure that we're relating what we're doing, requesting reviews, responding reviews, repurposing reviews, relating all that back to you will make more money. You will rank higher on Google, you will make more money. And so sell the vacation, make it quick. Don't get nitty gritty in the details and the features and stuff, but keep it benefits based. And then you basically say, hey, how does all that sound? They say, good, ask questions, whatever, and say, okay, cool. We have a 14-day free trial, or just enter whatever your pricing structure is. And so this is when you're just trying to get people on and get people results in case studies. You're just getting started, because those first 10 are the hardest. They're going to be the hardest to get. And so just making them put a card on file, or not making them put a card on file at all, or just getting them set up for free is going to remove so much friction and make it so much easier for you to get those first 10, get the case studies, and then have the proof to then go charge people for it. But basically, after you say, how's all that sound? They say, great. You tell them the pricing. Instead of asking for a card on file right away or asking them to pay, this will normally take like 10 minutes. It's not like a super long, drawn out conversations where we're trying to get them to cry because we're trying to sell them a $20,000 thing. It's pretty simple. And so this can take 5 to 10 minutes, and we can explain what any concerns they have. But instead of asking for a card on file or asking them to pay or anything like that, now we just say, hey, do you have 15, 20 minutes where we can go ahead and get you set up? And then you segue directly into the onboarding call. You get them to log in, you get everything connected, you walk through the onboarding process. And then at the very end, if you are trying to get a card on file, if not, you can just go through and start getting results. But if you're trying to get a card on file, just say, awesome, we got everything set up. Just so we can go ahead and launch your account, we need to get a card on file. And then they give you a card on file. And that increases your close rate for that card on file drastically, because they've already spent 30 minutes on a call with you, getting everything set up, walking through the whole process and they're this close to the end zone, right? They're this close to scoring a touchdown, or this close to figuring out how many reviews they're going to get, whatever. And so they've already done all the work, and now it's just all they have to do is put a card on file and like, all right, whatever. It's risk-free, 30-day money-back guarantee, 14-day free trial, whatever you want to offer them. It'll increase your card on file percentage by a bunch. So the second way is the make money now. So if you're wanting to charge a setup fee, if you're wanting to charge upfront, no trial, so there's gonna be a lot of friction between like you getting leads and getting people results. And so the reason why we still do a free trial and get stuff set up is because we know we can help so many people, and we know it's only gonna take us an hour or 2 hours to get it set up. So instead of arguing on the phone to get them to pay for an hour, we'd rather just get them set up in an hour and start getting them results so they can pay us later. Because we know that if we get a Google Business Profile access and a client list, there's a 99% chance that they're going to pay us. And so that's why we just focus on getting results, getting case studies, just starting those free trials to remove as much friction as possible. You don't want to do any wasted work. You want to make sure that the people that work with you are committed and paid, then good on you. And so here's kind of the process that when I was doing it that way, here's the process that I would walk through. So same thing, generate attention, convert on a sales call, and then book an onboarding call after that, after you get paid on that sales call, right? So same exact process here, but we're going to emphasize a lot more on rapport. So spend more time trying to build rapport, find some stuff in common, spend a couple of minutes on it just to kind of get to the point where you're comfortable enough with them where you can make jokes and kind of call them on their BS, for lack of a better term. So what you want to do is clarify why they're there. So same situation here. Hey, what made you book the call? What made you respond to the email? What made you respond to the DM? What's going on? They're going to tell you why they did it, why they booked the call, they need reviews, whatever. Also, what I like to do here in the clarify stage or in the rapport stage is if I'm not certain as to where they came from, and I know it wasn't just like a cold email or something, I love to ask because this builds some authority and it frames the call better. Said, how'd you hear about us? Say, hey, how'd you hear about Review Harvest? Was it from that podcast we were just on? And obviously don't lie. Like if you weren't on a podcast, don't say this. But think of something that you said that could be impressive, that sounds legit, that sounds cool. You can just say, oh, how'd you hear about Review Harvest? Was it at that trade show where we got the award? Oh, did you hear about it from this thing, from that launch we just did with whatever big brand or whatever? Did you hear about this from the podcast we were just featured in? Did you hear about us from the YouTube video we were just featured in from such and such? When you ask how they heard about you, just assume that they heard about you from the best, most impressive place possible that you can say is true, right? That you can say truly. And if you do that, it's going to frame the call. Whether they found you from there or not, it doesn't matter. They just now know that you were on a podcast. So it frames your business as more of an authority on the call. And if you're worried about getting on a podcast, it's so easy. Just like reach out to people that have podcasts. They want to have people on. So then you can just always say, oh, did you hear about us from that podcast? We had a couple people find us from that way. And then boom, you framed yourself as more an authority for that call. So another big tip here is make sure that they are not trying to control the call, because since we're just selling reviews, we'll have a lot of people that think they know everything and they just want to push you around, make you answer the questions they want answered, and they'll hop on the call and say, okay, how much is it? What do you do? What are the features? What's the contract? Whatever. You want to make sure you control the call, and just by you're the one asking the questions, right? Like you don't want them to be asking questions, you just answering, because then they're controlling the call. And so when I do get somebody aggressive, like just asking questions or whatever, I'm normally just like, yep, it depends on your business. So what about X? And then I ask them a question, what CRM do you use, whatever, and try and get back into asking questions and making them answer it, and then just get on a roll that way. So don't let them push you around. Once again, I'm not the best at sales calls, but you just want to make sure you're controlling the call, because anytime I have let people hop on and just push me around and ask me 10, 15 questions and I just answer them, I don't know if I ever sold them. Because okay, yeah, sweet, I got all the information now, I'll get back to you. And they just forget, right? And so it's our job to, one, control the call and then help them make a decision, because humans just want to keep kicking the can down the road, right? And if this is a free trial or if we're just trying to get them to pay, it's our job to help them decide. And so, yeah, try to control the call that way. Another thing I like to do, especially if you're not sure if this is a one-man band, a small business, big business, whatever, is ask and say, okay, cool. Like, hey, Jeremy, are you the owner of business? And, I normally ask that when I'm pretty sure they are the owner, right? If it's just a home service business, it's like one-man band, I'm like, okay, they're pretty sure it's the owner. And then after they say, yes, I am the owner, then you can kind of jokingly say, okay, sweet. So you call the shots, you make the decisions around there, right? And then they'll be like, yes, of course. And so now what happens is, if later on in the call, if they're like, oh, I need to talk to my wife, I need to talk to such and such, I need to talk to whatever, then if you built enough rapport and you already have that commitment from earlier that they're the one that calls the shots to make decisions, you can kind of poke fun and be like, wait, hold on. Like, I thought you said that. I thought you said you call the shots around there. I thought you said their owner. What's going on? You can't put your card on file. You can't put $100 down for a money back guarantee or whatever you're asking them to do. But if you have that rapport and you have that answer and you have that information from earlier, you're able to use that at the end of the sale to kind of get them over the edge to go ahead and get the card on file, go ahead and get them to pay for the first month of the setup fee or whatever you're trying to do. And then so same situation, label them with a concern. So once they clarify why they're there, you label them concern. Okay, cool. Sounds like you haven't gotten any Google reviews in 8 months. The CRM you're using has a feature to request reviews. It's just not working. So walk me through that feature. What is it sending out? Is it sending out an email? Is it sending out a text? So now we're going into overview what they've done in the past. So overview what's currently going on. And like, yeah, it's just an email. It's just like a Google review link at the bottom of the invoice. It's not really working. They do have a text function, but I feel like it doesn't actually work well. I think it's just like a boring text. I think it's kind of confusing, or it makes them wait to respond or whatever. And so we're just asking clarifying questions. Okay, tell me about that. Okay, so why does it do that? Okay, did your employees know that that's how it works? Just keep getting them to kind of go over what's wrong with the process. And then from there, you have a clear understanding of the bullets in the chamber that you can use to help tailor the sell to vacation to what they're emphasized on. So if they're really concerned about certain things, you can tailor the sell to vacation and the benefits that way. Then once again, sell to vacation, focus on benefits, keep it less than 90 seconds. For what we do is we request reviews, we respond to reviews, we repurpose reviews. Those are 3 R's. Keep it simple. Elaborate on it a little bit. How's all that sound to you? And they'll say good, bad, ask questions, whatever. And say, awesome, here's our pricing, money back guarantee, 14-day trial, $299 a month, upfront, setup fee, whatever you're doing. The most common one I get is like, oh yeah, I need to talk to such and such about it. Or, hey, yeah, let me think on it or whatever. Just watch a million Alex Ramosi sales videos. He's got overcomes to all these objections. But if somebody says they need to think about it or whatever, I totally understand. Google reviews are important. You shouldn't take this decision lightly. A lot of times I feel like it just takes more information and the right information to make a decision and not necessarily time, because once again, if you build rapport, you can go to the whole Alex Ramosi thing. Because let's be real, you're not gonna like go home, sit in a rocking chair, light up a cigarette, and think, should I work with Review Harvest? Like that's kind of what he walks through for that objection overcome. And so you can do some version of that. And you're like, oh, what's gonna happen is you're gonna have this call, you're gonna have to go pick up Johnny from soccer practice, you're gonna have to mow the yard, life gets busy, and you're gonna forget. And so I feel like it probably is just gonna take some more information. So what's your biggest concern? And then you just ask them, what's the biggest concern? Well, my biggest concern is that people are gonna get annoyed that they're getting texts and emails. And then you can say, no worries. We can set it up to where they only get 1 text, 1 email. If they respond or click the link at any point, they will not receive any more communication and make it non-invasive, whatever. And try and figure out why they're wanting to kick the can down the road. Once again, I'm not the best with objection overcomes. And honestly, when we're just doing the free trials and just the setup, if like people have more than like 5 or 6 questions and they're like, I need to think about it, I'm just like, okay, cool. Because they're probably not going to be a great client anyway. And I'm like, we're doing it for free. And I should be better about that, right? I should do a better job of trying to get someone call. But it's like, I'm not going to hard sell somebody just to get a card on file so we can do the work to get them reviews. Like, I'm just like, no, it's not. I'm not going to do that. But maybe I should. That's probably a limiting belief that's making me less money. Who knows? But anyways, and then once they make the decision, and just reinforce their decision, like Alex Ramosi, make sure you have a good, clean handoff, tell them exactly what they're going to do. Hey, after this call, you're going to get an invite for the onboarding call. There's going to be a checklist of a couple things we're going to go over. You don't have to do anything for it. And then we're going to do this, that, and the other. We're so stoked. We're happy to get your reviews. Just reinforce that decision that they made.
And in this video, I put together the top 15 sales objections that I get on sales calls or even onboarding calls, and how to overcome them so you can get them set up and you can get them paying you every single month. If you don't know who I am, my name is Clay Lawrence, owner of ReviewHarvest.com. I make a little bit over $24,000 every month just helping local business owners get Google reviews. And I do this by white labeling GoHighLevel and selling these automated services. And if you don't believe me, feel free to check out reviewharvest.com/results and check out all of our video testimonials and case studies where we've helped local business owners add 100, 300, sometimes 500 plus reviews so they start ranking higher on Google and getting more business. So without further ado, let's start diving into some of these objections. So objection number 1, what if they have already left a review? So when does this come up? This normally comes up when we're on the sales call or even on an onboarding call and we're saying, hey, the first play in our playbook is to do a review reactivation. What we do on that review reactivation is we reactivate their entire customer list to help them get a bunch of reviews up front and a big win so they stay with us for a while. And so one objection that we'll get all the time here is, hey, what if they've already left a review? And so you can really take 2 routes here. One, you can do it, manually remove everyone from their list that has already left a review and just try and match it on Google. Google's not going to send us the data back of what email actually left the review. And so it's a very manual process of trying to figure out, does this name on Google match this name on their client list? So if you have the time and they're a big stickler about it, you can just remove them for them. But what I've found is that you can frame this in a way where they don't even mind, and they're actually, okay, this might actually be a good thing for us to request reviews, again, even if they've left one. And so what you can tell them is that, hey, Google loves a review that was left yesterday a lot more than a review that was left 2 years ago. And so what's going to happen if somebody's already left you a review and they click on the link to leave a review, that review they put in previously is going to be in there in the comment, and the star rating is already going to be there. And now all they have to do is just click on submit again. And now that review that was 2 years ago now is updated, and now it looks like it was left yesterday. And so now they're going to start ranking higher on Google, because review recency is one of the ranking factors in the search algorithm for people ranking higher on Google search. Also, if somebody left a review 2 years ago for your business, they probably don't even remember leaving that review. So they're not going to be like, oh, I already left you a review, whatever. It's only when they've left a review in the last couple of months that they normally remember. And then even if they have already left you a review, there's a good chance they might be logged in on their wife's phone or their husband's phone, or they might have multiple Gmail accounts. So maybe when they click on the link to leave a review now, they'll be logged into a different Gmail and they can leave you another review. And it's a little BOGO special. You get 2 for the price of 1. So for this little obstacle or objection right here, it really just depends on how much work you want to do. If they're being a huge stickler and they only have like 20 reviews, then it's probably worth it just to go ahead and remove those reviews for them. But if they've got like 400 reviews, you want to really try and sell the fact that, hey, they can update their reviews, Google loves to see that, etc. And just apologize in advance, my voice sounds awful. I've been sick all week, but I still want to get this video done and out to y'all. The second objection is, I don't have time to learn a new software. I don't have time to go ahead and set up your new little rinky-dink software to set it up to request reviews from my clients. Well, great news is that you don't have to learn anything, right? There's nothing you have to learn. All we need is 20 to 30 minutes on a Zoom call. And like I've said before, I'm not a sales master. I think normally when someone presents an objection, you want to kind of listen, make sure they know that you understand, so maybe reframe it or restate what they said, and then you kind of want to reframe it to get around it or kind of solve that problem. And also, some of these are going to be obstacles, not objections. So Alex Ramosi says obstacles are stuff that comes up before you make the pitch, before you say the offer, and objections are anything that comes up after when you're trying to get a card. And so for this objection right here, I don't have time to learn a new software. It's really simple. We just tell them, hey, you don't have to learn anything. We're built to plug in directly into your current systems. So we want to integrate into your CRM so that your employees, y'all don't have to change a single thing that we're doing. We're just requesting reviews, responding to reviews, and turning these reviews into social media content in the background. And there's nothing you have to learn. I'll even tell our clients we're a lot more of a service than we are a software. So I'll say, hey, there's no reason for you to learn the dashboard and learn all the features and all that stuff like that. We're gonna get you set up in 20, 30 minutes, and then you'll never have to log in again. If you have a question, just email us and we'll fix it for you. And so that way we frame ourselves as a service provider, and anytime we are emphasizing the service and not the software, we're gonna increase the perceived value of what the client should pay. All right, the third obstacle or objection is, I don't have time for an onboarding call right now. I am so busy. So this is actually a really easy one. We just want to acknowledge what we heard and reframe it to, hey, we're taking something off your plate so you can become less busy. And so it's important when we're doing these things to try and sit on their side of the table and not get like confrontational and combative. But we want to say, hey, I understand you're so busy. I'm glad to hear that business is going well and you're getting all these jobs. This is probably the perfect time for us to do this so that we can start to take some of that stuff off your plate. If you can just give me 20 or 30 minutes on a Zoom call, we'll get all this set up so you never have to worry about requesting reviews, responding to these reviews, or turning these reviews into social media content. And we'll take all that stuff off your plate so you don't have to worry about Google reviews ever again. Also, since you're busy, that means it's the best time to do it, because all of these customers that you're getting right now aren't getting requested to leave a review, and these would be great reviews for you to start getting so you can start ranking higher. Because obviously reviews come after customers. And so now that all these customers are fresh, this is the best time to request a review from them. So if you can just give me 25 minutes, we'll get you set up, and then you won't have to ever worry about this again. And so just kind of reframe it like you're taking stuff off their plate. All right, so the fourth one is, my CRM already does this. So this is the great thing about reviews. When it comes to reviews, we can just go to their Google business profile and see what results they're getting, right? If someone's asking about leads or sales, it's hard for you to know how many leads or how many sales they're actually getting. But reviews is a very public metric. So when people say, hey, my CRM already does this, I just pull up their reviews their review page on Google. I'm just like, yeah, it looks like you've gotten 6 reviews in the last year. I mean, do you think that this is the best? Like, have you only had 6 customers in the last year? And so once again, you want to hear them, you want to understand, you want to get on their side of the table, but you also want to reframe this and say, hey, if it already does this, how come it's not working? And what we normally say is like, hey, our only job is to get you reviews, right? Your CRM does your invoicing, your booking, your reminders. It does 100 different things. And so reviews to them is just one component that they're not really focusing on. But for us, our sole job is to get you more Google reviews. If we weren't able to do that, that would be pretty embarrassing for us. And so do you think that if we just focus on this, we'll be able to get you better results than just this one little feature that your CRM has? And also you can get really tactical here saying, hey, most of these CRMs just send out a basic review request message, no image, no personalization, no follow-ups and stuff like that. What we do is that since a lot of these CRMs do have that kind of default review request system built in, a lot of these consumers and customers that you're working with are getting banner blindness to this just little boring little text about, hey, can you leave us a review? It helps us grow our business, right? They're getting banner blindness to this because they're seeing that every time they work with somebody, right? And so what we do is we spend a lot of time on personalizing that message and making sure that the actual stimulus that we're sending to your customers and exposing to their eyeballs is going to get them to take action and leave you a review. And so when you reframe it that way, a lot of times they'll understand like, yeah, it's not working. And one thing is that if their CRM does already do this and they're already getting a bunch of reviews, then you can just ask, like, try and figure out the conversion rate. Like, hey, what conversion rate are you getting? Are you getting a 5%, 10% review conversion rate? And if they're already getting a great conversion rate, you could say, hey, we might be able to get you a little bit better review conversion rate. Honestly, I don't know if that'd be worth it to you. If we could take your conversion rate from 10% to 20%, like, would that be worth it for you? Because there's a good chance that if they're getting 10% just with a basic text and email, when we plug in our personalized images and some more advanced automations through Highlevel, you can get them a much better review conversion rate. And so then you just sell an increase and you just sell the fact that you're going to be better, which can still be an easy sale because a lot of times people are more than willing to pay for something that's better. And they're the ones that book the call with you. So obviously there's some sort of pain underlying there. All right, so the 5th objection is my employees ask for reviews themselves. So like, hey, my employees already asked for reviews. Once again, reviews are a very public metric. We can just go pull up their Google business profile and see, yeah, well, I know your employees were supposed to be asking, but it looks like you've only gotten 2 reviews in the last 6 months. What's happening here? And so once they understand that we're hearing them, I still kind of lean into the fact that, hey, that's great that your employees are asking. Like, I would never recommend your employees not to ask. Like, I definitely think your employees should continue to ask. But the problem about having that human element of it is it sometimes just doesn't happen. Also, some of these businesses aren't seeing their customers face to face when they're leaving, right? So their customer might not be home or might not be dealing with them after the service. And so say what we like to do is we like to just have this automation for text and email always set up so it's happening every single time like clockwork and there's no human error involved. And then when you put your employees asking on that on top of what we're already doing, your review conversion rate is going to go through the roof. And now your employees don't have to pull up a QR code or try and find a tap card or anything like that. Your employees can just say, hey, when I leave, you're going to get a text and email requesting a review. Would you mind taking a second to do that for us? And then get a little micro commitment from that homeowner or from your customer saying, hey, yeah, when I get that, I'll leave the review. When they get the text, it's a reminder, not an ask, because they've already said yes to it. All right, the 6th objection is I respond to my reviews already, I don't mind. This one comes up specifically talking about responding to reviews. And so you want to like acknowledge the fact that I gotcha, I hear you. Make sure they know that responding to reviews isn't the only thing that you do. And then something that I like to do with the review responses is like, hey, I get it. It probably only takes you 5 minutes, right? But all these 5-minute tasks kind of add up, right? Instead of you going home right after work, you have to get on the computer and respond to 3 reviews. And what happens is you get on the computer, you respond to 3 reviews, and then you see 3 emails that you have to get to. And then you also see this thing on Facebook that you need to respond to in Facebook Messenger. And what happens is you just get distracted, and it's just something that you have to do that you honestly, if you just never had to worry about it, it would save you more than the 5 or 10 minutes because all the distractions that come up while you're doing that. And you get pretty technical here talking about like task switching. So like when you switch tasks, there's a lot of just waste when you have to like kind of get your brain in that next mindset, and then you switch to the next task and you have to kind of switch your brain to, hey, I'm doing this now. And so you could talk about how it's saving them a lot more than just the 5 minutes it takes to respond to reviews, and really sell the fact that they never have to worry about it again. And every single person you hop on a call with, if they're a business owner, they're gonna say, oh yeah, I'm so busy. And so really try and sell that, hey, I'm just trying to take stuff off your plate so you never have to worry about it again. All right, the 7th objection is I don't want to bug my clients. So you can take this a couple different routes. You can say, hey, how many texts and emails do you want to send? We can adjust the messaging so that we don't bug our clients and that we don't send them as many follow-ups as we normally would. And so I normally will tell our clients, hey, our default sequence is 2 texts and 3 emails over 6 days. If they ever respond to a text, click the link to leave a review or anything like that, we'll quit messaging them so we're not bugging them. And just tell them that's kind of the default sequence and they can change it as they'd like. Or you can also go the route of saying, hey, we really do see it as a push-pull. The people that are going to work with you again, the people who are going to come back to your business and use you are probably more than willing to get texts from you and leave you a review. The people that are pissed off and they say stop and don't bug me or whatever, they're probably never coming back to you at all. And then there's probably this little middle ground where they still liked your service, they still thought you're a good business, but they just don't want texts and emails. So they can just say stop or unsubscribe and no harm, no foul. They're not going to hold anything against that to you. So just explaining to these clients that, hey, first off, getting a stop or unsubscribe isn't the end of the world. And I wouldn't even tell them about that because we don't even give our clients access to the conversations anymore so they can see the responses back and forth because that gets their emotions involved and then they get all concerned about how many texts you're sending, stuff like that. And hey, we're just here to get you reviews, right? People are going to say stop and it's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean they hate you. But you can also give them the option if they're really concerned, say, hey, we're going to send 1 text and 1 email. That's it. You can also tell them, hey, if you have certain people you want to remove from this list, we can remove those people from your list before we even request reviews. So give them the optionality of all that. Number 8, what if I don't want to send a review request to everyone? So this is where you can basically say, hey, we've got a 2-hour or 3-hour wait step. Feel free to log into the dashboard and put them in on D&D, or feel free to text and email us. I actually have a form that our clients can fill out that automatically they can put a name and a phone number in, and it automatically adds that contact to D&D. And you can just say, hey, we have a couple hour wait step. You could also set up some filter steps through the CRM integration. And so this is like a very practical one. So you just say, hey, if you're using Jobber, we can look for the no review tag. And if you add the no review tag, we won't request a review for them. And then also just saying we'll give you 3 or 4 hours, or if you want to increase that to a day, we'll give you a day to go in and remove that person before they get a review request. Also, if they really want to, you could set up the review filter page. Once again, we don't recommend that. We don't like push that on all our clients. It's only if they want to, and they're really scared about negative feedback. Then you can say, hey, we have the review filter page. Even if they do get a review request and they had a negative experience, they'll click on the red frowny face and then it'll take them to an internal page, leave internal feedback instead of taking them directly to Google. So there's a couple different ways that you can overcome that. The 9th objection is, what if someone leaves a bad review? So once again, you can use the review filter page here. You can say, totally understand, bad reviews are scary. Say, if you're scared that this client is like really worried about that, you can't offer the review filter page. What I like to say first about a bad review is, hey, 1 bad review is going to add legitimacy to all your other 5-star reviews, right? So all consumer research points to like 4.7 to a 4.8 being the most convincing star rating because consumers can actually see that it's possible for this business to get a negative review. When people see a perfect 5.0, a lot of consumers will say, that's fishy. They can only get 5-star reviews. What are they doing? That's messed up, you know? That 1 bad review is going to add legitimacy to all your other reviews and can even increase your persuasiveness online. Also, you can go the very practical route saying, hey, our average review star rating is like 4.98. That's something that we tracked for the longest time. And like our average rating was like 4.97. Like for the most part, people don't really leave bad reviews, especially when you're doing a review reactivation and you're reaching out to these people like 6 months, a year later. Very rarely you're going to get negative reviews. Also, when you're proactively asking people for reviews, you're going to get a lot of those good reviews. Whereas people that leave a bad review, they're going to go directly to Google. People are way more likely to just leave a review at all without being prompted if they had a negative experience than they had a positive experience. So framing it in the way of like, hey, we can do the review filter page if you want to. That 1 bad review isn't going to be the end of the world. It's going to give you great feedback and it's going to add legitimacy to all your other reviews. And then also saying, hey, honestly, we just don't get a lot of negative reviews. Between those 3 things, you should be able to kind of overcome that. All right, the 10th objection here is I want reviews on other platforms, Yelp, Facebook, etc. So you can definitely accommodate this. Now with GoHighLevel's new integrations into other review platforms and stuff like that, you can send the review link out and instead of it going to Google, you can do Yelp or Facebook. For 99% of our clients, the Google Reviews platform is kind of where they get the biggest bang for their buck on their Google business profile because not only is that review going to help them add some legitimacy and make their business profile more persuasive, make them look like the no-brainer option in the area, it's also going to help them rank higher on Google. So they're getting more awareness and they're doing a better job of converting that awareness. So normally Google is kind of the no-brainer option for that. Also, when people ask me about Yelp, I just tell them, hey, It's actually against Yelp's terms and conditions to send somebody directly to leave a Yelp review. And even if they do leave a Yelp review, it's going to pop up under the not recommended reviews on Yelp. So Yelp really only wants people leaving reviews on Yelp that actually, use Yelp all the time. So if you look at the Yelp reviews and the ones that actually show up, those are like Yelp users that go on Yelp all the time and book stuff and click on stuff. Whereas if you're just a net new user, you never use Yelp, you don't have an account, and you create a new account to leave somebody a Yelp review, it's not going to show up. It's going to pop up under not recommended reviews and nobody's going to see it. And in terms of Facebook reviews, like if somebody runs a lot of Facebook ads or they get a lot of traffic on their Facebook page, this could make sense. I mean, you can obviously accommodate this if you like, but for the most part, we like sending everybody directly to Google because that's where you're going to get the most bang for your buck. You're going to rank higher on Google, more people are going to find you, and yeah. The 11th one is I don't want to share my customer list. So this is really just a trust thing, and it's really hard to overcome. I mean, in the past, especially when I was just getting started, I didn't have all this social proof out there that, hey, Review Harvest is a legit company. We don't do anything nefarious or anything wrong, stuff like that. I used to grab my credit card and put it on the screen and say, hey, here's my credit card info. Take a screenshot of this. If I do anything wrong with your customer list, run it for all it's worth. I don't think I ever had anybody screenshot or anything like that, but it's just trying to show them hey, it would not be in our best interest to do anything wrong. We just want to get you reviews. This information is not going to be sold or shared, or we're never going to reach out to these people except for on your behalf to request reviews. And so you can show them your privacy policy on this. I would say 10% of business owners are really weird about their customer list, and the other 90% don't care at all. And so it's just one of those things. You just want to make sure they trust you. It's more of a trust thing. And so figuring out, say, hey, I don't want to do anything wrong here. What can I do to help you trust me more? So yeah, the customer list thing is mainly just a trust thing. Most people aren't going to care, but that will come up every now and again. All right, number 12 here is that I don't want to give you access to my CRM, my Google Business Profile, etc. So the great thing, if you're getting somebody onboarded directly into Highlevel, they don't even have to add you to their Google Business Profile. They're just connecting Lead Connector, this third-party tool, to their Google Business Profile by clicking on that connect button. So you can explain that to them saying, hey, actually, I don't have access to do anything. I just have access to see the reviews that come through the dashboard and respond to them and stuff like that. You're not actually adding me to your Google Business Profile. And in terms of giving access to their CRM, there's a couple of different things you can go through with this. So you can get them to log in to your Zapier account or your Make account, and you can get them to connect their app into there. Instead of them giving us their login to their CRM, we're giving them our login to Zapier just to connect it. And once again, explain that, hey, you're just connecting your CRM to a third-party tool. I can't go into your CRM through this tool. I can just get the information that we're going to send our way when a customer's job is completed or when we have a new customer or stuff like that. And so explain to them, hey, we're not getting access to anything. You're just connecting it to our systems so that we can request reviews and respond to it and stuff like that. And then if you are actually needing to get access to their CRM because it's maybe a more complex integration and you need to play around with it, not on a Zoom call, or because you're not able to create the CRM integration and you want to download their list for them every week or every 2 weeks and stuff like that, then once again, you just kind of have to go back to the trust thing of saying, hey, it's not in my best interest to do anything wrong here. I'm only going to use this data to request reviews on your behalf. And if anything happens, here's my credit card, run it for all it's worth. And that's one of those things that as you get more trust, as your business gets bigger and stuff like that in the marketplace, you won't have to worry about it as much, but there's still going to be those, business owners out there who are kind of crazy about that stuff. And so you just want to make sure you're explaining, hey, you're not giving me access to anything if they're clicking on the connect buttons, but if they are adding you, it's just a trust thing. All right, 13th thing here is, what is your privacy policy? So, honestly, if you're getting started, you probably just went to ChatGPT and created a privacy policy, but you want to tell ChatGPT hey, we're not selling this information. We're not using it to reach out to them on our behalf. We're just reaching out on your behalf to request reviews, all this stuff. So you can just direct them to your privacy policy. Once again, not legal advice. I don't know much about this stuff, but it is something that I get asked, hey, give me your privacy policy rundown, get what's happening with this data, all that stuff. So just have some sort of answer prepared to make them feel better, saying, hey, we're not doing anything with your data, we just request reviews. All right, the 14th obstacle or objection here is, I don't want a new phone number or multiple different phone numbers. So this one's so funny. I never hear this one anymore, but literally the reason I didn't do review requests for so long was because I was like, I'm gonna have to get a new phone number for everybody, or I'm gonna have to port their number over. No one's gonna wanna do that, right? That's crazy talk. But literally what happened was, on my first 10, 15, 20 onboarding calls, I was bringing it up, and it was a big deal to some of them. But then what I started doing is less said's best said. My job is to get them reviews. I don't need to tell them every single detail of their process. So I just kind of stop bringing up the fact that we're going to get a new phone number for them. I would just kind of say, hey, we're going to text and email your customers to request reviews. And most business owners don't even think about it, right? And so you can tell them, you can also friend and say, hey, I know the last thing that you want is another inbox or another phone number to manage and respond to and check and make sure that nothing's slipping through the cracks and leads aren't responding or people are asking for service. And so we'll set up an auto reply on this. So if anybody responds, say, hey, we don't have access to your reply here, text us at this number or call us at this number or go to our website here. That way we're always kind of closing that loop so nobody's getting lost in the cracks. But honestly, if you just don't mention the fact that, hey, we're purchasing a new phone number and it's going to be from a new phone number, then 95% of the time, business owners are not going to bring this up. All right, the 15th and last objection here is you can't integrate seamlessly into my CRM. So I don't want to have to upload every contact manually. So if you're not able to create a good CRM integration to get the customer's contact information into your system to request reviews and stuff like that, then here's kind of the 3-step process that I go through. Number one, and the best thing would say, hey, you add me to your CRM and my virtual assistant or myself will go and export your list every week and will request reviews from all your new customers. The second best thing is if they're tech savvy, showing them how to download a customer list in their own CRM and upload it into our, into Highlevel to request reviews that way. If they're tech savvy, that way they can do it, etc. The third thing is that if they're not very tech savvy, they can still export a customer list. Maybe they don't want to add you to their CRM. Just say, hey, email me this list every week, every 2 weeks. We'll put you on an automated reminder to remind you to send us your new customers, and we'll get you some new reviews that way. The fourth thing is that let's say they're a lower volume clients, like they're a lower volume person, they don't get a bunch of new customers. And let's say they don't know how to use a computer at all, or maybe they don't even use a CRM. What you can do is you can set up an automation to text them every 3 or 4 days to fill out a form. And this form can just be, hey, give me your new customers that you want to request a review. And it's like name, email, phone number, whatever. They click send review request after they put their information in, and it's sending a review request. They can refresh the page and add 2 or 3 customers every couple of days. And so that way you're constantly reminding them with that automated text and email to add new customers. So let's talk about following up. Let's say you have a good sales call or a good appointment, but you do not get the card on file or you do not get the onboarding call booked or something like that. In the future, you'll want to set up some sort of automated long-term nurture program where you can add them and they're constantly getting valuable emails or texts and stuff like that. But that is not a priority right now by any means. So what I'd recommend is just sending some sort of simple follow-up text and email. I just gave you an example email here, just that's benefits based, and just go ahead and send this to them and then snooze it. So in Gmail, you can snooze something for a week. You can do the same thing in Microsoft, I'm pretty sure, or Outlook, and just snooze it for like 3 days, a week, whatever. And just honestly keep following up. I can't tell you when I was getting started how many people I had on this flow where every day I would just, when you snooze something for 3 days, it's going to pop back up in your inbox. And so then every day I was making sure I was doing my follow-ups and not forgetting. And so, one follow-up message you can say is, hey, I know you were interested. Where should we go from here? So if you include something like that, like, hey, where should we go from here? It makes you not seem like desperate for them, but it also just says, hey, I know you're interested. What's going on here? So I would just say this is like the 80-20. This is like the 20% of actions that will give you 80% of the outcomes, because you can just do this. There's no time to set up. It takes you like 2 seconds every day to follow up with these people. So just send over some sort of text and email, snooze it, and follow up just to keep them in the loop and try to get them to the next step, whether it's book an onboarding call or get a card on file or whatever your process is. So I'd recommend doing that. All right, so you might be sitting there right now and you're like, holy crap, there's 15, 20 different sections here. And the good news is that literally all these sections are like 1 or 2 minute videos. So they're super short, super brief videos. I've just broken them down into super bite-sized bits and chunks so that it's very searchable. You can find it, you can reference back. It's not hidden within like a 20-minute video, right? So I think it's gonna help us support in the community, making sure everybody can find stuff and easily link to the proper trainings. So let's dive in. So when it comes to the fundamentals of onboarding, it's important to know that this process right here can be the difference between somebody staying and paying you for years and them not even converting from the trial. So if we get a client list and access to their Google Business profile, we have 100% trial conversion rate. So meaning we do a 14-day free trial. If we get their Google Business profile and their client list on the onboarding call, we have 100% trial conversion rate. We've never had anybody cancel. And obviously we've only done this with about 160 people, so it's not like 1,000 people, but it's still a good test size to know, okay, this is really important, right? So here's kind of our process from somebody who said, yep, I'm interested, I want to work with you. Maybe you get a card on file or not. So the first step is the pre-call onboarding. So what you want to do in the pre-call onboarding is you want to go ahead and make sure that this dashboard is set to default. So you want to make sure that the review harvest, or you can retitle it, whatever, but this review dashboard is set to default. It's not going to have this. This is an old version of it, but all you do to do that is just click on here and click on set as default dashboard. So you want to make sure that's set up. Second thing you want to do is you want to make sure the business name and the information of these of the account is correct. So you want to make sure you add their business name to a sub account, etc. That's kind of part of the pre-call onboarding step right there. And then you're gonna have the onboarding call, and then you're gonna have the account set up, and then you're gonna launch the campaign, and then you're gonna monitor the account. Monitoring their account is like the first week or two. You just want to check in, make sure everything's working well, make sure the texts and emails are going out correctly, make sure they're getting reviews, make sure the integration into their system is working. So this is just kind of our high level overview of like the 5 processes that happen from yes, they are, yes, they're interested in working with us, to the very end where it's like, sweet, they're set up, they're paying, everything's set up great. We can kind of not forget about them, but we're good. They're getting results and they can just keep paying us. And so throughout the onboarding process, the most important thing on that onboarding call is just going to be getting access to the Google Business Profile and the client list. Like I said, that's going to give you a really high trial conversion rate, because even if all else goes wrong on the call, you can't get access to the social media, you can't integrate their CRM, you're having issues, a bunch of other stuff. If you just get those 2 things, you can start getting them reviews. And what happens is when you start getting them reviews, this is really important. Once you start getting them reviews, their willingness to work with you, give you time, get you the stuff they need goes way up, right? So if you can only get 2 things, you've got to get the client list and you've got to get the Google Business Profile access, because that'll allow you to get the review link, that'll allow you to respond to the reviews, all that stuff. And so just make sure you get those 2 things, and then you'll be able to start getting them reviews, and they'll be like, oh, wow, this actually works. And then they'll be willing to kind of spend more time with you on a Zoom call, do the stuff they need to do to get that. And the client list is the name, email, phone number of their previous customers. And so that's really important. The first 10 onboarding calls are going to be the hardest, just like the first 10 clients you sign up. The first 10 are going to be the hardest. First 10 onboarding calls are going to be the hardest if you've never done it before. But, especially if you don't have the card on file. So if you don't have the card on file, there will be clients that won't have that sense of urgency. They won't have any sense of urgency. You'll have to follow up. You'll have to bug them. You'll have to hound them to get a couple things, because they're not like, their trial's not about them. Their card's not about to get charged. Once you have still don't worry about getting their card on file in the beginning if you're having trouble selling. But once you have their card on file and they know their card's going to be charged in 14 days, they're a little bit more responsive and a little bit quicker to get you the stuff that you need. And once you just have that proof, that hey, this is going to work, And so what we say, just in the beginning, be very responsive. In the beginning of onboarding every client, be very responsive, be patient, but still you still have to push to get the ball forward and get their account launched, because people will let things lollygag. And so you're going to have to be the one that's manually driving it. It's kind of annoying, but it's just part of the process. Some clients are great. Some clients, aren't so great, right? So here's different types of clients. This is something I just it's just part of doing business, and you're just gonna have to deal with it as it comes. And when you get the great clients, it's awesome. When you get the other ones, you just kind of deal with them. And sometimes those worst clients on the onboarding calls and on the sales calls can turn into your best clients. So I've had sales calls with this guy in particular. I'll leave his name and name, but I got off the phone and I was like, this guy's a jerk. This guy's awful. I told my wife, this guy's awful. But I got the things that I needed. We started getting him reviews of just a switch flipped in him. And now he's like a friend. He's like, I consider him a friend. He's awesome. He's patient now. He's nice. He's forgiving if something does mess up. He loves us because we got started getting a bunch of reviews. He's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And he totally turned into a different person when talking with us. So get through that beginning hump of they don't trust you, they don't know you, they don't like you, haven't gotten them results yet. If you can get through that, they might become a completely different person. And so you're going to have some clients on these calls that are low information clients. This is what I mean with this is they could care less about all the details. They just want reviews. And so we kind of optimize when we're doing the onboarding calls, we kind of optimize for somewhere in between low information and high information, right? We want the high information clients to feel like they're getting enough information, but we're not going to what I did originally was oh man, these people want to know everything.
but they didn't want to know everything. Just a couple clients wanted to know everything. And so I changed my whole entire onboarding process to include showing them all the text, all the emails, and onboarding calls took forever. And so now we kind of optimize for low information or a little bit more and just giving them an idea of how things work. And if they ask questions, then you show them all the other stuff. If they don't, you just keep trucking through. So you'll have the higher information clients that ask a million questions about a million different things. But once you get results, once you start getting referrals, those type of clients are kind of going to become less, and you'll have more lower information clients that are just trusting the fact that, hey, I just want reviews. You're going to do that. Great. And then the most difficult clients to work with on the onboarding call, not necessarily moving forward, because these clients can honestly be great moving forward because they're not even checking, they're not even worried about it, but is the tech challenge clients. So these are the people that haven't used their laptop in a year. And like, I've literally had people tell me, man, I haven't opened this thing in a year. I had to blow the dust off of it, right? And they didn't know where to find their charger or use it. And so those tech challenge clients are going to be hard, but if you follow the onboarding process that we do, if you use Zoom so you can request screen control of their screen and you can just control it for them, that will really help. And we'll go over that during the conducting an onboarding call stage. But like I said, all these clients can be great. Just kind of weather the storm of questions, get through this onboarding process, start getting them results, and then you'll see a lot of times these clients will switch. Sometimes not, but it's just going to be part of it. Out of the 10 clients you get, 2, 3, or 4 of them might be amazing. 1 or 2 of them might be awful, and the others will just be average, And so today I'm going to show you what happens after an onboarding call, what we need to do, what do we need to go through, how do we need to make sure their account's set up correctly, how do I make sure they stick around and pay us for years to come, how do I make sure they get a bunch of results and reviews and they're really super duper happy. And so we're going to walk through that today. So I put together a little bit of a checklist of what we do kind of post onboarding call to make sure everything is rocking and rolling and working properly. All right, so the first thing to do is you want to connect a Google Business Profile to their high-level sub account. And so it's important to note that you should do this on the onboarding call. So on the onboarding call, you should just get them to navigate to Launchpad and click on Connect here and connect their Google Business Profile. But let's say for some reason they're having an issue and they wanted to add you later or connect it later. They can add you as a manager to the Google Business Profile, and then you can connect it. And so if they add you as a manager to a Google Business Profile and you want to connect it, you're going to go to Launchpad, you're going to click on Connect, you want to connect this Google Business Profile icon right here. Your Launchpad might look a little bit different than mine. That's just because I use a tool called HL Pro Tools to customize it all. But if you just click on Reconnect right here, or it'll say Connect for you, it's going to prompt you to log in with an email to manage your business. So after you click on Connect, it's going to take you here where you can choose what email you want to connect to this account. So it's important that when you connect this email to the sub account, you need to make sure that this is the same email that manages that Google Business Profile. And if you connect more than one emails, you're going to have to go to Settings and Integrations to make it primary. So I'll show you what that means here. So if we just click on this right here, and then you want to click on Continue, and then you want to click on Allow. Sometimes this page will not actually pop up. So what you have to do is you have to click on the browser and make sure you have Allow pop-ups turned on. You might have to refresh and just start the process over again. But from there, what you want to do is you want to make sure you connect the proper Google Business Profile. So if you have a bunch attached here, you'll see that they'll pop up. But you want to connect the proper business profile and then click on Connect. And then what's so annoying is that sometimes this normally does not say that it's actually connected. So to make sure it's actually connected, you have to go to Reputation. You have to go to and just see if the reviews have been pulling through. So if the reviews are pulling through and you can see the reviews, or if you go to Settings and you go to Review Link, so you can see actually here in the review link, it says that it's not actually connected. So let's see if we can figure out why. If we go to Settings here and we go to Integrations, and you can see we've got an email connected here, but it says error while connecting on the Google Business Profile. So we'll click on Connect again, and we'll try to connect again for some reason and see if it works now. Connect, confirm, and now we can go back and we can see, click on Review Link, and now we can see the Google Business Profile is connected, and we can select the page here. So now we know that it's actually connected. So that's how you connect a Google Business Profile. This should be done on the onboarding call. So the second thing is importing their list of previous contacts. So this is what we want to do. We want to use this list for review reactivation. So we want to use this to get them a bunch of reviews up front. And so how you actually upload this list is you should have gotten this list on the call. So on the call, you need to go to their CRM, go to their whatever they use to manage your business, and export that list. They either need to send it to you or they need to upload it themselves on the call. But once again, if you didn't do it on the call, what you do is you come to Contacts section here. You click on Import Contacts. You want to just leave it as contacts. You want to go to Next. We want to drag a CSV file upload here. So let's find one that we can use.
test CSV. Here we go. And from here, you want to do create and update contacts. And then what you have to do is you have to map the fields properly. So you need to make sure that these fields are mapped properly. Really, the only ones we care about, first name, phone number, and email. But you just want to make sure that these are all mapped properly. And then you want to click on next. And then if you want to create a smart list, that's going to like kind of segment this list into a separate setting of the contacts. You can do that here. And then also you can just make sure everything's mapped properly. This is just preview of like the first 3 layers of the CSV file, like the first 3 rows of the CSV file, contacts they have consent from. This is why you should get your customer to do this, or the business you're working with to do this, because this is them saying, hey, I consent that all these contacts have our permission to reach out to, etc. But on your terms and conditions, you should have, hey, any contact you email me, whatever, has consent to be messaged. So then you want to start bulk import. This is going to fail because it's got a bunch of dummy data on it, but you'll be able to see under bulk actions, you'll be able to see the test CSV file or the CSV file coming through. You'll be able to see stats. This is going to fail a bunch because it's just a bunch of test data, but then it'll load in as a smart list. So this is like an example of a smart list. So that's how you import the previous clients. So the third thing here is creating a personalized image. So this is what we send out with the review request. We do personalized image review request where we can auto-populate the end customer's name on an image so that every single review request we send out is completely unique and gets a much higher review conversion rate because they see their name on the image and like, oh, that's pretty cool. How do I do that? So to set that up, you want to go to niftyimages.com and you want to create an account. You just want to log in. Once you log into Nifty Images, I think it's like $20 a month or something. What you want to do is you want to click on create an image. You want to click on personalized image. You want to select an image here and you just want to select an image that isn't too big. So you want to make sure it's under 1 megabyte and you downsize. You make it smaller. You can do that in Canva. You can do that anywhere. And then what you want to do is you just want to add a shape. So you can just add a shape somewhere so they can actually see their name on it. And then you can click on add element, add some text, and you can add text to it. So if you want to do this, click on 3 dots, delete it over there from the layers, just over here in layers. We don't want to add text. We want to add a merge tag layer. So yeah, we want to use merge tag name. Click on that. Scroll down here. You want to make it like the proper size so it's not going to like overflow. And then you just want to, we know we do just like exclamation point. For the preview design value here, you want to make it like at least 12 characters. In case somebody has a really long name, you want to make sure it all shows up. For the fallback text here, you can just put hey. So if something goes wrong or something, you can just add hey here. That's what's going to fall back to. And then I like to do like Oswald. It's like smaller. So you can make the text a lot bigger. So I think it's easier to read. And so yeah, do that. You can make it bold if you'd like to. And then you can do title casing so that if for some reason people have like weird casing in their name or something, or it's like the casing is all messed up in Highlevel, you can just do like title casing here and then the first letter will be capitalized automatically. You just want to click on save and you can title it, test whatever. And then from there you can submit and then you're able to just grab this link. And so this link is going to be added in the custom values. And so we'll come back to this link here later, but that's how you create a personalized image. All right, number 4, turning on AI review responses. So turning on AI review responses is super easy. You just want to navigate back to your Highlevel account. You want to click on reputation. You want to click on settings and you want to click on reviews AI. So if you can't find this, you might have to go to your agency level and make sure it's enabled for the sub account. And so to do that, you just need to go to the agency level and make sure you have it turned on. If you can't figure that out, just contact Highlevel support. They'll help you out. It's not complicated at all. But once it is turned on, you just navigate to reputation, reviews AI, turn on auto responses, turn on the source. So you'll make sure Google's added as the source. You can respond to Google and Facebook reviews if you want to, or just Google. And then you can choose what you want to respond to. Do you want to respond to all the reviews? Do you want to respond to 4 stars and above? And then you can choose a wait step. And then also at the bottom, you can put a specific thing at the bottom of every review, like, thank you, this was great, whatever. And then if you're having trouble seeing the save button, you do not have to have AI employee to use this feature. It's just like the UI is really weird down here. And so the save button just hides. So you got to be a little crafty with it. I don't know why they do that, but if you like open this up on a new tab and change it, you'll be able to save it. So anyways, yeah, so that's how you turn on automated review responses. It's super simple. That's literally all it is. All right, automated review posting. I have a whole video going over automated review posting, but I posted it earlier this week. So you can just like watch that video here for a more in-depth tutorial, but I'll show you really quickly how we turn this on. We just go to social planner or marketing, and then click on the social planner section of it. You need to make sure that their accounts are connected. So their accounts, their Facebook accounts, Instagram, all that stuff, you need to connect that on the call. It's a lot easier to get them just to connect it through the sub account if they're logged in as a user than it is to get somebody to add you manually to their Facebook. Holy crap, that's like the hardest thing in the world for no reason. And so yeah, you want to make sure they connect it before. But once you have their accounts connected, you want to click on New Post, you want to click on Post Reviews, and then you want to choose the source. So you want to choose Google reviews again. This is like, where are these reviews coming from? Like, what are the reviews that we're posting? Where are they coming from? Google or Facebook? And then obviously you only want to post 5-star reviews. And you can choose the social media accounts that you want to select. So you can just select all or whatever. Then you can choose the frequency of the posts. So we can do like every week. We can do 1 post a week on Mondays. And you can choose feed post and Facebook story post. And then if you have Instagram connected, you can post on your Instagram story as well. And we'll click on next, and we can add an image. So you can add custom images here. So 1024 by 1024, you can add an image and you can kind of upload it so that it looks really nifty and cool. Or you can use kind of their default templates. I'd recommend just like getting their logo color as like the background, and then like putting their logo at the bottom. Or you can use some of their photos and stuff. But we can see here, we can preview. You can add a caption like, "Thanks for leaving us a review." You can use only the initials of the reviewer for like privacy, or like you cannot use their name at all, the reviewer's name at all. Or you can add the full author's name, stuff like that. And you can change the font size, etc. And then you can see like a preview of you can see a preview of each story. Like, this is a story post. It kind of just like doesn't expand it. It just looks like that. And this is like the actual post. And you can change the colors of everything. So you can change the opacity. So that's really cool. Like if you want to change the text opacity, which I don't know why you want to do that, but you can change the box opacity. So that's cool. You can make the box look like see-through or whatever. And then we could make this a different color if you wanted to, and you could change the star color to like white or something. Really, whatever you want to do, you can kind of play around with. You're just boxed into the fact that, hey, the review has to go right here in the center, and that's kind of the format of it. Then you can just create post, and then once you create the post, you'll be able to see that you can edit it if you go to, let it load here for a second. If you go to your social planner, you go to content, and you can see the post. You can come in here and you can edit the post. You can turn the post off, like pause it, or you can just delete the post. And so you can kind of manage how it works there. So number 6, changing the custom values. So the custom values are basically the key to onboard your new client. So this is like the brains of the operation here. So if we go back, we go to settings of this sub account, we go to custom values. You can see these custom values control how this sub account operates and the values and the words and stuff like that. And so you want to make sure you have your Google review link, their Google review link added here. And so to get that, you go to reputation, you go to settings, you go to review link, you click on Google Business Profile, you select the page, and then it's going to pop up with the link right there. If we go back to the custom values, we can grab a logo link. So logo link is just grabbing their logo, uploading it to media storage, clicking on get link, and then uploading that link here. And so one thing you want to do with this logo link is you want to upload it to Canva and remove the background. So make it 400 width by 160 height, and you want to remove the background. So it looks good on the email templates, it doesn't get squashed, all that stuff. And then just upload that link right there. The personalized image, this is where we upload that nifty personalized image. You copy this link right here, all the way up to the equal sign. And then what you do is you add equals contact.first_name. So curly bracket, contact.first_name. If you need to find that, you can just go to custom fields and you can look up first name and it will pop up. There you go, first name, and you can just copy that unique key right there. That is what you add at the end right here. Business owner first name for text and emails. When we send out these texts and emails, say, hey, this is Clay from Review Harvest. Hey, this is whatever your client's name is. You add their first name here. Make sure this is only their first name. So this first name is also added as like the from email. It'd be like from Clay, your sending subdomain.com or whatever. And so if you have a double name here with a space, it's going to throw an error. So you want to make sure that's only one name, no spaces here. So just Clay or just Roger or whatever. This is like their business name. It needs to be consistent with the sender ID of the phone numbers. And so if you go here, you go to advanced settings and go to compliance. Once you choose an SMS provider here, you'll be able to kind of adjust your compliance settings and make sure your sender ID is consistent with the custom value business name here. Domain after the @ for emails and subdomains. So you go to email services here, see what your default provider sending domain is. You probably configured this based, if you've watched any of my other videos, watch my video about how to send emails and how to get your emails delivered in Highlevel. And you want to just add this, you just want to copy this You make sure that this is added to that custom value. How many review requests should be sent every 14 days? This is basically a counter. This is like a counting number, a metric that we're kind of going to figure out what we need to do. And so let's say an integration is broken or somebody says they're going to manually upload new clients. I want to be notified as the person that's helping them get reviews. If they're not adding contacts, I need to be notified because then we're not getting them reviews and they're going to churn. And so what we can do is we can set up a notification system here just by changing this number to say, hey, if they have not sent X amount of reviews in the last 14 days, I want to be notified. I want to notify the client that they need to upload contacts. And so this is all baked into the snapshot that I give to my affiliates. So it's really easy to set up. Literally all you do is you just choose 0 reviews every 14 days. So that means it's not going to fire off. You don't need to be notified either way. 1 review. So they have to send at least 1 review request every 14 days, or 5 or 20. So you want to add one of those values there, and then you'll be notified if it is less. If it's more than that, you will not be notified and just starts the count over every 14 days. Number 8, how many times should we follow up for a review? So what this is that there are certain clients, like let's say a recurring service, a pest control service that comes to your house every single week. They probably should not be getting 3 follow-up requests, right? And then they're always going to be in a workflow. They're being added every week from the trigger or the automation or the integration or whatever. They're being added every single week. And now they're getting followed up with 3 or 4 times. And now next week they get added again. So they're constantly in a follow-up. And so for recurring services, you probably want to set this to 0. So they just get the initial review request. And then they get 1 follow-up, 2 follow-ups, 3 follow-ups, whatever you set here. So here you can basically just set how many review requests. So this isn't the total messages. This is the follow-ups after the initial message. All right, number 9 here is review requests in the last 14 days. This is just that counting widget you don't want to touch. This is just that counting metric. You don't want to touch it. This kind of helps out the number 7 one. So just leave that. And number 10, ask for a referral if a customer has already left a review, yes or no. So we have a referral system built into the snapshot where if a customer has already left a review and they're re-added through the integration, then we request a referral. It's just a nudge saying, hey, thank you so much. Our business mainly grows off of word of mouth. Do you know any friends and family that would be interested in our services? Please share us. That's literally all it is. And so our workflows that request reviews, if somebody has already left a review, they're going to go, and if they have the tag clicked, they've already clicked the link to leave a review, they're going to go down the path, and then it's going to ask, do we want to send referral request, yes or no? If this is yes, then it's going to send a referral request. If you fill in no here, it's not going to send a referral request. And so what you want to do is, like, you might have really high volume clients that are getting 500 new customers a month. You probably don't want to have referral requests turned on here. You're just going to get a lot of just like wasted text, really. But if you are, maybe lower volume, they're more high touch business, they're doing high end, they're doing, expensive work, then like 1 referral to them could be huge. So it's definitely worth texting about, right? And so, that's kind of the brains of the snapshot. That's how you kind of customize custom values. Number 7, using the review faces page if you like. So what this is like some people call it the review filter page, the review faces page, whatever. But is that we don't recommend having this on. We don't recommend turning this on by default. We don't recommend it to any of our clients. It's just if they really, 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 really want it, then we'll give it to them. But baked into the snapshot, if you go to marketing if you go to sites and you go to funnels, you'll see the review faces page. You can click on this review faces page and you can just click on preview page and you can just grab this preview link. And so you can see this is coming from that logo link we added. This is dynamically coming from the custom value. This link right here, this green smiley face, is taking them to the Google review link that is in those custom values. So literally everything, all the brains of the operation is based off of those custom values. So this takes them to Google to leave a review, and then this takes them to like internal page to leave internal feedback, and they can still leave a public review down here to kind of be more compliant. But all you want to do is you want to copy this link of that preview page. If you want to adjust that link, just go to your agency settings, go to company, go to white label, and then go to API domain, and then that kind of adjusts what your preview link looks like. But what you want to do from here is if you want to send people to that filter page, instead of sending them directly leave the link to leave a review, you want to go to marketing, you want to go to trigger links up here, and then you just want to change these trigger links to go to that preview link. So instead of this custom value being in here by default, you just paste that trigger link, that preview link of that funnel in there, and now it's going to take them there instead of your directly to the Google reviews. So that's how you can turn on review faces if you want to. Once again, we don't recommend doing this. Number 8, testing all the review request workflows. So this is probably the biggest pain in the butt part of the process, But what you want to do is you want to go to automation. You want to make sure you have like 1 or 2 contacts uploaded at least. So you want to make sure you have 1 or 2 contacts uploaded here. And then what you want to do is you want to go to automation. You want to go to review workflows. And then you want to test the review reactivation campaign. And you probably want to test the normal review request campaign. And also you're going to want to you're going to want to publish this workflow after you test it so that it can come through and people can start being added and stuff. Everything else by default should be fine. You can leave all this other stuff on by default. It should be pretty chill. So if you click on review reactivation here, how you test it is you literally just add a contact. So click on test workflow, add a contact, paste it in there, run test. You want to click on enrollment history after you do that. And then you want to force the contact through. So you just click on this force step over and over and over again. And once you click on force, it's going to like not let you see it again. So you have to click back here. So let's just force it real quick. Then click back, see how it's not letting you do it. And then now you can do it again. And so I'm just going to remove this because I don't want to send text or whatever. But you just force it all the way through. And then you go and check every single text and every single email and make sure that it did not land. The email did not land in spam. It might land in promotions. Like it's really hard to keep stuff out of promotions. Try the plain text email. That's baked in the snapshot already. It's really hard to keep it out of promotions. It's possible, but it's just part of the hassle. But the text is where you're going to get most of the bang for your buck. And so make sure the text goes through and it looks good and the personalized image looks good. And then make sure the email goes through and all the links work and stuff like that. So test the entire workflow and test all these workflows. So I'm just going to turn these off for now because I'm not doing anything with it. So draft workflow, but that's how you test the workflows. Just add it and push it through. Number 9, create the review widget and send it to the client. So this is going to go into the launch email here in a second. But to create the review widget, you want to go to reputation. You want to click on widgets, and then you can click on create new. If you don't already have one, it should be in here by default. Yeah. And so what you want to do is you want to go to the widgets section. You should already have some in here by default. So you can just edit them or you can create another one. But I'll just create a new one for now. You can choose the template. So if we look here, they've got a couple different templates. I think legacy looks not great. And so I normally go with like list or masonry or one of these. You can edit a bunch of settings here. You can change all the colors. You can remove AI summary. You can remove the reviews that don't have any text. You can change kind of the text on it or whatever. But you just want to click on save and you can title it whatever you want to title it, test, and make it default. So if it's not default, even if you give them the code, it's not going to show up. So make sure you make it default and then grab this code right here, copy this, and then just save this for later. We're going to email this to the client for a launch email. All right, so that's how you create the widget. Now let's talk about adding contacts to the review reactivation. So this is really simple. We just want to go to the contacts page and you'll see under bulk actions, you'll see like, okay, the import is complete from when we imported the list earlier, and we can see our smart list that we added. And so from here, you just want to select all the contacts. So it's a bad example because there's only one, but you just want to select all the contacts, click on add to automation, click on OK proceed, and you can see we can add it to the review reactivation campaign. So we're reactivating all these customers, so we need to add them here. And we add in drip mode. This is just for tracking, so you can just title this whatever for tracking. You can start whenever you'd like to start. We normally start in kind of 10 a.m. the next day or 10 a.m. whatever, just any time as long as it's not too late or whatever. And then we normally do 2 review requests, 2 people added to the workflow every 20 minutes. Just depends on the size of the list, depends on how popular Google Business Profile is. If it's a brand new Google Business Profile, they have a big list, we might do 1 every 20 minutes instead. And then you want to start from like 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's kind of the times that we do. And then you just add to automation. And once you do that, you can see, you'll be able to see it under bulk actions as well. So if you go to bulk actions, you can see show stats. You'll be able to see how things are going. You can edit the details. You can view the details of, hey, here's what's going on. Here are the settings that you configured. And then you can like cancel it or pause it or whatever. So I'm just going to cancel this for now. And then what you want to do here is we want to create the CRM integration. So I have a whole nother video going over how to create the CRM integration using GHL connector and then also using Zapier. And so we'll link both of those videos above so you can just navigate to those videos and watch how to create the CRM integration. And kind of the thing that fires off the review request on an ongoing basis is through the CRM integrations, whether you're doing it through Zapier or whether you're doing it through GHL connector. You can kind of do it one of 2 ways. You can do a new contact created, automatically adds to review requests. So you can just turn this on. Let's say they're adding them manually. You don't want them to have to add a tag or add a contact to a workflow because that's just more work. You just want them to be able to add a contact. You can just turn on contact created and it'll automatically send them a review request. Or you can just add people via tag. So GHL Connector does the tag that says, and so you can do the tag like new sync if you're using GHL Connector. So customer tag added is new sync. You can just add that there. Or if you're doing it through Zapier, you can just add the customer tag through Zapier when you create that contact. I have a whole video going over how to do that. And the last thing I want to cover is just sending a launch email. So in this launch email, you want to make sure you properly set expectations as to how many reviews they will get based off the number of contacts they gave you. So after you've imported that list, only a certain amount of them are going to come up and be good because of duplicates and messy data and all that stuff. So they give you 400 customers. You can say, hey, I think we can get you anywhere from 30 to 50 reviews, something like that. And so we also include examples of the following. So we send over an example of the personalized image that we created. We send over an example of the social media posting templates that we created for their 5-star reviews. We send over an example of the review widget they can embed onto their site. So screenshot of it from kind of that little builder that we did. And then we send over the embed code and send it to their website developer and say, hey, here's how to do this, or here's a YouTube video on how you can use an embed code on your site. And then we also go over the best way to contact us for support, and we just send them that launch email. So that is how we set up a client after an onboarding call. Those are the things that we go through to launch their account and get them rocking and rolling and hopefully getting reviews on day one, and they'll stay with us forever or for a very long time and pay us for years and years to come.
Send them a welcome email. If you don't know how to add a user to a sub account, just go to settings, go to my staff, and then what you can do is you can click on add employee. So when you do this, you want to add their first name, their last name, their email, and you can just set up a temporary password for them, give it to them in that onboarding email or give it to them on the call, and then they can change it later if they like to. In terms of roles and permissions, here's what we rock with. We leave account settings on because we want them to be able to manage some stuff. We take off account tools, take off all automations, take off blogs, take off calendars, take off certificates, take off communities. You want to leave on contacts because they need to be able to upload contacts. We take off conversations because they don't need to see what people are applying to, and it really just creates a bunch of unnecessary support. Dashboard, you can leave the dashboard on. We turn off funnels. We keep integrations on. We turn off marketing besides social planner. So you want to keep social planner turned on so you can connect social media accounts, and we can automatically post their 5-star reviews on social media. We leave media on. We turn off memberships, turn off opportunities, turn off payments, leave reputation on, obviously, and then turn off WordPress. So that's a feature set that we allow them to give permissions to, and you can save it, and that you can just give them your white label log, or that's going to send them an email and tell them to get started. So that's the first step. Go ahead and get them to log in. So now we've done that. The second step is to go ahead and get them to connect.
All right, so the first thing to do is you want to connect a Google Business Profile to their high-level sub account. And so it's important to note that you should do this on the onboarding call. So on the onboarding call, you should just get them to navigate to Launchpad and click on connect here and connect their Google Business Profile. But let's say for some reason they're having an issue and they wanted to add you later or connect it later. They can add you as a manager to the Google Business Profile, and then you can connect it. And so if they add you as a manager to a Google Business Profile and you want to connect it, you're going to go to Launchpad, you're going to click on connect, you want to connect this Google Business Profile icon right here. Your Launchpad might look a little bit different than mine. That's just because I use a tool called HL Pro Tools to customize it all. But if you just click on reconnect right here, or it'll say connect for you, it's going to prompt you to log in with an email to manage your business. So after you click on connect, it's going to take you here where you can choose what email you want to connect to this account. So it's important that when you connect this email to the sub account, you need to make sure that this is the same email that manages that Google Business Profile. And if you connect more than one emails, you're going to have to go to settings and integrations to make it primary. So I'll show you what that means here. So if we just click on this right here, and then you want to click on continue, and then you want to click on allow. Sometimes this page will not actually pop up. So what you have to do is you have to click on the browser and make sure you have allow pop-ups turned on. You might have to refresh and just start the process over again. But from there, what you want to do is you want to make sure you connect the proper Google Business Profile. So if you have a bunch attached here, you'll see that they'll pop up. But you want to connect the proper business profile and then click on connect. And then what's so annoying is that sometimes this normally does not say that it's actually connected. So to make sure it's actually connected, you have to go to reputation. You have to go to and just see if the reviews have been pulling through. So if the reviews are pulling through and you can see the reviews, or if you go to settings and you go to review link, so you can see actually here in the review link, it says that it's not actually connected. So let's see if we can figure out why. If we go to settings here and we go to integrations, and you can see we've got an email connected here, but it says error while connecting on the Google Business Profile. So we'll click on connect again, and we'll try to connect again for some reason and see if it works now. Connect, confirm, and now we can go back and we can see Click on review link, and now we can see the Google Business Profile is connected, and we can select the page here. So now we know that it's actually connected. So that's how you connect the Google Business Profile. The biggest bottleneck for all of my operations was creating a CRM integration for all my clients on the onboarding process. And so what that basically means is my clients use some sort of booking software or some sort of CRM like a Jobber or like a Square or whatever for all their appointments. And I need to get integrated into their software, get them to send us their new contacts every time they want us to request a review. And so it shouldn't be too difficult, but a lot of times we're dealing with business owners who are not super tech savvy and they don't just know how to do that, or they don't trust you just to add you to their CRM and stuff like that. And so it can be a massive bottleneck, and it's been a real hardship for me over the last 2 years. And honestly, I say that because I don't get too excited about new software often anymore. After being in the make money online and digital marketing community for like 4 or 5 years, there's new revolutionary softwares that come out every single month. And honestly, I've just kind of got numbness to it. I'm just like, it is what it is. But this software was developed by people in my community, in the Highlevel house, specifically for people trying to use Highlevel and trying to use Highlevel for reputation management services. So they specifically created this to make this process of integrating with another client's CRM as simple as possible when you're using Highlevel. And so in the past, we have to go through all of these steps. And the ones that are highlighted in blue could technically be done by the client on their own, but normally they want to get done. And I'm not saying that this is going to make onboarding easy. It's not.
It's not going to be easy. It's going to be really hard.
But now it is at least possible to have a client fully onboard themselves without an onboarding call. It is at least possible now, which is so exciting. If you have other pieces of your business in place, like you have the right targeting where a lot of your clients use the same CRM, and you have enough reputation and branding so that they trust you to actually go through the process and they want to be prepared for that call and pay attention to you, you can actually make this happen. And so used to, they'd have to log in, connect their Google Business Profile, upload contacts, and then they could upload a personalized image for the review requests, and then connect their social media accounts. And if you're like super, like what the heck is he talking about here? Watch this other video on how I onboarded over 200 clients, linked up above there. It'll help add some context to this. And I have a bunch of other videos on onboarding and stuff like that. But once they connect their social media accounts, that was pretty much it. Like they would have to book an onboarding call, and to get connected to their CRM, we would normally use Zapier to create all of these CRM integrations. So you can see I've just got CRM integrations for days. I would have to get them to log into my Zapier account. How clunky is that? Imagine you get on a call and I'm like, hey, log in with my email, Clay's email, and here's my password too. Log in and just connect it here. How clunky is that? It's so clunky. And I've done this like 150, 200 times actually. And so it's super clunky. And now we finally have a solution where they don't have to do that. And so basically, I would have to be on a call with them so I can give them my password and give them the 2-factor authentication on my phone, because when you give your password out to everybody, you have to have 2-factor authentication on so they don't log in later, right? And so I had to do it on a call. There was just no other option. But now finally, we do have another option. And so can I get card on file, ask for a referral? I would make sure I did all those on the actual onboarding call. And then you have kind of your post-call onboarding checklist of things to do and get set up from there. But now what we can do is this process changes, right? So now we have the sign up, they can log in. So now we can really streamline this onboarding process where somebody can sign up without talking to us if our marketing is right and we have to have a free trial. We can send over a fire welcome video. So a very in-depth video showing them how they can set up their own account. So showing them how to connect their Google Business Profile in the dashboard. Like how do they go here and they click on Connect Google? How do they do that? Then showing them to upload their personalized image. So show them to upload their personalized image in media storage and maybe showing them an example of that on the video. They can connect their social media accounts to the social planner so that we can automatically post these reviews. So if we go to social planner, you can see they can go ahead and connect all their accounts here. Connect their CRM. So here is where we get to the nitty gritty. Here's what we've been talking about. The software that has really revolutionized the game for businesses like Review Harvest that are white labeling Highlevel, helping local businesses get reviews, is called GHL Connector. And so what GHL Connector is, think about it as Zapier, but specifically made for us and better. And so the reason why I say it's better is because it can be natively embedded into your Highlevel account. So it's native in there. They can just click on it. That's one reason it's better. Second reason it's better is because now when you connect this, not only is it going to sync it for all future contacts that come into their system or book an appointment or whatever that we want to request a review from, and so you don't have to create a Zapier integration, it's also going to pull retroactively their client list. So if we go back, we can see we used to have to upload contacts, and this can be an absolute pain. You have to go to their CRM. You have to find where their contact list is. You have to figure out how to export a contact list in 10, 20, 30 different CRMs sometime if all your clients are using different softwares. And then when you do download that CSV file, a lot of times you have to clean it up, and so it takes you 15, 20 minutes to clean it up on the onboarding call, or they send it to you to do it later. And now with GHL Connector, it's going to sync those contacts in automatically. So no import and export is required at all. Because even from there, once they have the CSV file and it is cleaned up, then you have to upload it into Highlevel, show them how to map the fields and show them how to go through that process. And it's not necessarily intuitive. And so now instead, they can just natively click on that custom menu link and sync all their previous contacts and sync it for the future as well. So without further ado, how do you set this up? So you can set this up once and install it in a bunch of sub-accounts. And then once somebody signs up, if they're assigned to that sub-account, it'll automatically be in their custom menu link. So let's see here. We can go to custom menu links. We can click on create new. From there, you can go to the sub-account. So go to the sub-account of your client, whatever your client's sub-account is. You can click on contacts. You can see that you don't have any contacts in the system yet. But if they click on the GHL connector, that little integration custom menu link, they can then select their CRM, whichever CRM they're using, and they're adding to integrations daily, and they're actually even taking a request from people, and you can pay them a little bit to expedite that process if you need it. So they can choose their system. They can authenticate their account through Jobber. What that is now, instead of them having to log on my Zapier and connect Jobber, now they can just click on authenticate through Jobber, and it's going to prompt them to log in. From there, it's going to ask them to establish a secure connection, and boom, now it is connected. And you can see the contacts will be syncing, and now all the new contacts will also be being added. And so one thing for the initial setup is that when you do set this up for the first time, you want to add this custom menu link, and I'll show you how to do that. So you go to your agency view of Highlevel. So if you don't know if you're there or not, just click on this click here to switch or whatever. And if you're in a sub account, it should say switch to agency view. And so go to your agency view, click on settings, click on custom menu links. And then you can see here, I've already added this, but you'll just click on create new. You can select the icon. So whatever icon you want, like I think I did like a linker or something like that, just something to show connection. You can title it integration, CRM integration, whatever you think. For example, if all of your clients use a certain software like Square or something, you could just say Square integration, right? And then the link URL, they give you this to you here. So on their manual, on their setup guide, you can just copy this link and you can paste it in right here. You can see it's dynamically pulling the location ID and the session key in. And then what you want to do is you want to just leave this as an iframe. And what I recommend is having it just in all the sub-account sidebar. You don't need it in the agency level. And then you can just select all sub-accounts and all future sub-accounts as well. And so if you need to exclude any sub-accounts, you can. And if you wanted to only show this to like the agency admin, you could. But then you just click on save, and then that's what's going to create this integration down here on the side panel. And so the only point of friction that you have here, which there's a really easy workaround for, is that when you do get a new client, you have to attach the client's location ID and API key into the GHL Connector app. And so what I mean by that is when we come into the app, we have to go to set up a sub account, and you have to come in here, and this is just for your tracking. So you just be like future client name, whatever. And you have to add a location ID, and you have to add an API key of that location. So you have to go to your location, you can go to settings, you go to your sub account here, you go to settings, you click on location ID right here, you can copy that. This is unique for your sub account. And then you also click on copy API key, and you can copy this API key, and then you paste both of those things here. And what that's doing is that's setting up that's setting up the GHL connector for this sub account. And so once you add in your location ID and your API key, you can add this sub account, and then it's going to pop open with the list of all the sub accounts you've added, and you can see what's connected and what's not connected. And so you can see I have the demo account added here, and there's no connection. Also, if you need to, you can click on the dashboard for each integration, and you can see whether it has been pulling contacts. So if we click on dashboard here, you can see it's pulled 57 contacts, and you kind of have some history and some data around making sure everything's working, which is awesome.
But now that you've created this sub account in the GHL connector app, now when we go back to the sub account and we click on integration, now we're able to integrate with whatever system we want to. And so if we need to integrate, look at all these integrations they've added. Like, guys, these people are so new. I think this was like Melvin and Twan started building this like 2 months ago, and they launched it like 3 weeks ago. So they're just adding stuff like madmen. And so if your people use HubSpot, you can click on HubSpot. You can choose a date filter. So you can choose how far back do you want to go pull your previous contacts from. So let's say we want to pull contacts from December 1st of 2024. And then from there, you can authenticate through HubSpot. It's just going to prompt you to log in. And from there, it's going to add your contacts. And so I'll show you a quick little integration we can do. Jobber, let's pull from just last month. And we can select either jobs or invoices or both. So I'm just going to select jobs, authenticate through Jobber. It's going to prompt me to log in to a Jobber account. And I was already logged into a Jobber account on another tab, so we can just establish this secure connection here. Bada bing, bada boom. It'll probably take about 20 seconds to a couple minutes, depending on how many previous contacts it's pulling. So if it's a lot of previous contacts, it's going to take a little bit longer to connect. So just give it some time. But you click on contacts here, and now we can see, boom, we've got contacts added. And you can see this is the initial sync. So there's only 3 new contacts from previous. But yeah, stuff was added. That's great to see. And then if the client needs to come in here and manage the integration or disconnect it or connect a different one, they can just click on disconnect from Jobber or disconnect from whatever system, and they can just start over. And this way, now finally everything is on the client side and there's nothing that we have to do. And so like I said before, this isn't going to be easy, right? Like not everybody's going to do this, but it is now at least possible, right? When integration fails or when they start using a new CRM, every time one of my clients change CRMs right now, I have to get on a demo call or a support call with them and walk them through the process of reconnecting. Now with this, I can just send over a simple screen recording video showing them how to do it within their dashboard, and we don't have to take a 10, 15-minute call that's just going to interrupt my day or their day, right? And so we can do it async, which is so huge.
What is up, party people? Today I'm going to show you how to integrate GoHighLevel with any other CRM. And so just so you know that I'm talking about when it comes to Highlevel, I have over 160 active clients for my GoHighLevel SaaS. You can see here's me receiving our award up on stage, and here's just my Stripe. Last 3 months, you can see averaging about 20K per month. And then if we just go to month to date, you can see a little over 11K for a month to date. And it's December 17th, so that all kind of checks out. So yeah, here's exactly how you do it and why it matters. So we're gonna use a couple tools here. I'm gonna go over the 3 main ways that I do it for my clients. But really the main reason we wanna do this is because this allows us to sell GoHighLevel as an add-on service. It allows our clients to have to do less manual work, transferring data from one CRM to the other. And this makes it a lot easier to sell GoHighLevel because you're just selling it as, hey, we're gonna integrate into the systems you're already using. But a lot of times when people get started with Highlevel, they try and sell Highlevel as a full CRM that the business can use for everything. And what happens is that means it's a lot of work for the client to have to learn how to use, and the client have to train their team on how to use, and they have to transfer all their operations over to something different, which requires a lot of change. And there's a big cost when it comes to change in any business. And so what we want to do is we want to position GoHighLevel, position how we sell GoHighLevel or what outcomes we provide. And we want to just sell it as an add-on service that, hey, you don't have to change anything. We'll get integrated into what you're doing and it's just going to work. So in my example, we help local businesses get more Google reviews, so we can just sell it as, hey, don't change your CRM, don't change your booking system, you don't change anything. You're just going to be starting to send out review requests and get reviews on autopilot because we're going to integrate. When we go through this integration process, there are thousands of different CRMs and tools that your clients could use that you need to get integrated with, but I'm going to go over the 3 main buckets that they all fall under. And when it comes to doing that, you can use 3 tools: Zapier, Pabbly, or Make. We can go into kind of the benefits of each one of them, but if you stick around to the end, I'll show you the 3 main use cases I see for this, and then a tip on how I use it and how it'll make me over $200,000 this year. And so if we go into the actual process and the different ways we get connected, you can see here's the most common ones. So you're either going to have to get connected via sign-on, so you're going to need them to log in to one of these accounts and then click on connect. and sign on to their CRM. For example, if it's Jobber, they're gonna have to log on to their Jobber under your Zapier account, and I'll show you how to do that. Another one you can do is you can do an API key. And so this is actually the easiest, in my opinion, it's the easiest because you don't need access to anything. You just need to show them where to find their API key in the software they use, and then they just send that to you, and then you can just plug it in and get connected. The third one is a webhook. And so this is basically, they might not be able to give an API key or sign in, but the CRM they use might be able to fire webhooks under certain conditions. And so you can basically set it to when X happens, fire a webhook, and then we'll show you how to send that webhook to them so they can fire it off, and also how to catch that data and send it wherever you want to in your Highlevel account. And the last one, this is actually what I started with because this was just the only thing I thought was possible, is direct access. And this one honestly sucks. What I'm saying when I say direct access, it's basically getting them to add you to their CRM. And this would be fine if they could just add you as the lowest level tier user, and then you can connect everything. But a lot of times to manage apps and integrations, so if you're logging on to a Jobber or a Housecall Pro, to go and just connect their Jobber or Housecall Pro account to other tools, a lot of times you have to have the highest level of access. So that's going to give you access to everything in their account, their numbers, their revenue, normally all their customer information, maybe banking stuff. So that's a really hard sell for somebody that just met you, that hey, I need to get access to all this stuff. And that's the last resort we want to do. And these three cover 90% of the use cases. And there's a 10% chance there's a pretty low chance that sometimes nowadays certain CRMs are really hard to send information out of, and it's because they don't want to. The actual CRM they're using, the actual software tool they're using doesn't want to send the information out because they want to keep everything in-house. So I'm working with a certain CRM right now what my clients use, and they have their own built-in review feature. And they don't want to create any integrations to send out customer information when it's time to send a review. They want all their clients using their review feature. And that's something you will run into occasionally. Luckily, it's not the standard. If it was, that would really suck. But yeah, so you'll see that case. So let's go through each one of these use cases and how we can get connected. So the first one, we'll just do the sign in one. So what this is, I'll go here. This is where when you come into Zapier, I'm going to use Zapier as an example. Like I said, you can use Zapier, Pabbly, or Make. I think Zapier is far and away the easiest to use. Pabbly is the cheapest and pretty easy to use. And Make is cheap and it can do a lot of stuff. So Make is super advanced. It's like Zapier on hard mode. It's a lot more flexible than Zapier is. And so if you're advanced, you know how to do stuff like that, or you have experience with Make, then that's great. One thing I will say too is that Zapier has, I think, 7,000 plus integrations. So a lot of these tools that our clients use will just be baked in automatically into Zapier, and they're already connected. They might not already be on Make or Pabbly. And so that's one of the big reasons why I still go with Zapier, just because it's easy to use, and most of our clients, if a CRM is going to build an integration with any of these tools, they're going to build it with Zapier first. And so you can get the most bang for your buck there with Zapier. But let's go into a sign-in example. So what I used to have my clients do is, just add me as access. And like I said, you have to get admin access. So now what I do is I just get them to log in to my Zapier account. So it's not the most intuitive process. They're not going to just do this without you on an onboarding call, but this is me on a Zoom call with them. I say, hey, go to Zapier.com, log in, my email, my user information, password, and everything. And then I just have two-factor authentication set up so they can't log in again later. I just make them log out at the end. I give them the code, get them to log in. Then what we want them to do is we want them to come in here and click on apps. So when they click on apps, this page right here is going to pop up, and you can see these are just all the different CRMs that I've integrated with for my clients. It just keeps going. There's a bunch of them. And you just want them to look up their apps. So I'm just going to use Jobber as an example here. We're going to add a connection. That's what you do. Add a connection, Jobber. And then you see when you go to click and connect a new Jobber account, you see what happens. It pops up with this window to sign in. And so this is going to pop up on your client's computer, your potential client's computer, and they can just log in with their email address and their password and then get it connected. And then from there, what you'll be able to do is you will be able to go create a Zap to send their information in. So let's say if you want to do the review request thing, you can trigger it off of a job closed. And then when you go and click on select right here, their account's just going to pop up. And so I don't want to show all my clients and stuff there, but literally it's select and then you just click on their client's account. And you want to make sure that you're titling these connections, you're labeling these connections properly, because once you have a bunch of clients, it can get confusing. And so once you do that, you're going to go to lead connector. So that lead connector action is basically Highlevel's connection. So it's like kind of the gray labeled version of it. And when you do that, it's going to send information into a specific sub account. And what I do is the action is add/update contact. We'll select. And so when you connect an account, you can connect an account, and this is where you go to Highlevel. You go to your specific sub account you want to connect, and you go to the settings. So let's just say you're logged in dashboard. You go to settings, you go to business info, you scroll down to this API key, and you just copy this key. And so once you copy that key, you can get it connected. So generate key, and then we're going to copy it. And then once you do that, and then now it's hiding in a window here, you basically paste that API key in right here, and then click on yes, continue. And then from there, what it's going to do, it's going to pull up with your accounts. Let me just connect one of these accounts real quickly. I guess it doesn't really matter. So yeah, you can see, you can pull up the account. You want to make sure you title it properly. So edit the connection name so you're not getting confused with anything. And when it comes to the Jobber connection, I'll just go ahead and do this. Let's just do this one. And so what you can do here is you can test this trigger, and you can see it's going to pull example data through so that you can map the fields. So it's going to pull data through from one of their closed jobs. We can go here, and now all we have to do is just map the fields. So you just click on this plus icon here, and then you can map all the client's information dynamically. So every time a job is being closed, it is sending that information into that specific sub account. And so that is the sign-in example. It's not crazy complex. You just have to get your client to log in, and then just tell them once they connect it, you just want to go ahead and click on either your name and just log out right here. That keeps them from having your login or whatever. And also the two-factor authentication will help with that as well. The other way is the API key. I like the API key. The thing with this is you just have to get your client to share their screen and go find their settings or their integrations tab in the actual CRM they use, and go find where they can get their API key. And so, for example, with House Call Pro, you have to go to settings, Zapier, and then you can generate an API key for Zapier. And all it is, instead of having to get them to sign on, they just send you that API key. We can trigger it off of a new completed job, and we click on select and connect a new account here. And you can see now we can just copy the API key here. And then once we push it through, I'll just grab one here. Once you push it through, you can test the trigger, and you can pull example data. And then once again, you just want to select the sub account you want to send it to, map the proper fields, and then just send it through and just test and make sure it works. So that's like super simple. That's my favorite. And then the last one is probably my least favorite, but it still works and it still gets the job done, is the webhooks example. Some of these CRMs will not allow you to get the API key to integrate, and they'll just allow you to trigger a webhook to go off after a certain action. So basically what you have to do is you have to go to settings of their account and find like integrations, whatever, just all the other stuff we're doing for the API key. And you want to set up a catch hook, and then you want to click on continue, don't change anything there. And then you want to just copy this webhook link, and you want to send it to their client, and their client's just going to paste it in that little webhook URL spot. So when they go to create a webhook, there'll be an action. It will look like this. It'll be like, let me just go to Canva and give you an awful drawing. Normally it like pops up with a webhook thing. It says put your URL here, you paste the URL here, there. And then there'll be like a drop down menu where you can say trigger off of, job closed, new invoice, whatever. And you just want to click on the checkbox next to whatever you want to trigger it off of. And then you just want to submit it. And then you want to send sample data through so that you can map it. So that's the most annoying thing about webhooks, is that when you're doing it and you're doing it based off job closed or whatever, you need to get them to basically create a dummy job, close it out, and then from there you'll be able to test the trigger and see how the data comes through, and then from there you can format it and send it into Lead Connector or Highlevel in this case. And so now that we go through each one of those connections, I hope that gives you some ideas how to do it. This is more of a framework style video than like showing you how to connect to a specific one. I think it'll be more helpful over the broad terms, because like I said, there's 7,000, 10,000 different of these systems, and they're all a little bit different, but they all fall into these main buckets. And so I want to go over three use cases of when you could use this and when it would make sense. And so number one would be chat widget and like a pop-up form for free leads. And so this can be a simple add-on service. This can be part of your main service, where if you do a website or you built a website outside of Highlevel, you can install Highlevel's chat widget onto their site. Let's just go and find an example of this real quick. Let's see. I think, yeah, so if we go, one of my clients, you can see 1,000+ reviews. That's crazy. But if we let this load, you can see we got a chat widget right here. And so chat widget, they can collect this name, email, phone number. Even if the site wasn't built on Highlevel, you can still text, email them the information, or like I said, we can do this integration here. Basically, you just have the same sort of step where it's like something happens and you send it somewhere else, but the trigger is going to be Lead Connector. So in this case, if you're collecting leads from Lead Connector, you probably want to set up a pipeline in Lead Connector so that it creates an opportunity in their sub account when they get a new lead. But the trigger event will just be pipeline stage changed. You select the sub account, and then now we can just send this information into, say, a jobber or something like that. And so that way it's going from Highlevel to their CRM instead of the other way around. And you can do the same thing with a pop-up form. When you get a pop-up form, you're on an e-commerce site, hey, get 10% off or something like that. You can just install these onto their website so that you're just getting more leads and you're not really having to do anything. But when you send the leads over, you say new lead from Review Harvest, new lead from your business. So it looks like you're doing a great job in getting them business. Two would be lead follow-up. So if they're getting leads from Facebook, they're getting leads from their website, but you want to send them into Highlevel to have a text and email follow-up sequence, it's the same situation here where you're just sending them exactly as I showed. You're sending it from somewhere else. Maybe it's a Facebook lead form. Maybe it's a third-party like lead generation tool that they use, like Yelp or something. I don't know. And you're sending it in here so you can follow up with text and email. You can have an automation set for that, and that's a good way to use it. And the third way is just what I do. So Google review automation, example of kind of what we're showing here. Like a new job was completed. We want that name, email, phone number of that contact so that we can go out and request a review and make our client happy. So I hope this video was helpful. If it was, I've got plenty of other videos about how to make money with Google reviews, using Highlevel, selling this to local business owners, and other ways to use Highlevel as well. So if you sign up with my affiliate link down in the description, you'll get access to our community. In this community, we've got coaching calls, so 2 or 3 weekly coaching calls with me where we hop on and go over any questions you may have. And then I've got a whole bunch of content in here, like my snapshot, how to fill out the snapshot, how I get clients, sales call recordings, onboarding call recordings, all that stuff. And then also just a backlog of all of our coaching calls. And the community is super active, engaged, over 100 people in here, always talking, always helping each other out. And if you are interested in making some money with Highlevel, making some money online, it's hard, but it's definitely worth it. So feel free to sign up with my affiliate link down below in the description. You'll get access to all this. But other than that, if you want to learn how I make about $20,000 per month selling Google review services to local businesses, click this video here. I think it'll be helpful for you. Peace. Second thing is importing their list of previous contacts. So this is where we want to use this list for review reactivation. So we want to use this to get them a bunch of reviews up front. And so how you actually upload this list is you should have gotten this list on the call. So on the call, you need to go to their CRM, go to their whatever they use to manage your business, and export that list. They either need to send it to you or they need to upload it themselves on the call. But once again, if you didn't do it on the call, what you do is you come to contacts section here. You click on import contacts. You want to just leave it as contacts. You want to go to next. We want to drag a CSV file upload here. So let's find one that we can use. Test CSV. Here we go. And from here, you want to do create and update contacts. And then what you have to do is you have to map the fields properly. So you need to make sure that these fields are mapped properly. Really, the only ones we care about: first name, phone number, and email. But you just want to make sure that these are all mapped properly. And then you want to click on next. And then if you want to create a smart list, that's going to like kind of segment this list into a separate setting of the contacts. You can do that here. And then also you can just make sure everything's mapped properly. This is just preview of like the first 3 layers of the CSV file, like the first 3 rows of the CSV file, contacts they have consent from. This is why you should get your customer to do this, or the business you're working with to do this, because this is them saying, hey, I consent that all these contacts have our permission to reach out to, etc. But on your terms and conditions, you should have, hey, any contact you email me, whatever, has consent to be messaged. So then you want to start bulk import. This is going to fail because it's got a bunch of dummy data on it, but you'll be able to see under bulk actions, you'll be able to see the test CSV file or the CSV file coming through. You'll be able to see stats. This is going to fail a bunch because It's just a bunch of test data. But then it'll load in as a smart list. So this is like an example of a smart list. So that's how you import the previous clients. All right, I just want to show you how we use Nifty Images, what we use it for, a couple little tricks that you need to know when doing it. So if you want to create a new image, all you do is just click on here, click on personalize image, and then what you want to make sure is you want to make sure this photo right here is under 1 megabyte. So what we do to normally do that is just like grab the photo, tools, adjust size, and just make sure that the largest side is no longer than 800. So whatever side's bigger, width or height, just make sure it's no bigger than 800. It's going to be on their phone or an email anyways, so it's small. Most people open it on their phone, so it'll be small. So then you just drag the image there. Let's use this as an example. You just drag it here, and then from there what you do is you can, if you want to like add a white block or whatever to make it visible, you can, and then if you want to delete it, you can just go here. But what we do, so we'll add a white block just so you can see. So you add this white block on it, and then if you had like an iPad or something that you wanted to put this on, you don't need this, but you just do merge tag layer, you do name, and then we just do exclamation point normally. Fallback, we just say hey. That means that if something messes up and they don't have a first name, what is it going to say? It's going to say hey. And then to test, we always test with about 12 characters. So that's, most first names are no longer than 12 characters, so you're good there. And then in terms of font, we're normally just going with the easiest to read. So we do Oswald, and then we also do it in bold. And this allows you to make the text really big, but still make it fit. And so just make this as big as you want to make it. And then you basically want to, once you have 12 characters filled in this little design value place, you just want to make it as big as it can go until it breaks. And so that looks pretty good. It's probably going to get too long eventually here, so this is probably good for 12 characters. Then you can just make the color whatever you want. Black on white looks fine, black on blue looks fine, or you can do your brand colors here just by going here and pasting in the brand color hex code right there. Alignment, we always do middle center. That just means it's going to be in the middle center of this little box right here. And then for merge tag options, we always just turn on title casing. What that means is, let's say that somebody has, their letters are all messed up, or they have everything in all caps. That looks a little bit crazy. And so if you have title casing, if you have none on, it's just going to be however it is. But if you have title casing turned on, it's going to make the first one capitalized and whatever. And so you just save it and test. And this is the only tricky thing here to do. So you want to grab this link. You can leave the quotations out of it, copy the link, and then when you go over to your account, what you can do is you can edit this in the custom values. So these custom values are automatically going to be in the review request workflows. And so you can see personal selfie image and to-do list follow-up image. These are both where we put, just fill both of them the same. If you want to make them different, this is basically the follow-up image. So this is basically the second text they get. We normally just do the same, but if you want to send them a different text, you can. But the only trick to this is that you basically paste in this link, paste in the link you just got, delete this merge tag field, and then you want to put double braces, contact dot first underscore name, double braces again. What this is this is just the custom field that's going to add it to it. So like if we just, I don't want to update this, but if we like grab this, you can see what it basically means is it's just grabbing whatever's after this equal sign. So you can see that's there, but when you're in high level, it's going to pull from whatever's after it. So Clay, you can see add Clay there, or Logan, you can see adds it there. And so that's what you want to do. Grab all this, leave the quotations out, delete the merge tag, and then put double braces, contact dot first underscore name. And if you need to find where that contact dot first underscore name field is, you can just go here. You just go to first name. Contact dot first underscore name. You can just grab it there. And so what that's going to do is that's going to add that custom field to that workflow. If you're ever doing this in the future and you don't have a custom value for it, but you just want to set up a new workflow, all you do is you just and want to send this via text. All you do is I'll just create a dummy one really quickly. But But all you'll do is you'll just go to the workflow, and then you'll add like an SMS action, a text action, and then you have your text, whatever, and then you just paste the link right here. Make sure you still have the contact dot first underscore name, and then make sure you add it. That's the key there. Just make sure you add it. Or if you do make a custom value for it, you can just go to custom values and then choose it from here. And then just add it there, and that's gonna add it. It's gonna say Twilio's gonna throw an error. It won't. It works. It just puts that there. So that's how you do it over text. And if you wanted to put it in an email, basically what you do is you can use the template builder. Like you could use the template builder to make like a really pretty email, or if you just wanted to use it in normal. But all you're gonna do is you're just going to add an image, and then you're just gonna paste that link right here, and that's gonna cancel. That's gonna add testing. And that's going to add this personalized image with their first name on it because it's a merge tag. So yeah, I hope that kind of explains Nifty and what to do with it and how to work it. And yeah, and after you save stuff, like you'll see if you just go to your dashboard, you'll see all of them saved here, and you can just click on here. You can see how many times they're being viewed. Live previews is just for testing to see what it looks like on the image, etc. And yeah, so hope that's helpful. So let's talk about how to charge your clients and turn on rebilling and stuff like that. And so what I do, this is just what I do, and this is what I did in the beginning, and there's a way to kind of automate this using Zapier and some other tools. But what I did in the beginning is I just had these Stripe payment links, right? So this is my pricing page, Stripe payment links, takes you to this checkout page. And when someone signs up, they get their card on file, they add their name, email, and phone number, whatever, it creates a customer. And so if you go to customers and you find that customer's name, it creates a customer in Stripe, and you see you have your card on file, you have their email and details and all that stuff right here. And so let's say that someone gave you their card manually. What you could do is you could just go create a customer. You could click on, after you create the customer and add their email, you click on add card on file, and then you could add their card number and all that information right here, and then you'd have a card that you could charge in the future. Once you have this, if you're using the payment link, like I showed you in the video before of how to create payment links, all that is just the product catalog, and then you're going to whatever product after you create it, and you're creating a payment link. And this payment link has the settings of like, hey, it's this price per month, and it has this amount day free trial or something. So if you like edit, you can see, include a free trial. You can adjust all these settings here on the payment links. So what I do is when we have this payment link, now we go back to Highlevel. You can see if you go to your agency view and you go to Stripe, you go to agency view settings, and then you go to Stripe, you can see your Stripe is connected with Highlevel. And so they're talking to each other. So what that means is we can now just attach this card that you have on file for this person. We can just attach that to the sub account in Highlevel. So I'll show you how to do that. So if you navigate to your agency view and sub accounts and ABC business right here, what you can do is you can click on these three dots and you can click on switch to SaaS. All right. Oh, and I messed up there. 1 second. Switch to SaaS. And when you do that, you can say, I already have the customer in Stripe. And then now you can type in the customer's name. And since your Stripe account's connected, it's going to now pull up all the customers that you have with that name. And you can go here and you can click on next and you can attach it. And so once you attach it, it's going to prompt you to add a subscription. And so if you're using the SaaS configurator and everything's correct in there, you can just attach one of these plans, but that is going to create another subscription in Stripe. And so it's a little bit confusing. So I just do skip for now. And my subscriptions are not managed in Highlevel under the SaaS configurator. They're managed in Stripe under the customer, right? There's a subscription there. Right. But if you're using the SaaS configurator, then you don't have to do any of this at all. Honestly, none of this stuff needs to be done if you're using SaaS configurator, because the account will automatically be created and the card will automatically be on file. But once you do that and it's converted to a SaaS account, you can click on Manage Client here. And if we let it load real quick, we can click on SaaS and make sure SaaS is active. You can see no plan is attached. And then you can click on Rebilling. And then you come in here and you can enable rebilling, and you can mark it up as much as you want or turn it down or whatever you want to do. Just make sure that whatever you do, you save it. Sometimes it's like kind of weird. So I would like click and go back and forth and make sure it actually saves. But you can turn on rebilling for funnels AI, reviews AI, all that stuff you can turn on here. So if you're using TextGrid, for example, you want to cover your costs for the SMS. If you're not rebilling in TextGrid, you can turn this all the way up. Or you can turn the emails all the way up to kind of cover yourself because you're sending emails as well. You can turn the emails up to 10x. You'll make about a seventh or eighth of a cent per email, and then you're covering yourself on those texts. And so you have the option to kind of enable all this stuff per sub account to make sure that you're getting paid on the subscription in Stripe, and then also you have rebilling turned on. And just to go back to Stripe real quick, if you want to add a subscription to a customer because you just added them manually, you just added their card on file manually or whatever, and they didn't sign up through a payment link, which does this all automatically, you just click on subscriptions here, and then you just choose the subscription you want to add. You can add free days, whatever, and yeah, you can just do all that there. So hope this video is helpful. That's just how to make sure you get paid. Turning on AI review responses. So turning on AI review responses is super easy. You just want to navigate back to your Highlevel account. You want to click on reputation. You want to click on settings, and you want to click on reviews AI. So if you can't find this, you might have to go to your agency level and make sure it's enabled for the sub account. And so to do that, you just need to go to the agency level and make sure you have it turned on. If you can't figure that out, just contact Highlevel support. They'll help you out. It's not complicated at all. But once it is turned on, you just navigate to reputation, reviews AI, turn on auto responses, turn on the source. So you'll make sure Google's added as the source. You can respond to Google and Facebook reviews if you want to, or just Google. And then you can choose what you want to respond to. Do you want to respond to all the reviews? Do you want to respond to 4 stars and above? And then you can choose a wait step. And then also at the bottom, you can put a specific thing at the bottom of every review, like, thank you, this was great, whatever. And then if you're having trouble seeing the save button, you do not have to have AI employee to use this feature. It's just like the UI is really weird down here. And so the save button just hides. So you got to be a little crafty with it. I don't know why they do that, but if you like open this up on a new tab and change it, you'll be able to save it. So anyways, yeah, so that's how you turn on automated review responses. It's super simple. That's literally all it is. All right, automated review posting. I have a whole video going over automated review posting, but I posted it earlier this week. So you can just like watch that video here for a more in-depth tutorial, but I'll show you really quickly how we turn this on. We just go to social planner or marketing, and then click on the social planner section of it. You need to make sure that their accounts are connected. So their accounts, their Facebook accounts, Instagram, all that stuff, you need to connect that on the call. It's a lot easier to get them just to connect it through the sub account if they're logged in as a user than it is to get somebody to add you manually to their Facebook. Holy crap, that's like the hardest thing in the world for no reason. And so yeah, you want to make sure they connect it before. But once you have their accounts connected, you want to click on new post, you want to click on post reviews, and then you want to choose the source. So you want to choose Google reviews again. This is like, where are these reviews coming from? Like, what are the reviews that we're posting? Where are they coming from? Google or Facebook? And then obviously you only want to post 5-star reviews. And you can choose the social media accounts that you want to select. So you can just select all or whatever. Then you can choose the frequency of the posts. So we can do like every week. We can do 1 post a week on Mondays. And you can choose feed post and Facebook story post. And then if you have Instagram connected, you can post on your Instagram story as well. And we'll click on next, and we can add an image. So you can add custom images here. So 1024 by 1024, you can add an image and you can kind of upload it so that it looks really nifty and cool. Or you can use kind of their default templates. I'd recommend just like getting their logo color as like the background, and then like putting their logo at the bottom. Or you can use some of their photos and stuff. But we can see here, we can preview. You can add a caption like, thanks for leaving us a review. You can use only the initials of the reviewer for like privacy, or like you cannot use their name at all, the reviewer's name at all. Or you can add the full author's name, stuff like that. And you can change the font size, etc. And then you can see like a preview of you can see a preview of each story. Like this is a story post. It kind of just like doesn't expand it. It just looks like that. And this is like the actual post. And you can change the colors of everything. So you can change the opacity. So that's really cool. Like if you want to change the text opacity, which I don't know why you want to do that, but you can change the box opacity. So that's cool. You can make the box look like see-through or whatever. And then we could make this a different color if you wanted to, and you could change the star color to like white or something. Really whatever you want to do, you can kind of play around with. You're just boxed into the fact that, hey, the review has to go right here in the center, and that's kind of the format of it. Then you can just create post, and then once you create the post, you'll be able to see that you can edit it if you go to, let it load here for a second. If you go to your social planner, you go to content, and you can see the post. You can come in here and you can edit the post. You can turn the post off, like pause it, or you can just delete the post. And so you can kind of manage how it works there. So number 6, changing the custom values. So the custom values are basically the key to onboarding a new client. So this is like the brains of the operation here. So if we go back, we go to settings of this sub account, we go to custom values. You can see these custom values control how this sub account operates and the values and the words and stuff like that. And so you want to make sure you have your Google review link, their Google review link added here. And so to get that, you go to reputation, you go to settings, you go to review link, you click on Google Business Profile, you select the page, and then it's going to pop up with the link right there. If we go back to the custom values, we can grab a logo link. So logo link is just grabbing their logo, uploading it to media storage, clicking on get link, and then uploading that link here. And so one thing you want to do with this logo link is you want to upload it to Canva and remove the background. So make it 400 width by 160 height, and you want to remove the background so it looks good on the email templates, it doesn't get squashed, all that stuff. And then just upload that link right there. The personalized image, this is where we upload that nifty personalized image. You copy this link right here all the way up to the equal sign, and then what you do is you add equals contact.first_name. So curly bracket, contact.first_name. If you need to find that, you can just go to custom fields and you can look up first name and it will pop up. There you go, first name, and you can just copy that unique key right there. That is what you add at the end right here. Business owner first name for text and emails. When we send out these text and emails, say, hey, this is Clay from Review Harvest. Hey, this is whatever your client's name is. You add their first name here. Make sure this is only their first name. So this first name is also added as like the from email. It'd be like from Clay, your sending subdomain.com or whatever. And so if you have a double name here with a space, it's going to throw an error. So you want to make sure that's only one name, no spaces here. So just Clay or just Roger or whatever. This is like their business name. It needs to be consistent with the sender ID of the phone numbers. And so if you go here, you go to advanced settings and go to compliance. Once you choose an SMS provider here, you'll be able to kind of adjust your compliance settings and make sure your sender ID is consistent with the custom value business name here. Domain after the @ for emails and subdomains. So you go to email services here, see what your default provider sending domain is. You probably configured this based, if you've watched any of my other videos, watch my video about how to send emails and how to get your emails delivered in Highlevel. And you want to just add this, you just want to copy this, and you make sure that this is added to that custom value. How many review requests should be sent every 14 days? This is basically a counter. This is like a counting number, a metric that we're kind of going to figure out what we need to do. And so let's say an integration is broken or somebody says they're going to manually upload new clients. I want to be notified as the person that's helping them get reviews. If they're not adding contacts, I need to be notified because then we're not getting them reviews and they're going to churn. And so what we can do is we can set up a notification system here just by changing this number to say, hey, if they have not sent X amount of reviews in the last 14 days, I want to be notified. I want to notify the client that they need to upload contacts. And so this is all baked into the snapshot that I give to my affiliates. So it's really easy to set up. Literally all you do is you just choose 0 reviews every 14 days. So that means it's not going to fire off. You don't need to be notified either way. 1 review. So they have to send at least 1 review request every 14 days, or 5 or 20. So you want to add one of those values there, and then you'll be notified if it is less. If it's more than that, you will not be notified and just starts the count over every 14 days. Number 8, how many times should we follow up for a review? So what this is that there are certain clients, like let's say a recurring service, a pest control service that comes to your house every single week. They probably should not be getting 3 follow-up requests, right? And then they're always going to be in a workflow. They're being added every week from the trigger or the automation or the integration or whatever. They're being added every single week, and now they're getting followed up with 3 or 4 times. And now next week they get added again. So they're constantly in a follow-up. And so for recurring services, you probably want to set this to 0. So they just get the initial review request. And then they get 1 follow-up, 2 follow-ups, 3 follow-ups, whatever you set here. So here you can basically just set how many review requests. So this isn't the total messages. This is the follow-ups after the initial message. All right, number 9 here is review requests in the last 14 days. This is just that counting widget you don't want to touch. This is just that counting metric. You don't want to touch it. This kind of helps out the number 7 one. So just leave that. And number 10, ask for a referral if a customer has already left a review, yes or no. So we have a referral system built into the snapshot where if a customer has already left a review and they're re-added through the integration, then we request a referral. It's just a nudge saying, hey, thank you so much. Our business mainly grows off of word of mouth. Do you know any friends or family that would be interested in our services? Please share us. That's literally all it is. And so our workflows that request reviews, if somebody has already left a review, they're going to go, and if they have the tag clicked, they've already clicked the link to leave a review, they're going to go down the path, and then it's going to ask, do we want to send referral request, yes or no? If this is yes, then it's going to send a referral request. If you fill in no here, it's not going to send a referral request. And so what you want to do is, like, you might have really high volume clients that are getting 500 new customers a month. You probably don't want to have referral requests turned on here. You're just going to get a lot of just like wasted text, really. But if you are, maybe lower volume, they're more high touch business, they're doing high end, they're doing, expensive work, then like one referral to them could be huge. So it's definitely worth texting about, right? And so, yeah, that's kind of the brains of the snapshot. That's how you kind of customize custom values. Number 7, using the review faces page if you like. So what this is like some people call it the review filter page, the review faces page, whatever. But is that we don't recommend having this on. We don't recommend turning this on by default. We don't recommend it to any of our clients. It's just if they really, 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 really want it, then we'll give it to them. But baked into the snapshot, you go to marketing if you go to sites and you go to funnels, you'll see the review faces page. You can click on this review faces page and you can just click on preview page and you can just grab this preview link. And so you can see this is coming from that logo link we added. This is dynamically coming from the custom value. This link right here, this green smiley face, is taking them to the Google review link that is in those custom values. So literally everything, all the brains of the operation is based off of those custom values. So this takes them to Google to leave a review, and then this takes them to like internal page to leave internal feedback, and they can still leave a public review down here to kind of be more compliant. But all you want to do is you want to copy this link of that preview page. If you want to adjust that link, just go to your agency settings, go to company, go to white label, and then go to API domain, and then that kind of adjusts what your preview link looks like. But what you want to do from here is if you want to send people to that filter page, instead of sending them directly leave the link to leave a review, you want to go to marketing, you want to go to trigger links up here, and then you just want to change these trigger links to go to that preview link. So instead of this custom value being in here by default, you just paste that trigger link, that preview link of that funnel in there, and now it's going to take them there instead of your directly to the Google reviews. So that's how you can turn on review faces if you want to. Once again, we don't recommend doing it. Customize custom values. Number 7, using the review faces page if you like. So what this is like some people call it the review filter page, the review faces page, whatever. But is that we don't recommend having this on. We don't recommend turning this on by default. We don't recommend it to any of our clients. It's just if they really, 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 really want it, then we'll give it to them. But baked into the snapshot, you go to marketing if you go to sites and you go to funnels, you'll see the review faces page. You can click on this review faces page and you can just click on preview page and you can just grab this preview link. And so you can see this is coming from that logo link we added. This is dynamically coming from the custom value. This link right here, this green smiley face, is taking them to the Google review link that is in those custom values. So literally everything, all the brains of the operation is based off of those custom values. So this takes them to Google to leave a review, and then this takes them to like internal page to leave internal feedback, and they can still leave a public review down here to kind of be more compliant. But all you want to do is you want to copy this link of that preview page. If you want to adjust that link, just go to your agency settings, go to company, go to white label, and then go to API domain, and then that kind of adjusts what your preview link looks like. But what you want to do from here is if you want to send people to that filter page, instead of sending them directly leave the link to leave a review, you want to go to marketing, you want to go to trigger links up here, and then you just want to change these trigger links to go to that preview link. So instead of this custom value being in here by default, you just paste that trigger link, that preview link of that funnel in there, and now it's going to take them there instead of your directly to the Google reviews. So that's how you can turn on review faces if you want to. Once again, we don't recommend doing it. Number 9, create the review widget and send it to the client. So this is going to go into the launch email here in a second. But to create the review widget, you want to go to reputation. You want to click on widgets, and then you can click on create new. If you don't already have one, it should be in here by default. Yeah. And so what you want to do is you want to go to the widgets section. You should already have some in here by default. So you can just edit them or you can create another one, but I'll just create a new one for now. You can choose the template. So if we look here, they've got a couple different templates. I think legacy looks not great. And so I normally go with like list or masonry or one of these. You can edit a bunch of settings here. You can change all the colors. You can remove AI summary. You can, remove the reviews that don't have any text. You can change kind of the text on it or whatever. But you just want to click on save, and you can title it, whatever you want to title it, test, and make it default. So if it's not default, even if you give them the code, it's not going to show up. So make sure you make it default, and then grab this code right here, copy this, and then just save this for later. We're going to email this to the client for a launch email. All right, so that's how you create the widget. Number 8, testing all the review request workflows. So this is probably the biggest pain in the butt part of the process. But what you want to do is you want to go to automation. You want to make sure you have like 1 or 2 contacts uploaded at least. So you make sure you have 1 or 2 contacts uploaded here. And then what you want to do is you want to go to automation. You want to go to review workflows. And then you want to test the review reactivation campaign. And you probably want to test the normal review request campaign. And also you're going to want to publish this workflow after you test it so that it can come through and people can start being added and stuff. Everything else by default should be fine. You can leave all this other stuff on by default. It should be pretty chill. So if you click on review reactivation here, how you test it is you literally just add a contact. So click on test workflow, add a contact, paste it in there, run test. You want to click on enrollment history after you do that, and then you want to force the contact through. So you just click on this force step over and over and over again. And once you click on force, it's going to like not let you see it again. So you have to click back here. So let's just force it real quick. Then click back, see how it's not letting you do it. And then now you can do it again. And so I'm just going to remove this because I don't want to send text or whatever. But you just force it all the way through. And then you go and check every single text and every single email and make sure that it did not land. The email did not land in spam. It might land in promotions. Like it's really hard to keep stuff out of promotions. Try the plain text email that's baked in the snapshot already. It's really hard to keep it out of promotions. It's possible, but it's just part of the hassle. But the text is where you're going to get most of the bang for your buck. And so make sure the text goes through and it looks good and the personalized image looks good. And then make sure the email goes through and all the links work and stuff like that. So test the entire workflow and test all these workflows. So I'm just going to turn these off for now because I'm not doing anything with it. So draft workflow, but that's how you test the workflows. Now let's talk about adding contacts to the review reactivation. So this is really simple. We just want to go to the contacts page, and you'll see under bulk actions, you'll see like, okay, the import is complete from when we imported the list earlier, and we can see our smart list that we added. And so from here, you just want to select all the contacts. So it's a bad example because there's only one, but you just want to select all the contacts, click on add to automation, click on OK proceed, and you can see we can add it to the review reactivation campaign. So we're reactivating all these customers, so we need to add them here. And we add in drip mode. This is just for tracking, so you can just title this whatever for tracking. You can start whenever you'd like to start. We normally start like 10 a.m. the next day or 10 a.m. whatever, just any time as long as it's not too late or whatever. And then we normally do 2 review requests, 2 people added to the workflow every 20 minutes. Just depends on the size of the list, depends on how popular Google Business Profile is. If it's a brand new Google Business Profile, they have a big list, we might do 1 every 20 minutes instead. And then you want to start from like 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's kind of the times that we do. And then you just add to automation. And once you do that, you can see, you'll be able to see it under bulk actions as well. So if you go to bulk actions, you can see show stats. You'll be able to see how things are going. You can edit the details. You can view the details of, hey, here's what's going on. Here are the settings that you configured. And then you can like cancel it or pause it or whatever. So I'm just going to cancel this for now. Just sending a launch email. So in this launch email, you want to make sure you properly set expectations as to how many reviews they will get based off the number of contacts they gave you. So after you've imported that list, only a certain amount of them are going to come up and be good because of duplicates and messy data and all that stuff. So if they give you 400 customers, you can say, hey, I think we can get you anywhere from 30 to 50 reviews, something like that. And so we also include examples of the following. So we send over an example of the personalized image that we created. We send over an example of the social media posting templates that we created for their 5-star reviews. We send over an example of the review widget they can embed onto their site. So a screenshot of it from kind of that little builder that we did. And then we send over the embed code and send it to their website developer and say, hey, here's how to do this, or here's a YouTube video on how you can use an embed code on your site. And then we also go over the best way to contact us for support, and we just send them that launch email. Set up a new client. And so now to the really, really valuable part of this video, I think it's going to be troubleshooting common onboarding issues. So let's let me 1 second. First common issue that you'll see is that the Google Business Profile won't get connected to their account. So you click on Connect to Google, and for some reason it's not connecting, it's not working. It might say it's not connected, but go and check reviews. If reviews are being pulled through and it says that they've gotten reviews, then it actually is connected and it's just bugging. But if it's not bugging and it actually isn't connected, one thing you can do is get them to go to their Google Business Profile. And so how you get them to get here is you say, hey, log in with the Gmail account that manages your Google Business Profile, click on the 9 dots and click on Business Profile Manager, and then it'll pop up. Or they can type in googlebusinessprofile.com, they can log on with the Gmail that manages it, and then click on their business and it should come here. Once they're here, you just get them to add you to their actual Google Business Profile, and then you'll be able to connect to the Google Business Profile on your end. And so just click on 3 dots, Business Profile Settings, People and Access, and then they can just add you here. And so I'm not the owner of the business, so they can't add me, but click people and access and they'll just add you. They have to be the owner of the business to do that. And then you can come down to settings and integrations, and you can just, what you'll need to do is you'll need to remove whatever Gmail account's already added. And so you'll just click on add another account, you'll make it primary, and then you'll connect the Google Business Profile, and it's going to be connected to your Gmail, and you're going to add the Google Business Profile. So that's a common issue. Another thing, Google Business Profile is not verified. So this is one of those things that you include. You can't send a review request if their profile is not verified yet. You include this in that onboarding homework email, and you follow up about it. You should send them an email, send them a Loom recording on how to appeal the verification. Send them a YouTube video on, hey, here's how to get your Google Business Profile verified, and just follow up until it's verified. I've had clients that have paid me, onboarded, and they've been onboarded for almost 2 full months, and still they've been we got everything else onboarded besides the Google Business Profile isn't verified yet, because you can still get access to the Google Business Profile if it's not verified. So still get access to it. But I've had clients that have been, that have already paid me a month, and they've been on for 6 weeks or 7 weeks, and their profile's not verified. Boom! As soon as it's verified, we can get going. Because I've been following up. As soon as it's verified, you can start getting the review request. So they don't have access to the Google Business Profile. What you need to do here is they need to figure out who has access to it. So you can do that by going to googlebusinessprofile.com. It doesn't always work, but you can do that by going to Google Business Profile, and then you can just click on add a business, add a single business, and then you can just look up, let's say, look up a business, look up their business. You can see, oh, looks like this already connected and somebody manages it. Okay, the person that created it says JA ... at something. And so that's basically, you tell them, hey, I think that this is the person that manages it. You can request access as an agency, and you can get access. So I do recommend coming here and requesting access, but also you can just include this person that actually created the email on that onboarding homework and say, hey, I need to be added to the Google Business Profile so I can get your reviews. And then you send them a Loom screen recording on how to add them. And that's just going over what we went over already. Just click on here, business profile settings, and adding, etc. All right, so they have a dirty client list. Data needs to be clean. So this is an absolute pain and the bane of my existence, but it happens. And as long as they have it in some sort of spreadsheet or something, we can do it. And so if they give you an XLS file, you're not able to add that to Highlevel. So you have to go to blank spreadsheet. You have to click on File, Import. Let it load. Come on now. File, Import. Once this loads, you go to Upload. You'll upload the XLS file, and then it's going to upload onto this sheet. And so once you get here, you're going to have a list of dirty data, basically. So what you need to do is you need to make sure that you've got the header's name, email, and phone number. It doesn't have to be exactly, but what you want to do from here is you want to utilize a couple different things. So you want to make sure you always create a filter so that all of the rows are staying equal. You don't want Sally's email. You don't want to sort one row by A to Z, and now Sally's email is paired up with John's phone number and Rebecca's name. And so now you've got them all out of whack, and you're going to start sending review requests to people that aren't actually those people. So you say, hey, James, and you're going to be sending it to Sally's number. So you want to make sure you create a filter so that doesn't happen. And then you want to utilize a couple things. So one of the things you can utilize is data split text into columns. So one common thing is you'll get last name, comma, first name. So you get last name, comma, first name. You want to move the name icon over here, and you want to do data, split text into columns, sort it by comma, and then you're going to have the last name and the first name. Now you can rotate the columns so that the first name is before the last name, and that way it cleans it up. So you have the first name and then you have the last name. And so that's one way to do it. Another one you'll see like multiple phone numbers in the same row, and same thing with email. And so you want to figure out what's separating them. And then once again, data split text, and data split text. And you can do a custom one. So if they're being sorted by slash sign, then do that, and then it's going to split all the phone numbers off. The one that you're sorting, the one that you're splitting the data for, you want to make sure that's the furthest right, because it's going to push all that data out, and you don't want it to take over the name, email, phone number, because it's going to override that. And so that's one way. Another thing is that you'll see is that you'll have phone numbers or emails and stuff in the wrong column. And so what you can do is you can create a filter by condition. Let's say text contains the @ sign. And so that's going to give you all of the rows that have the @ sign, and maybe you have some emails and the phone number. And so you can just delete all that, because you just have to figure out how to use Google Sheets. I can't give you like an hour long. I can give you an hour-long tutorial on just how to clean up the data like this, but look stuff up online. You can figure it out. I trust that you're smart. If you know how to use Highlevel, you can figure out how to use Google Sheets too. So that's a big one. Cleaning a dirty client list. They don't have access to client lists. Once again, you just need them to add. You need to add whoever does have access to client list to that onboarding homework email and follow up and request to get it. Also add your booking link, so you can book a time and you can walk them through their own CRM. If they use some weird CRM, you can walk through with them trying to figure out how to export that list. Might have to contact support or something. Can't integrate with their system. That's when you just show them how to manually add their own contacts via CSV file or one at a time. And then also you can just make sure you have that automated follow-up going out every 2 weeks. Just sending them an email saying, hey, don't forget to add contacts. All right, can't connect to social media accounts workaround. So if you're coming in the social planner section and you're having an issue adding their Facebook or whatever, you can go to their actual Facebook. So if we go like Meta, you can just get them to go to their Facebook. And when they go to Facebook, they want to click on Meta Business Suite. And then from there, they can click on settings. And they can, I'm not a manager of this account, but they can click on invite people, and they can invite you via their email. You want to make sure you have access to manage apps and integrations. That's going to be an option there. And you want to make sure that you can manage the apps and integrations. So that's really important. And so then once they've added you to the Facebook, you'll get an email or you'll get a notification on Facebook. You'll accept access to the page, and then you can go add their social media to that sub account. So their card won't, for some reason, Highlevel's company billing section, if they add the card from here and they try and trigger a $10 balance, it can kind of throw an error or mess things up. And so one thing you can do is just get them to give you access, or just get them to tell you their card information, and then you just add them manually in Stripe, because you want to have your Stripe and your Highlevel connected just by integrating them, and get them to manually add you to and add their card information here, and then manually push that $10 charge through just to make sure the card works. So that's one thing you might have to do. Another thing is one person doesn't have access to all the things we need. So this is going over, like if you're working with a bigger company, they might have 3 or 4 different people that have access to stuff that you need. So you need to loop them all into that email and then remind them, follow up, and to get access to what you need. No client list, new business, then you just get them set up with everything. Just don't include their client list, and make sure you're integrated and adding customers when they get it. You have to tell them this, like, hey, one of the most valuable parts of our service is that we are able to get a lot of people reviews very quickly. So that's how we have all these awesome case studies, all these reviews, all this stuff. And that's because they have a previous client list. And so you're not going to get that many reviews. It's just setting expectations properly, because reviews come after customers. We can't get you reviews if you don't have customers. And so you just kind of set that expectation properly. Some people will say, like, oh, I have really high profile clients. They're not going to leave me a review, or I don't want to reach out to them, whatever. If they're really concerned, whatever, they're not a good client. But I've had this complaint all the time. I'm like, let's just do it anyways. Let's just see. And if they're really that high profile of a person, then they're then they don't give out their name, email, and phone number. Like if they're really a celebrity, if they're really that, that famous, that rich, whatever, it's probably their assistant's information on there or something. And so their assistant will get the text, and their assistant who booked with you, who like had the experience working with you, they can leave the review. And so I've never really had an issue with that. That's kind of how we get around that. The other thing is like older client demographic. If they've got a really old client demographic, like they're like a relocation service for old people in the nursing homes or something crazy like that. Just tell them, hey, you're going to need a lower review conversion rate. The emails are probably going to be a little bit more important. You're going to get landline phones, stuff like that. Still send it out. If they're not happy, no worries. You can cancel the trial. We can give you your money back, whatever it is. That's kind of.
And so here is the exact onboarding call that I went through with a window company. I hope you enjoy. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Great, very great. Thanks for hopping on and excited to get y'all set up and start getting some more reviews. So before you hop in, tell me, how'd you hear about Review Harvest?
Gosh, it was either through Google or YouTube authors.
Cool, awesome, good stuff. Yeah, no, I took a look at your site and y'all's reviews. Y'all are in Sumner County, Tennessee. Is that correct?
No, you're from Florida.
Oh, okay. What part of Florida?
Southwest, Fort Myers, or Lehigh.
Fort Myers. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I got you now. Okay, yeah, I was looking. There was a different one there. So this is y'all here with 19 reviews,
Yes.
and y'all's website is.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Now we're on the same page. Got it. Sweet. All right, cool. Yeah. So tell me what you found us on Google or whatever. Tell me about your business. How long y'all been in business? How are things going?
Okay. We opened up in 2019. We have been doing, from 2019 to 2022, 2023, it was kind of like just doing work up subcontractor for other companies, for bigger companies. So we didn't really have to marketing or do anything like that.
Yeah.
Pretty much only work for contractors.
Gotcha.
Then in 2023, 2024, we decided to start getting some of our own and start doing marketing. And that's when
Gotcha.
Google accounts and all that. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, cool. So do y'all use any sort of CRM or booking system or invoicing system that names all your triggers?
Yes, we use House Call Pro.
Perfect. Love to see it. That's super easy for us to integrate with, so that's going to be great. And do you know, if you want to go ahead and share your screen, we go ahead and get you logged in and start getting you set up. All right, great, awesome. So the first step here, we just want to go ahead and just type in app.reviewharvest.com up in the top. So app.reviewharvest.com. Perfect. All right, sweet. And then did you get that email? I emailed you your temporary password. Did you get that email?
Yes.
If not, I can just paste it in the chat. If not, no big deal. Yeah, I'll paste it in the chat real quick. It's just like a random string of characters, so you can either save this to be your password forever, or we can change it. But yeah, your email is going to be the one that we have on file. So the email that we have on file is your. And then password, yep, perfect. Text your code. And then you can either go ahead and just save that password so you have it saved in the system, or if we want, we can change your password later. Perfect. All right, so you can X out of that video because I'm here to walk you through it, so no need, right? And the first thing we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and click on this Get Started button down here in the bottom corner. Yep, perfect. Click on Access to Google Business Profile. Click on Connect Google right there on the side panel. Yep. Oh, one thing before I forget to, do you know what plan of House Call Pro y'all on? Do you know if y'all are on like the bottom tier, the medium tier, or the high tier?
I believe in the high.
Okay, sweet, perfect, good. Because I think the lowest tier we're not able to integrate with because House Call Pro doesn't give you access to it. But the high one or the middle one we can. So just go ahead and X out of this pop-up window. I don't know why the CSS is messed up, but click on Connect right here, and then just log on with the email that manages the Google Business Profile. Click on Continue. Scroll down and allow. And do that again. Go through it again. Sometimes it's gonna block. Sometimes Chrome for some reason blocks the pop-up that comes up. So click on allow. Let's see. Okay. Go ahead and refresh this page, and it might pop up. All right. And now click on connect again. If it doesn't pop up this time, then I'll show you where to go to connect it. Yeah, there we go. GMB select page. Okay, perfect. All right. Scroll down on that page. Yeah, just kind of scroll down that a little bit. There you go. Click on the checkbox. Perfect. And then click on connect. Perfect. All right. Now, if you X out of this pop-up right here. Yeah, X out of that. And then let me just check on my end to make sure everything's connected. You should be good now. Yep, we're connected. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and pull up your House Call Pro. House Call Pro. Okay. Go ahead and yes. All right, sweet. So we're gonna do two things here. We're gonna export your list of previous customers from the last like year or year and a half ish, and we're also gonna connect Zapier. We're gonna get integrated with your system so that anytime you're completing a job, we're sending a review request automatically for you. So if you go ahead and click on this, I think it's these nine dots right here. I think it's gonna take you to My Apps. And then click on they have like a marketplace somewhere.
The App Store.
Yeah, go to App Store. There it is. Yeah, go to App Store. And then right here in this search bar, right here on the all or whatever, I just type in Zapier. It's just basically the third-party tool we use to get connected. It's like, think of it as like digital duct tape. I don't know if you ever used it or not, but it looks like you have it active. So go ahead and copy this API key and just paste it in the chat for me. Perfect. It is so nice. It's so nice onboarding with somebody that knows how to use a computer like you do, obviously. You can imagine sometimes I have calls where, they're 65 years old. They've been, in the HVAC company or whatever for the last 40 years. And they're telling me they're blowing dust off their laptop. They haven't opened it up in 4 years. And I'm like, oh dear, this is going to be a long call. All right. We got it. And so when you add a job to House Call Pro, do y'all make sure to mark the jobs as completed once they're completed?
We are supposed to. I mean, we definitely need to start doing a better job with that. But yeah, we are supposed to do so.
Okay. It would it be better? I can trigger it just so to make it more foolproof. I can trigger it off of a scheduled job, and then I can just send the review request once at the end of the scheduled date. The only issue there is like if the appointment's canceled or it gets rescheduled or something, it might throw an error. So if you can just remember if y'all remember to close the jobs out, and that's what's gonna actually send the review request, then we'll just do it that way. Does that work?
Yep.
All right. So completed job will mean you send out a review request. So that's perfect. Okay. And now go back to app details here. Click on the back button, and let's go to your customer list. And you can export it. So we'll go to customers. Perfect. And let's just go ahead and click on, I think it's actions, and there's an export action. Yep, export. All right, we'll send. All right, CSV. Perfect. I think that selects them all. Sometimes these are weird, and they only send out the ones that were emailed that were selected at the time. But I think this does export them all. Let's see. Guess we'll find out. Sometimes it takes a second, so we can actually go back to Review Harvest, and we'll go ahead and move forward the rest of it. So let's click on for now. Let's click on Upload Personalized Images. So this example, this is kind of like our shtick. This is why a lot of people work with us, because every time we send out a review request, we can send out a personalized image. And so what that means is that if you work with Sally or you work with whoever, we can send a photo of you, send a photo of one of your employees or whoever, and request a review with their name on it. So I'm just looking. Let me see if I can find a good photo. Do y'all have any team photos or photos in front of the truck or any photos you think might be good for this? Or
Not right now, but I can definitely
take one. Okay, let me see. Let me look. Do you have a Facebook page?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay, perfect. We got some good stuff on the Facebook. For now, I can use this photo of your booth. I think this photo of your booth will work well because they'll see your face, they'll see your logo. Just posted it like last year in March. Or I can use this like AI generated image. Yeah, I think this photo of you at the booth will be best. That's gonna work best. So I got that, and I can upload it. So just click on X on this X out of this pop up right here. Now let's click on Connect Social Media Accounts. So anytime you're getting 5-star reviews, click on Social Planner. And we are gonna repurpose these reviews, use your photo, your logo, and stuff to post these onto your social media for you. Obviously, only the 5-star reviews, right? So click on Connect Facebook. And you can go ahead and log in with your personal Facebook, and then you'll be able to add your business Facebook. And then add. Perfect. And then you can X out of that. And then do you have Instagram? We can do the same thing with Instagram.
Yes, but I don't have the username and password for Instagram. Unless
if it's connected through Facebook, we can just go through Facebook, but we'll see. If it's not, no worries. So just log in. Yes, and it's not connected right now. Whenever you do get it connected or get it in, you can just come into here, Social Planner, and click on Connect again, and you'll be able to get it rock and rolling. So let's click on Connect Google Business Profile as well. This is going to give us access to add these reviews, not necessarily as reviews, but add them as like updates and social media posts to make them look pretty, and then add them to like a post on your Google Business Profile. This is going to give us access to do that. And then you click on Add. Perfect. And you can X out of that. Perfect. And then click on Get Started right here down here at the bottom. And what you'll see is whenever you want to connect your Instagram, just click on this little drop down right here next to these tabs. Yep. And you'll just click on New Account, and you'll be able to add the Instagram that way. once you get it connected. But you can also use this right here tool as a social media scheduler. So if y'all are trying to be active on social media or something, you can just click on like content or like new post, and you can just schedule out posts across all platforms. I mean, make a post or for whatever you want to and schedule out your content if that's a priority. Perfect. So for connecting CRM, we already did that. So that's good. You don't have to click on that. And let's go and see if it was emailed to you, the CSV file. There we go. And download that. Okay. All right. Looks like it came through as a zip file, so we're gonna have to open it as a CSV so we can actually upload it. If you want to email it to me, I can unzip it and upload it, or whatever's easiest. Yeah, you forward it to me, clay@reviewharvest.com. Yeah, you can do really any of those work. Just if you reply, it'll work. All right. Then make sure that I don't have any issues opening it on my end really quickly, and I'll get it uploaded. Got it. Let's see. Uploading contact. I'm just going to upload this really quickly. We'll map the fields. Contact, first name, last name, phone, email. All right, then you just confirm that these are all your contacts that you've worked with and you have permission to reach out to. I'm just checking a box so I can submit it.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so let's see how many. Looks like it's going to be about uploads. And this is going to automatically remove duplicates, and any bad data or anything is going to be removed. Let's see. Looks like it's going to be about 400. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There was 500 records, 590 records on it, but after removing duplicates and cleaning up any data, it looks like it's going to be 450, 460-ish. Perfect. All right, cool. So now go ahead and last thing is go ahead and click on add credits to your wallet right here. There you go. And click on settings. And so the only thing that we rebill for, the only additional fee outside of our $99 a month fee is going to be just the text and email expenses. And so this is just direct fees that we get from Twilio and Mailgun. It's a little bit less than a penny per text segment. And so when we reach out to these like 450 people, it's going to probably, just in the first month, when we reach out to all of them, it's probably going to be about 20, 25, $30 maybe. But then on a monthly basis, it's probably only going to be an additional $6 or $7 a month. And once again, this includes, if you're not happy for any reason after the first 30 days, we'll just give you your money back, including all this. So we just need to go ahead and add the first $10 charge. So go ahead and click on company billing and click on wallet and transactions. All right, here up at the top. There you go. And you X out of this checkbox really quickly. And then click on add balance. And you can go ahead and add the first like $10 balance just to go ahead and get your account started. Perfect. And you can go ahead and pay. And that goes through. Awesome. Sweet. So now what you want to do, go ahead and click on go back right up here. Do you have access to your website builder? What did you build your website on? Did you build it yourself or did
someone else?
Gotcha. Well, if you want to, basically, once these reviews come in, if you want to embed a review widget on your site, click on this reviews tab right here at the bottom panel on this sidebar. Okay, right. There you go. And then click on widgets right here. And then the default one's kind of ugly in my opinion. So if you actually click on edit right here, this purple button hiding behind the get started. Yeah, click on that and change it to like masonry. I think that looks better. You can do carousel or whatever. It looks a lot better. And then you can just go ahead and save it right here. This purple button again. Yeah, save it. And you just leave it as untitled or title it review widget or whatever. It doesn't matter. Save. Yep, save it. And then what you can do is you see right here, and we'll email you this code once you launch your account as well. But right here, you can grab the embed code and you can send that to your website builder and he can embed it. He'll know what to do with it. You just tell him, hey, this is our review widget. He'll know what to do with it and he'll be able to embed it on your site so that anytime you're getting a review, it's going to pop up on your site. What it's going to do is it's going to increase the conversion rate on your site because people on your site are going to be able to see all your happy customers and stuff like that. And so I would just tell him like, hey, this is a Google review widget that we want to embed on our site somewhere. And he'll know exactly what to do with that. But yeah, so from here, what we're going to do is we're going to get to work on setting up that personalized image, setting up those social media posting templates. So every time you get a review, and then also starting that review reactivation. So all those customers you just added, we're going to send a reactivation message to try and get you some reviews. You're probably sitting on another 30 to 50 reviews just in the first month or so of working with us. And then on an ongoing basis, what we're going to do is we're connected with House Call Pro. So anytime you close out a job and say job completed, we're sending a review request. You're getting a review. We're going to respond to that review for you. And then we're also going to turn that into social media content and post it on your social media.
Perfect.
Awesome. Cool. Been great. before we go, is who do you know else in your area, or with a similar type of business, or different type of business that also needs reviews? We would love to help them out as well and extend a free trial to them as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So anybody you send our way who signs up for a free trial and converts, you get a free month for. So we've got plenty of clients who have never paid us the monthly trial. The monthly fee or whatever, they just keep sending people our way, and they get a free month for every person they send us. So if you know anybody at all, just make either a text or an email introduction with us, and we'll try and get them on a call and get them set up. And if they convert from the trial as well, you'll get a free month.
Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely send you some people your way.
Awesome. Sweet.
If you have made it this far, congratulations. That means that you've successfully set up your high-level account. You've successfully gotten somebody on an onboarding call or on a sales call, and you've onboarded them, or you've walked through the process, or maybe it's just a friend and you're doing it for free, and that's totally fine. But I want to let you know that this is the valley. So right now, you kind of uninformed and optimistic when you're watching my YouTube videos or before you join the community ever, right? Hopefully, I do try to do a good job in my YouTube videos letting you know, like, hey, this isn't easy, right? So maybe you're a little bit more informed and a little bit more pessimistic, right? But you still continue to take action. Congrats. So now it's a good chance that you're going to be in this valley for a while, right? The thing is that right now you know how hard it can be because you've seen the process once. Okay, wow, this might be a little bit difficult. And maybe the first onboarding was super smooth. Maybe it wasn't. And so I'm just here to tell you that the onboarding calls will get better. The sales calls will get better. I promise. The first 10, 15, 20, 30 times, you're going to see a lot of variance. You're going to see lots of different things that happen. But after you do it 20, 30 times, then now I really don't see anything that I've never seen before nowadays. Like every single thing that people bring up, I know the rebuttal to, I know the objection. If there's an issue on the onboarding call, I know how to get around it. Really, after you do it a bunch, there's nothing new that comes up unless like Google changes stuff with the reviews, right? And so you're going to deal with a lot of rejection, and you're going to have very little wins to encourage you and keep you going. And so that's what this community is for. When you do have a win, post about it. We'll celebrate you, right? Look at other people having success and use that to hopefully reinforce yourself. Say, hey, I'm on the right path, but for the next 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, maybe even longer, you're going to be in this valley where it's going to be really hard, and you're not going to get a bunch of wins to keep you going. But the great news is that after you get 5, 10, 15, 20 recurring clients, you'll be making some recurring revenue, and you'll be like, okay, this is legit. This is possible. And so just keep your head down, take it one day at a time. Don't look up at the mountaintop. Just keep your eyes at your boots, and just keep walking one step at a time. Same way you eat an elephant, one bite at a time, right? So I know this is going to be the hardest part, and a lot of people are going to quit here, but I encourage you to be part of the 1%, part of the 5% that don't. So can you really hit 10K per month with reputation management using GoHighLevel? Yes, the answer is yes. So you can see here, this is me really scary, and I kidnapped your family. What are the odds if I kidnapped your family and did not give them back until you hit 10K per month? What are the odds you would do it? I'd say they're pretty high. And that's because you really want it. So it's not because it's not possible, it's because you're not willing to do it right now. And I'm going to show you 10 reasons why and 10 things you can do to increase your chances of actually accomplishing your goals in 2025 and hitting 10K per month with GoHighLevel Reputation Management. So big disclaimer here, this is going to be hard, especially if you don't have experience, if you're just getting started. But if you dedicate 1 to 2 years to this, it will change your life forever. Imagine having a completely automated service that pays you $300, $400 a day, whether you show up to work or not. That is my reality right now. And it's crazy to say. It's crazy for me, I promise. This is a screenshot of last month, December. I made about $700 per day from Google reviews, whether I worked or not. Like you don't need to have employees. I have a virtual assistant, but you don't need to have employees to manage this. There's no needy clients. Nobody's pissed about results. It's just a simple business where you get people reviews and they pay you a couple $100 a month. You can see this is me up on stage at Highlevel to show you that I've actually done this. I'm not blowing hot smoke here. This is legit. I only want to talk about stuff that I've actually done. This video is going to be a lot more focused on like personal development, and it's going to be less step-by-step tutorials. I have plenty of step-by-step super tactical stuff on my YouTube channel if you want to check it out. But this stuff is just as important because this is the stuff that creates the conditions and the environment for you to succeed. So the first thing we're going to cover is having a simple personal life. This is what I was talking about with the turkey. This was my life before. I was very distracted, right? I mean, I was spending 5 hours a day on screen time, doom scrolling, hanging out with friends, entertainment, Netflix, whatever. And then every time I went to eat, I had to like figure out what I was going to eat. I had to cook it, and then I had to clean it. And next thing you know, you spend an hour for every single meal. So you spend 3 hours, and that's not even including working out or cleaning and all that other stuff. And honestly, for the last couple of years, I'd say 2020, 2021, 2022, every year, every time I went into those years, I was like, I'm gonna get in better shape, I'm gonna get ripped, I'm gonna save more money, I'm gonna build a bigger business, I'm gonna start posting more on social media, I'm gonna start playing the guitar. I was so distracted. I was trying to make progress on all these fronts. But if you can get locked in for a year, a couple years, a decade, what you can accomplish is insane. This is how much money I made all of January 2024. So I made $4,600 that month. That's it. I'd been doing this for like 4 or 5 months at that point. Now you can see last month, like I had in the screenshot, $22,000 last month just in Google reviews. This doesn't include any of my affiliate commissions or anything like that or any other money. This is just from Google reviews. And so if you can get locked in for a year, a couple years, your life can change drastically. And so a lot of that is just cutting out this green and red and making it as simple as possible. So here are some action items on how I got locked in the last like 16 months or so. So I deleted all social media off my phone except for Instagram because I still needed it for a certain client. But you can install Opal, which is just this app where it basically blocks social media apps from you being able to use them mindlessly, right? You have to go to Opal, you have to wait 30 seconds to unlock it, and then you have to choose how long you're gonna be on that app from like 1 minute to 15 minutes. And as soon as that timer's done, the app's locked again. So another thing is to eat simple, quick meals, factor meal prep, something quick. So that's what that turkey was, right? So I can just go down to the store, get 4 pounds of turkey, and then I can just eat that for lunch and dinner. I know it sounds gross or whatever, but like just eat to live. Like you're focused on growing your business, so don't worry about taking an hour every single time you have to go eat lunch or dinner. I mean, people waste so much time eating, cooking, cleaning, doing all that stuff when you can just do it in a lot more simple manner. And if you love cooking and you love doing that stuff, then sure, do that. Just realize that you're not going to have as much time to focus on your business as somebody else that's eating simple meals. A big thing for me, and I still struggle with this all the time, is that don't start shows on Netflix or whatever that you know you're going to binge. Like you're like, oh, that's a binge-worthy show right there. Don't start it at all. Just if I want to watch some TV, I just watch something mindless like The Office or The Modern Family or something that's just funny, gets my mind off things, and I'm not going to like want to binge watch it for the rest of the day. I already touched on this, but this is huge. Don't try to improve every single area of your life at once. Just focus on one. The big 3 buckets are health, wealth, and relationships, right? And anytime you focus on one for the whole entire year, you can actually make progress and it's going to help all the other ones, right? So for example, with your business, if you just focus on growing your business that year, well, guess what? Next year, if you did grow your business, you actually achieved that, then you'll have more resources to pay for a better gym membership or get a trainer or have better food, or you'll have more resources to go on better dates and stuff like that. If you just focus on your health and you actually achieve that goal, then you'll be in better shape. That's going to help you in business. That's obviously going to help you with relationships because you look sick, So stop trying to improve every area of your life at once and just focus on one thing. One thing is I quit with my crazy BS morning routine. I used to like journal for 30 minutes and take cold showers and go work out and go walk around the neighborhood for like an hour and a half when I was in college. And now I just wake up, have my caffeine, and get to work. The 6th thing, I never had too much issue with this, but just like avoid drama. Like when I talk to people who are entrepreneurs and they talk about all the drama in their life with their friends and family and relationships, I'm like, geez, that's crazy. It's just a waste of time and a waste of your mental energy. Number 7, no notifications on your phone. So this is a big one for me. I just went through my notifications settings on my phone and just turned off the notifications for almost every single app. And I try to keep my phone on do not disturb as much as possible. And if you have an iPhone, you can probably do this on Android too, but you can just go and select certain contacts where if they call or text you, it still goes through. It's like my family, if they call or text me, it still goes through. But everybody else, I just block all the notifications on do not disturb. Number 8 is avoid drinking. So I've never been like super big drinker, all this stuff, but I'll drink a little bit on like a Friday or Saturday night, but I never drink too much where it's going to affect me the next day. I try to avoid it for the most part, just so I can stay focused and keep a clear brain. Number 9, this is one that I'm still working on. It's like no phone in your bedroom, right? So you don't want to spend the last 30 minutes before bed on your phone or the first 30 minutes when you wake up on your phone. Just get in bed, go to sleep, get out of bed and wake up and get work, right? And so that's a huge one. It's just going to save you an hour a day pretty much. The second thing I want to go over is expect for this to be difficult. It's really easy to watch these YouTube videos from these gurus and all these people selling courses and stuff out there, and they're just going to tell you it's going to be so easy, and you're just going along this downward slope. Oh yeah, it's going to be so easy. You start going through the motions, start the business, and as soon as it gets hard, you get demoralized because you're like, well, the guru said it was supposed to be easy. The guru said I could just sit on my laptop and make 10K per month. What's going on? No, it's hard. If it was easy, everybody would do it. So expect it to be hard. And one thing with reputation management, when you're selling these services for $100 to $300 a month, it's a much slower burn than anything high ticket like SMMA and stuff. It's not like you sign one client and then you're at 2K per month MRR. Like you can sign 10 clients and be like 1,000, right? Or you might still be on the free trial. But once you get to 10K, 15, 20, 22K per month, like myself, it's a lot steadier. It's so consistent. You like I said before, you don't have clients that are like have these crazy expectations. You don't need to do any service delivery because the whole service is automated. And so this is a very good, image here about the emotional cycle of change, right? So when you get started in anything, you're going to be in this stage of uninformed optimism. We're like, oh my gosh, Google reviews are the best thing ever. This is amazing. And then you're going to start cold calling. And you're gonna get kicked in the teeth, and you're like, oh, this kind of sucks. And then you're gonna try to onboard somebody, like, oh, they don't have a CRM, or they don't have their client list, and you're like, getting the value to despair, like, this is not possible. Well, newsflash, it is possible. It's just gonna take time. You got to find the right people. And so you have to get through that valley of despair, and eventually you get to informed optimism. And you're like, okay, I know how to do this. It's not easy, but it's possible. And you just keep pushing through. Because what most people do, and this is what I did from like 16 to 20, was I would just start informed optimism, start this business opportunity, drop shipping, affiliate marketing, SMMA, whatever, uninformed optimism, and be like, start doing it, get kicked in the teeth. This sucks. This is awful. This is not possible. Get to the valley of despair and quit. And you know what you do? Anytime you start something new, you start back over the top. So you might as well just push through this valley of despair, because you're going to have to get through it eventually. And if you don't, you'll just spend 15 years starting something over every year and not making progress on anything. The third thing is focus. Your progress is going to be very correlated to how focused you can be, right? If you're trying to learn the guitar, get a 6-pack, bench 225, spend more time with your mom, get a dog, grow your business, save more money, get better at running. If you're trying to do all these things at once, you're going to end up not making any real progress on any of them. Where if you just focused on one, you can make all this progress in one direction. And when you make this much progress in one area, it's going to give you the resources, and it's going to help all those other areas when you want to come back to them. So stop all the other business opportunities. Stop watching the YouTube videos that are just going to get you off track. Stop worrying about being the perfect person and improving everything in your life, and just focus on one thing. It's way easier. All right, the fourth thing here is you just got to do the math. So my average client pays me about $150 per month. And so if you want to get to 10K per month, you need 67 clients. And so in the beginning, you're going to be bad. You're not going to have social proof. You're not going to know how to reach out to people. I know I didn't. And so it might take 500 DMs, emails, texts, whatever to get one client. The good news is now that we have the formula, we can just figure out what we have to do. So if you need 67 clients and it takes 500 outreaches, you've got to make 33,500 outreaches over the course of the year. That's about 92 emails, DMs a day. And once again, you're going to have people that cancel because you don't have a good integration, or you can't get them on an onboarding call or whatever. So just go ahead and double it. Reach out to 200 people a day across Instagram, Facebook, DMs, email, etc. Start with your local area. It's going to be the easiest. You're going to have the highest percentage of getting those people on a call because you have that local trust. And literally, it will change your life. I promise. If you reach out to 200 people a day, tell them, hey, I do this thing with Google reviews, you will change your life in a year. The problem is that 99% of people won't do that because their family isn't kidnapped, like I mentioned. Like, you don't want it bad enough. You have to really take a look in the mirror and be like, this is what is required for me to reach that goal. Why am I not able to do it? Well, it's because you don't want it. If your family was kidnapped, you'd make it happen, right? And eventually you can turn on ads, you'll have case studies, you'll have results, and it'll be a lot easier. But in the beginning, it's hard. So just expect that's the price you have to pay. Do the math and make it happen. When I got started, I wasted so much time on the perfect logo and the perfect website and having the best automations and all the follow-ups and figuring out how I'm going to scale and doing Excel calculations to figure out this random stuff. It was a waste of time. Your first 3, 4, 5 months, if you're not helping more people learn about you, learn about what you do, learn that you help people get Google reviews, or increasing the trust of the people that already do know what you do, that you're good at it by posting content, posting videos, whatever, then you're wasting your time. It's really easy for us to just sit down on our computer and clack away and watch YouTube videos on how to do these weird things that in high level that don't matter and just tinker and build automations and stuff. I know I wasted so much time on that, and we're not actually reaching out to people. And you feel like you worked all day, but you didn't make any progress. So in the first 5, 6 months, all that matters is that more people know that you exist. And obviously you have to learn how to get people Google reviews, but that's so simple. Like, you can watch my YouTube videos. That's not the issue in this business. Anybody can get people Google reviews. The people that win are gonna be the people that know how to market and tell people that they exist. Getting more attention and trust from your audience for your business is what's actually gonna generate revenue in your business and change your life. So this is a big one I wish I would have known. The first 3, 4, 5 months are not about making money. Who cares how much money these business owners are paying you? It's all about just getting the client's results. Because in the beginning, every time you onboard a client and get them results, it's gonna make that pipeline of getting clients so much easier because you're going to get reps under your belt. In the beginning, you're not going to know what to do. So it's going to be like trying to push people through this funnel where there's all this crap of stuff that you don't know how to do. You don't know how to generate attention, how to book a meeting, how to get them to show up, how to actually deliver Google reviews, how to answer their questions, how to onboard, how to get access to their CRM or their client list or their Google business profile. You don't know how to do any of that. And you can watch all my videos where I show you exactly how to do that, but you're not going to really understand how it works and have confidence in that, in the fact that it works until you do it 15, 20 times yourself. So every time you get a new client, you learn something new and you make it a little bit easier to get the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. And next thing you know, you've removed all all the obstacles, you know how to do the whole entire process, and it's just about forcing as many people through that process as you can. And plus, when you're doing stuff for free in the beginning, they're going to be a lot more likely to give you referrals. You can say, hey, I'm going to have to charge for this eventually, but as long as you keep sending people my way, keep sending referrals, then I'll keep doing it for free because it's not costing you anything. It's an automated service. The seventh thing here is that there's no shortcuts. You just have to start chipping away. In the beginning, I thought that I was one high-level snapshot away, or one great virtual assistant away, or one perfect cold email strip or ad strategy away from getting all the clients in the world and growing my business overnight. That's not how it works. It's brick by brick. And like Alex Hormozi says, there's no silver bullets, just 100 golden BBs. So you just need to start stacking the bricks, brick by brick by brick, showing up every day, doing the things you know that works, reaching out to people, getting people onboarded, stuff like that. That's the only thing that's going to save you. Nobody's going to come save you, and nothing's going to just grow your business overnight. You just have to chip away at it. And then one day you'll look up and be like, holy crap, look at this business I built. But it wasn't because of one thing that you did. It was because of the hundreds of things that you've done over the past year. The eighth thing is don't worry about scaling. Learn how to love the weeds. Get in the weeds. Get in the nitty gritty. Learn the small things. In the beginning, we all want this super simple, scalable way to acquire customers and onboard customers. The problem is we want to try and build this system and this assembly line where we can just bang out results. But we don't even know what it takes to get those results yet. We don't know the pieces of the puzzles to actually get results. So there's no reason in trying to build an assembly line where we can't even get 1% of the results. You need to get in the nitty gritty and figure out all the hiccups, all the issues that are going to come up along the way. And then once you've done it 50, 100 times, you'll know what's required to build a system where you can just pump out results and clients and reviews and revenue every week, every day, every month. And the last thing and the most important thing is don't quit and don't believe the lies that you're going to tell yourself. When I was 4 or 5 months in, I kept telling myself, oh, this is not possible. This isn't possible. Why am I even doing this? Nobody can get to 10K per month just doing Google reviews. This doesn't make sense. It was stupidity. And the reason was it was just because it was hard. I was just looking for the easy way out. But one of my favorite quotes is you can't stop what won't quit. So you just keep showing up and keep chipping away. You won't end up like this miner who was this close to the diamonds, this close to the results, but he turned around because he quit. Right? It is possible. I'm proof. I've done it. I promise. I'm not talking about stuff I haven't done. So if you just keep showing up, you keep reaching out to people, you keep onboarding people, you keep getting people Google reviews, asking for referrals, doing all the basic stuff, I promise you'll be able to change your life.
Here's how I became addicted to working, and now I make $38,000 per month as a 22-year-old. If you don't believe me, here's a screenshot of the QuickBooks account. And if you watch my other videos, you know I normally say $24,000 is because Review Harvest makes $24,000 a month. And in this video, I'm talking about just work as a whole, so I'm including the other ways I make money, like the high-level affiliate program and the community and stuff like that. And some people are going to see this and be like, dude, screw you, you suck, you're a liar, and that's fine.
You sit on a throne of lies.
Other people are going to see this and be like confused, like how the heck does this guy do this? And then some people are going to see this and be like, wow, he's poor. He's only making $38,000 a month. And that's cool too. But this video is really for the people that see that and get motivated, right? If you see that and you get motivated and you want to learn how to do it too, that's what the video is for. And I do want to throw out a big disclaimer here that like this video might not be the best if you really implement it. This might not be the best on your health and your relationships. But in terms of like the wealth side of life, like in making more money, this has helped me make a lot more money. And this is just what's worked for me. So viewer discretion advised. So if you're wanting to make more money, getting addicted to work is the ultimate hack. Especially in the beginning, before you know a lot, like you're just gonna have to put in a bunch of hours in order to learn what you don't know and get the reps in to start to get good. And so if you can get addicted to those hours and enjoy them, then you're in a good position. So this is the habit loop by James Clear here. He says cue, craving, response, and reward. And so this was me in college when I was reading Atomic Habits, his book. I was first trying to start working and make some money online. And what I was kind of doing was my cue was just waking up. So I'd wake up in the morning and then I would get to work. And so I did for a little while have a big morning routine, but then I kind of cut it out thanks to Hormozi. But wake up, get to work. The problem is there is no craving here. I'm not in bed craving to get out of work. And after I was working, there was no reward. I wasn't feeling this big euphoric, like, yay, great job at the end of working. And that's because when you're just getting started, there might not be a lot of things that are rewarding to you. And so how I was able to create this craving to get out of bed and work was I would pair caffeine with getting out of bed. So in the morning, I would drink caffeine. And after doing that for about 2 or 3 months, now I'm sitting here in bed, and as soon as I wake up, the first thing I'm thinking about is caffeine. Even the night before, when I'm thinking about going to bed, I'm thinking about how excited I am for my morning caffeine. And that might sound silly to some of y'all, but I never really had caffeine that much until college. And so I have like sweet tea or Coke or something like that had caffeine in it, but I'd never have like an energy drink or coffee. When I paired caffeine, which is an addictive drug, to working and only working, now my body has this craving to get out of bed in the morning and start working. And I think it's important here that you tie caffeine to work, because if it's just a Saturday afternoon and you're not working and you say, hey, I'm going to get an energy drink going, then your body is going to start to get confused and not just to think it's time to work. And I think a really important factor here is that you want to make sure your body makes the association with the caffeine or the addictive substance only to work, and you don't confuse it with other things. A lot of times people will use caffeine for when they go to the gym, just on a random Saturday afternoon if they're feeling tired, and not just specifically for work. And so now that my body is addicted to caffeine, I wake up, which is my cue. I'm sitting in bed craving caffeine. The response is to get up and work. And if you're wondering what the reward is, well, now the reward is the feeling, the rush you get from the caffeine, that drug going through your body. And so this is really important, because when we're getting started, the actual work we are doing is not going to be very rewarding to us, right? We're not going to sit down and just start making a whole bunch of money. And so we have to find a way to reward ourselves to complete this feedback loop so that we can start getting addicted to it. So now waking up in the morning is the cue. I feel the craving for the caffeine as soon as I get up. When I'm drinking the caffeine and working and associating the two, now I'm feeling the reward of just like a caffeine buzz while working. And after 2 to 3 months of doing this, it made getting out of bed in the morning and getting to work effortless. And this was back when I was doing school too. So some of these days I have to be doing school on top of the work I was doing. And I hated school, and school was not rewarding. But still, pairing that addictive chemical with getting something productive done made me want to get up and do it again the next day. And one thing that is so important in the beginning, when the actual work is not rewarding, because you're not going to see the fruits of your labor for 3, 6, 9 months, a year, in terms of financially, in terms of increased status, whatever you're looking for, when you're just getting started, you're not going to see that reward. So a couple other ways that I rewarded myself when I was getting started was with my environment. I think specifically you want to create an environment that is conducive to you being productive and getting work done. And so for me, what that looked like is I really wanted an iPad back in the day. So you know what I did? I bought an iPad to work. I also wanted a nice laptop. I wanted a nice computer setup. And so you know what I did? Once I had the money, I bought a nice laptop. And if right now financially you're tight, then you don't need these things. I think it's important not to develop the superstition that you need to have the best laptop or whatever to actually get work done. You want to come at it with the perspective of, I could be at the bottom of the ocean with the crappiest computer ever and no Wi-Fi connection, and I will still be able to get work done. But obviously having a nice computer or a nice setup helps. And so back in the day, having a nice iPad or having a nice computer was part of my reward and enjoying that work. And one of the other rewards I did when I was getting started was I would pair enjoyable activities upon completion of work if I had a specific thing I needed to get done that day. And so back in the day when I was in college, I had a membership at the student golf course, and I would go hit range balls or go play 9 holes or something if I got done what I needed to get done. And it's important that this enjoyable activity is not a negative activity that's going to take away from tomorrow or going to lead you in the wrong direction, right? If you worked all day and you said, oh, great, it was so productive today, now I'm going to go party till 3 a.m., well, now you're taking away from tomorrow as well. And so finding an enjoyable activity that gives you the reward and for the hard work that you did that day, but also is complementary in terms of not going against your goals. Like for me, going out and hitting range balls was getting outside, a little exercise, hanging out with friends, but none of that was taking away from the work I was going to do the next day. And when this becomes really effective is when the work becomes rewarding enough so you don't have to reward yourself with your environment or enjoyable activities or the caffeine or anything like that. But the problem is this just takes months to get sometimes years. And a quick story is when I was in college, I decided to train for a half marathon. I went out one day, ran 14 miles, got my baseline, and then I trained for 3 or 4 months for a half marathon. Then I went and ran the race and ran the half marathon about 35, 40 minutes quicker than I did the first time. It was like an hour and 40 minutes. And I think even though that wasn't with work, I think that was the first time I had seen that delayed gratification of putting the work in, 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 and boom, big reward, lots of progress. And I don't think I had ever just waited long enough to get the feedback loop of, hey, eventually this all will pay off and you can attribute the reward on this day to not just the work you did yesterday, but the work you did 6 months ago. And now moving forward, you know that every morning when you wake up, you're working towards something. And so that's something I'm really grateful for. I'm glad I decided to run so I could see that feedback loop before I was really getting rewarded from my work. So maybe you've been big in sports and you've seen that of all the work in the off season, and then boom, you have a great season. Or it could be with musical instruments or anything. All it is just realizing that feedback loop of, hey, I'm going to work for a really, really long time without seeing the payoff. But as soon as you do, boom, you realize all that work you did before that was for that payoff. And now you have a reason to get up every morning because you do know it's working towards something and you've been reinforced for your behavior previously. So if you can get through those first 6-9 months without any sort of reinforcement, with just the caffeine, just the enjoyable activities, optimizing your environment to make it more enjoyable, then you can finally get addicted to the actual work, which is the real hack. And if you're watching this and you're just like, hey, I think you just told me how to create a habit, not how to become addicted. Well, you'd kind of be right. I don't necessarily love the definitions of addiction and the differences. Most of the differences people talk about is addiction is compulsive, you lack control, and it's negative, having a negative impact. Personally, I don't really know if I agree with that. I feel like I'm addicted to work. I don't think it's had a negative impact, even though some people would perceive the effects it's had on my health or relationships as a negative impact. People will say that habits can be positive or negative. They're more of a regular behavior throughout your day and apparently cause less harm. I don't know about y'all, but when it comes to working and if I want to make more money, that's what I'm optimizing for, then having a compulsive desire to work is probably a good thing, right? Like lacking control and having the inability to not work is probably a good thing. So how do we get this addiction side of the work? For me, it's been establishing a big gap between where I am now and where I want to be. So goal state. And honestly, this sounds a little bad, but for me, it's just constantly reminding myself how far I am from the goal and where I want to be. And what this does is on a Saturday morning, if I'm sitting watching TV, I feel this overwhelming sense of this is not creating the person or the outcome that I want to be. And so I feel guilt in the moment of chilling or something like that, especially if I haven't gotten anything done that day. And so for me, a lot of times where I do relax, it's when I can already sign my name off on the day and say, okay, today might have been a Saturday. I might have worked a little bit less, but I still got a little bit closer to where I need to be. But those days where I don't do anything, that guilt just builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. And my desire and motivation to work is higher than ever. Because on a Friday night, when it's 9 o'clock, and the decision is to go home and get some sleep or to go out with friends, I know that going out with friends might get me a fun story or two. But right now, personally, I don't care that much. I would much prefer to have a Saturday morning off where I can work and I don't have to sleep or recover from whatever happened that night than I would have a couple stories. And that sounds shallow, but it's just for now. It's not forever. I can still have fun later on in life. And if I die, and people say, oh, well, you could die tomorrow. And totally. And that's why I have my non-negotiables. If I die tomorrow or not going out on a Friday night, I'm chilling. My non-negotiables are my family and church. Those two things. I can die whenever, and I know that I've done a good job because I don't slack off on those and I still prioritize those things. But yeah, if you can build this big deficit between where you are now and where you want to go, that deficit will create the motivation that you need to get out of bed every morning or to be pushed to work even when you might not feel like it. And like I said earlier, this might not be the healthiest thing, but this is just what's worked for me to create progress. Because being honest with you, sometimes it does suck to have this nagging feeling of being a business owner or whatever, that there's always work that could be done and you always be knocking off things on your to-do list and you could always be making progress, but sometimes you do have to stop and finding that line is so hard. But the bottom line is if you can actually get addicted to the work and putting in the hours and making progress, then the rest will become so much easier. Like I said at the beginning of the video, a man who loves walking will walk further than the man who loves just the destination. And so if you can get addicted to the walking, the working part of it, everything else will become a lot easier. And there's a good chance you'll be able to achieve whatever sort of outcome you're looking to achieve.